took on the battlefield, they will be working for our country now. What can be more humiliating for the enemy? We will be beating the enemy with their own weapons. They have already felt it, and more soldiers and commanders of the enemy are asking themselves why they have been sent to this foreign land, to this war. We don't have the reply either. We only have one word: death. Russian soldiers, you have a chance to survive. The 2 weeks of our resistance have shown you that we will not surrender. This is our home, our families and children. We will fight until we give for all our children, the killed children. You still can save yourself if you just leave. Don't believe your commanders who tell you that you still have the chance in Ukraine. Nothing is waiting for you apart from death or getting or being caught. Your commanders understand already everything. You need to finish this war, leave from our homes, go to your own homes. 14 days of full-scale, cruel war, terror against our country, destroying of cities, blockades, the absence of important decisions. We would be able to make these decisions in hours if we had to help our friends. Ukraine has been telling our partners, if you don't close the sky, you will also be responsible for this catastrophe. Russia is using aviation, missiles, helicopters against us, civilians, our cities' infrastructure. This is a humanitarian duty of the world to react, but there is no decision. We are grateful to Poland for the alternative, for their readiness to provide the planes to Ukraine. This is a technical issue which needs to be immediately solved. The Poles are ready to bring the planes to the American base. There is an agreement between Poland and America, but we hear that they say that the Polish proposal is not viable. So where are we going to have the decision? There is war going on. We don't have time for all this ping pong. We are asking you, please make your decision quickly. Don't delay. Send us the planes. Yesterday we finally managed to organize a humanitarian corridor from Sumy to Poltava. We saved 3.6 million students and 1.5 civilians. We have taken out over 18,000 people. We will continue to work on the humanitarian corridors. Worzel, Bucha, Borodyanka, Hostomel, to Kiev. Our government officials are working. Our military have created all the infrastructure, and if there is a single shot, the occupant will be responsible. The world is replying with powerful sanctions. I spoke to Justin Trudeau. Our delegation came back from the negotiations from Belarus, and we will be preparing for the next round of negotiations for the sake of peace. And in the end, our unity is our force which we need at this very moment. We are receiving many signals that some people in Ukraine have decided that they have not, they are able not to carry on fighting, and there are some politicians are looking for some connections with Russia, and some others are working to split the country. I only say one thing. I see what you are saying, and if I hear one more signal, my reply will be quick, like in a time, and our people have understood everything.
Well, that was the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky making an address there, just recently come out, very defiant in his tone. He said we can preserve our unity if we respond bravely to our enemy, saying they can ruin our homes, our schools, our businesses, but they will never get through to our soul, our heart, our freedom to fight. He made a direct address to Russian soldiers saying you have a chance to survive because if you come here, nothing is waiting for you except for capture or death. He addressed Poland, saying that he is grateful to Poland for their readiness to provide planes to Ukraine, of course, speaking there about the offer to move some combat aircraft to a US Air Force base, which would then be handed over to Ukraine. These are Russian-made planes which the Ukrainians are able to fly or trained to be able to fly. The US has said that that is unfeasible, but President Zelensky there saying we don't have time for this ping-pong. Please make this happen now. He said on the humanitarian front, some 18,000 people have been evacuated through humanitarian corridors. And on the diplomatic front, saying that Ukraine is preparing for the next round of negotiations. But in the end, Zelensky says, our unity is our strength. Well, moving on, people are desperate to leave besieged cities such as Mariupol, where food and water is running low. But as Charles Stratford reports, many civilians are uncertain what to do. And a warning, some viewers may find the images in his report distressing.
The buses head south towards Mariupol, the latest attempt to evacuate thousands of people trapped in the besieged port city on the Azov Sea. Mariupol has suffered some of the worst fighting in recent days. The Russian army and Russian-backed separatist fighters have reportedly surrounded the city. Dead bodies lie in the streets.
We don't have electricity, we don't have anything to eat, we don't have medicine, we've got nothing.
Everything is mined. The routes out of town are being shelled, says the policeman. At the moment, negotiations about leaving with security have failed. Trust me, I have family at home and I am also worried about them, he says. Unfortunately, the best security for us all is to be inside the city, underground and in shelters. Approximately 200 kilometers north, in the town of Kyiv, the buses meant to rescue the people of Mariupol had stopped. Russian army positions are only 10 kilometers from here. Drivers, some with family in Mariupol, told us they'd heard reports of fighting on the route.
There has been no connection with the city for days. I haven't been able to get in touch with my wife and sister for 5 days. We've tried to get to Mariupol twice already. This is our third attempt. We don't know if it will happen.
After a more than 2-hour wait, the convoy coordinator ordered the drivers to get on the buses and leave.
So the buses are now turning round. This after, according to the coordinator of the convoy, there are reports of heavy fighting on the initially planned route to Mariupol.
A group of drivers struggled to start one of the vehicles. One told us he didn't want to die.
We can't go this way because there's been shelling. They won't let us go through. The checkpoint won't let us go further because of the shelling. We don't know where we're going now.
The convoy headed out of Kyiv, moving northeast. Another attempt at evacuating thousands of trapped and terrified people in Mariupol had failed. Charles Stratford, Al Jazeera, Kyiv, eastern Ukraine.
China's President Xi Jinping has called for maximum restraint in Ukraine. saying he's pained to see war in Europe. The comments on Russia's invasion of Ukraine are his strongest yet. She criticised Western sanctions, saying they'll affect the general population. Let's take a look at some other news now. And Niger's army is under pressure to secure its borders with Mali and Burkina Faso after a surge in attacks by Al-Qaeda and ISIL affiliates in the Sahel region. Army units have been working to prevent armed groups from crossing into the country. Al Jazeera's Hashim Ahbara gained exclusive access to their military base as they plan their next move.
Captain Abdulrazak Bashar is briefing his soldiers on their mission. They will escort civilians to Banibango, a town near Niger's border with Mali. A delicate mission. Armed groups have attacked the town many times in the last few years. At the command center, Lieutenant Colonel Samino Mani and his team analyze the latest intelligence from the region. Samino shows me the 330-kilometer long border area where the Islamic State in the Greater Sahara is active. The ISIL-linked armed group is seen as the biggest security threat in the region. Its leader, Abu al-Walid al-Sahrawi, was killed in a drone strike in August last year. General Muhammad Tumba and the 2,000 soldiers under his command have been in the battlefield for years, but the fight is far from over.
The biggest challenge we're facing is that there is no Malian or Burkinabe army on the other side of the border, so we can talk and plan attacks. For the last 5 years, the Malian army retreated from the area, and we're acting on our own.
Outgunned, the army relies heavily on intelligence from foreign troops. This has become a forward base for Niger's army fighting against ISIL and Al-Qaeda affiliates in the Sahel region. They're backed by American and European special forces. But a few kilometers north towards the border with Mali, armed groups are expanding. They continue to control a vast territory. Now they are threatening to take the fight south towards Guinea, Ivory Coast and Senegal. For years, Niger, Mali and Burkina Faso have been trying to stop a rise in attacks by armed groups. Here in this camp, the displaced have been waiting for security to improve in the border area, but many, traumatized by the conflict, are afraid to return.
I was looking after my sheep when fighters on motorbikes stopped me. They saw a pen in my pocket and thought I was an informant. They blindfolded me and beat me. I lost my sheep, and ever since I've been here in this camp.
For the time being, the army remains on alert. After suffering major setbacks in the last few years, armed groups are now forging new alliances, finding new recruits, and hoping to establish a state of their own across West Africa and the Sahel. Hashim Ahbara, Al Jazeera, the town of Walam in southwest Niger.
Exit polls are suggesting a tight race in South Korea's presidential election. They indicate conservative Yoon Suk-yeol is slightly ahead of the ruling party's candidate. Ron McBride reports from Seoul.
With a record third of people having already cast their ballots in early voting, this is shaping up to be one of the most hotly contested elections ever. Going to the polls, the two frontrunners, Lee Jae-myung from the ruling Liberal Democratic Party and his conservative rival, Yoon Suk-yeol from the People Power Party. After weeks of campaigning, often marred by personal scandals and mudslinging, this contest could be decided by the younger generation. Normally inclined to vote progressive, many young people have been put off by the failure of the ruling Liberals to tackle wealth inequality and the high cost of home ownership.
Rather than saying those in their 20s have become conservative, I think that they have moved away from progressive tendencies.
Job seeker Kim Sung-han is being kitted out for an upcoming interview in a suit rental scheme that's paid for by Seoul Metropolitan Government. It's one of a number of measures to help young people cope in the city.
I think it would be difficult to live in Seoul without this kind of support. Finding a job and making a living is very difficult.
Liberal candidate Lee is hoping to win over the disillusioned young with his own rags-to-riches story, rising from an impoverished rural background to become governor of South Korea's most populous province. One issue that doesn't feature prominently with young voters is the state of relations with North Korea, which, in spite of several years of diplomatic engagement by the outgoing Liberal President Moon Jae-in, are once again back in a deep freeze. But North Korea is more important with older voters who, it seems, have been waiting for this chance to punish the Liberals at the ballot box.
North Korea has been quite provocative. South Korea's reaction has been incompetent.
If you can't gain anything from reconciliatory gestures, then I don't think it's working.
They say the best way to keep the peace is to be ready for war, and I think that's true.
Conservative candidate Yoon has promised a much tougher line with the North if he wins, ensuring this election could have implications way beyond the Korean peninsula. Rob McBride, Al Jazeera, Seoul.
Australia has declared a national emergency after large parts of the east coast were flooded. Tens of thousands of people have been forced to evacuate from their homes. At least 22 people have died as a result of the extreme weather that Prime Minister Scott Morrison said was linked to climate change. Still ahead on Al Jazeera and sport, a massive moment for one of ice hockey's biggest stars. Details coming up. Time now for sport. Here's Farah.
Kim, thank you so much. Liverpool are into the Champions League quarter-finals, but only after coming through a bit of a scare against Inter Milan. Leading 2-0 from the first leg, the Reds conceded just past the hour mark, courtesy of Inter's Lautaro Martinez. A few minutes later, the Italian side's comeback hopes were severely damaged, with Alexis Sanchez being sent off. Liverpool going on to close things out, winning the tie 2-1 on aggregates.
If there was any kind of game we could have lost and could have afforded to lose, it was tonight, because the main target, obviously, of this competition is to get through. But you are right. It's not that I'm here like over the moon. I'm really happy that we went through because obviously when we saw the draw in the first place, it was like, okay, that's a tough one. So we went through, and I think over the two legs we deserved it.
A first-half hat-trick from Robert Lewandowski helped Bayern Munich book their spots in the last eight. They went on to hammer visitors RB Salzburg 7-1 on the night and seal an 8-2 aggregate win. Bayern are looking to become European champions for a seventh time.
We took the lead with two deserved penalties. Then a good pressing goal, and in the moments where we didn't score goals, we played unbelievably good football. We often played some nice stuff when we were under pressure, and we combined well when coming out from the back.
Mexican team Querétaro have kept their place in the country's top league despite a brawl at their stadium, which left 26 people hospitalized. The violent clashes among spectators occurred in a match against league champions Atlas. Karatara will be forced to play behind closed doors for a year as punishment. Well, the Russian gymnast being investigated for his behavior during an event in Doha says he has no regrets. Ivan Kuliak is facing disciplinary action from the International Gymnastics Federation for having the letter Z on his chest during the competition and medal ceremony where he stood next to the gold medalist from Ukraine. The letter Z has become symbolic with Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The 20-year-old has since said he has no regrets about making the statement and would do it again. Russian ice hockey player Alex Ovechkin has reached a career milestone. He's now tied for third on the NHL all-time goals list. The Washington Capitals captain netted twice against hosts the Calgary Flames to bring his career goal tally to 766. He's tied with Jaromir Jagr for third place in NHL history. Ovechkin reached the milestone despite receiving death threats online over Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Well, before the game, the Capitals released a statement saying it joined the NHL in condemning the Russian invasion of Ukraine. We urge and hope for a peaceful resolution as quickly as possible. The Capitals also stand in full support of our Russian players and their families overseas. We realize they are being put in a difficult situation and stand by to offer our assistance to them and their families. World number 2 Novak Djokovic's vaccination status is continuing to affect his tennis season. The 34-year-old's participation at this year's Indian Wells tournament is in doubt. The 20-time Grand Slam champion has been included in the draw for the event being held in California. The Serb has refused to be vaccinated against COVID-19, which means he is barred from entering the country without special approval from the CDC. Djokovic was deported from Australia in January over his vaccine status. And vaccine rebel Kyrie Irving put in his most impressive scoring display of the NBA season on Tuesday. Brooklyn Nets star scored 50 points in his team's 132-121 win over the Charlotte Hornets. The result also breaks the Nets' 4-game losing streak. Irving has missed a large part of the season due to his refusal to get the COVID-19 vaccine. He's currently limited to only playing road games because of New York City's vaccine rules.
It felt like a must-win night. And I'm not saying that the other nights didn't feel like that, but you just got to go into that deep place where you just aren't distracted by anything that's going on. And there's a goal at hand when you step out there. And I just get less talkative. And I just have, a look on my face that I'm just ready to just go out there and just do what's needed for us to get this win and join the collective group and just sacrificing the results, all the results.
Okay, and that is all your sport for now. Back to you, Kim.
Thanks, Farah. Now, it's taken more than 100 years, but the wreck of Antarctic explorer Sir Ernest Shackleton's ship has finally been found. The Endurance sank after being crushed by pack ice in 1915. It was discovered at a depth of more than 3,000 meters in the Weddell Sea off the Antarctic coast. The operation has been touted as the most challenging shipwreck search ever undertaken. And that's the News Hour. Marlene Saeed is back in just a moment with more of the day's news.
Counterfeit foods, cheap and sometimes dangerous copies of the real thing, have been found all over the world, and in even the most expensive premium products. It's a secretive and deadly multi-billion-dollar business.
We found one product with about 1/3 horse DNA in it, which was just an incredible finding.
During raids on one of the most notorious mafia gangs in Calabria, Italian police found consignments of fake olive oil made from industrial lubricants that were being exported to the United States.
The main thing that we do when we carry out criminal investigations is to reconstruct the money flow and the flow of goods and connect these together.
It offers fraudsters profits that are easy to make and hard to ignore. Perhaps it means that all of us should be a little more vigilant about what we put on our plates.
Frank assessments.
For China, it will benefit from the zero COVID strategy if the rest of the world cannot get it together.
Informed opinions.
At all costs, Pakistan needs an Afghanistan that's stable.
Critical debate.
Vladimir Putin claims that NATO constitutes an existential threat to Russia, but it's precisely his actions that's created this insecurity in the region.
In-depth analysis of the day's global headlines. Inside Story on Al Jazeera.
With some of the world's largest reserves, Niger provides much of the uranium that fuels Europe's nuclear power plants. But at what cost? People and Power follows the uranium trail from Niger to the shores of the Mediterranean and investigates the devastating effects on the planet and all those who inhabit the industry's path. The Curse of Uranium on Al Jazeera.
Bracing for the worst when Ukraine's capital, amid fears Russian forces could attack within days. I'm Marlene Saeed. This is Al Jazeera live from Doha. Also coming up, more devastation after the latest shelling of Ukraine's second largest city. 2 million and counting, Ukrainians continue to escape the violence in what is developing into the world's fastest refugee crisis. And
I'm Paul Rees in Helsinki, where the Finnish authorities are preparing to take in asylum seekers, but it's Russians, not Ukrainians, who've been arriving here since the start of the war.
Almost 2 weeks into war, Russia says its invasion of Ukraine is going to plan. This comes as military analysts say more forces are concentrated around Ukraine's capital and there could be an attack within days. Families living on the outskirts of Kiev have been moving to safety as the fighting intensifies. Early on Wednesday, air raid sirens were heard in the city. Okay, let's look at where things stand in Ukraine. Take a look at the map. Areas shaded in red are those controlled by Russia and the allied separatists. Moscow has concentrated more forces on the outskirts of Kyiv. In the south, Russia has taken control of the area surrounding Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant. It is still being operated by a team of Ukrainians. Russia's also taken control of Kherson, which is a port city on the Black Sea. Another port city, Mariupol, has been under siege now for some days, and its people are short of food, water and electricity. Meanwhile, the evacuation of civilians from Ukraine's besieged city of Sumy is continuing for a second day. 6 routes have been agreed with Russia. Previous attempts to bring civilians to safer ground were marred by ceasefire violations. Natasha Ganim has this report.
As some Ukrainians in Sumy took a one-way bus ride to safety in the dark, others cried from beneath rubble as rescuers dug them out. By morning, people woke up with mobile phones in hand to take video of smoldering apartment buildings outside their windows. The Ukrainian deputy prime minister says the hope is that beginning at 9 a.m. local time on Wednesday, a ceasefire in places such as the Kyiv, Kharkiv, and Sumy regions would hold for 12 hours, so people could escape the fighting along humanitarian corridors both Ukraine and Russia have agreed to.
Residents are asking me to make sure the Russian Federation fulfills its promises and people can leave the places they've been hiding from the fire and the shelling that is killing them.
The spokesman with the Russian Ministry of Defense didn't address that during a briefing. Instead, he spoke about a trove of Ukrainian military documents seized during a special operation. He accused the Ukrainian military, NATO, and the U.S. of plotting an attack in the Donbass region in the east.
The military operations by the Russian forces prevented the assault of the Ukrainian military on Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republic in March. It's unclear how deeply the United States and NATO were involved, those who are so worried about peace in Ukraine.
New allegations of war crimes have emerged. Amnesty International says as people lined up to get bread in a public square in Chernihiv last week, it was hit by multiple bombs. 3 people were killed. Amnesty says its investigation shows at least 8 so-called dumb bombs rained down on the square, and it's likely a Russian airstrike. The International Criminal Court is now investigating war crimes in Ukraine. Natasha Ganem, Al Jazeera.
Let's go to Natasha Butler, who's in the western city of Lviv. She's there for us live now. Natasha, talk us through, firstly, the latest on efforts to evacuate civilians from the hardest hit towns and cities. How's that going?
Well, we have a bit more information now because there was a lot of conflicting information about the implementation of these humanitarian corridors a bit earlier. What we do know is that Ukraine has agreed with Russia to evacuate people from at least 5 towns and cities across Ukraine, including areas around Kiev and also the northeastern town of Sumy. Now, what we do know is that in terms of Sumy, people have been leaving today. The ceasefire there seems to be holding between Ukrainian and Russian troops, and people are being bussed out. This is the second day that people have been able to evacuate this city. There are about 250,000 people in the city, 5,000 of them left on Tuesday. Many more will leave today. And some of the stories of people who are coming out are just heartbreaking. People having to leave behind relatives who can't move and aren't mobile enough to go. Other people saying that they were effectively running out of food, out of water, out of medicine, huddled in dark basements whilst shelling was continuing through the night. Very terrifying scenes, but of course for those people, huge relief that they are now able to leave. They're going, we understand, to an area in south of Sumy, and then they will be moved on elsewhere as they wish. But one of the concerns of Ukrainian authorities is that they say that in previous days, Russia has offered to put ceasefires in place to allow people to evacuate various cities along these humanitarian corridors. But in fact, fighting has continued. Ukrainian officials blaming Russians for not holding on to those ceasefires or offering people safe passage, but to Russia, to Belarus, which for Ukrainian officials is absolutely unacceptable. They have called that genocidal, the idea that Ukrainian people would want to flee to Russia when Russia has invaded their country.
And Natasha, I understand that there's some concern now being raised around the safety of the Chernobyl nuclear plant, which was taken over by Russia about 2 weeks ago. What more can you tell us about that?
Yes, Chernobyl, the now defunct nuclear plant that is near the Belarusian border. There are news reports coming out around that, and I just want to read you some of them. Ukraine's basically saying that Russia has effectively disconnected Chernobyl from the grid. That Ukraine's president, Volodymyr Zelensky, put out a video, and he's been tweeting about that, saying that the lack of power at Chernobyl is now going to prevent the cooling of spent nuclear fuel. That could mean a radioactive risk. Also, Ukraine's state power agency, says Zelensky, says that ongoing fighting in the area is making it absolutely impossible to carry out repairs and restore power to Chernobyl. We know also that earlier today, nuclear monitors at the IAEA said that they had lost contact with some of the Ukrainian staff at Chernobyl, that some of the staff there had already been working extremely long hours around the clock without rests, without proper breaks. And there was a lot of concern for them because in terms of safety and security, that's obviously not good. Now they are saying they've lost contact with some of those staff. It is a huge concern. You know, 1986, Chernobyl was the scene of the world's, at that time, world's worst nuclear disaster. Nobody wants to see a repeat of any radioactive risk. So, as I said, some of that information just coming out now will clarify more when we get more in the day.
OK, thank you for that. Natasha Butler there for us in Lviv, in the west of the country. We can now go to the capital city, Kiev. We can speak to our correspondent, Steph Vasson, who's there now. I believe you're in a bus shelter, a bomb shelter. Just talk us through the situation where you are.
No, I'm actually in a subway station, and if you go down from Kiev in all these subway stations, there's a whole world. Life has gone underground, basically. So many people are now living here for the last 2 weeks. They brought their children, their whole families are here. They brought their mattresses, their blankets, they're sleeping here. It's, of course, at night very cold. It's still winter here. They even have like a cinema for children, playing children's films. And there's also a clown who is entertaining the children here right now. She just told me she normally works with cancer patients in a children's hospital, but they all have been evacuated to Poland. So now she's a grandmother herself. She came down here every day to entertain the children because, of course, being here for 2 weeks already, they have nothing to do. They're in fear because they're really worried about what's going to happen next. They think they're safe here from the Russian bombs and missiles, but of course, it's just a very relative safety. And there's also a train. So you can see this is a subway train. People were sleeping in that train also for the last couple of days. They've just been told to exit that train because the train is going to move. They have to evacuate other people. So people took all their stuff out, their blankets, and now they are waiting here, sitting here like this old woman. She was sleeping in the train for the last couple of days. She's exhausted. People are really exhausted. They're stressed out, and they're really in fear.
Absolutely incredible what we're seeing where you are. 2 weeks stuck underground like that, families with children. And talk us through what we know about the approach of Russian troops towards Kiev, because we know Kiev is strategically incredibly important to Putin, President Putin, to win over.
Absolutely, the people here are very much aware that this is the main prize for Putin for the war that he's fighting here in Ukraine. And there is fighting going on the outskirts of Kiev, and it's increasingly heavy. In the northwest, there's been fighting for the last couple of days. In Irpin, there's a very strategic bridge. If that bridge falls into the hands of Russian forces, the next stop will be Kiev. And then in the northeast, this morning, we heard very heavy artillery fire in that area as well. So basically, what you can see is that Russian forces are really closing in from both sides, trying to encircle the city. And there's a lot of worry that even though maybe this advance onto the capital has been stalled for nearly a week, that it's picking up, and there could be a really major assault on Kiev in the next coming days. So above ground, there's complete silence, emptiness. People are really literally holding their breath for what's coming next. And here underground, people are really hoping that they're going to be surviving what's going to happen to them.
Okay, many thanks for your reporting. Step Vassen speaking to us there from underground at a train station where many of the people are sheltering in Ukraine. Russia's foreign ministry spokeswoman says Moscow is not trying to overthrow Ukraine's government, but she's indicated some progress had been made in negotiations.
There are also negotiations with the Ukrainian side to try and avoid bloodshed. The third round of these talks have finished. Political and humanitarian issues were discussed. The humanitarian corridor was discussed. About 2 million people have now addressed Russia with a request for protection, and 140,000 people have gone into Russia.
Dorsa Jabari has more from Moscow.
According to the spokesperson for Russia's foreign ministry, they now have evidence which they've found from various locations in Ukraine that shows that their Ukrainian government was working on a biological program with the help of the United States. And this is something that is very much a concern for the Russian government, and they want the United States to answer. But the spokeswoman also reiterated that the Russian forces are not looking to overthrow the government in Kiev, and they're not looking to occupy Ukrainian land, and that their mission is very much one to try and get rid of the threat that is perceived here by the Ukrainian elements that are in that country. The interesting thing was that she didn't mention anything about the recent sanctions that have been placed on Russia, which is now the #1 country in the world with the most sanctions against it. As of yesterday, there is now over nearly 6,000 sanctions against the Russian government and different entities, overtaking Iran, which has just over 3,600 sanctions against it.
Still ahead on Al Jazeera. Big Mac to go, one of the world's most recognizable brands, is shutting up shop in Russia. And exclusive access will take you inside the command base of Niger's army as it plots its next fight against ISIL and Al-Qaeda.
Look forward to brighter skies. The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
Hello, welcome to another look at the international forecast. We've got some welcome spring sunshine into Japan over the next couple of days. High pressure just around the Korean peninsula, so light winds and a fair amount of sunshine coming through then. 15 Celsius in Tokyo, 16 Celsius in Seoul. A little warmer there for Beijing at around 20 degrees. Little weak weather system into central parts of China. Could see some wintry flurries, some sleet and snow just around North Korea for a time, and these will try to make their way across the Sea of Japan, maybe northern parts of Japan, just catching 1 or 2 showers, but by and large, not too bad. Plenty of dry weather and plenty of sunshine. Plenty of dry weather, plenty of sunshine too into much of South Asia. We have had a few showers up towards the far north of Pakistan, up towards the foothills of the Himalayas, but much of India, as you can see, settled and sunny and starting to warm up, getting into the mid-30s there, just around that western side of India on Thursday afternoon. Friday, similar temperatures, largely dry weather there all the way up into Pakistan. Sri Lanka could catch 1 or 2 showers, but nothing too much to speak of. Now, in the case of the Middle East, the showers may well be of a wintry nature across northern parts of the region, but to the south of that, the heat is certainly on.
The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
A story of lies, deception, life and death. An Israeli spy operating on the deep cover in Syria, knowing that discovery would mean certain death. Al Jazeera World tells a gripping story of Mossad spy Eli Cohen, who operated undercover in Syria in the 1960s. An audacious career that ended in public execution. Eli Cohen, Mossad Agent 88 on Al Jazeera.
Watching Al Jazeera, reminder of our top stories this hour. Air raid sirens have been heard in the Ukrainian capital Kyiv hours before Russia announced another humanitarian ceasefire. Previous attempts had been marred by violations. Russia's foreign ministry says its operation is going as planned. Authorities in Ukraine say Russian warplanes have struck residential areas in eastern and central regions. Apartment buildings have been hit by shelling in the second largest city, Kyiv. The evacuation of civilians from Ukraine's besieged city of Sumy is continuing for a second day. More than 5,000 people have been moved out since Tuesday. 6 evacuation routes have been agreed with Russia. Now, with flights to Europe suspended, Russians who want to leave the country have few options. One route that is still available is the train to Finland. Around 5,000 Russians have made the journey in the last 10 days. And as Paul Rees reports from Helsinki, some don't know if they will return home.
This is Journey's End for one of the few remaining routes out of Russia. 2 trains a day run from St. Petersburg to the Finnish capital, Helsinki. It's a service that has seen a 5-fold spike in bookings since the start of the war in Ukraine.
I'm not sure we are coming back in like 1 or 2 months because we are afraid of staying in Moscow right now. Anything could happen. We're afraid that the borders might close. We're afraid that the economy might not recover. Many of our friends left Russia. They went to Georgia. They went to Dubai.
Airspace closures have created bottlenecks for Russians with the means to leave. Hundreds have queued at the border with Latvia. A seat on the Helsinki train can mean an onward flight to anywhere in the world, but tickets are hard to come by. These trains were running at 20% of capacity before the start of the war. Now they're fully booked, with around 500 Russians arriving in Finland every day. Some are returning to Russia too, but the numbers coming into Finland are set to rise.
So now we are just, want to add one more train per day, starting from the next week. So we are just negotiating about that. We want to keep the train traffic open, that people can travel from Russia and of course also back to Russia if they have some reason to travel.
On the platform, few of those we spoke to were actively emigrating. Some work in Finland, others are seeing family while they can, or getting back to homes abroad.
That's the only link left, for people to go to relatives, and it's terrible situation. It's like somebody is dead in your house. I'm 50% Ukrainian, 50% Russian, so for us it's a huge tragedy.
While that tragedy continues, it's Ukrainians who need a safe haven here and elsewhere in Europe, as the number of refugees approaches 2 million. Paul Rees, Al Jazeera, Helsinki.
The UK has unveiled a raft of tough new sanctions against Russia's aviation industry. The country will now have the power to detain any Russian aircraft and ban exports of aviation or space-related goods. It will also be a criminal offence for Russian aircraft to fly or land in the UK. That includes those owned, operated or chartered by anyone connected with Moscow. Russia's central bank has tightened foreign currency restrictions, capping withdrawals at $10,000. People will receive rubles for sums above that amount. Banks have been ordered to stop selling hard currency. A global fast food giant is one of several big US companies pulling out of Russia. It comes as pressure grows on Western firms to sever ties because of the invasion of Ukraine. Gabriel Elizondo has more from New York.
You know the one, McDonald's sold its first Big Mac in what was then the Soviet Union 32 years ago.
Друзья всегда приходят на помощь, а в McDonald's.
Since then, the iconic American fast food chain has opened around 850 stores in Russia. But on Tuesday, the company announced it would temporarily close its Russian operations. And it was followed just hours later by other U.S. giants, Starbucks, Coca-Cola, and Pepsi, all in response to Vladimir Putin's decision to invade Ukraine. It's a domino effect that has already seen a raft of companies, like Yum Brands, which owns the fast food stores KFC, Taco Bell, and Pizza Hut, and Apple makes similar moves in Russia. On Tuesday, the firm's actions got the backing of U.S. President Joe Biden.
Over the weekend, Visa, MasterCard, American Express, they all suspended their services in Russia, all of them, joining a growing list of American and global companies.
Companies are having to play a balancing act. On one side, there's the economic calculus of doing business in Russia. On the other side, there's consumers that are increasingly demanding that companies take a stand against the war. Sometimes, like in this case, the pressure becomes overwhelming. A research team at Yale University has been keeping track of the hundreds of Western companies that have pulled out of Russia since the invasion, and also highlights those that remain. The man behind the list explained its importance.
Those that don't like the category they're in, it helps put the CEOs, show that to their boards, that look how we're being classified, and this is not good for the reputation of the company.
Most analysts say American brands leaving Russia won't have a major impact on Putin's calculations regarding the war in Ukraine, but it's a statement they hope will resonate. Gabriel Elizondo, Al Jazeera, New York.
Let's take a look at some other news now. Niger's army is under pressure to secure its borders with Mali and Burkina Faso after a surge in attacks by Al-Qaeda and ISIL affiliates in the Sahel region. Army units have been working to prevent armed groups from crossing into the country. Al Jazeera's Hashem Ahelbara gained exclusive access to their military base as they plan their next move.
Captain Abdulrazak Bashar is briefing his soldiers on their mission. They will escort civilians to Banibango, a town near Niger's border with Mali. A delicate mission. Armed groups have attacked the town many times in the last few years. At the command center, Lieutenant Colonel Sami Nomani and his team analyze the latest intelligence from the region. Samino shows me the 330-kilometer-long border area where the Islamic State in the Greater Sahara is active. The ISIL-linked armed group is seen as the biggest security threat in the region. Its leader, Abu al-Walid al-Sahrawi, was killed in a drone strike in August last year. General Muhammad Tumba and the 2,000 soldiers under his command have been in the battlefield for years, but the fight is far from over.
The biggest challenge we're facing is that there is no Malian or Burkinabe army on the other side of the border so we can talk and plan attacks. For the last 5 years, the Malian army retreated from the area and we're acting on our own.
Outgunned, the army relies heavily on intelligence from foreign troops. This has become a forward base for Niger's army fighting against ISIL and Al-Qaeda affiliates in the Sahel region. They're backed by American and European special forces. But a few kilometers north towards the border with Mali, armed groups are expanding. They continue to control a vast territory. Now they are threatening to take the fight south towards Guinea, Ivory Coast and Senegal. For years, Niger, Mali and Burkina Faso have been trying to stop a rise in attacks by armed groups. Here in this camp, the displaced have been waiting for security to improve in the border area, but many, traumatized by the conflict, are afraid to return.
I was looking after my sheep when fighters on motorbikes stopped me. They saw a pen in my pocket and thought I was an informant. They blindfolded me and beat me. I lost my sheep, and ever since I've been here in this camp.
For the time being, the army remains on alert. After suffering major setbacks in the last few years, armed groups are now forging new alliances, finding new recruits, and hoping to establish a state of their own across West Africa and the Sahel. Hashim Al-Barra, Al Jazeera, the town of Walam in southwest Niger.
A Texas man has been convicted of storming the U.S. Capitol with a handgun in a holster during last year's riots in Washington, D.C. Guy Wesley Reffitt was also convicted of obstruction, interfering with police, and threatening his children if they reported him to law enforcement. It's the first trial connected to the attack on January the 6th on Capitol Hill. Hundreds more are scheduled. Australia has declared a national emergency after large parts of the east coast were flooded. Tens of thousands of people have been forced to evacuate from their homes. At least 22 people have died. Conservationists in Indian-administered Kashmir are on a mission to keep critically endangered deer alive during the winter. Heavy snowfall in the Himalayan region has made it difficult for the animals to find food. Many are travelling to lower ground, exposing them to poaching. Elizabeth Paran reports.
Kashmir deer roam the snowy slopes of the Dachigam National Park on the outskirts of Srinagar in search of food. There are only 260 of the animals left in the world. Locally known as hangul, the male stags are characterized by their impressive antlers. Hangul travel to lower ground in search of food in the winter. Given their low numbers, conservationists say they aren't taking any chances. Wildlife workers scatter vegetables for the animals, although there are some uninvited guests at the feast.
These are the spots basically which are being visited by the animal on the regular basis. So then actually these spots are being already identified in advance, and every time there's a heavy snowfall, the field staff just go and ensure that at the right places this supplementary feed is being scattered on the ground.
There were up to 5,000 hangul in Indian-administered Kashmir in the 1990s, but that number had fallen to less than 200 by 2015.
In the old days, the hanguls used to roam in the area, in orchards, everywhere. But over the years, I've witnessed a sharp decline in their numbers, maybe because of poaching or other reasons. Now we hardly see any.
Conservationists blame poaching and habitat loss for the decline. Teams of wildlife volunteers patrol for poachers when the hangul come down from the mountains.
Because this is the real time during which we can maybe
during which the poaching, there's a chance of poaching in and around the Dachigam National Park. So our team, we patrol around the Dachigam National Park in these conservation areas in these tough times.
But experts say the bigger challenge now is the loss of habitat.
The landscape has changed. Industries have come up. People are living near the border of the park. They're also losing grazing grounds as nomadic herds migrate here for pastures for their cattle.
While the small increase in hangul numbers over the past 7 years is being celebrated, conservationists say the real measure of success will be if they can once again survive in the wild and without help. Elizabeth Puranam, Al Jazeera.
Now, it's taken more than 100 years, but the wreck of the Antarctic explorer Sir Ernest Shackleton's ship has finally been found. The Endurance sank after being crushed by pack ice back in 1915. It was discovered at a depth of more than 3,000 metres in the Weddell Sea off the Antarctic coast. The operation has been touted as the most challenging shipwreck search ever undertaken. This is Al Jazeera. These are your top stories. Air raid sirens have been heard in the Ukrainian capital, Kyiv, hours before Russia announced another humanitarian ceasefire. Previous attempts have been marred by violations. Russia says the operation is going as planned. The evacuation of civilians from Ukraine's besieged city of Sumy is continuing for a second day. More than 5,000 people have been moved out since Tuesday. 6 evacuation routes have been agreed with Russia. Natasha Butler has more from Lviv.
Ukrainian authorities have confirmed that there is a humanitarian corridor that's been set up from the city of Sumy in the north, that is, to the east of the capital, Kyiv. Now, it's a city of about 250,000 people. On Tuesday, people already began to be evacuated from that city. Around 5,000 people were able to leave. We understand they then headed south, and then they are able to go where they wish, you'd imagine, on west and on perhaps to bordering countries like Poland, Hungary or Romania.
Russia's foreign ministry insists progress is being made to provide humanitarian relief.
There are also negotiations with the Ukrainian side to try and avoid bloodshed. The third round of these talks have finished. Political and humanitarian issues were discussed. The humanitarian corridor was discussed. About 2 million people have now addressed Russia with a request for protection, and 140,000 people have gone into Russia.
The UK has unveiled a raft of tough new sanctions against Russia's aviation industry. The country will now have the power to detain any Russian aircraft and ban exports of aviation or space-related goods. It will also be a criminal offence for Russian aircraft to fly or land in the UK. That includes those owned, operated or chartered by anyone connected with Moscow. Russia's central bank has tightened foreign currency restrictions, capping withdrawals at $10,000. Banks have been ordered to stop selling hard currency. Those are your headlines. News continues here in Al Jazeera after Inside Story.
Are China and the U.S. sleepwalking their way to war? In the struggle over Ukraine, here's the test for President Joe Biden.
What Putin is really trying to do is rewrite the security architecture of Europe.
If you're President of the United States, you've seriously got to walk and chew gum at the same time.
Your weekly take on U.S. politics and society.
That's the bottom line.
Russia's invasion of Ukraine is in its second week. Some expected a quick victory. Are Moscow's objectives being met, and how far is the West prepared to go in supporting Ukraine militarily? This is Inside Story. Hello and welcome to the program. I'm Foliba Thibault. It's been nearly 2 weeks since Russia's president launched the invasion of Ukraine. Vladimir Putin vowed to demilitarize and denazify the country and protect civilians he says have been subjected to abuse by Ukraine's government in Kiev. Now, here's what's happened so far. The US-based Institute for the Study of War says Russian forces have taken these areas in red. They control the city of Kherson in the south. Mariupol and Ukraine's second city, Kharkiv, have been shelled heavily. Russian soldiers are trying to encircle the capital, Kyiv, but Ukrainian forces have slowed their advance for now. Russian units are reported to be suffering from poor logistics and low morale, and they face strong resistance from Ukrainian soldiers. Al Jazeera's Charles Stratford reports from Kharkiv, a city now in ruins.
A man walks carefully down a street, totally destroyed. Russian bombs have ripped through these buildings in central Kharkiv. The area is silent and brutally scarred. Shrapnel has ripped through cars. Masonry, thrown in the blasts, has crushed others. Flames still rise from buildings nearby. Bomb craters and twisted steel.
This street in central Kharkiv shows you just how devastating the effect of Russian bombing of this city has been. An entire street totally destroyed. Many of these buildings have people's homes in them. Private residences, flats, some of them still smoking. One of the main things that many people here tell you is that they can in no way understand how the leader of a country like Russia could do something like this to a city like Kharkiv.
Tessa is in shock. She walks around in a daze looking at the destroyed businesses and homes.
I cannot think straight. I can't find the words. It's barbaric, terrible. The world is shaking. I just don't understand.
Shrapnel has ripped through the golden spires of an Orthodox church. Every window is smashed. Underground metro stations is where many people hide. Young and old stand patiently in line for food served by volunteers. A bowl of soup, salad and bread. Ilona and her 12-year-old daughter Nastya show us the train carriage where they've sheltered since their home was destroyed.
It started 12 days ago. Our house was destroyed. We don't know where to live anymore. I don't know where to go with my child. Honestly, help us. There are many here like us who have lost everything.
Their belongings are neatly arranged where they sleep. There are family pets here too.
I thought we would live peacefully in happiness, united, but I was wrong.
In another carriage, we find 19-year-old Violetta and her baby son, Bogdan. He was born in hospital 2 days after the Russian army invaded.
It's so difficult. Every day we wash him upstairs. I'm so worried about him getting cold.
Vladimir Putin told the world repeatedly Russia would never invade Ukraine. Kharkiv is a terrified testimony to his lie. Charles Stratford, Al Jazeera, Kharkiv.
Well, Russian President Vladimir Putin insists the operation is going to plan and says he won't call up conscripts or reserve troops.
I'd like to highlight that in the military action, no conscripted soldiers will be taking part, and we will not call for reserves. Only professional military personnel will take part in these actions, and we will secure peace for all the people of Russia.
And Russia has tightened reporting on the conflict. Parliament passed a law threatening up to 15 years jail for anyone caught spreading what the government calls false information. Facebook is blocked. TikTok and Netflix have suspended most of their services. Well, let's bring in our guests now for today's show. In Moscow, Pavel Felgenhauer, who's a defense and military analyst. From Oxford in the UK, Samuel Romani, Associate Fellow at the Royal United Services Institute for Defense and Security Studies. And from Toulouse, France, Baptiste Robert, Chief Executive Officer of Predictor Lab, an organization focusing on fighting disinformation. Gentlemen, thank you all for being with us today on Inside Story. Pavel, in Moscow, let me start with you. Some Russian analysts had said President Putin had ordered a victory by March the 2nd. We're now mid-March and Kyiv is still standing. Is the conflict going the way Russia wants? Are Russia's war goals on track?
Well, obviously not. And not only in Russia there are such predictions. The Pentagon was saying that Ukrainian organized resistance will most likely collapse in 72 hours. That means in 3 days. And then, of course, there could be guerrilla warfare, but or the organized chain of command of Ukrainian military will collapse. Well, it didn't. The Ukrainians are still very much fighting organized force. Their staffs are working, their chain of command is intact. And actually, right now, I would say we are at the crescent of this conflict because right now, the Russian advance has run out of steam, obviously.
Why is that? Why has the Russian military run out of steam, you think? What have been the hurdles and challenges for this military?
Well, you know, I could write a big article about that because there's so many things that went wrong and so many things that were done wrongly by the Russian military and political leadership. I mean, you can't answer it in a soundbite. But the bottom line is that they right now are began advancing in directions spreading out in different directions. They're not helping each other, the different parts of the Russian operation, much. While the Ukrainians can use operative lines from inside to swing forces from the north to south to hit Russian military groupings one by one. So this is a textbook for a military planning mistake, a very grave mistake.
Samuel Romani.
And also, Russia has right now a very, very big standing army, a regular army of at least 170 permanent already battalion tactical groups, which is a lot, but doesn't have reserves.
Right. But on that point,
Pavel,
President Putin has said he won't call up reservists, but there have been reports that they've already been involved in this conflict. What more can you tell us about this?
Not really. There is a small number of new style reservists that are paid money and are kind of could be used already. They're part of some units, but there are not many of them, maybe 15,000, no more. The rest are reservists that are reservists only on paper. They served once. 1 year of compulsory service and then were never called up for retraining. You have to call them up if you want to call them up and then give them at least 4 months, maybe 6 of retraining before they can be gone into battle. At least 3, I mean. They can't be used immediately.
So reservists with no military experience. Let me just bring Samuel Romani into the conversation. I'll come back to you in a second, Pavel, for more on the Russian strategy. Samuel Romani, what is your assessment of how the war is going? Is Putin's military objective, is it being met as he claims? Are they on track?
Well, I think the war is definitely lagging well behind where Russia would want to be at this point. Because Russia was planning on a low-cost, high-impact operation that would lead to a quick seizure of Kiev. Ideally, it wanted to cut Kiev off from the rest of Ukraine through the use of siege tactics and through the use of a mixture of missiles, artillery, bombings. And also, its other objective was to landlock Ukraine. It's achieved some of that objective by getting control over the city of Kherson, but the Mariupol corridor that links Crimea to the rest of Ukraine still remains an area of open conflict. The situation in northern and northeastern Ukraine also remains militarily stagnant over the past 72 hours, if the latest U.S. intelligence reports are to be believed. And that 60-mile convoy that's on its way to Kiev remains an open target that's basically just stuck in inertia right now.
How do you think the Ukrainian military has been able to resist until now?
Well, the Ukrainian military has surprised many. in part because of the resilience of the Ukrainian Air Force. That's been something. The United States says that the significant majority of Ukrainian Air Force planes remain intact. The Russians have argued that nonetheless we've seen it remain a resilient force. Ukraine has also used effective weaponry that's received from other countries. In particular, it's been effective in using Bayraktar TB2 drones from Turkey, but has also been making good use of Stinger anti-tank missiles and other anti-air and anti-artillery systems that they've received from Western countries over the past 4 weeks.
Right. Okay, let me come to you now, Baptiste Robert. Some estimates by American officials claim that Ukrainian soldiers have killed some 3,000 Russian troops. Is this credible? Because there's a war going on, of course, but there's also an information war.
It's always complicated to take the official numbers as credible. What we can say in what we can see on social networks and what we can really verify is that there is a dead soldier in both sides for sure, and this is not, as you said before, this is not the war Russia wanted to have. This is not happening as planned. And this is the same thing on the information side. For the information warfare we are currently seeing, this is not something well planned by Russia. And so this is why they do have some issues.
Who's winning, would you say, the information war, Baptiste, right now? Who's winning the information war? Because there's also been a lot of propaganda from the Ukrainian side. Are the Ukrainians winning the information war?
Yes, for sure. In this first phase of the war, the Ukrainian side is clearly winning it because, they do prepare some very good stories. President Zelensky is pretty good at communication. He created his own persona. Is right now like an hero in Ukraine, and for sure they're winning the first phase because Russia was not planned to have something on the long term for sure. And this is why on social networks at the moment you can see a huge amount of videos of pro-Ukraine videos, you don't have so much propaganda, so much pro-Russia content at the moment.
I'll ask Pavel in a minute about how the war... I apologize for interrupting you, Baptiste, but I'll ask Pavel in a minute how the war is being viewed in Russia, within Russia. But first, I want us to compare the invasion of Ukraine with Russia's previous military engagements. In 1999, Russia invaded Chechnya for the second time in 5 years. Its stated aim was to quash Chechnyan armed forces trying to establish an Islamic state in Russia's Dagestan. Chechnya's capital, Grozny, was leveled in the fighting. In 2008, Russia fought a 12-day war with Georgia. Moscow occupied the breakaway regions of South Ossetia and Abkhazia. Thousands of Russian soldiers are still there. 6 years later, Russia annexed Ukraine's Crimean Peninsula within a month and began supporting separatists in the east. And Russia's involvement in Syria's war from 2015 helped turn the conflict in President Bashar al-Assad's favor. Pavel, let me come to you now. When you look at the invasion of Ukraine and compare it to Grozny, for example, what do you think has hindered this Russian operation in particular? Was it a lack of preparedness or a lack of equipment or morale being low among Russian troops, as some have claimed?
Well, it's always in war. It's always a complicated picture, and it's a bit of all of that. But I mean, the main strategic military mistake was that in Chechnya it was concentrated offensive from the north, from the east, and from the west. Russian groupings were converging on Grozny, uniting forces in the end to take the main point of enemy resistance. In Ukraine, they're moving in different directions. They're not converging with each other. It's, I don't know, as if they're trying to, corral cattle or something. They didn't apparently believe that Ukraine would resist at all. It's hard to comprehend how such an operation was produced in the Russian General Staff. But it was, and now we're stuck with it. And the Russian PR machine is working very good inside Russia for the time being, but it will begin to falter because the fact that Russians' advance has grind to a stop is obvious. We ran out of reserves because we can't send troops from other parts of Russia anymore, because we're still preparing if there will be an escalation into all European or global war. While Ukrainians are getting lots of reserves, they're mobilizing a total mobilization. So Ukraine is getting stronger on the battlefield, and they're getting money to fight this, to get this effort, and they're getting lots of arms from the West. Okay. So Ukraine right now in the battlefields of on the Ukrainian battlefields is getting stronger, and Russia is getting weaker. And that's the real serious problem there.
What do most Russians believe?
The presence of this war.
What do most Russians, Pavel, believe about what's happening across the border, the narrative that the Kremlin is putting out?
The narrative, the majority apparently is taking it. There's a rallying around the flag thing happening right now. Of course, there are those who protest. And protest, though they're being arrested, but that's maybe up to 30% of the population, maybe 30% fully support actively this campaign. The others are rather indifferent. But this may change very quickly as Western sanctions tank the Russian economy. In the coming months to half a year, the economy may so tank that there's going to be internal political repercussions. Putin and his Kremlin are right now in a pickle.
Samuel Romani in Oxford, comparing this to previous Russian engagements, whether in Grozny or even Syria, would you say the Russian military has underperformed during this invasion, as some Western military analysts have said?
Well, I think it certainly has underperformed in this invasion. So that's definitely an area where one would be concerned. It's not just an underperformance in terms of Russia's ability to exercise conventional capabilities. During the 2008 Georgian War, there were a lot of problems with supply chain shortages. There were issues connecting logistical and food and other equipment between different Russian troops in different parts of the conflict. Sergei Shoigu, as defense minister, and Vladimir Putin vowed after that conflict to modernize the military and transform it. And what it appears as if Russia's gotten is that they've gotten a lot more sophisticated technology in their military, whether it be higher-grade hypersonic weapons, whether it be higher-grade missile systems, higher-grade air defense systems. But they haven't figured out the core logistical difficulties that undermine them inside the Georgian conflict. Also, it's important to keep in mind that Russia has been used to operations where they have local proxies and surrogates, like in Donetsk and Luhansk in 2014 and 2015, the pro-Russian separatist militias, or using air support with ground backing, like they've done in Syria. They're not used to a large terrestrial offensive of this kind, and their inexperience is starting to show. And finally, the war has been a failure also from the front of other non-military means of offensive operations, like cybersecurity. It appears as if Russia has been unable to debilitate the Ukrainian communications infrastructures through cyber attacks, and they're now having to resort to bombing them, whereas Russia has been targeted by cyber attacks on numerous occasions. So it's been all around, I think, a military failure.
All around a military failure, you say. Baptiste in Toulouse, Russia also used brutal tactics to level Grozny, for example, or even in Aleppo in Syria during the civil war. But this invasion in Ukraine and, you know, the leveling of Kyiv that we saw in Charles' reports earlier, it seems to have resonated more with people in the West, in Europe in particular. Why do you think that is?
This war is a little bit different from the others because what we have to say is that at the moment, the internet is still up on the large part of Ukraine, and so a large number of people do have a cell phone and film everything they can do, and all these videos are available almost in live on Telegram, on social networks. And this is the first war we can see, which is almost live stream, live tweeted on social networks. And all these videos are analyzed, fact-checked, and you have a large community of OSINT analysts, people who are are doing open source intelligence, which are analyzing this video and are able to verify everything almost in live. And so this is super complicated to live. This is super complicated to push some propaganda, some disinformation. So we are seeing some attempt from Russia to push to create a trend around the Z, the Z. This special operation, we can see some operation from Russia on some very specific case. For example, you can see some video pour mislabeled, some false description, some stuff like this. But as you said, the main part of what you can see on the internet at the moment is coming. Ukrainian, and there is no a big effort from Russia to try to counter that.
Okay, let me come to Pavel because we're almost running out of time. Pavel, President Putin has threatened, invoking Russia's nuclear arsenal as a warning to the United States and the West and its allies to stay out of this war. How do you see this conflict evolving now? We're now in its second week. It's now in its second week. Where do things go from here?
I believe the most probable way is going to be a war of attrition in Ukraine, and that's, again, not good at all, because that will mean that the West supplies of war materials and humanitarian supplies would be going over the border from Poland, Slovakia, and Romania, and Hungary, and that Russia would be saying that the war is continuing because of those supplies, as it happened in many other wars in Algiers and Vietnam, and may begin attacking the columns on the border, or maybe even attacking over the border, and that's already NATO territory. So there's a possibility with the war dragging on that there's possibility of escalation happening there, and that's the biggest danger, and that escalation could lead in the end to a possible nuclear use.
Samuel Romani in Oxford, sanctions alone haven't been enough so far, at least, to make President Putin pause this invasion. Can Ukraine hold out on its own? What should Western countries, what can they do to support Ukraine? They've ruled out a no-fly zone, of course, but what other options are out there to give Ukraine a fighting chance?
Well, I think that the Western countries should really take action on some of their military assistance pledges that we've been talking about. The European Union pledged 50 million euros in terms of military assistance, and that included the deployment of fighter jets. So the deal that Poland is currently negotiating with the United States with regards to MiG-29 transfers, with the U.S. filling in the Polish Air Force, is a great step forward, as would be similar deals coming from Bulgaria and Slovakia. That would allow the Ukrainian Air Force to target stationary Russian targets like the convoy that's on its way to Kiev. So that's an important thing. Also, more deployments of anti-air and anti-missile defense systems, particularly if Russia starts emulating its tactics in Aleppo, in Kiev, would also be very helpful. And more of support for cyber infrastructure, I think, would also be useful, too. Like Ukraine's membership as an observer now in the Cyber NATO Deterrence Unit is a positive step, and I think they should be more integrated there, too.
Okay. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for a very interesting discussion. Pavel Felgenhauer, Samuel Romani, and Baptiste Robert. And thank you as well for watching. You can always watch this program again anytime by visiting our website at aljazeera.com. For further discussion, go to our Facebook page. That's facebook.com/AJ Inside Story. You can, of course, also join the conversation on Twitter. Our handle is at AJ Inside Story. From me, Fuli Batibo, and the whole team, thanks for watching. Bye for now.
Examining the headlines.
What is the situation there right now?
It's worse than any kind of nightmare you could have ever dreamed of.
Unflinching journalism.
What is it telling us about India?
It's telling us that we're going down a very, very dangerous road.
Sharing personal stories with a global audience.
Here I am, meeting with people who share the same struggles, share the same stories.
Explore an abundance of world-class programming on Al Jazeera.
Living in a war zone is a risk not worth taking for most. But for a 10-year-old boy, there is nowhere else to go. In the absence of his parents, his grandmother dedicates herself to his upbringing, never knowing whether the next explosion will echo one step closer to the place they call home. The distant barking of dogs, a witness documentary on Al Jazeera.
Are China and the U.S. sleepwalking their way to war? In the struggle over Ukraine, here's the test for President Joe Biden.
What Putin is really trying to do is rewrite the security architecture of Europe.
If you're President of the United States, you've seriously got to walk and chew gum at the same time.
Your weekly take on U.S. politics and society.
That's the bottom line.
Heavy fighting in the... We don't simply focus on the politics of the conflict. It's the consequence of war, the human suffering that we report on. We brave bullets and bombs in some of the world's most troubled regions.
The army fled in the face of ISIL's advance.
It is one of the most serious bouts of violence in recent years. In some instances, we are the targets because we give voice to those demanding freedom, the rule of law, and we always include the views from all sides.
I'm Kim Vidal in Doha with the top stories on Al Jazeera. Almost 2 weeks into war, Russia says its invasion of Ukraine is going to plan. This comes as military analysts say more forces are concentrated around Ukraine's capital, and there could be an attack within days. Families living on the outskirts of Kiev have been moving to safety as the fighting intensifies. Shelling was recently heard in the city. Step Varson has been in a subway station in Kiev where people have been hiding out.
If you go down from Kiev in all these subway stations, there's a whole world. Life has gone underground, basically. So many people are now living here for the last 2 weeks. They brought their children, their whole families are here. They brought their mattresses, their blankets, they're sleeping here. It's, of course, at night very cold. It's still winter here. They even have like a cinema for children, playing children's films.
I would like to point out that
Question number 1, sir.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Never before has this House listened to an address like the one given yesterday by President Zelensky. And so I want to tell the House that working with our friends and allies across the free world, we will be doing even more in the coming days to protect the people of Ukraine. And, Mr. Speaker, my right honourable friend, the Defence Secretary, will be setting out more details for the House later on. Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
Polly Latham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My son Ben died from an aortic dissection at age 44, leaving a wife and 2 young children, a condition which kills 2,000 people every year needlessly, more than die on the roads. Most people do not know anything about this condition until it devastates their family, like mine. So many of these cases are preventable by identifying those at risk and early and accurate diagnosis. Would the Prime Minister commend the work of the Aortic Dissection Charitable Trust in working with all aspects of the patient pathway about this condition, and in particular, will he commit to public funding for research into the diagnosis of aortic dissection and into genetic screening for it?
Prime Minister.
May I say to my honourable friend first how very sorry I am, as I'm sure the whole House is, for the loss of her son, Ben. And she's a passionate advocate for this work, and I thank the Aortic Dissection Charitable Trust. She's obviously, Mr. Speaker, completely right that accurate, fast diagnosis and treatment is crucial, and that's why I'm very pleased that the National Institute for Health Research is looking to do further work in this area, and my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Health, will meet her at his earliest convenience.
Now comes the Leader of the Opposition, Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The typical energy bill is going up by £700 next month, and that's because of pressures before Russia invaded Ukraine. The Chancellor's solution a forced £200 loan for every household, paid back in mandatory instalments over 5 years. The big gamble behind that policy was that energy costs would drop quickly after a short spike. That bet now looks certain to fail. When will the Prime Minister force the Chancellor into a U-turn?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend, the Chancellor, has set out plans to help families with energy costs, with unprecedented measures to abate council tax by £150, Mr. Speaker, in addition to all the other schemes that we are putting forward. And I can tell the House that, yes, he's absolutely right. That we need to meet the long-term impacts of the spike in energy prices, and that's why I will be setting out an energy independence plan for this country, Mr. Speaker, in the course of the next few days, to ensure that we undo some of the damage of previous decisions taken, not least by the Labour government, to invest in not to invest in nuclear, Mr. Speaker, and so that we prepare our people for the long term with sustainable, cost-efficient energy supply.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think the Prime Minister understands the mess he's in. Working families are facing a £700 spike in April. They won't even receive their £200 loan from the Chancellor until October. The wholesale price of oil and gas is now ballooning. So, by October, when the loan finally comes in, household bills are set to shoot up by another £1,000. It's a total mess. So I ask again, when is the Prime Minister going to force the Chancellor to U-turn?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, if he's asking for the Chancellor to U-turn on the support that we're giving to families and households, I think that he's absolutely out of his mind. We are going to continue to give people support throughout this difficult period, as we did throughout the coronavirus epidemic, Mr. Speaker, with unprecedented levels of support. We have a £200 discount on bills, £150 a non-repayable reduction in council tax, and £144 million extra to help councils support vulnerable families with their energy bills. Altogether, Mr. Speaker, there is a £20 billion package of financial help that we are giving the British people, and we will continue to do more. I think a U-turn, Mr. Speaker, is the last thing we want.
Mr. Speaker, we'll see how long that position lasts. Let me try and help the Prime Minister. Let me try and help the Prime Minister by coming at it from a different angle. Before Russia invaded Ukraine, North Sea oil and gas companies were making bumper profits. BP made £9.5 billion. Shell made £14 billion. In their own words, more money than they know what to do with. Since then, the international price of oil and gas has skyrocketed, and so will their profits. When will the Prime Minister admit he's got this badly wrong, put a windfall tax on those super profits, and use the money to cut household energy bills?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the net result of that would simply be to see the oil companies put their prices up yet higher, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, make it more difficult for them to do what we need them to do, and which I think, by the way, Mr. Speaker, they are doing very responsibly at the moment, and that is divesting from dependence on Russian oil and gas. And that is the way forward for this country. It is to take a sober, responsible approach, end our dependence on hydrocarbons altogether, and particularly Russian hydrocarbons, and we are taking steps to rectify some of the mistakes made by the Labour government and have a long-term, sustainable, independent energy supply policy. That's what this country needs.
Protecting energy profits, not working people. Doesn't that say it all? Britain can't afford another crisis like this. We need to improve our long-term energy security. That starts with supporting new nuclear and renewables. but the Conservatives have effectively banned new onshore wind. As a direct result of this short-sighted approach, we're using more gas every year than we import from Russia. That's ludicrous. So will the Prime Minister relax planning laws, end the block on onshore wind, and stop supporting policies that make us so dependent on foreign gas?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's thanks to the policies that this government has pursued that we actually only are dependent on Russian gas for 3% of our gas needs, unlike virtually every other European country, Mr. Speaker. It's thanks to the massive investment that we've had in renewables, Mr. Speaker, that we are, as I've said many times in this House, the Saudi Arabia of wind power, producer of more offshore wind than virtually any other country in the world, Mr. Speaker. And I think he just, by the way, I think he just committed to supporting, this may be news to some of his party, but he just committed to supporting more nuclear power. Great news. There is more joy in heaven, Mr. Speaker. There is more joy in heaven over one sinner that repenteth, Mr. Speaker, than over 100. I'm delighted. And those were the people, Mr. Speaker, who cancelled our nuclear efforts. They were in power. They did completely the wrong thing. I'm delighted to welcome them now into the fold.
Come off it. Labour is pro-nuclear. This Prime Minister can't get a single brick laid of a new nuclear plant. Energy security isn't just about supply. It's also about reducing demand. Our housing stock is the least efficient in Europe. That's why Labour set out a plan to upgrade the 19 million British homes that desperately need it within a decade, saving families £400 on their energy bill and cutting UK gas imports by 15%. Whereas all the government have is a failed policy. Taking all their announcements together, it will take 75 years to deliver the upgrades that we need. That's a lifetime when we need urgent action. When is the Prime Minister going to get on with it?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I just remind the House that under the Labour government, our nuclear output fell from I think about 25% to about 10% of our energy needs. As I recall, it was because of the decisions that they took. We're now going to rectify it, Mr. Speaker, and we're helping households. He asked about the cost of energy bills. We're helping households with the cost of energy bills to the tune of £9.1 billion. Now, why can this government afford to do that? Why can we afford to put huge quantities of taxpayers' money into supporting households and their energy costs? I'll tell you why, Mr. Speaker. It's because we've got the fastest growth in the G7. And don't forget that if we'd listened to Captain Hindsight, we'd have stayed in lockdown and we'd have never achieved it, Mr. Speaker.
12 years in power, and that's the best he can do? The Ukrainian people, Mr. Speaker, the Ukrainian people are fighting for democracy. We must stand with them. That means taking the toughest possible measures against Putin. And let's be honest, there will be costs here at home. We can withstand those costs, and we must, by using a windfall tax to keep bills down for working people. By starting a new era of energy policy, never again at the mercy of a dictator, supporting new nuclear after years of neglect, sprinting on renewables, including onshore wind, and an urgent national mission to upgrade homes, ending years of dither and delay. So why is the Prime Minister offering the same failed energy policy that cast us into the security crisis and allowed bills to rocket?
Mr. Speaker,
Sorry, Prime Minister. I want to hear the answer, but also standing up's not going to catch my eye. In fact, it's got the opposite effect on me. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what we are junking is the failed energy policies that left us without enough nuclear power, Mr. Speaker. And what we are going to do is go forward with policies that allow this country to be independent in our energy supply, maximising renewables, Mr. Speaker, making sure that we use transitional hydrocarbons and going for nuclear as well. As I say, I'm overjoyed that Labour now seems to occupy that position. But what we will also do, Mr. Speaker, and here he has been supportive, is make sure that as a House of Commons we work together to maintain our opposition to Vladimir Putin's vile war in Ukraine. And that, together with the toughest possible economic sanctions, by maintaining our military support for the people of Ukraine, I have no doubt that though there will be dark days ahead and difficult times, Mr. Speaker, we will come through it stronger. And I have no doubt that Vladimir Putin will fail and we will succeed in restoring a sovereign and independent Ukraine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For over 2 decades, Thames Water has been trying to build a reservoir in my constituency that would be over 30 metres high and cover the equivalent of over 2,500 football pitches. This has been a shadow over the local community, who don't think they've proven the need for this proposal. Does my right honourable friend agree that if a company seeks to do something like this, it has to show why it's needed, why it's better than the alternatives, and what the environmental impact will be? They can't behave as though it's inevitable, whether the local community want it or not.
Prime Minister. Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable friend. He's a fantastic champion for his constituents in Wantage. As I understand it, the decision on the Abingdon Reservoir has not actually been made, but we would expect Thames Water to consult further on the proposal, and I know that they will have heard the points that my honourable friend has rightly made.
We now come to SNP leader Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are now 14 days into Putin's war, and in that time I've generally tried to work constructively with the UK government, and I will continue to seek to do this. However, nobody should support this government when it comes to the response to the refugee crisis. 760 visa approvals in 2 weeks is disgraceful. In that time, Poland has taken over 1.2 million refugees. Hungary has taken over 190,000 refugees. Germany has taken over 50,000 refugees. Italy, over 7,000 refugees. Ireland, a country of just over 5 million people, has given sanctuary to 3 times as many refugees as the United Kingdom. These numbers don't lie. They tell a devastating truth. Does the Prime Minister find it acceptable that his Home Secretary has overseen one of the slowest, most bureaucratic and incompetent refugee responses in the whole of Europe?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think everybody sympathises with the plight of refugees, and this government wants to do everything we can to welcome them, and that is indeed what we are doing. And the numbers are almost 1,000 as I speak to him today, and they will rise very sharply, Mr. Speaker. They are uncapped. We expect those numbers to rise to in the region of the hundreds of thousands. As Vladimir Putin doubles down in his attacks, we will go further, Mr. Speaker, and there will be routes by which the whole country can offer a welcome to people from Ukraine, vulnerable people fleeing from Ukraine. And my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Levelling Up, will be setting out that route in the course of the next few days. This government has a proud record. We've done more to resettle vulnerable people than any other European country since 2015.
Ian Blackford.
I don't think the Prime Minister understands the scale of the challenge or the urgency. These are people fleeing war crimes, torn apart from their families as their homes are shelled, and the Home Secretary is blocking them with endless paperwork. This isn't just incompetence, this is ideology. In the face of the biggest refugee crisis in Europe since the Second World War, the UK government won't set aside the hostile environment. And by the way, we're seeing the hostile environment this afternoon. They might quieten down a bit. We've seen this too many times from a Tory Home Office. The Windrush scandal, the go-home vans, the inhumane Nationality and Borders Bill. The UK Home Office is raising barriers and bureaucracy when we should be offering care and compassion. Prime Minister, do not let the history of failure repeat itself. Scotland stands ready to offer sanctuary and refuge. So will the Prime Minister join with the rest of the European continent and waive the visa restrictions for refugees fleeing war in Ukraine?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this country has an unparalleled record. And look, just since I have been Prime Minister, look at the numbers we've taken from Afghanistan, from Hong Kong. Mr. Speaker, he lectures the Home Secretary. This is a government unlike any other. The Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, the Home Secretary are directly descended, Mr. Speaker, from refugees. And we understand how much refugees have to give to this country, and we understand how much this country has to gain from welcoming refugees. And we will be generous, and we are being generous, Mr. Speaker. And what we are doing is making sure that in those neighbouring countries, the UK is out in front, giving the humanitarian assistance. And we are in every capital, Mr. Speaker. They laugh, Mr. Speaker, they mock, they scoff. This country is leading in every respect, but we are also the single biggest donor of humanitarian aid to the Ukraine war zone, Mr. Speaker. The single biggest donor, and he should be proud of that.
Julian Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I commend the Prime Minister's response to this Ukrainian crisis, but I think people across the country are genuinely concerned on our response on refugees, on the bureaucracy, on the tone of our response. He's shown with vaccines that government change really comes from the very top. Please can I urge him to look at again on resetting our policy and taking control of a more humane approach to those women and men fleeing from Ukraine.
I thank him very much. He will have. I thank him very much. I thank him for all the work that he does in this area. But I hope he will have heard what I've just said in my earlier answer to the leader of the SNP, which is, Mr. Speaker, that this government is, I think, unlike any other in our understanding of what refugees can give and the benefits to this country. And we've done more than any other to resettle vulnerable people since 2015. I think that there is a huge opportunity now for us to do even more, and that's why my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Levelling Up, will be setting out a route by which the British people, not just the family reunion route, which can run into the hundreds of thousands, Mr. Speaker, but also a route by which everybody in this country can offer a home to people fleeing Ukraine. And my right honourable friend will be setting that out in the course of the next few days.
Sir Geoffrey Donaldson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister will be acutely aware of the pressures facing households across the United Kingdom, including in Northern Ireland, with the rapid increase in the cost of heating homes and running a motor vehicle. Heating a home has more than doubled for many households in Northern Ireland in recent weeks. Will the Prime Minister commit to bring forward a package of measures designed to help households, including a cut in VAT on home heating fuel, reducing or cutting excise duty on fuel for motorists? And will he ensure that those measures apply to Northern Ireland, where the Northern Ireland Protocol once again presents a problem in this government taking control over the affairs of all of the United Kingdom? Will the decisions that the Treasury take apply to the whole of the United Kingdom?
Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we will make sure that we do everything to support the people of the whole of the United Kingdom, including Northern Ireland, and we've already extended a further £250 million to help the people of Northern Ireland with the costs of living, particularly heating. As he knows, excise on fuel has been frozen for the last 12 years, and we will ensure that the people of Northern Ireland continue to be protected, along with everybody in the UK, from the cost of living crisis. But the House should be in no doubt that the pressures on energy will continue. We need a pan-UK solution, and that's what we're going to be setting out.
John Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Prime Minister, the world has changed. Energy security is vital, but so too is food security. Our food and drink manufacturers and those in the food chain proved their worth during the pandemic. Given the importance to our country of this sector and the need to ensure its competitiveness, its resilience and a high degree of self-sufficiency, Will the Prime Minister now take the opportunity to review many of the proposed regulatory burdens, such as HFSS and the promotional and marketing restrictions, which could adversely affect this important sector at this critical time?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, he's absolutely right that food security is a crucial issue, and it is affected, of course, by the cost of energy. And the energy inputs into agriculture are certainly something that we need to address. There is also a separate issue, Mr. Speaker, to do with childhood obesity. The House passed measures already in the autumn, the ones to which he refers. We're giving the industry more time to adjust to the impact of those measures.
Graham Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Prime Minister, in addition to the increase in fuel prices, our constituents are reporting to us that the energy companies are doubling standing charges. In France, energy supply company EDF has had energy price rises to domestic customers capped at 4%. But this government price cap allows EDF to increase prices to UK customers by 54%. My question is why?
Mr. Speaker, we have an overall cap, and obviously the EDF is incorporated differently in the UK from its incorporation in France. But we will do everything in our power to abate the costs of energy across the country, as we already are, Mr. Speaker. But what it needs is a short-term, medium-term and long-term energy strategy so that we have sustainable supplies.
Richard Holden.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. Soon after I was elected, I found out that at Shotley Bridge, an 8-bedroom community, bed community hospital in my constituency is replaced with a 0-bed unit, something some Labour councillors had known about but said nothing about during the election campaign. After campaigning hard with ministers and the Secretary of State and working with my local NHS trust, a new 16-bed unit is now in the final stages of planning and has been confirmed as part of this government's hospital building programme. Can the Prime Minister confirm that this new community hospital is now full steam ahead, and will he commit to coming to concert to kick off the building works if the plan goes ahead by the end of next year?
The Prime Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted there'll be a new hospital at Shotley Bridge. I congratulate him on all the work he's done to lobby for it. And, Mr. Speaker, what it proves that this government is getting on, in spite of the pandemic, in spite of war in Ukraine, this government is getting on with the job.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I've just been to a very harrowing meeting with families affected. They have members of families in care homes and hospitals, and they've suffered unjustifiable denial of access to those loved ones, and have been massively restricted. And it continues despite the post-COVID environment. Would the Prime Minister be prepared to introduce legislation to make access to loved ones in care homes and hospitals a legal right and not at the discretion of the care home or the hospital concerned?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank him very much, and I think everybody understands the anguish of people who haven't been able to see their loved ones during the pandemic. We have relaxed the restrictions in care homes, as he knows. If I'd be very happy to offer a meeting for him and the relevant health minister to discuss his further concerns.
John Penrose.
Mr. Speaker, the government's already stopped issuing golden visas, so they can't be exploited by oligarchs and crime lords. But some could already be here, living in luxury London penthouse flats they've bought with dirty cash. So, will the Prime Minister pledge that anybody who is put on the sanctions list in the coming days and is already in the UK on a golden visa will have it ripped up so they can be thrown out?
Prime Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I can tell him that, and I thank the House for what we've done to accelerate the economic crime measures, because we will be able to whip aside the veil of anonymity. Mr. Speaker, the ownership of these luxurious dwellings to which he refers will be exposed, and yes, we will be able to take away their ability to remain in this country.
Barbara Keeley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As energy costs spiral, I want to raise the issue for people who use extra electricity to charge their electric wheelchairs, or to run ventilators, or a stair lift. It is not right that people with a disability or a serious medical condition should face unmanageable debt, or going without food to pay the cost of electricity on which they absolutely rely. They need a real cut to their bills right now. So why isn't the Prime Minister looking at drawing on the profits of the North Sea oil and gas companies to help the most vulnerable families with those costs?
I thank her very much. She raises a very important issue, and clearly the spike in energy prices is going to fall most heavily on vulnerable people such as the ones that she has mentioned, and we will certainly be looking at ways to abate their costs.
Paul Holmes.
I don't know what I've done to deserve that. Residents in the village of Hamble in my constituency are currently facing the prospect of a quarry being given planning permission with 144 lorries per day in this congested area with one road access. Will my right honourable friend agree to meet with me to discuss how we can tighten the regulations on where quarries can be built to take into account the health implication, our environment and our local communities?
Prime Minister.
I thank my honourable friend, and he's a great champion for Eastleigh. The planning framework is robust and should ensure that quarries don't have an adverse impact on the environment or on health, but I'll make sure that he gets a meeting with the relevant minister to discuss his concerns further.
Abhinav Pongdasari.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have seen in recent weeks how serious and dangerous Russia's covert influence in Britain can be. Yeah. We have seen that Putin actively seeks to influence the culture, media and politics of democratic nations. Yeah. Our national security is of the greatest importance, and Britain cannot become home to those that prop up Putin and his war. With that in mind, has the Prime Minister ever overruled security service advice when appointing a peer to the other place?
Prime Minister.
No, Mr. Speaker, and actually the Kremlin has singled out the UK for being in the lead on global sanctions, and as they have, and Mr. Speaker, in leading the world in defiance of the odious war that Putin is leading in Ukraine.
Greg Clark.
Yesterday, President Zelensky drew on the words of Churchill in this chamber. And as we salute the courage of the people of Ukraine, it reminds us that we can meet in freedom today only because of the courage of a generation of men and women who, in the Second World War, defended us from annihilation. Among them is my friend, Flight Lieutenant Colin Bell, DFC, who flew his de Havilland Mosquito in 50 missions over Nazi Germany. Colin Bell is with us today. On Saturday, he celebrated his 101st birthday. Will the Prime Minister join me in wishing Colin a very happy birthday and thanking him for what he did for allowing us to be here today?
Mr. Speaker, I think the whole House will want to join me in thanking him and wishing Colin Bell a very happy 101st birthday.
Brendan O'Hara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. People across these islands have displayed remarkable generosity, including in Argyll and Bute, where Oban Helps Ukraine have been overwhelmed by donations of money, of clothes and of offers of shelter. Sadly, this government's reluctance to allow fleeing women and children to come here lags far behind the desire of the people here to provide them with a roof and a bed. Doesn't the Prime Minister fear that when this war is concluded, and despite whatever else it may have done, that his government will stand accused of lacking the one thing the Ukrainian people needed most: basic humanity?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I really don't think that question reflects the views of people around the world, and nor does it, Mr. Speaker, nor does it reflect reality, because this government has done more than any other European country to support people by way of direct bilateral humanitarian aid, Mr. Speaker, and we have two very generous schemes for allowing people to come to this country. This is a government that believes in welcoming people fleeing from zones of conflict. And, Mr. Speaker, if he shakes his head, look at our record. Look at what we've done. Just in the last 2 years, and he should be proud. He should be proud of what we've done.
Maynard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We were pleased to welcome both the Prime Minister and the Secretary of State to Blackpool the day after the launch of the Doubling Up White Paper. Will he meet with me to discuss how we can make sure that Blackpool is not just a testbed for innovation in many of the areas of Doubling Up, but a showcase for the impact it can have on the community that I represent?
I thank him for his wonderful work in Blackpool for communities he represents, and it was fantastic to be with him and to see the increase, the extension and the upgrading of the tram network in Blackpool, Mr. Speaker, that will help to drive the economy and help to bring high-wage, high-skilled jobs in just the way that we hope to do that across the whole of the UK as we get on with levelling up.
David. Speaker, in the months before World War II, the UK took in over 60,000 Jewish refugees fleeing Nazi persecution. Over half a century ago, we took in over 27,000 Ugandans expelled by Idi Amin. Since then, we've taken Tamils escaping civil war, Bosnians escaping genocide, and Syrians escaping Assad. But this week, the Home Office turned away hundreds of Ukrainian refugees escaping Putin's bombs because they didn't have the right paperwork. Can the Prime Minister not see that this flies in the face of our country's proud tradition of providing sanctuary? And since the Home Office clearly isn't up to the task, will the Prime Minister send in armed forces personnel to speed up the process so Ukrainian refugees can come here quickly and safely? Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank him very much, and the whole House wants to do as much as we can and as fast as possible. But what he says about the UK is, I'm afraid, completely wrong, Mr. Speaker, because we have visa centres open in Warsaw, in Budapest, in Prague, in Jeszczał, in Poland, in Chisinau, in Moldova, Bucharest, and elsewhere, Mr. Speaker. We've already got 1,000 people in under the existing scheme. That number will climb very sharply, Mr. Speaker. Look at what we've done already. 15,000 from Afghanistan, 104,000 applications from Hong Kong Chinese, and I think there were about 25,000 from Syria. No one has been turned away, Mr. Speaker. That is simply, we want to be as generous and Mr. Speaker. It is important to have checks. Let me make this point to the House, because I think people need to understand. There are some people, Mr. Speaker, who would like to dispense with checks altogether and simply to wave people through. And I've got to say, and I hear the voices on the benches opposite. I do think that is irresponsible, and that is not the approach that we should be taking. The Schengen countries have a different arrangement. We must be in no doubt, as I said in answer to a previous question, the Kremlin has singled out this country for the approach that we are taking. Vladimir Putin, and we know how unscrupulous Putin can be in his methods. It would not be right, Mr. Speaker, to expose this country to unnecessary security risk, and we will not do it, Mr. Speaker. We are going to be as generous as we can possibly be, but we must have checks.
Billy.
Mr. Speaker, my community in Tipton came together on Sunday to commemorate the 100 years since the devastating explosion of the Dudley Port munitions factory and the 19 girls who were recklessly murdered by the owner of that factory. Now, in the Black Country, it's vital that we acknowledge both the pride but also the pain of our industrial heritage. And can I ask my right honourable friend, therefore, to ensure that, to reaffirm his commitment today to the Black Country, to ensure that we honour that legacy of those girls in that factory in Dudley Port 100 years ago. And the one way that my right honourable friend can do that for my community in Tipton is to come to Tipton, Mr. Speaker, and see that beating heart of the Black Country who will welcome him with open arms.
Well, Mr. Speaker, long ago, when I was a reporter, Tipton was on my beat many years ago, and wild horses wouldn't keep me away from Tipton. I'll be back.
Ronnie Cowan's final question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Prime Minister, I have a constituent whose elderly parents are seeking refuge in the United Kingdom from Ukraine. Her parents are both in their 80s. They've made it to Hungary. They went to the visa application centre, as instructed by the Home Office hotline, and they were told, come back on the 22nd of March. Then, and only then, will their biometrics be processed. That is a harsh reality, no spin, no subterfuge. Prime Minister, when will refugees from the Ukraine be welcomed into the United Kingdom?
Prime Minister.
Listen, I thank you. If you'd be kind enough, I'd be grateful if you'd pass me the details of the case that he mentions, and I'd be happy to give it to my right honourable friend. We are moving heaven and earth, Mr. Speaker, because we understand the value to this country of refugees. We also understand the imperative of helping people fleeing a war zone in terror. And that's why the people of this country want to open their arms. And we are going to help them to do it, Mr. Speaker, with a new humanitarian route in addition to the family reunion route that we have already set out. That family reunion route alone, Mr. Speaker, could bring hundreds of thousands of people here. And I think the whole House understands that. We will do even more through the new humanitarian route.
That's the end of Prime Minister's questions. Please leave quietly. All right, John.
NATO. I've asked directly, everyone is afraid. No one answers. But we are not afraid. We are not afraid of anything. We are not afraid to defend our country. We are not afraid of Russia. We are not afraid of talking about neutrality. We are not NATO members at the moment. But what guarantees will we get?
Ukraine's bid to get membership of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization is at the heart of the Russia-Ukraine conflict that has now triggered a full-blown war. The two countries are at each other's throats. The third player, NATO, is silent over the key issues. While thousands are displaced and hundreds dead, NATO is not committing to a membership for Ukraine so far. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has also urged NATO to enforce a no-fly zone over his country's skies and protect them from Russian missiles and warplanes. NATO has not agreed to either of his demands.
NATO is a defensive alliance. Our core task is to keep our 30 nations safe. We are not part of this conflict, and we have a responsibility to ensure it does not escalate and spread beyond Ukraine, because that would be even more devastating and more dangerous.
Zelensky feels let down by his Western allies. He said the West could have helped Ukraine, but they witnessed our city get bombed. As the war rages in Ukraine, NATO allies seem to have made distinctions in the help they offer. While they may supply weapons to Ukraine, they will not enter the war in any active role. Ukrainians will have to defend their land themselves. Bureau Report, India Today.
Over to Sergei now, who will take us through Ukraine's big and unexpected fight back.
14 days on, Ukraine has put up a kind of resistance that wasn't expected. Russia, from the first day, had impressed upon the Ukrainian troops to lay down arms. But that has not happened. From home ground, advantage to information warfare, we decode 5 reasons how Ukraine has showed Russia's advance.
When Russia invaded Ukraine on 22nd February, many felt it would be only a matter of days before the mighty Russian military got the better of the Ukrainian forces. A fortnight later, the end game remains unclear. Ukraine has put up a resistance that was least expected by Russia, especially with civilians voluntarily joining the war to resist the Russian might. With the fall of Kherson, Russian forces were expected to take control of other key cities like Kiev and Kharkiv. The nature of fight back indicates a detailed battle plan at play. Ukrainian forces have been preparing and readying for a Russian invasion since 2014, when Crimea was annexed. The country's entire military is in tune to fight Russia, as they don't have any threats from its other neighbors like Poland, Hungary, Slovakia or Romania. Putin's soldiers have been surprised by ground tactics of Ukraine troops, including anti-tank weaponry and sniper fire. Russia is also on the back foot in urban warfare because its air force was pressed into action late after the initial bombardment by cruise missiles on February 24th. Lastly, Ukraine might have an inferior military, but it is winning the information battle. They have successfully convinced the world that Russia is the only aggressor and villain in this war.
While claims made by Ukraine about the Russian losses, the death of 11,000 troops, 46 aircrafts, 68 helicopters might not be accurate, but the images of damage to military platforms show Russians have faced a stiff resistance from the Ukrainian forces, what was expected to be a lopsided contest. Ukraine's military might not be a match for the firepower and the numbers of the Russians, but they continue to resist. This is Rajesh Pawar reporting from Kyiv for India Today.
The temperature is -1 here in Kiev at this point of time. It is snowing a little, but at least there's sunshine. Will this bring hope? Or is this then the lull before the storm? And while the temperatures may be plummeting, the diplomatic and strategic tempers are all set to soar. That is all my team and I have for you on this special broadcast from Kiev. Many thanks for watching. For all the latest news and updates, stay with India Today.
Crypto Watch brought to you by Big BNS.
For the past month, I have been crisscrossing India's election-bound states to get a sense of ground zero. Now as counting day approaches,
the extreme sanctions that we've put through, he considers this an act of war. He's already using the language to give him an excuse to attack NATO. And so it brings me no pleasure to say that we already stand potentially on the brink of a devastating war within Europe that would have vast consequences around the world, thus a potential World War III. This is not melodrama. Unfortunately, this is the risk we face.
So, one cornerstone of what you're saying really is, I mean, Volodymyr Zelensky, the Ukrainian leader, came out and said, if Ukraine does not survive, the whole of Europe will not survive. So Ukraine cannot lose this war.
Well, to some extent, yes, Ukraine is fighting for Europe in general.
Yeah.
And but the thing is, I would be very cautious. I very much support that the West, the European countries, the US, are supporting Ukraine as much as they can, sending weapons, having heavy sanctions, especially against Putin and his regime, not against Russia and its people, because I want to say one thing, this is Putin's war, not Russia's war, and I think it's very important to make this distinction. So we should be very supportive to Ukraine. but I would be very cautious for the NATO to get involved in this. So if we discuss, for example, about a no-fly zone, I think that is a very dangerous thing. Because yes, we are in a very problematic confrontation already with Russia, but we are not in a third world war yet. And that has to be prevented. A nuclear war has to be prevented. And any direct involvement of NATO, I think, could easily trigger things that then get out of control very fast. So I would say everything short to war, but not entering the war as NATO directly.
We're talking about a dreadful... Mikhail?
Peter, I would like to add something to what Maximilian said. And I agree with him that the no-fly zone over Ukraine is potentially provoking. But cutting off oil and gas imports is actually not in military terms. So it's a better option. It costs us more in the short term, but it would bring us more in the long term.
Jessica.
Agreed. This is a very simple and clear action we could do that would cut off financing to Russia's war. And I also agree with Maximilian.
Germany is so very, very vulnerable there.
If we're not ready to pay higher energy prices here at home to protect freedom in Europe,
Germany
then
has made itself absurdly
we will lose freedom in Europe. If we're not willing, if we're not willing to pay more for our energy costs and consumption to defend peace in Europe, then we will lose peace in Europe. We can't have it both ways. And the German government needs to have this conversation with the German people and make the people understand, who have lived for decades now in peace and prosperity. We need to have this conversation with the German people. We need to understand that Ukraine's freedom is our freedom.
Shocking things are happening. Dreadful deeds are plenty. One question perhaps that arises is the question of accountability. And Tony Blinken, the US Secretary of State, has been making clear that the world is keeping a very firm eye on what Russian forces are doing and what consequences there might be.
We've certainly seen in the past that one of Russia's methods of war is to be absolutely brutal. We're looking very closely at what's happening in Ukraine right now, including what's happening to civilians. We're taking account of it, we're documenting it, and we want to ensure, among other things, that there's accountability for it.
Mikhail, what can you tell us, I'm not sure, about the growing sense in Russia, perhaps, that there might be accountability, there might be a day of reckoning that lies ahead, and that the price might be very high for people in Russia, especially military commanders?
Well, this message is not spread over Russia, so let's be very skeptical about that. I mean, we have to realize and to spread the word about how effective Russia has been on domestic front. We saw that basically Ukraine won this info war, and that Putin miscalculated his military operation. But what we underestimated or overestimated is how people in Russia would oppose this war. I mean, in the narrative, in Russia, there is no war. Many people still don't know.
I would have to say, sorry to interrupt, but the word that comes to mind for me is that people in Russia, many people, are in denial, and there's more denial with every day that passes.
Absolutely, people don't believe the news coming from their relatives in Ukraine, living there and telling about sheltering and bombing, etc. They just don't believe. They believe what they're told in the Russian state-run media.
Okay.
And there is either no war or only bombing of military infrastructure, etc. So a lot of myths and lies spread, and this narrative is really effective. This must be recognized here. So
Okay,
the Russian population will get this information eventually.
Let's hear what Jessica has to say on this one. Are members of the Russian forces, senior commanders, likely to be brought to justice at some stage? Is that a realistic possibility?
I think it's highly unlikely. International justice moves very slowly, even the best of terms. And even if they're indicted in absentia, the likelihood that they would actually be able to be brought to physically stand trial is unlikely. But frankly, at this point, worrying about the accountability in the long-term future for the crimes of today, while they're still ongoing, must be a secondary thought. Mm-hmm. The first priority and focus must be ending this war. This aggression started in Moscow, and the quickest way to end it also must come from Moscow. The Russian people protesting and the elites around the Kremlin intervening behind closed doors to find a negotiated ceasefire and solution. They can keep some billions in exchange for stopping this war. And those discussions are going on as we speak. Let's see what happens.
What's your take? Who or what can stop Vladimir Putin at this stage?
Well, let me add that I agree. I still think it has a symbolic meaning, because we finally are calling Putin what he is, a war criminal. He has been a war criminal in Syria, and he's a war criminal now, and it's important to name it. I agree. I think international justice is slow and conflicted. Mm-hmm. Nonetheless, I find it important that Blinken and others are bringing it up. What ends the war? At this point, I don't have a real answer. I don't see that.
The wise voices suggest that that it would be possibly the Chinese who might be most likely to have somehow influence when they whisper in Vladimir Putin's ear.
Some say so. Others say Erdogan. I think that shows how desperate the situation is. I don't see a huge Chinese interest to get very much involved in that. It's not their war. So I don't have high hopes there. I don't see that the point for negotiations has arrived already. I mean, if this war goes on, maybe Putin reaches a point where he says, I have to end it one way or the other and start negotiating. But, I mean, the price for that is super high. I mean, I think he expected that he would go in and within a week, Kiev would have been fallen, Zelensky would have been out, and he would have taken over. It went another way, and everything now is super unpredictable.
Super unpredictable. The nightmare goes on, I'm afraid. Putin's war, no mercy for civilians. That's what we've been discussing on To The Point this time round. Thanks very much for joining us. I hope we've given you some food for thought in these difficult times. For now, bye-bye and tschüss.
with the memories of a woman. Ali from Syria is born in a female body. Forced into marriage, raped. His escape will be the journey of his life. Far from home, Ali can finally become the person he's always wanted to be.
I want this very badly. I will not regret it and will go through with it.
I Was Born in Berlin starts March 30th on DW.
This is DW News live from Berlin. Civilians desperate to leave battered Ukraine may have another chance. Russia and Ukraine agreed to a new ceasefire that covers several cities, but Kiev accuses Russia's forces of attacking previous escape routes. And as the invasion enters its 14th day, there are reports of more explosions near Ukraine's capital.
One of the roads that lead directly into the territories that the Russian army is already occupying, and the people here are preparing for an attack from that side.
We also meet people manning the defenses on the outskirts of Kiev. And shoring up transatlantic ties, Germany's chancellor meets with his Canadian counterpart in Berlin for talks on Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Sure to be on the agenda, Europe's dependency on Russian oil and gas. I'm Sumi Somaskanda. It's good to have you with us. Renewed efforts are underway to get civilians out of besieged cities in Ukraine. For a second day, Russia and Ukraine say they will observe a ceasefire to provide 6 evacuation routes. It is unclear, however, whether safety can be guaranteed. Conditions are worsening for people stuck in zones targeted by Russian shelling. As the invasion meets resistance, there are fears the Russian military could step up attacks on civilian areas.
It's the first successful humanitarian corridor, allowing desperate civilians to flee during a pause in the fighting. These convoys carried people from the northeastern city of Sumy, which has experienced heavy shelling in recent days. President Volodymyr Zelensky said it was just the start.
Hundreds of people are saved. Humanitarian aid has been delivered. But this is just a small percentage of what we have to do and what is expected of us. We are ready. Humanitarian aid is ready and our transports are ready.
Further west, people fleeing the Kiev suburb of Irpin, crossing a damaged bridge that Russian troops have repeatedly fired on as civilians try to get across. Heartbreaking goodbyes, as many of the men left their families to go back and fight. Others, helping those unable to make the journey by themselves.
We are fleeing. She is barely walking, but we are doing our best, thank you. It is good that we could cross the bridge. Bombs are exploding over there, quite intense. Irpin is totally damaged.
Military analysts say the onslaught will likely get worse in the coming days. Russian forces are increasingly turning to shelling civilian areas and infrastructure. These air raid sirens in Kiev warning people to stay indoors as the invasion entered its 14th day. But as the dawn broke, the national anthem echoed through the streets, a message of solidarity. The show of resistance continues in Kherson, the first major city to fall under Russian control. The capital's symphony orchestra played a concert to those who stayed behind. A brief moment of beauty to counter the scenes of destruction that are becoming commonplace in Ukraine.
Let's get an update from the ground now. We can go to the capital, Kiev, to speak to our correspondent, Matthias Böllinger, who's standing by for us there. Matthias, Russia has agreed on a ceasefire and the opening of six escape routes from several cities, including Mariupol in the south. What more can you tell us about this?
Well, yeah, it's another attempt to get people out of these cities of Mariupol, but also of these suburbs near Kiev. I am now at the station, at the Kiev Central Station. This is where we expect many of these people who are evacuated from these places to arrive. We have heard that the authorities had told them to gather there around now, and they will be evacuated in convoys, but we do not know yet whether these convoys have really been able to leave. The same is true for Mariupol, which is the worst, the place where the conditions are the worst now. Russia has broken the ceasefire several times, or the ceasefire has not been sustainable enough to bring people out. In previous times, we do not know what is going to happen today. Of course, it's another attempt for badly needed convoys to get people into safety and to get goods into these places that have been running low on medication, food, and also water.
Matthias, we've also heard that many civilians have been rescued from the city of Sumy, which has also been very hard hit. More are still being evacuated. Does this mean that these so-called humanitarian corridors are working?
Well, it means that this particular humanitarian corridor has worked so far. I wouldn't go any further, because the problem with these humanitarian corridors is that they are built on trust, and there is no trust, and it's also unclear what the real intention behind it is. Russia has also sent several signals that were very confusing. One of them was that they would allow people to flee only if they fled to Russia, which is something that most people here fear might be even worse for them than fleeing, than staying in these places. So a lot of confusion, a lot of psychological warfare, and that one corridor has worked is certainly good news, but it's not a promise in any way.
And we heard the fighting is also, of course, continuing. Can you give us an update on the progress of Russia's invasion?
Well, there is progress in several parts of the country. A slow advance. It's not the fast advance that Russia was hoping to gain. They're not where they wanted to be at this point. According to Western intelligence, the original plan by Russia was by now, or by day 15, that's almost now, to have conquered the whole country, to have decapitated the government. They've obviously not succeeded. They're meeting fierce resistance. They're advancing slowly, but of course they are bringing in more technology. They're bringing in more soldiers, and this is going to probably be a bloody and long war.
Correspondent Matthias Böllinger speaking to us from Kiev. Thank you. We heard Matthias mention there that central Kiev has still largely been spared from heavy fighting. He's also gone to the outskirts of the city and met people preparing to repel the Russian advance.
Setting up roadblocks on the outskirts of Kiev. We are southwest of the city in what is usually a quiet suburban area.
This is one of the roads that lead directly into the territories that the Russian army is already occupying, and the people here are preparing for an attack from that side.
The Russian troops are less than 10 kilometers away. Ihor, not his real name, is a volunteer for the Territorial Defense Forces, a citizen battalion that supports the army on the ground. Their job is to prepare the area to make a Russian advance as difficult as possible.
A tank can easily push away these concrete blocks, but these iron hedgehogs, as we call them, cannot be pushed away. We'll have to get out of their tank to clear the road. This will allow us to gain some time. That's what these things do.
The volunteers serve close to their home, hoping to provide the armed forces with knowledge of the area. Dwarfed in terms of technology, Ukraine relies on its home field advantage.
We are ready to fight. We are ready to take back our villages and cities. We will not let the enemy into our homes. And we are doing better every day. We are the only country that is challenging one of the biggest armies.
Since the beginning of the war, the number of volunteers has surged. The Territorial Defense Forces are officially part of the armed forces, but their members often have no military training. They're not supposed to fight on the front, but after the start of the war, they took up some military and policing tasks. Checkpoints all over the country are operated by these groups.
Our job is to filter out hostile agents. There are many people fleeing from over there as their houses are shelled. And we will not let spies pass as refugees.
How he uncovers them remains a secret. Closer to the contact line, Ihor inspects another barricade.
I grew up here. I used to take the kids out here for outdoor trainings. I'm a trainer for outdoor sports. We used to kayak on these waters. We do orientation training. I could never imagine seeing combat here.
This is where his territory ends now. A bridge that leads over to the other side has already been blown up.
Let's take a quick look at some other developments in the conflict. The United States has dismissed an offer by Poland to send its fleet of MiG-29 fighter jets to Ukraine. Warsaw intended to give the Soviet-era aircraft to Washington for use by the Ukrainian military. The Pentagon was concerned that Russia could view the three-way deal as a hostile move. And McDonald's is temporarily closing its 850 restaurants across Russia. The chain says it can no longer ignore the human suffering unfolding in Ukraine. Its staff will continue to get paid. Over 250 companies have suspended their operations in Russia now. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau is here in Berlin today to meet German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, and the two are expected to discuss the transatlantic response to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. The EU, along with the US, UK, and Canada, have announced a raft of sanctions against Russian oligarchs, banks, and companies. Germany has already canceled the Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline from Russia, and EU leaders have drawn up a plan to reduce their dependence on Russian energy. And we're expecting to see a press conference with Prime Minister Trudeau and Chancellor Scholz that will start shortly. We're keeping an eye on that. These are live pictures from here in Berlin at the moment, and we're going to be listening into their press conference as soon as we see the two leaders. But prior to the meeting today, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau announced on Twitter that Canada would be sending more military equipment to Ukraine. So again, a message there of solidarity from Canada, echoing what we've seen, of course, from transatlantic partners, from here in the European Union as well. That message from Justin Trudeau ahead of his meeting with Olaf Scholz. We are expecting to hear from them shortly. Of course, top of the agenda for these two leaders will be the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And of course, we're expecting as well one of the big issues to be Europe's dependence on Russian oil and gas imports. So we'll have to wait and see what they say. We have our chief international editor, Richard Walker, with us now in the studio to talk more about this. Richard, what do you think we can expect to hear from Justin Trudeau and Olaf Scholz? Any big announcements or changes in the strategy?
We haven't heard of any big announcements that are in the pipeline, but what we're seeing from Justin Trudeau is he's on a tour, essentially, of European allies in the context of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. He's been in the UK, he's been in the Baltic states. We're expecting him tomorrow in Warsaw in Poland at the same time as the US Vice President Kamala Harris is going to be there. They'll be meeting there. So really a tour by Trudeau to touch base with allies around Europe and to discuss the actions that the West collectively have been taking to try to stand up to this invasion. And as you just mentioned, so news from Justin Trudeau just this morning saying that making this announcement of sending weapons to Ukraine. No specifics so far. We'll see whether he brings up any specifics of those, but he described them as highly specialized military equipment. And Trudeau also speaking on the phone to Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky this morning. So it'll be interesting to see if there's any more on that.
How would you assess the transatlantic response that we've seen to the Russian invasion so far? We know that both Europe and the US and Canada have gone to great lengths to emphasize that they do really stand together on the measures that have been taken.
Yeah, and I think there's been more unity and a stronger response than many had expected since the invasion. There was a lot of concern about whether the transatlantic alliance would really hold up, whether there would be differences within Europe about how tough you can be towards Russia. So far, the West has been remarkably united, with countries like Germany, for instance, going further than many had expected. Germany, a country that had long seen itself as a kind of sort of bridge between Russia and the West. As you just mentioned earlier, cancelling or putting a stop on the Nord Stream 2 natural gas pipeline, also reversing its policy on supplying weapons, so providing the Ukrainians with some lethal weapons already since the beginning of the war. So a lot of unity and a tougher response from Europeans than many expected. But we may be entering a period where there's a little bit more divergence between specific members of the Western Alliance. For instance, on energy. Now, the sanctions that were announced as a kind of unified set of sanctions by the North Americans and the Europeans at the outset did not include energy supplies, so oil and gas from Russia. Now the United States has gone further. President Biden over the weekend announcing a ban on imports of oil. Canada did that earlier. Justin Trudeau announced a similar measure at the very end of February already. But the United States and Canada are far less dependent on Russian energy than the Europeans are. So the Europeans are saying, well, they're taking a much slower approach. So the Europeans, for instance, are around 40% of their natural gas. A comparable proportion of oil comes from Russia. Obviously, just completely pulling the plug on that all in one go, the Europeans and the Germans among them saying that you can't do that overnight. But what they are doing is trying to make preparations to radically reduce that dependency in the coming months.
As we're waiting for this press conference to start, those are the pictures we're seeing there. How much of a point of contention do you think that's actually going to be, particularly in this meeting today? Because we saw some messaging from the White House recently that there's at least some understanding for Europe's position when it comes to its dependence on Russian oil and gas. It was certainly easier for the U.S. at this point to say it's going to ban all Russian oil imports. Much harder, as you mentioned, for Europe.
Yeah, and I wouldn't expect any kind of contentiousness in the mood between Trudeau and Olaf Scholz in this press conference whatsoever. I think there will be a recognition for the kind of different starting points that each countries and each regions come from. But there is an active debate growing here in Germany about whether it is right to be so cautious and so hesitant about energy imports. With a series of quite influential voices coming out in recent days, and I'm sure we can expect more of that as time passes on, saying that actually Germany and Europe as a whole is in a position where it could weather this storm if they did pull the plug on Russian energy imports, that it would come at significant costs, but that if it had the potential to shorten this war, then it would be worth doing. So I think it's going to be very interesting to see how far that debate here within Germany and around Europe develops in the weeks ahead. And that will depend very much on what happens in the war, whether Putin's invasion continues to move at a rather slower pace than expected, what happens in the Russian economy, essentially whether Russia appears sufficiently weakened by the sanctions that have taken place so far. The kind of core argument that is being brought forth in favour of bringing in an energy embargo on Russia at this point is the fact that Russia's income from oil and gas is shooting up at the moment because of the price rises that have been triggered by this war and by this instability in global markets. So the concern is that Russia is increasing its income from oil and gas at the very moment when the West wants to really kind of strangle the Russian economy to the point where Russia gives in Ukraine. So that's the argument that's being put forward.
Important point. And I do see that Olaf Scholz and Justin Trudeau are just coming to the podiums now. So, Richard, with all of that in mind, let's listen into what they have to say.
Lieber Justin, ich freue mich sehr, dass du heute nach Berlin gekommen bist.
I'm very pleased to have you here in Berlin. The context of your visit and the situation in Europe is very serious, and therefore it's still a pleasure to welcome you here today. And you've just returning from Latvia. Canadian troops make an important contribution to defend NATO territory, and German soldiers are in Lithuania in order to secure the border. We are grateful that our transatlantic allies make such an important contribution to the security in Europe. The attack of Russia on Ukraine is a watershed event for Europe, but also for the peace order. This attack is an infamous violation of international law, and the world has changed ever since this attack. We are seeing a lot of attacks on Ukrainian cities, schools and residential buildings, and the suffering of the people in the war zones leave us speechless. What we need is a ceasefire. And my call to the Russian president is to put an end to this bloodshed, to withdraw the troops. It is a horrible disaster for the Ukrainian people, but also the Russian people is suffering under this war. We need a ceasefire, and the very fact that this conflict has to come to an end is a topic that I also talked about with the French colleague Macron and with the Chinese President Xi. A military solution of the conflict doesn't make any sense. That's totally clear. What we need right now is a diplomatic solution, and that is what we are working for in close coordination with our international partners. And we're hoping that there will be solutions to be found in the talks between Ukraine and Russia. We hope that we find a way out of the situation. What we are doing is to provide help and support, as has been widely acknowledged. And Premier Trudeau and myself, we agree that wherever it is possible, we not just continue on a business-as-usual basis, particularly not in international organizations. It's a very important signal that the General Assembly of the United Nations have condemned almost unanimously the attack of Russia on Ukraine, and the world community of states is not going to accept this behavior. And that's decisive. And this is something that those who are advancing and promoting this war need to keep in mind. We've been talking about not only this war and how we can stand together, we've also been talking about how we can protect people in Ukraine with what we can provide, but we also talked about the longer-term development of our world. And climate policy plays a very important role from the perspective of both of our countries. It's of central importance also when it comes to the G7 presidency, where Canada and ourselves act side by side as partners with a similar project. We need the climate pact to be implemented. We want to do everything necessary and possible to foster the working together of the world community. Climate pact is something that we're advancing so that countries who are advancing to create a carbon-neutral world can work together in spite of the different paths that they may embark upon. And I'm very grateful that Canada is a close ally, that Premier Trudeau is a close ally. And we need to harmonize our efforts, also when it comes to carbon dioxide pricing. And I'm very grateful for your initiative on carbon dioxide pricing, which is a very important proposal you've made in Glasgow, and we're going to support this proposal. Of course, the question comes up, how can we really implement our ambitious climate protection goals? Germany strives by 2045, which is in 25 years of time. We want to have a climate-neutral economy as one of the most successful industrial countries of the world. It's a huge challenge indeed. We're talking about heating here. We're talking about industrial processes which account for the largest proportion of energy consumption in our country and which we therefore have to change the basis for. And it's very important on banking, on the extension of renewable energy, wind power, onshore and offshore. Canada have the opportunity of using hydropower. We want to strengthen our grids. We want to work closely together when it comes to the utilization of hydrogen solutions. And in this question, it's very important to work together as closely as possible, and that's exactly what we set out to do. We want to do everything possible in order to promote the economic cooperation of our country. We want to get hydrogen supply from Canada, and hydrogen is going to play an important role in the future. We need to diversify our structures. We need to source of different sources the various commodities that we need. We also need to diversify in other important questions like imports of gas to Germany, for instance. We need just a larger number of alternatives, and it's very good that these alternatives can at the same time be the structure with which we can build up a longer-term hydrogen industry. And this is what we plan for Germany to do, and if I understood correctly, that's the same path that Canada has been embarking upon. And I'm very happy that our many encounters has been supplemented by yet another one. We can continue our efforts to support a world with a better cohesion, a just world, a world with more justice, a world which is able and determined to solve the climate crisis. And very topical is, of course, the question of peace. This is what the people who are suffering from these bomb raids deserve to receive.
Thank you, Chancellor Scholz, for welcoming us so warmly. But thank you also, right off the top, for your tremendous leadership in a difficult time, whether it has been being incredibly strong on sanctions and punitive actions towards Vladimir Putin and the Kremlin for their absolutely abhorrent behavior, or whether it's with your support for Ukraine. It has been a joy to work with you these past many weeks on making sure that we are responding strongly to this threat, not just to friends, but to the very fabric of our democracies. I am very happy to be joined here today by our Deputy Prime Minister, Chrystia Freeland, and by our Minister of Foreign Affairs, Minister Mélanie Joly. And the meetings that we had and the lunch we just had was extremely beneficial and effective. Canada and Germany stand together against Putin's invasion. He represents a threat to democracy, to security, and to peace in Europe and around the world. This morning I spoke with President Zelensky, highlighted once again the strength and determination of the Ukrainian people, and told him that Canada will soon be sending highly specialized equipment to them, and invited him to address Parliament in Canada, and he accepted. Le Canada et l'Allemagne collaborent de près pour soutenir le peuple ukrainien et son gouvernement. On a fait des envois d'équipements militaires, on est en train de renforcer l'OTAN, on envoie de l'aide humanitaire, on a mis en place des sanctions extrêmement sévères pour punir Poutine, les oligarques et les complices. Aujourd'hui, j'annonce un 50 millions de dollars additionnels pour envoyer des équipements militaires en Ukraine. Today, I can announce an additional $50 million worth of equipment that we will be sending towards Ukraine to help out. But more than just the challenge in Ukraine, there's a larger challenge around protecting and standing up for our democracies, both internally and externally. And that means fighting disinformation. We need to work together to defend and strengthen democracy for everyone in our countries. So today I can announce that Canada is renewing the G7 Rapid Response Mechanism. The RRM was first introduced at the G7 in Charlevoix that we hosted 4 years ago to strengthen coordination between countries submitted to influence and disinformation from foreign actors. It responds to threats from people who want to undermine our democracies, including through disinformation. In addition, $3 million will be provided to tackle Russian disinformation about Ukraine specifically. We need to stand up for truth and be vigilant against disinformation that tries to mislead us and more tries to divide us. La crise en Ukraine démontre l'importance de la sécurité énergétique et de l'accélération de la transition verte. Chancelier Scholz et moi avons parlé de ce qu'on fait pour établir des liens entre entreprises et investisseurs canadiens et allemands, entre autres pour l'hydrogène. On a aussi parlé de minéraux essentiels utilisés dans la technologie des batteries et des technologies avancées. Et on a souligné l'importance d'avoir des chaînes d'approvisionnement sûres et résilientes entre amis. Canada and Germany are aligned in our ambitious goals to reach net zero. We know that building a clean economy has the potential to expand trade, to grow the economy, and create good middle-class jobs and careers on both sides of the Atlantic. So we're working with Germany to expand the adoption of carbon pricing around the world. I was pleased to join Chancellor Scholz's G7 Climate Club proposal, because this is about building a safe, healthy future for our kids and grandkids, both with cleaner air and better opportunities for them to succeed. Demain, je serai en Pologne pour discuter de la situation et la crise des réfugiés qui s'aggrave. And of course, Canada will continue to work with partners in Europe to defend democracy, to support Ukraine, and to build a safe and prosperous future for everyone. Thank you for everything, Olaf.
Abigail Beeman, Global News. Prime Minister Trudeau, you referenced your conversation with President Zelensky this morning, and you promised to send more specialized equipment. We're hearing there are some challenges getting some of that Canadian aid across the border into Ukraine. What can you say about that, and when will the entirety of the lethal and non-lethal aid promised by Canada reach the people who need it? And if you could answer in English and French, please.
We have obtained a number of specialized equipment, including cameras used in drones that a Canadian company makes, that we will be able to start sending in the coming days towards Ukraine. As you well know, there are challenges at the borders in terms of getting equipment securely across and into Ukrainian hands, but we are working through that with partners alongside all allies who are facing the logistical challenges that are real but not insurmountable. We will continue to deliver more and more aid as it's needed and as the opportunities come up to do just that. Nous avons obtenu des caméras produites au Canada qui vont pouvoir aider les Ukrainiens sur des drones dans leur défense de leur pays. Nous sommes là pour aider, on va les envoyer dans les jours à venir et on espère continuer de pouvoir envoyer de l'équipement et de l'aide malgré les défis à la frontière qu'on voit tous. On est tous en train de s'assurer qu'on envoie toute l'aide nécessaire et possible aux Ukrainiens dans ces moments difficiles.
Herr Scholz, Herr Trudeau, ist aus Ihrer Sicht eine Lieferung von MiG-Kampfflugzeugen aus Polen an die Ukraine jetzt endgültig schon vom Tisch mit dem Nein der USA? Und Herr Scholz, wäre Deutschland grundsätzlich bereit, sowas zuzulassen, oder fürchten Sie, dass Deutschland zum Beispiel durch eine Nutzung von Rammstein zu sehr in den militärischen Konflikt reingezogen würde?
The usage of Rammstein as an airbase. We provided support. It's about financial support that we had been organizing for many years in order to strengthen the resilience of the Ukrainian economy, which is something that we continue during the time of crisis. There is a lot of financial support. We also provided military support and we provided equipment, as you know, amongst that also individual weapons that we informed you about. We have to consider very carefully what we do in very concrete terms, and this does definitely not include fighter planes.
We will continue to send equipment and weapons as needed, as we have in Canada. We will continue to be aligned with our partners. We all have to be careful about not further expanding or escalating. We want to de-escalate the conflict. We want to see an end to this conflict. We will be there to support Ukrainians in every way that we can, but we need to be mindful of the best way to support them.
Hi, this is a question for both of you on energy policy. We know that right now Germany is still reliant on Russian oil and gas and will need oil and gas for many years. We also know Canada has a lot of oil and gas, but doesn't have an easy way to get it to Europe, doesn't have the infrastructure. Is this something you talked about today? Is there any kind of energy partnership possible between your countries? And specifically, is there anything you would like to see happen in the short term or the long term to help Canadian energy replace Russian energy? And Prime Minister, if you could answer in English and French as well, please.
We actually had long conversations about that this morning. Obviously, Canada has a very strong energy sector with thousands of good Canadian jobs working hard, even as we look very ambitiously towards transitioning towards net zero. We know there is a continued need for oil and gas that has been heightened because of the conflict with Russia. We also talked about ways where we can partner not just in the short and medium term on energy supplies, but also staying focused every step of the way on that transition towards renewables, towards hydrogen, towards cleaner sources of energy, which is something that Canadians are committed to, something that Germans are committed to, something that all of us need to do. We will keep working on this together. There's lots of opportunities for partnership around that. Nous savons que oui, le Canada a des ressources en énergie fossile. Nous sommes là pour aider dans le besoin. On a une industrie avec de très bons emplois au Canada qui sont non seulement en train de travailler dans les énergies traditionnelles, mais en train d'innover pour développer les solutions de l'avenir. C'est pas des solutions pour demain, mais c'est des solutions pour le moyen terme où on va pouvoir travailler ensemble pour développer une piste robuste vers la décarbonisation de nos économies, sachant que la situation avec la Russie rend ça et à la fois plus compliqué, mais aussi encore plus motivant de faire ce virage vert encore plus rapidement.
Canada and Germany pursue the same goals when it comes to achieving a climate-friendly industry, and both countries are very ambitious. Both are successful industry nations who take part in global trade actively, but we both understand that there is a task that goes beyond our own realm, because the solutions and technologies that we developed are, as soon as there are competitive solutions and technologies that can be deployed in many other countries the world over, because we have shown by then that it works. And because we have found out the options that can be made use of. And this is particularly true for the usage of hydrogen. I already talked that by 2045, Germany wants to become carbon neutral in its economy. And if we want to achieve that within a short time frame, we will need additional amounts of power that we will have to generate onshore, offshore with solar energy. But we also will have to make use of hydrogen to replace part of the fossil resources that we're using today. And this hydrogen is going to be produced in Germany, but its majority will also have to be imported from other countries. So this is one aspect for a very long-term strategic cooperation between Canada and Germany, because we understand acutely that Canada is a country that can help us when it comes to importing hydrogen, which will be produced in an environmentally friendly manner in Canada. This is true not only for hydrogen, but for many other commodities that we need in our industries on a daily basis. And it's obvious that we also need to study the question how we can solve the medium and longer term problems that crop up once we start diversifying our energy supply systems, where in the transitional phase we still are using fossil energies. And this is a task that is easier to cope with if you keep an eye on the longer term perspective. Germany and Canada are probably the most ambitious countries when it comes to fighting climate change, and therefore such a partnership,
Okay, we've just been watching the press conference there with the German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, who is visiting. We heard Scholz appeal to Putin to end this war immediately. He and Trudeau both underlined the unity between Canada and Germany. And we heard Trudeau highlight the need to fight disinformation to defend democracy. Richard, we were listening into that together. Beforehand, we were speculating about what they might discuss. Nothing entirely new, but what stood out to you?
Well, I think we have a little bit more detail on what we were just talking about earlier from the Canadians, like what this new delivery of military equipment was that Trudeau had tweeted about earlier. Trudeau talking about cameras that are used in drones, which are from a Canadian manufacturer, and that Canada's going to be supplying those in the next few days. And interestingly, talking quite specifically about the logistical problems that Western countries are facing when providing weapons to Ukraine, because, of course, they can't deliver them to Ukraine. They don't want to, any NATO country doesn't want to set foot in Ukraine, go into Ukrainian airspace for fear of potentially coming into conflict with Russian forces there. So some specifics there. It was also quite interesting to hear both Scholz and Trudeau talk about, and we just mentioned it earlier, just before this press conference, this story that Poland wanted to provide Ukraine via the United States some of its fighter jets. So old Russian-built MiG fighter jets, the kind of fighter jets that Ukrainian pilots would be familiar with because they also use similar types. Now, there's quite a backstory to this, because Poland announced yesterday that it wanted to provide these to Ukraine by, first of all, sending them to Ramstein Air Base. That's a huge American air base here in Germany. The Americans sort of stood up and said, wait a minute, this hasn't been coordinated with us and this has not happened. But it was the Americans in recent days who were floating the idea of trying to help provide fighter jets to the Ukrainians via a sort of swap. So what did each leader say about this? Well, Olaf Scholz was particularly interested about what he would say, because Ramstein Air Base is, of course, in Germany. Yeah. He kind of talked around it a little bit, but he said that, you know, Germany has been providing a lot of support for Ukraine, and much more than many expected. And we think carefully about what we do. And it most surely won't include providing fighter jets. Now, he wasn't specifically saying whether it was OK for another country to provide fighter jets, but I think maybe we can detect an implicit criticism in there from Scholz that maybe it's potentially a step too far to provide fighter jets. Interestingly, Justin Trudeau also said that it's important when considering what to provide that the West doesn't want to escalate the conflict. It wants to focus on de-escalating the conflict. So also maybe implicitly from him, sort of showing that there's a certain amount of caution about something which may seem as big a step as providing Ukraine with fighter jets. I have to add, though, that military experts say that it's not necessarily fighter jets that are going to make the biggest difference at the moment in this war for the Ukrainians. That things like anti-aircraft missiles and other actually slightly less kind of big and sort of fancy weapons may actually make a bigger difference on the ground.
That lethal aid is, of course, also being provided. But just to stick on this point, because it was perhaps the most interesting part of this entire press conference, the rest was really a message of solidarity and unity that we had expected. Does that mean that this proposal is well and truly off the table?
We don't know yet. So I was speaking to a leading foreign policy voice in one of the coalition parties, the Liberal Party, earlier today here in Germany. And his explanation was maybe this was a kind of poor coordination between Poland and the United States, that it seemed to be a genuine offer on behalf of Poland. So who knows, maybe it would, be revived, this idea. But I think if we look at the responses of these two leaders here, it does show that there's a certain amount of hesitancy around this topic. And I think this does point to the line that the West is trying to walk, and particularly NATO at the moment in this conflict. They want to provide Ukraine with as much support as they possibly can, but up to the point, and not crossing over a line in which the Russians can say, you guys are actually meddling in this conflict. We're now going to turn our fire on you. So they're doing as much as they can to avoid any kind of direct conflict between NATO and Russia.
A difficult line to walk, indeed. All right, Richard, that wraps up our show for this hour. Thanks very much for that analysis. For all of you watching, thank you for joining us. We've been covering that special press conference with the Canadian Prime Minister and the German Chancellor. We will be back again at the top of the hour with an update on all of your headlines. Thank you for watching.
Turning off the taps for Russian oil and gas. The US is ending its imports of fossil fuels from Russia, saying it's sick of helping to fund the Kremlin. Meanwhile, the EU says it'll end its over-dependence on Russian oil and gas by the end of the decade. We'll look into how. And war in Ukraine is being watched closely in Taiwan, where people fear China might want to mimic Russia's aggressive land grab. This is DW Business. I'm Rob Watts in Berlin. Welcome to the programme. Targeting the main artery of Russia's economy. That's how President Joe Biden described the US decision to ban imports of Russian oil. Crude prices surged again after the announcement, which comes at a time when Americans were already battling rising fuel prices. The US imports only a small percentage of its oil from Russia, but the ban will likely push petrol prices even higher. Biden called it the cost of defending freedom. Meanwhile, in Europe, the EU has set out plans to end its dependence on Russian energy by 2030. It wants to end most of its imports of natural gas from Russia by the end of this year, but doing it will not be easy.
Russia is now openly threatening to cut off gas supplies to Europe completely. This would lead to enormous bottlenecks for the entire EU. Gas is primarily used to heat homes, in ovens in production processes, in power plants to produce electricity. A sudden supply stop would push up energy prices dramatically. Prices for oil and gas have already risen steeply. Consumers are feeling the pressure at the petrol pumps and on their gas bills. Before the Russian attack, a megawatt hour of gas cost 69 euros, already more expensive than consumers were used to. Since then, in just 2 weeks, the price of the EEX energy exchange has rocked to a record high of 335 euros. And the outlook is uncertain. No one knows whether Russia will make good on its threat and turn off the tap completely. The EU now wants to completely become independent of Russia. Repower EU is the name of its new strategy. At its core, diversifying energy suppliers and drawing more from renewable sources like solar and biogas.
Renewables give us the freedom to choose an energy source that is clean, cheap, reliable, and ours. And instead of continuing to fund fossil fuel imports and fund Russian oligarchs, renewables create new jobs here in Europe.
The EU wants to replace 2/3 of Russian gas imports by the end of the year, an ambitious target.
This will end our over-dependency and give us much-needed room to maneuver. 2/3 by the end of this year. It's hard, bloody hard, but it's possible if we're willing to go further and faster than we've done before.
The EU already has plans for its energy transition, but the war in Ukraine has officials startled, forcing them to make the switch far faster than previously thought possible.
Well, let's discuss Europe's energy plans further with Mike Waterson. He's an expert in energy and industrial economics at the University of Warwick in the UK. Thanks a lot for being with us. We just heard it described as bloody hard by the EU, the task that's ahead of it. How ambitious are these plans?
Well, they are very ambitious, and it is quite difficult to see how things will change so quickly. If I might, I would make maybe a diversion to talk about what happened in Germany when there was the decision following the Fukushima earthquake to close down 6 nuclear plants really quite quickly.
Yeah, that'll be done by the end of this year.
That will be that was managed quite well, partly through the fact that the system was integrated, but of course partly through Germany burning more coal and more lignite in particular in order to satisfy demand. So I think in the short term, that again is likely to be a strategy. In the longer term, what I didn't see in the plans is much mention of storage. Now, producing energy from renewables is a well-known technique, and Germany and the UK and various others, Denmark, have been increasing this a great deal, particularly wind, and in the south of Europe, solar. But none of these produce in the same way that gas does. They don't produce very flexibly, and they don't necessarily produce when you want it. And that's key for electricity.
Well, that is what begs the question, isn't it? So if they can't be getting this natural gas from Russia, where is it coming from?
Yeah, so I think one of the things that's missing is plans for storage of energy, not necessarily storage of gas, but storage of energy once produced, electrical energy once produced. And that is that can be managed. There are various technologies, compressed air, storage in dams and so on, but none of that is very quick.
Right. And so a quicker solution is needed, right? Yeah, because they're saying they want to cut 2/3 of gas imports from Russia by the end of the year.
Yes, I think in that very short period, it will have to be more gas imports from hopefully the Far East, the Middle East, I mean, and also presumably burning more coal, I'm afraid. Those are short-term solutions which go against particularly the coal climate policy, but
yeah, because a lot of what the EU is talking about is essentially an acceleration of the decarbonisation of the EU, isn't it? It's moving towards renewables, getting people to use less energy. I actually just wanted to pivot to something else that's been coming up over the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, and it's all of the companies we're all of a sudden seeing stopping operations in the country. We've heard from Starbucks now, McDonald's, Coca-Cola. I wanted to ask you, as an industrial expert, why we're suddenly getting all of them making this decision at the same time?
Right. Yes. Well, I think there are a number of potential factors. I mean, one is public opinion. These companies, we could instance cases, these companies have experienced partial consumer boycotts in various countries at various times. McDonald's, for example, has. It could be public opinion. It could be political pressure. I imagine that President Biden is putting pressure on American companies, such as Coca-Cola. it could be supply chain issues that they're worried. I mean, again, taking the example of Coca-Cola, presumably the syrup comes from the United States, or a limited number of alternatives, and
yeah, so we've got a whole confluence of issues coming at once. I'm sorry, Mike Waterson, but we're actually out of time. But thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us on DW Business.
That's fine. Okay.
Now let's have a look at some of the other business stories making news around the world. Credit rating agency Fitch has downgraded Russian debt by 6 notches to C, saying that a default is imminent. Fitch says sanctions and trade restrictions could undermine Russia's willingness to service its debt. The Western measures have thrown the country's financial markets into turmoil following its invasion of Ukraine. And Britain has imposed new aviation sanctions that make it a criminal offence for Russian planes to fly or land in the UK. One plane's already been impounded. The measure also bans aviation and space-related exports to Russia. Now, one place watching this situation in Ukraine very closely is Taiwan. China views the self-governing island as a renegade province and has vowed to bring it under its control. Russian President Vladimir Putin and China's Xi Jinping have been working together closely. China has not condemned the invasion. That's led some to believe it could have similar plans for Taiwan. The island is one of the world's key economies and is an important source of semiconductor chips. Well, let's cross to our correspondent in Taipei, Sung Han. Is there concern in Taiwan because of what we've been seeing happen between Russia and Ukraine and the obvious possibilities between China and Taiwan?
Yes, there is concern, but not about sudden threat or immediate emergency. It's rather a kind of crisis awareness. For example, the focus on the military service system improvements, the duration and quality of military training, if both men and women should serve, etc., so Taiwanese people can really protect their land when needed. There are also discussions on places to hide when being evacuated. Some people made air raid evacuation maps to show the location of basements around their homes. A growing sense of crisis lately make more people here wonder what decisions they have to make should China really attack Taiwan.
A growing sense of crisis in Taiwan, but have we seen anything from China that actually suggests that it is preparing to take control of Taiwan?
Not practically. China's 2 sessions are still going on. We see most of the meetings are focused on economic, social, agricultural, and livelihood issues. Other foreign-related or Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan issues are less important. However, Beijing is talking more and more about post-unification arrangements. Experts predict that Chinese President Xi Jinping may propose a complete system or a brand new concept beyond one country, 2 systems. For Beijing, solving the Taiwan issue is a historical mission, and that it will continue to block Taiwan independence through the preparation of force to increase the military and economic pressure on Taiwan and to prevent any foreign intervention.
Let's get back to what's happening in Ukraine and Russia. And China has been in a tricky position in that it's not wanted to necessarily show overt support for what Russia's doing, but at the same time doesn't want to alienate an ally. How has China been backing or not Russia's actions in Ukraine?
At the summit with Scholz and Macron, Xi Jinping said the situation in Ukraine is worrying and China deeply deplores the reignition of war on the European continent. It was seen as the first time a Chinese leader had broken his silence since the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and the strongest wording from China on the situation. But some analysts say Beijing is using the conflict to gain a geopolitical advantage, providing Russia with an economic lifeline while blaming the U.S. for the root causes of the war. Remember, Beijing repeatedly said that China and Russia jointly oppose a return to the Cold War mentality. And now, by playing the role of a mediator, the Chinese government is to participate in any solution that is approved by the Kremlin.
I remember hearing from the Chinese Foreign Ministry the other day that Russia was actually its most important ally. Well, Sung Han in Taipei for us. Thank you very much. And that's all from me and the business team here in Berlin. Until next time, take care.
To the point. Strong opinions, clear positions, international perspectives.
As Putin's war rages on, there's a terrifying question hanging over Eastern Europe. Will he stop in Ukraine? Or will he risk a confrontation with NATO? So on another special edition of To the Point, we ask, Putin's war, is he really threatening Eastern Europe?
To the Point. In 90 minutes on DW. Not just another day. So much is happening all at once. We take time to understand. This is The Day, an in-depth look at current news events, analyzed by experts and critical thinkers. Not just another news show. This is The Day. Weekdays on DW.
On the green fence.
Do you feel worried about the planet? Me too. I'm Neil, host of the On the Green Fence podcast, and to me it's clear we need to change. The solutions are out there. Join me for a deep dive into the green transformation. For me, for you, for the planet.
This is DW News, live from Berlin. A nation under fire. Ukraine's civilians caught in the crosshairs of the war. Efforts continue to evacuate civilians after Russia and Ukraine agree a new ceasefire covering several cities. But Kyiv accuses Russia's forces of attacking previous escape routes. And the leaders of Germany and Canada discuss the war in Ukraine here in the German capital. They pledge more support for Kyiv, but German Chancellor Olaf Scholz rules out sending warplanes to the conflict. Hello, everyone. I'm Leila Harak. Thank you so much for joining us. Renewed efforts are underway to get civilians out of besieged cities in Ukraine. For a second day, Russia and Ukraine say they will observe a ceasefire to provide 6 evacuation routes. It's unclear, though, whether safety can be guaranteed. Conditions are worsening for people stuck in zones targeted by Russian shelling. As the invasion meets resistance, there are fears the Russian military could step up attacks on civilian areas.
It's the first successful humanitarian corridor, allowing desperate civilians to flee during a pause in the fighting. These convoys carried people from the northeastern city of Sumy, which has experienced heavy shelling in recent days. President Volodymyr Zelensky said it was just the start.
Hundreds of people are saved. Humanitarian aid has been delivered. But this is just a small percentage of what we have to do and what is expected of us. We are ready. Humanitarian aid is ready and our transports are ready.
Further west, people fleeing the Kiev suburb of Irpin, crossing a damaged bridge that Russian troops have repeatedly fired on as civilians tried to get across. Heartbreaking goodbyes, as many of the men left their families to go back and fight. Others helping those unable to make the journey by themselves.
We are fleeing. She is barely walking, but we are doing our best, thank you. It is good that we could cross the bridge. Bombs are exploding over there, quite intense. Irpin is totally damaged.
Military analysts say the onslaught will likely get worse in the coming days. Russian forces are increasingly turning to shelling civilian areas and infrastructure. These air raid sirens in Kiev warning people to stay indoors as the invasion entered its 14th day. But as the dawn broke, the national anthem echoed through the streets, a message of solidarity. The show of resistance continues in Kherson, the first major city to fall under Russian control. The capital's symphony orchestra played a concert to those who stayed behind. A brief moment of beauty to counter the scenes of destruction that are becoming commonplace in Ukraine.
Let's take you to Kyiv, a city under pressure. Correspondent Matthias Böllinger is in the Ukrainian capital for you. Matthias, where do things stand 2 weeks into the invasion?
Yeah, we've heard the news. Many places are really in dire conditions. Places that have been under siege, where food are shortages of food, where there are problems with water, electricity. Mariupol is one of them. We do not know whether the humanitarian corridor has worked there. It seems that there have been no positive news from there. We can still hope, but it's not completely clear what has been happening there. But it doesn't look too good. In other places, it's a little bit better. Some people have been evacuated from, we've seen it, the northwestern suburbs of Kiev, and also from Sumy in the north, but we have other places where the humanitarian situation is getting worse and worse. The Russian troops are advancing very slowly. The Ukrainian army is still doing heavy, is resisting fiercely the advance, and are quite successful in destroying a lot of Russian technology. Just a few hours ago, we heard loud explosions here in the sky over Kiev. These were again planes that were shut down by the air defense systems, the Ukrainian air defense systems. It's quite a bloody and wasteful war where Russia is losing a lot of its materials and many soldiers die. So that's where we stand. We don't have a clear way where it's heading. It seems stuck.
Matthias, how is the effort to get civilians out from war-torn cities going?
It's different in different places. There was the idea today that a ceasefire would allow to evacuate civilians from all the places that are under pressure. That would mean Mariupol, which I mentioned, Sumy, Chernihiv, and the northwestern suburbs of Kiev, as well as some other places near Kharkiv in the northeast. Some of them have worked, but many of them seem not to have worked. And even there, where people have been evacuated, there are still many staying behind in these very dire conditions. So the humanitarian situation is really grave.
Very grave, and of course there are now worries that Russia might double down. What are you hearing about Russia intensifying its attacks across the country?
That's again hard to say. There have been attacks throughout the time, and Russia is advancing slowly. But we see that Russia is not able to turn the page completely. The gains that it has made in the south are there, but in the north it's more they are stalling. We are hearing that Russia is regrouping, is bringing in new technology, and is preparing for a major assault on Kiev and other places in the north. But we do not know whether they will succeed or not. Until now,
their successes have been limited, let's say. They are, of course, here and they're advancing and they have occupied territory, but they did not achieve the goals that they had set themselves, and they're not not anywhere near the American experts, and the American government seems to be thinking that surrounding Kiev, which would be one goal, one step towards taking this city, is still at least a few days away.
DW correspondent Matthias Böllinger reporting from the Ukrainian capital. Matthias, thank you very much for your continued coverage. Meanwhile, the Pentagon has rejected an offer from the Polish government to transfer fighter jets to the United States for use in Ukraine. Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby says the plan is not tenable. Poland wanted to transfer its Soviet-era MiG-29s to the U.S. for delivery to the Ukrainian Air Force. The Polish offer was in response to Ukraine's appeal for fighter planes that its pilots are trained to fly. But the U.S. feared that the deal could be viewed by Russia as a hostile move. Vice President Kamala Harris will have a chance to smooth things over when she meets the Polish president in Warsaw on Thursday. We go now, we'd like to turn now to Lieutenant General Ben Hodges. He's a retired U.S. Army officer and the former commander of U.S. forces in Europe, and he joins us from Frankfurt, Germany. A very good day, sir. So good of you to make some time out to speak to us. Why is sending weapons into Ukraine acceptable, but sending fighter jets untenable, according to the Pentagon?
Yeah, I completely disagree with this decision by the Pentagon, or the announcement, if that's the case. I'm not sure that the book is closed on this. I love the initiative by Poland to give capability that Ukrainians need so they can defend themselves. I'm sure it's more complicated underneath than it seems, and that I'm willing to bet that we're going to eventually get there. But to the point of your question, I would not make the difference that, providing aircraft is bad, but providing Javelin is good or acceptable. So I hope that we get this fixed very quickly.
Would you be in favor of NATO intervening or enforcing a no-fly zone over Ukraine, as the Ukrainians have been pleading NATO to do?
Well, for sure, we cannot repeat what we did at Srebrenica in 1995, where European soldiers under a UN mandate stood outside the city while 8,000 Bosnian men and boys were murdered by Republika Srpska forces. So we can't do that. We're watching deliberate murder of Ukrainian citizens every single day because they're being targeted by Russian forces. Still, this is not inconsequential. If NATO gets inside Ukrainian airspace and on the ground in Ukraine, that potentially changes the nature of what's going on here. For sure, NATO air forces would destroy Russian air forces, but the bigger point is, what are the implications? And we want to preserve the unity of the alliance. So this is not a decision to be taken alone by the United States. I do think it's worth considering, though. Most of the damage that's being done in the cities is not by the Russian Air Force. It's being done by systems on the ground, missiles, rockets, artillery, fired from Russian units inside Ukraine and also inside Russia, and by the Black Sea Fleet. What can we do to help Ukraine destroy those? Anti-ship capability, more intelligence, longer range systems where Ukrainians could destroy the source of this damage.
So how long do you think that Ukraine's army could withstand this Russian onslaught? Do you think that the longer this war goes on, the harder it will be for Russia to win it, or the more difficult it will be for Ukraine to stand its ground?
No, absolutely. Ukraine is going to win this. Russia is not going to get into Kyiv. Russia has made the decision to transition to attrition warfare. And to do that, you have to have time, you have to have unlimited ammunition, and you have to have unlimited manpower. And Russia has none of those three. The sanctions are going to begin to take real effect in the next few weeks, and that's going to affect their time as well as their population. They do not have unlimited ammunition. We're already hearing reports of shortages of some key munitions. Again, sanctions help here. And they have a manpower problem. They've already stopped the departure of some troops who are due to end their conscription, and they're trying to recruit mercenaries from Syria. So this manpower problem is big for them, whereas the logistical effort from the West for Ukraine is only just now picking up speed. So I think actually time is on the side of Ukraine.
But the Ukrainians are outgunned and outnumbered. I mean, how can they possibly win this?
Actually, they're not outnumbered. There's more than 200,000 troops in Ukraine's land forces, and then you've got a very large territorial force. And then we've seen very clearly that the Ukrainian population is willing to fight, to do things. Russia does not have that many soldiers inside Ukraine. So they're not outnumbered. Clearly, the Russians have the advantage from sea power and, at this point, air power, but they have not demonstrated the overwhelming air power superiority that, frankly, I would have expected. So I think that in this case, because the logistics is going to is improving for the Ukrainians, and it only gets more difficult for the Russians, I think that Ukraine, as long as the West sticks together and continues to support, I think Ukraine has a chance to come out of this on the right side.
And in conclusion, sir, I just want to ask you, should the U.S. engage with Russia? Should the U.S. engage directly with the Kremlin to stop this bloodshed?
Well, here's what we should be doing. On April the 1st, 1 April, 130,000 young Russian men, 19 and 20 years old, have to report for duty at conscription centers. It's the scheduled next wave of conscription. That means 130,000 families are about to send their son and brother off to become cannon fodder as privates in the Russian army to fight in a war of Slavs against Slavs. I think if we could somehow reach even a third of those families and that they refuse to send their son to conscription, that would be like an earthquake inside Russia. And this is what we need, is pressure, organic pressure from inside Russia. This is how this comes to a conclusion.
Retired Lieutenant General Ben Hodges, the former commander of U.S. forces in Europe. Sir, thank you for your time.
Thank you for the privilege.
Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and German Chancellor Olaf Scholz have just finished holding talks in Berlin. The pair discussed the transatlantic response to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. The EU, along with the US, UK, and Canada, have announced a raft of sanctions against Russian oligarchs, banks, and companies. Germany has already canceled the Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline from Russia, and EU leaders have drawn a plan to cut dependence on Russian energy sources. Let's take a listen to the German Chancellor and the Canadian Prime Minister speaking moments ago.
We agree that the Russian attack on Ukraine marks a turning point for Europe, but also for world peace. The Russian attack on Ukraine is a blatant breach of international law. The world we live in is no longer the same. We now see many attacks on Ukrainian cities, schools and homes. The suffering of the Ukrainian people in this war zone leaves us speechless. What we need now is a ceasefire, and my appeal to the Russian president is this: stop the bloodshed, withdraw the Russian troops.
Canada and Germany stand together against Putin's invasion. He represents a threat to democracy, to security, and to peace in Europe and around the world. This morning I spoke with President Zelensky and highlighted once again the strength and determination of the Ukrainian people, and told him that Canada will soon be sending highly specialized equipment to them, and invited him to address Parliament in Canada, and he accepted. Le Canada et l'Allemagne.
Let's take you to DW correspondent Nina Haas, as she has been listening to that press conference that took place moments ago. Nina, both leaders seem to be keen to de-escalate the conflict, and the Chancellor, they're coming out very strongly against sending warplanes to Ukraine. What more can you tell us about that?
That's correct. The German Chancellor Olaf Scholz and the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau stressed again that they stood in solidarity with Ukraine. But when asked about whether Germany would allow Polish fighter jets to leave an American airbase here in Germany, Olaf Scholz was very clear and said we have to be extremely careful in how we show this solidarity with Ukraine. That does not include fighter planes, were Olaf Scholz's words. So, of course, this is an extremely difficult line for the West to tread, an extremely tricky thing because they don't want to create a situation where Vladimir Putin could interpret NATO countries to have become parties in this war. And Justin Trudeau also stressed the fact that Germany and Canada and NATO countries don't want to escalate the situation, thereby essentially supporting Olaf Scholz's words.
And Nina, the Chancellor also addressed energy security concerns.
That's also true. I mean, everybody knows that Germany is highly dependent on Russian energy imports, much more so than countries like the US or Canada. And so this is a very tricky issue for Germany. And both Scholz and Trudeau stressed again the fact that both countries are trying to decarbonize their economies. Germany wants to become climate neutral by 2045. And it was important, both said, to not lose focus and to essentially push for those climate-friendly technologies. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau said that he supports Olaf Scholz's initiative of the International Climate Club, where essentially like-minded countries are really going to try and diversify energy supplies. And Olaf Scholz said that he's hoping for an intensive partnership with Canada when it comes to building links in terms of hydrogen imports, because, of course, Canada will be in a position where they can produce environmentally friendly hydrogen power in a couple of years' time, and Germany wants to import that.
And on this topic of energy diversification, this war has already proved to be a catalyst for change in terms of German policy. Are there attempts, Nina, to speed up the transition to clean energy here in this country?
Well, that's what the three parties that form this new government coalition here in Germany set out to do. But of course, now with this war going on in Ukraine that was initiated by Russia, this topic has, of course, jumped to the top of the agenda even more. And now Germany does want to exit coal by 2030. That was one of the promises that the government parties here made to the German people. But it is looking as though Germany might have to find those different solutions in the period between now and the year 2030, where they try to reduce their dependency on Russian energy imports. And so the economy minister, Robert Habeck, from the Greens, has already said that they are looking into all the various options and that maybe even coal power plants might have to run longer. They're also exploring whether nuclear power plants might have to run longer, even though they're really old here in Germany, and that doesn't seem to be a very likely option. But Scholz stressed again, the German Chancellor, that it is very important to not lose focus, that we want to decarbonize our economy. And of course, the big question is just how quickly Germany can get rid of its dependency on Russian energy imports.
DW correspondent Nina Haza reporting. Nina, thank you. The refugee exodus is seeing thousands of Ukrainians arrive here in Berlin every day. It's caught the capital off guard and is pushing resources to the limit. Berlin says it can't cope alone and has appealed to help from other parts of the country.
Safe at last, far from the war. The Ukrainian refugees at this shelter arrived in Berlin a few days ago. Traumatized and exhausted, very few were willing to talk to us. One woman from the besieged city of Kharkiv told us she finally managed to get some sleep after arriving here. She can't hold back her tears. My sister is still there. She lives in an apartment block on the 8th floor. She told me she'll never leave. She'd rather die there. Bombs and missiles are raining down on the city. About 140 people have found temporary shelter here. They're being cared for, in part by an NGO that operates shelters like these. Its manager tells us time is of the essence in this crisis. I got a call at 3 a.m. on Sunday morning to say that people would be moving in that day. My colleagues worked like crazy in constant shifts to get everything ready. 2 buses arrived carrying refugees in the course of the day, and we thought that was it. But by evening, another bus pulled up to our door with no advance notice. After arriving at Berlin's central train station, people are taken to their accommodation. More than 10,000 refugees from Ukraine are arriving every day. The city has sounded the alarm, saying it can't cope. Germany's interior minister has promised to help. We are evaluating how to provide refugees from the war zones with a place to stay in Germany. Naturally, they can't all stay in Berlin. The city can't cope on its own. The government is working on a plan to coordinate the distribution of refugees, but all of Germany's states have pledged to take people in. I just want to say thank you to Germany for helping us in this situation. And I will try to help the country in any way I can. It will take time to settle refugees across Germany. Until then, Berlin will have to continue rolling out the help for new arrivals.
Well, among the millions of civilians who have fled Ukraine are many families with children. The situation is even more precarious for kids with no parents to protect them. And that includes hundreds of orphans who have traveled long distances to seek refuge in safe havens in Ukraine's west and in neighboring countries.
Toddlers and babes in arms. These children are some of the most vulnerable of Ukraine's refugees. From orphanages in the Kyiv region, they're seeking shelter in Poland. Their first stop, Przemysl station. It's Ukraine's busiest border crossing with its western neighbour. In the village of the same name, a local children's charity is ready to receive the latest arrivals, all 150, in a school sports hall.
So many great volunteers who are helping. We have food for them. You know, there will be lots of kids who are very small, so we have to change the diapers, and etc., etc.
Happy Kids has so far helped evacuate some 2,000 Ukrainian orphans. The charity says it's doing its best not to separate the children once they arrive in Poland.
Just 2 days ago, we had a transport of 700 kids. And, you know, it's not easy to find a place for anybody, but it's even tougher to find a place for 700 kids in the same one place.
Further south, 93 orphans are sheltering on the Hungarian border. For these children, conflict is nothing new. They're from Ukraine's separatist Donetsk region. Their refuge, a converted former boarding school in a village separated from the rest of Ukraine by the Carpathian Mountains. They'd previously been staying at Artek children's camp near Kiev, ironically to enjoy some respite from the conflict when the invasion began in February.
After we arrived in Artek, we heard 2 loud blasts. In the evening, we were told that we were to be evacuated to Transcarpathia at 8 a.m. The next morning, we left. We were very scared because we were surrounded by Russian troops.
The children and their guardians have been warmly welcomed by locals.
Volunteers from our parish went to the border, to the refugees. They distributed sandwiches, coffee and tea. And then lots of children began arriving in Transcarpathia.
Of the more than 2 million people who have now fled Ukraine, most have been welcomed into neighbouring countries. Residents of the former Soviet states have much in common. They know how it feels to live in the shadow of Russian dominance.
You're watching DW News and our special coverage on the war in Ukraine. Coming up next in DW News Asia, we'll follow hundreds of Indian students on their harrowing escape from Ukraine's battlegrounds. That story and a whole lot more coming up in just a moment with my colleague Melissa Chan. I'm Leila Harak in Berlin. On behalf of all of us here, thank you very much for making us part of your day.
To the point. Strong opinions, clear positions, international perspectives.
As Putin's war rages on, there's a terrifying question hanging over Eastern Europe. Will he stop in Ukraine? Or will he risk a confrontation with NATO? So on another special edition of To the Point, we ask, Putin's war, is he really threatening Eastern Europe?
To the Point. In 60 minutes on DW.
I'm scared that if I work that hard and in the end they tell me, you are not allowed to stay here anymore, we will send you back.
Are you familiar with this?
The smugglers were liars.
What's your story?
Women especially are victims of violence.
Take part and send us your story.
We are trying always to understand this new culture.
Hello, welcome back. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky has warned of a humanitarian catastrophe if the West doesn't do more to help his country. Zelensky was speaking after a Polish plan to provide Ukraine with fighter jets was rejected by the United States. Yesterday, NATO Secretary-General Jens Stoltenberg confirmed the further bolstering of NATO defences in countries like Latvia and Estonia, where there is a convoy of British troops currently based. Joining me now is Estonia's Foreign Minister, Eva-Maria Liimets. Foreign Minister, good of you to take the time this afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us here on Sky News.
Thank you for having me. Good evening.
A lot more diplomacy going on this week. Western leaders are getting together to talk about what more they can do to help Ukraine. I know that the US Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, visited your country yesterday, and the discussion was about just that. What more can countries like Estonia do? What was the outcome of those discussions?
Yesterday, we had very important discussions with Secretary Blinken how the international community could support the end of the war in Ukraine, which was unjustifiably started by Russia. And of course, we must continue to support Ukraine politically, economically, continue to give humanitarian aid to Ukraine, but also defensive means. At the same time, it is very important to pressure the Russian Federation to stop this unjustified and very unfortunate war, which is totally unacceptable because it is severe violation of the international law, severe violation of security-related agreements of Europe.
Can you talk to me about, there's a bit of confusion today over supplying jets to Ukraine, which they have asked for, and Poland thought it had come up with a solution. It wanted to send jets to Germany and then they would be sent on to Ukraine. But the United States says that was untenable because it would be perhaps seen as an act of aggression by the West and NATO towards Russia. It's a very sensitive time in what kind of support you do and do not offer to Ukraine. What line do you think there is in what you can offer them? Why can't you offer them jets?
It is very important to continue to provide defensive equipment to Ukraine so that they could protect their country. And so far, we have seen that more than 20 countries already have provided defensive equipment to Ukraine. For me, it is very difficult to comment the decisions of other countries. But what I can say that Estonia itself does not have fighters to provide, but we have provided and donated this kind of defensive equipment what we could deliver. And Estonia has already supported Ukraine with defensive equipment for about 200 million euros. It is big support for Ukraine, and we very much welcome that also other countries have provided different defensive means for Ukraine, which have been possible for them.
Yeah, a lot being made of the fact that what is being supplied by NATO members and Western nations are defensive weapons. At what point is that not enough? Because President Zelensky, every time we hear from him, every time he makes an appeal to Western leaders, it's about wanting more. What if those defensive weapons aren't enough for Ukraine?
Here, of course, it is very important to speak about the main goal. The main goal is to help to end this war. And therefore, we, the Western countries, we are trying to support, of course, Ukraine with defensive equipment so that they could defend their country. But at the same time, we continue with political pressure towards Russia so that Russia would stop this war, which they started, and also would withdraw their military troops from Ukraine. So we are working in two parallel directions with this regard. And of course, I totally understand the concerns of President Zelensky, because what we see, the war is not stopped yet. Therefore, international community must continue to work out opportunities how we can support to end this war.
This war in Ukraine will be particularly alarming for the people of Estonia, because Estonia is one of the few NATO member states that has direct borders with Russia. And when your Prime Minister met with the Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, yesterday, she said that she is asking to establish a permanent and meaningful NATO forward defence in the Baltic region, a permanent defence. Because Estonia, you will be watching what's going on in Ukraine and feeling particularly vulnerable.
Yes, we have seen Russia's aggressive behavior already for many years against its neighbors. And of course, this must be reflected also in documents of NATO. In NATO's last year's summit, it was jointly agreed that Russia poses threat to transatlantic security. Therefore, we started already last year with these decisions that we must continue to strengthen the defense and deterrence posture of NATO. And from our perspective, yes, we need some more permanent solutions how to defend, how to strengthen the defense posture here in Europe. And we believe that we must have forward defense posture in place for our region, and also we must have better air defense systems in place. So we continue to work towards these solutions within NATO together with our NATO allies.
Foreign Minister, I know just a couple of weeks ago you were in Ukraine, you had to cut that visit short, so you've seen the impact of what is happening on the ground in Ukraine, but you have also witnessed over the border in your country the influx of refugees. Perhaps you can talk to us about the numbers you've received so far and what's happening when they get to you, what provisions you have for them, because we talk about shelter and the basics that they need straight away, food and medicine, but they also need jobs. They need somewhere to stay because we don't know how long this is going to last for. What's been the response in Estonia to help them?
This is very unfortunate that as of today, we have seen more than 2 million people already have left Ukraine and they are looking for homes in other neighboring countries. In Estonia here, we have accepted, by today, we have accepted about 10,000 refugees. We have 4 refugee centers here in Estonia, which register the refugees and then provide them places to live. Most of them will be staying with their relatives who were already here in Estonia, or friends or co-workers. But if they don't have other place to stay, then we provide hotels for them for the period of time that there is another solution found for them. Of course, at the same time, we provide also social security and also medical care, because we also see that about a third of the refugees are children, so they need different kind of support. And yesterday morning, I started my day also in the refugee center and wanted to see with my own eyes how this registration works out and how these people are helped in Estonia. And I can really say that those people who reach here in Estonia, they are warmly welcomed. They have been provided with food, with help and assistance how to organize their life here in Estonia until they can return to home or transfer to other countries where they may have relatives or friends.
And Foreign Minister, I'll ask you one final question, because this is a hotly contested topic in the UK at the moment. How slowly the wheels are turning to get Ukrainian refugees a visa to enter the UK. Just how quick is the process in Estonia? How quickly can people be granted entry into your country from the time they reach the border?
In Estonia, Ukrainians can enter visa-free. Therefore, they just are packed into the buses mostly in Poland, or sometimes in other neighboring countries, and then they are brought to Estonia. We have NGOs in place who organize this transportation, and so basically they don't need any documents to enter Estonia. But of course, here in Estonia, we register them and provide with documents, also phone numbers and security codes, so that they can start their lives here in Estonia.
Okay, Eva Maria Limits, Minister of Foreign Affairs for the Republic of Estonia. Really good to speak to you this afternoon. Thank you for taking the time.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
The war in Ukraine is having a global economic impact. We've been documenting that here on Sky News as it unfolds. Another record high for gas. The Experian Catalyst said that the average cost of a litre of petrol was 158.2 pence yesterday, while diesel reached 165.2p. Let's speak to our business presenter, Ian King, who joins me now from the city. Just continues to get worse, doesn't it, Ian?
Well, it does, Sarah Jane, but actually the markets have rallied. The equity markets have rallied today. We had a sell-off in Asia overnight, but European markets trading very much to the upside. The German stock market, which was in bear market territory earlier this week, is actually up some 5% right now. And actually the oil price is not showing any sort of dramatic movement today. It's actually a couple of percentage points lower than it has been in recent days, still at very elevated levels. But nonetheless, that some people may take a bit of comfort from from that, natural gas prices have also come off their highs from earlier in the week as well. And in the meantime, a roll call of companies are continuing to shut up shop in Russia, suspending or closing down their operations. We've heard today from some of the big guns of Europe. L'Oreal, the French cosmetics giant, it's announced it's closing its stores in Russia. And Heineken, the Dutch company, the world's second largest brewing company, they have said that they're going to be suspending sales and advertising of their brand. Now, we've also heard today from Unilever, one of the FTSE 100's biggest companies, a company which spans the likes of Ben & Jerry's ice cream, Magnum ice cream, Dove soap, Lifebuoy soap, Domestos disinfectant. And it said it is going to suspend importing and exporting into and from Russia. It will continue with some sales of essential hygiene and food products, but it will not be seeking to make a profit from its operations in Russia. And what's very interesting, both Heineken and Unilever and L'Oreal, all of whom they've been very, very critical indeed of the Russian government. They've explicitly criticised the Russian state in their statements for its invasion of Ukraine. Now, this obviously follows hard on the heels last night of a clutch more big American names announcing they're pulling out of Russia. They include McDonald's, which has some 850 outlets, Yum Brands, owner of KFC, and Pizza Hut. They have more than 1,000 outlets across Russia. They're both pulling out. So too are Coca-Cola and PepsiCo. And PepsiCo, particularly ironic, really, because they were the very first company that from the West that was able to produce its goods and sell its goods in the old Soviet Union. It's been in the country for as long ago as 1974. Now, there's a bit of breaking news that I can bring you in the last few moments, and this is concerning Lada, one of the few really iconic Russian brands, you could say, the car maker, obviously an icon of the old Soviet Union. Well, Lada has had to suspend its production in Russia. It's got a big factory in Togliatti, which is in western Russia on the banks of the Volga River. It's been there since Soviet times, as I say, and a car that's driven by many, many millions of Soviet citizens over the years and now Russians as well. It's these days owned by Renault, but apparently they have not been able to get the parts that they require. Some 20% of all their parts are shipped into Russia from overseas. They can't get those parts because of the Western blockade on Russia. Also, Russia not able to pay in rubles anymore for those parts. So again, Western suppliers not necessarily interested in doing business with them. So that is a real indication, I think, Sarah Jane, of how Western sanctions are starting to put the squeeze on parts of the Russian economy in quite a meaningful way. Apparently, Lada has had to send home thousands of workers because production, as I say, has been suspended.
Ian, thank you. Ian King with the latest from the city. Just some breaking news to bring you now from Reuters. This is from the besieged city of Mariupol, which has come under heavy shelling in recent days. It's also one of those cities that humanitarian corridors are vital for. Thousands trying to leave that city. They've been without water and electricity for a number of days now. The city council have said that Russian bombing has completely destroyed the children's hospital in the city. That is all the information we have at the moment. No word of any casualties. But Mariupol City Council saying that Russian bombing has completely destroyed the children's hospital in the city. We'll have more on that as we get it here on Sky News. Coming up after the break, I'm going to be speaking to the former director of policy planning at NATO as the alliance tries to strike a balance between supporting Ukraine and avoiding a war with Russia.
I'm David Blevins, and I'm Sky's senior Ireland correspondent. Politically, the two sides are as far apart as ever, and it's over that question of who has sovereignty in Northern Ireland, the very issue that's been the source of tension here for generations. I've spent 25 years reporting the journey from conflict to peace.
The political parties of Northern Ireland have reached agreement.
We already know what the government gets out of this deal. What exactly does the DUP get out of it? Well, £1.5 billion. If there's anyone who might know how to fix Northern Ireland's devolved government, it's the American architect.
Changes in circumstance require changes in approach.
If we both contract COVID-19 and end up in hospital, religion's nothing.
If there's a hard border, I think it'll cripple the country.
Welcome back. Let's get more now on NATO's response to the war in Ukraine and the balance it needs to strike between supporting the government in Kyiv and avoiding becoming an active participant in the war. Well, President Zelensky repeated his call for a no-fly zone, policed by NATO, saying that the international community will be responsible for a humanitarian catastrophe if it doesn't agree. Well, joining me now to discuss this, Fabrice Poitier, CEO of Rasmussen Global and the former Director of Policy Planning at NATO, so perfectly positioned to have this discussion. Fabrice, good to see you this afternoon. Thank you for joining us.
Nice to meet you.
NATO, is it taking the sensible route so far? What do you think of its strategy in terms of not getting directly involved at the moment in this war in Ukraine?
I think NATO should and could play a much more active role in putting more pressure on the Putin war machine without necessarily being kind of sending boots on the ground. And I think that's the equation NATO is not really getting right now, where it's communicating in a pretty significant way how keen it is to defend and how ready it is to defend the NATO territory. But the problem is this war is happening outside the NATO territory, yet it involves all of us because it's a war against a certain idea of Europe. And I think NATO could play a much bigger role here.
When you say it could be more active, how so?
Well, for example, I think it can play a bigger role in providing the kind of weapon system, especially defensive systems that the Ukrainian forces need. And the fighter jet U-turn by the United States is obviously embarrassing. But, for example, the air defense system that the Ukrainians are using against the Russian Air Force could be augmented with more support from and delivery by NATO countries. Second, I think NATO can also have a greater presence in some of the key areas of operation for the Russian forces, including in the Baltic and Black Seas. And finally, I think on the nuclear aspect, it is baffling that NATO has not pushed back on essentially what is nuclear blackmailing by Vladimir Putin, in at least stating that nuclear weapons have no place in that war and that the use of these weapons will actually fundamentally change the nature of that conflict.
A lot of people watching at home will be watching what you just made reference to there, is this jet confusion today, with Poland saying it's going to give jets to Ukraine and the United States basically saying that is untenable, because the idea being that that would be seen as a form of aggression towards Russia, which could escalate this war and bring NATO directly into it. Can you explain to us NATO's mindset in terms of what is a defensive weapon and what would be considered an offensive weapon? Because the UK today has committed to anti-missile weaponry, more anti-missile weaponry to Ukraine. Why is that okay, but the jets that we're watching on screen now are not?
Well, yeah, it's a very blurred line, in fact, because you can argue that the jets are to defend the Ukrainian civilian population. So they're not necessarily offensive or defensive. They're just weapons in order to not let the Russian to dominate the air and be able to operate and bomb civilians at will. So I think it's a bit of a rhetorical distinction here. The bottom line is NATO is afraid of being sucked in a conflict even though actually I think every time NATO has been second-guessing Vladimir Putin and unwilling to engage, every time Vladimir Putin moved in and escalated. And this is what we have seen since 2014. So it's sad to see we have not yet learned the main lesson for 2014, 2015, which is basically Putin doesn't respect weakness or ambiguity. Putin respects strengths. And here I think NATO could provide a bit more strength, even if, again, it does not have to be NATO boots on the ground.
In that light, then, talk to me about a no-fly zone, because President Zelensky repeatedly calls for it. NATO member states say that is not an option because that would involve countries like the UK taking down Russian fighter jets, which would definitely escalate the war. But in your mind, if this escalation is coming anyway, is that a brave move that NATO member countries need to make to enforce a no-fly zone over Ukraine?
I'm personally not sure a no-fly zone is exactly what the Ukrainians need right now and what they can actually execute given the many pressure they're under. But I think the bottom line is if President Zelensky is asking for capabilities for his own forces to try to implement a no-fly zone, I think we should provide those capabilities first. Second, we should augment them with air defense systems, because don't forget that it's not just about fighter jets, it's about, being able to shoot basically the enemy fighter jets from the ground up. So I think we could provide much more there. And third, I think there are many other things we can do, including, like I mentioned, in the maritime domain. What we need is a maximum pressure strategy. So it's not about just going, frontal with Russia, but it's about being able to show to Vladimir Putin that basically him pursuing his strategy will lead to failure, and actually will lead to a point where he could endanger his own grip on power, and therefore his interest is actually to stop his campaign and stop killing civilians.
Fabrice Pothway, really good to get your time this afternoon, CEO of Rasmussen Global and former policy chief at NATO. Thank you very much. Fabrice saying there that NATO could be a bit braver. There are other things they can do to support Ukraine. Well, this war less than 2 weeks old. I'm sure there will be more movements in the coming days. We'll follow all of them here on Sky News, of course. You're watching the Sarah Jane Mee Show. Coming up after the break, we'll get the latest from Mariupol, which is in southern Ukraine. The city council saying a children's hospital has been completely destroyed by Russian bombing. It's 3 o'clock. You're watching the Sarah Jane Me Show. Coming up, the Red Cross describes conditions in the besieged Ukrainian city of Mariupol as apocalyptic, as the deputy mayor there says more than 1,200 people have been killed. Act now or risk a humanitarian catastrophe. The Ukrainian president urges the West to send fighter jets and impose a no-fly zone. Ukraine calls for a ceasefire at Chernobyl due to a power cut, but the international nuclear watchdog moves to calm fears of a radiation leak. Boris Johnson defends the UK's response to Ukraine's refugee crisis, with more than 2 million people now having fled the country. The Kremlin says the United States has declared economic war on Russia after Western leaders announced bans on Russian oil and gas. And the Foreign Secretary is in Washington. She's due to hold a news conference with her US counterpart at 4:15 this afternoon. We'll bring it to you live here on Sky News. The deputy mayor of the besieged Ukrainian city of Mariupol says over 1,200 people have now been killed in the city since the war began. The Red Cross are describing conditions in the city as apocalyptic. In the last few minutes, the city council in Mariupol has said Russian bombing has completely destroyed the children's hospital. Ukraine's president has repeated his warning of a humanitarian catastrophe in his country if the West doesn't do more to help. Well, the capital, Kyiv, woke up to air raid sirens today, and later the sound of explosions echoed around the edges of the city. Kharkiv, Chernihiv, Sumy and Mariupol are all surrounded by Russian forces and continue to experience heavy shelling. In Malin, at least 5 people, including 2 children, have been killed in an airstrike that happened last night. In Borodyanka, officials there say heavy shelling has made it impossible to remove the bodies of 12 people who died at a psychiatric hospital. Conditions outside the capital, Kyiv, are said to be appalling, with civilians evacuating from towns like this following a small bridge into the relative safety of the capital. Humanitarian corridors are supposed to be open today across the country to allow civilians to escape the fighting in these cities. The mayor of Sumy says a second day of evacuations has begun successfully. But in Izium, the regional governor says that the attempt there has stopped because of Russian shelling. Likewise, there are no reports of success evacuating Mariupol, where, as I've just said, the deputy mayor has reported more than 1,200 deaths. The city is under siege and bodies lie uncollected in the street. The Red Cross has described the situation there as apocalyptic. Sky correspondent Ashish Joshi has the story of the day in Ukraine so far.
They're looking for survivors or the injured. Anyone who might still be alive under the debris. This building, like so many in Sumy, in northeastern Ukraine, reduced to splinters and rubble. This video was shot by Ukrainian emergency services, first responders in a war zone when so many need help.
This square here in Kharkiv is completely destroyed.
This is what happens after relentless Russian bombardment. Neighborhoods like this one in Kharkiv turned into ghost towns, devoid of all life and no knowing when it will return. The Russian invasion has entered its 14th day. The plea for Western intervention still as strong today as it was 2 weeks ago.
14 днів. From the first day of the Russian invasion, Ukraine keeps telling our partners that if you don't close the airspace over Ukraine, you will be responsible for Ukrainian people's death too. Russia uses missiles and bombs to kill our people, to target our infrastructure. This is a responsibility, a moral duty of the world to help us.
Every day, the basics we all take for granted get harder. Now, charging your phone while bombs explode around you is normal. These residents in Mariupol hardly flinch. Russia is keen to show the world the might of its military muscle. Moscow, no doubt stung by Western analysis, suggesting its advance is behind schedule. Its defense ministry has shared footage of armored columns and attack helicopters it claims are in action in Ukraine. And it also wants to show the world that it is responding to the humanitarian crisis that it has itself created. Moscow shared these pictures of aid being distributed among residents of a village outside Kyiv. But as it continues its offensive on the ground, Moscow has also stepped up its diplomatic attack on Ukraine, accusing it of using biological weapons.
We can conclude that in Ukrainian laboratories close to our borders, components of biological weapons were being developed. The urgent destruction of these materials was ordered in order not to disclose the materials and the programs that were being developed there.
This claim has been dismissed as baseless by both the Pentagon and Ukrainian officials. Over 2 million people have now fled this conflict, and Ukrainians continue to pour over her borders seeking safety. Desperate families torn from loved ones, some who remain behind facing an increasingly uncertain future. Ukraine's capital has yet to fall, but fighting inches ever closer. This surreal show of defiance, the Kiev Classic Symphony Orchestra, performing in the city's Maidan Square for the residents who were still here. They played the EU's adopted anthem, Ode to Joy. But there is little of that here. Ashish Joshi, Sky News.
The Defence Secretary says the UK is investigating whether it can send more advanced anti-air weapons to Ukraine. Ben Wallace was speaking in the Commons this lunchtime.
To date, the international community has donated over 900 man-portable air defence missiles and thousands of anti-tank guided weapons of varying types, as well as various small arms. But the capability needs strengthening. So in response to Ukrainian requests, the government has taken the decision to explore the donation of Starstreak high-velocity man-portable anti-air missiles. We believe that this system will remain within the definition of defensive weapons, but will allow the Ukrainian force to better defend their skies.
Our Security and Defence editor Deborah Haynes has more on this from Lviv.
The UK was the first European nation to send in these defensive weapons, as he describes them. And he said that in terms of the number of anti-tank weapons that have been sent in already, it's more than 3,600 now, which is up from 2,000 at the beginning of the war nearly 2 weeks ago. And he also said that they were going to start sending in another form of anti-tank missile, the Javelin, and he said that they were considering sending in anti-air missiles as well. Now, this is the thing that the Ukrainians have been crying out for. They've been very appreciative of the anti-tank weapons, it must be said. I mean, that's one of the reasons why the Ukrainian military have been able to take out so many Russian tanks and other armoured vehicles. But clearly they're concerned about the ability of Russia to fly still in their skies, drop bombs on residential areas, they say, or bombs on their cities, also launching missiles against them. And that's something that an anti-aircraft system could help. I mean, the one that the UK is talking about isn't the sort of much larger system that can shoot jets out the skies. It's the sort of system that could take out helicopters, for example. But right now, clearly from the Ukrainian side, anything that can help bolster the abilities of their armed forces are welcome. But I thought it was interesting in the UK Defence Secretary's explanation to MPs of the help that the UK is giving. He says that everything they do, he describes it as defensive weapons. He also says that it's carefully calibrated to make sure that they are supplying these defensive weapons not to a level that would then maybe trigger more of a kind of a strategic help from the UK, which then Russia could perhaps view as the UK becoming directly involved in military confrontation here in Ukraine. That's something that NATO allies all seem to be very carefully trying to avoid, but it's not a black and white situation, is it? It's very grey. And so when does a level of military support from a nation to another nation at war cross that line into being kind of seen by the other side as direct military intervention? At the moment, we're not there, but clearly the Defence Secretary very alive to that issue.
Deborah Haynes reporting there. Now, Ukraine's government has called for an immediate ceasefire around the Chernobyl nuclear plant to allow repairs to the site's power supply. The state-owned nuclear company had warned that radioactive substances could be released into the atmosphere if power isn't restored soon. However, the nuclear watchdog has moved to calm fears of a leak. Sky's Ali Fortescue is in the newsroom with more. Ali, what can you tell us?
Well, Sarah, there's obviously the uneasy memory of 1986 when radioactive contamination spread across Europe. Hundreds of people lost their lives. It was the world's worst nuclear disaster at Chernobyl. We know that even though the site exists within an exclusion zone, even though it's defunct, there are still people there that maintain it to make sure that there are no nuclear leaks, to make sure that it remains safe. There are ordinarily about 2,000 Ukrainians that work there to do that. But this was a place that on the very first day of the invasion, the 24th of February, almost exactly a week ago, the Russians took over. And since then, there have been warnings earlier this week that a major power line has been severed and it has been disconnected from the grid. And that's culminated really today with this warning from the Ukraine's foreign minister saying, as you say, that there needs to be an urgent ceasefire in the area to make sure that those power grids can be properly repaired. He said that if this isn't fixed, radiation leaks could be imminent. So a stark warning there from the Ukraine's foreign minister, but fears slightly allayed, I think, by the International Atomic Energy Agency, who said Ukraine has informed the IAEA of power loss at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant. Rafael Marano Grossi says the development violates a key safety pillar on ensuring uninterrupted power supply. In this case, IAEA sees no critical impact on safety. The IAEA says the heat load of the spent fuel storage pool and the volume of cooling water at the power plant is sufficient for effective heat removal without the need for electrical supply. So some effort there perhaps to allay concerns, but obviously anything to do with warfare and nuclear power plants does have the potential to really become very, very serious. And I think all eyes will be on what's happening at Chernobyl over the coming days.
We'll certainly be monitoring the situation. Ali, thank you. Ali with the latest there from the newsroom. The Prime Minister has today defended the UK's policy on refugees from Ukraine. The Home Office has faced criticism from both sides of the House, with fewer than 1,000 visas issued so far. Speaking during Prime Minister's questions this lunchtime, Boris Johnson said security checks must still be carried out, but the country is ready to welcome hundreds of thousands of people.
This is a government unlike any other. The Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, the Home Secretary are directly descended, Mr. Speaker, from refugees. And we understand how much refugees have to give to this country, and we understand how much this country has to gain from welcoming refugees. And we will be generous, and we are being generous, Mr. Speaker.
Well, let's go live to Westminster and our political correspondent, Joe Pike. And the Prime Minister there talking about the generosity of the offering put on by the UK to Ukrainian refugees. But I was speaking to the Foreign Minister of Estonia during the last hour, and she talked me through the process of what's happening with refugees there. And they're pretty much granted access straight away and given what they need inside 24 hours. Very different to what's happening with the UK.
Certainly is, Sarah Jane. And actually, the Ukrainian ambassador, Vadim Prystaiko, was appearing before a select committee earlier and talked about how when he came to this country, his wife, okay, this was obviously before the Ukraine crisis, his wife had real trouble getting a visa. And he was talking about, through his experience, in not really being a very practical process, especially asking people for identification when some of them don't even have passports. One government effort to try and sort this out, though, is by opening a visa processing centre in Lille, about 70 miles from Calais, So people who are in Calais wanting to cross the English Channel can get their visas, get their documentation. My colleague Kate McCann has been investigating this afternoon, and we now understand at Sky News that this is not going to be a sort of centre you could walk up to and get a walk-in appointment or even book in advance. This is a pop-up centre, but it's effectively going to be in a secret location. We're not going to be told where it is. And particularly vulnerable refugees, vulnerable according to the Home Office, will be bussed in to have their documents checked. It seems a bit of a farcical situation, but I suppose it is progress. You mentioned how Boris Johnson talked about hundreds of thousands of people being welcomed to this country. The most recent figure for visas approved is 957, so a long way to go. There was criticism in PMQs from the SNP's leader Ian Blackford, but also from one of Boris Johnson's own former cabinet colleagues, Julian Smith.
I think people across the country are genuinely concerned on our response on refugees, on the bureaucracy, on the tone of our response. He's shown with vaccines that government change really comes from the very top. Please can I urge him to look at again on resetting our policy and taking control of a more humane approach to those women and men fleeing from Ukraine.
I think the problem for Boris Johnson is he does genuinely think, perhaps fairly, that his response to this crisis, and particularly the UK leading the world, as he would argue it, on economic sanctions for Russia, has been really good. It has been admirable. Unfortunately, though, how the UK is handling this refugee situation is clearly tarnishing that. We know Julian Smith there is very sceptical. There are a lot of other Conservative backbenchers who are very unhappy as well. Some of them were making their frustration, their anger very clear in the Commons yesterday. And today, when other MPs were asking questions about it, the faces in the Commons behind Boris Johnson, well, they certainly weren't smiling. They looked pretty glum, Sarah Jane.
Joe, thank you. Well, it's time now to take a closer look at the situation on the ground in Ukraine. Thomas Moore is here with more. Thomas.
Well, Russia invaded Ukraine 2 weeks ago, and I'm joined by Air Marshal Edward Stringer, former Director of Operations at the Ministry of Defence. What's your assessment? I mean, President Putin will not be happy with how the map looks right now.
No, and I think it's fair to say that this map hasn't really changed too much in the last week, has it? Important before we go on, though, to point out that Russia doesn't take Ukraine by stationing one soldier on every square yard, so you wouldn't expect to see the whole map go red. What you'd expect to see is Russia trying to seize the vital ground and the vital infrastructure, and of course that includes the seat of government, the centres of power, including Kiev. And I think what we've seen here is the revealed strategy was a lightning 2 or 3 day operation to seize the main centre of government, Kiev, install a puppet regime, turn Ukraine into a client state, and then assume that 44 million Ukrainians would just roll with that and go along. Heroic assumptions.
Well, let's take a closer look at Kiev, the surrounding area, and look a map of northern Ukraine there. And just first of all, those really important humanitarian corridors out of several towns today, hoping to get civilians out of the way of this battle. Towns such as Sumy and towns to the west of Kiev too. But it is the military build-up around Kiev that you want to talk about. What's going on?
Yes, one of the things that has changed is this east to west thrust that you can see here pointing at Kiev. And what I assume has happened here is, and you remember we've been talking about that stalled convoy, the 40-mile convoy. Well, that's stalled now for many days. And that looks to me like a self-inflicted 40-mile roadblock that the Russians have created. So this looks like a second line of communication, a second thrust to allow them to move forces in and around Kiev. And that looks like they're concentrating the pressure on Kiev because they're scrambling now for a strategy to try and gain some form of political endgame they can negotiate for.
And hence Ukrainians call for something to bolster their air defences against this. And if we take a look at the wider picture, of course, we've heard a wider map of Europe. You'll will have heard that Poland has said that they will give up their Soviet-era MiG-29 fighter jets, that they would give those to NATO, probably to the Rheinstein air base in Germany, where the Americans would then pass them on to the Ukrainians. It's a deal the Americans don't want any part of. Why?
Well, even though they've been gifted from Poland to Ukraine, if the Poles put them into Germany and then rebadge them, they've still got NATO and then American fingerprints over them. And even if it's Ukrainian pilots, these are MiG-29s getting airborne from Ramstein, a German, a US, a NATO base, perhaps the biggest there is in Germany, and then flying from there, from NATO, heart of NATO territory, straight into a war zone. So this looks very much like forces from NATO getting directly involved in the conflict.
But if that's untenable, why then have we heard from the Defence Secretary that Britain is prepared to supply missiles to Ukraine?
If you listen to what Ben Wallace said, it's interesting, isn't it? The prefix to all those words was anti. He talked about anti-tank missiles. He talked about anti-aircraft missiles. Those are only useful if you insist on driving your tanks and your aircraft at the people holding them. If Russian offensive forces don't come into Ukraine, those weapons are useless. They have no offensive purpose.
Air Marshal, thank you very much indeed. It is difficult.
Thomas, thank you. More on the situation on the ground in Ukraine throughout the afternoon here on Sky News. Coming up after this short break, the Foreign Secretary is in Washington. Liz Truss is going to discuss further support for Ukraine with her US counterpart.
Sheet of flame, and it's moving this way.
And over there is Dover.
We track the changes happening to our world right now.
I think it's a procession of the Taliban. There they are, right here.
Would you, as Prime Minister, be able to look them in the face?
Let's have a look at both of those two things.
I just want to say thank you for having the courage to speak to us.
We do genuinely believe in what we do, to show the truth.
I thought there was an astonishing story there.
The Foreign Secretary Liz Truss is meeting officials in Washington this afternoon to further discuss support for Ukraine. She is expected to hold a news conference with the US Secretary of State Antony Blinken within the next hour or so. It comes ahead of new powers announced by the Foreign Office today to detain Russian aircrafts and block UK exports to Russia. Let's bring in our correspondent in Washington, Sally Lockwood, to look ahead to this news conference. And what might we expect, Sally? What will they be focusing on?
Well, I think another unified response from the US and the UK will be expected to be presented at this press conference in around an hour from now with Foreign Secretary Liz Truss and her counterpart Antony Blinken. They're meeting at the State Department at the moment. And as you say, we are expecting to hear from the Foreign Secretary these new aviation sanctions to be announced about Russian aircraft attempting to fly into UK airspace. That will become a criminal offence. And new authorities as well, new authorisation for authorities in the UK to essentially make it a criminal offence for any Russian aircraft to fly or land in the UK, but also giving the UK government new powers to detain those aircraft as well. So we're expecting to hear from Liz Truss and Antony Blinken just under an hour from now, but perhaps even more importantly than that is Kamala Harris's trip to Poland today, where aircraft are expected to be top of her agenda as well, namely this issue of giving fighter jets to Ukraine. That remains the most significant outstanding request from Ukraine in terms of the help that they are seeking. And it's all got a bit complicated because no one denies that they want to help Ukraine by giving them this extra air support in terms of fighter jets. The issue is how to do this without NATO being viewed as a significant party to this war. And of course, there was that offer from Poland yesterday to give MiG-29s to Ukraine, but only if they were to go via a US airbase in Germany. Well, that offer was rejected very quickly by the Pentagon yesterday. The spokesperson there calling it an untenable option and saying that there was no clear rationale for this move. But it is the same rationale, you could say, that the US and NATO have for not wanting to give the aircraft to Ukraine directly themselves. The big concern is about provoking Vladimir Putin and potentially escalating this into an even bigger war. So all eyes on Kamala Harris's trip to Poland as well today and how she can potentially broker this deal in terms of providing this extra air support to Ukraine. Because let's not forget that announcement from President Biden yesterday that they were to ban oil and gas imports from Russia here to America has provoked a reaction from the Kremlin already. They've called it waging economic war on Russia and said that they were they're thinking very seriously about a response. So, of course, deep concern here on Capitol Hill, but also among Kamala Harris's team, no doubt, on the way to Poland about how to provide this extra support for Ukraine without escalating this war even further.
Sally, thank you. Sally Lockwood with the latest from Washington even. Right, let's just tell you about a special programme that's happening this evening. It's looking at President Putin's invasion tactics in Ukraine. Putin's war, the battle for Ukraine, is right here on Sky News tonight at 9:30. Right, let's take a quick check on the weather.
Look forward to brighter skies. The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
The next few days will bring spells of wind and rain, but the east will stay largely fine. Eastern and western parts will be fine to end this afternoon, but western Britain, southern Scotland and eastern parts of both Ireland and Northern Ireland will be wet. There'll be coastal gales in the southwest and northeast. The southeastern half of Scotland, southwest Britain and areas around the Irish Sea will see rain turning increasingly light and patchy overnight, with most places dry by morning. Elsewhere, it's going to be mainly dry with frost and fog in the west.
The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
You're watching the Sarah Jamie Show here on Sky News. Coming up, I'm going to be speaking to an advisor of the Ukrainian president as Volodymyr Zelensky warns of a humanitarian crisis if the West doesn't do more to help his country. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has called on the West to send fighter jets to support his defence of the country. Earlier, the deputy mayor of Mariupol said that more than 1,200 people have died in the city since this war began. And the city council said this afternoon that a children's hospital has been completely destroyed by Russian bombing. The Ukrainian president says that his country is now facing a humanitarian catastrophe if the West doesn't do more to help. Well, joining me now is Alexander Rodnyansky, an advisor to the Ukrainian president. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon here on Sky News. We appreciate your time.
Thank you for having me.
We heard your president speak in a historic address in the UK House of Commons yesterday, and he received a standing ovation. If you read the front pages of our newspapers today, his words are being lauded and celebrated. But after that speech, does he feel he got the action from the UK to back up the standing ovation and all the plaudits?
Well, first of all, we're grateful to our UK allies and friends, of course. It's only been a day, so it's hard to say, but I think we're really fighting hard for a no-fly zone, as everyone knows. We have to protect our skies in order to protect our people. Now, there is a lot of hesitancy on the part of the West to do that. We understand this, but one way or another, they have to give us the military facilities to implement a no-fly zone, at least by ourselves. We have to prevent the Russians from being able to bomb our cities, to kill our civilians. They're shooting indiscriminately at our population, and so this has to stop.
How vital is NATO members and the West supplying air support to Ukraine? Because we hear about the Russian troops advancing on the capital as we speak. We hear about the bombing of Mariupol. We've just talked about a children's hospital that's been completely destroyed today. How vital is air support?
Air support is extremely vital. Without air support, the Russian advance on the ground comes to a halt. It's virtually impossible or much harder to implement for them. So air support is incredibly important, and that's what we're fighting for, essentially. The Russians so far haven't been able to capture any major cities of symbolic value, of course, Kiev, but Mariupol is in real danger. It's a city in the south, in the eastern part. If they will be able to capture that city, God forbid, they will have a direct route to the rest of Russia through Ukraine and to Crimea. That will be a huge symbolic, hugely important symbolic issue for them, and we can't let that happen.
What is the president's response to the fact that NATO members say we can't give you anything that would be seen as an offensive weapon? Everything we give you has to be defensive, because if we do, it is then bringing NATO into direct conflict with Russia. What is his response to that?
Well, I think his response, as any response on the part of the Ukrainian people right now, would be to say, look, there already is a full-scale war in the middle of Europe. There's already thousands of people dead and dying as we speak. What else needs to happen for the West to realize that this is a crisis or a war that's not just going to go away without something materially changing? That sooner or later, the West will have to live up to the fact that it will have to confront this regime, the Russian regime. It's not going to disappear by itself. So I would say the sooner the West realizes this, the better for everyone and the less costly it is for everyone.
Can you give me an idea of what life is like for the president of Ukraine at the moment? He has been very vocal, saying that he is not leaving the capital. He's posted videos on social media showing the effects of the war on the city of Kyiv. He's given addresses from his presidential office. Talk to me about a day in the life of Volodymyr Zelensky at the moment.
Well, of course, I can't go into the details here, but everyone is in Ukraine. Of course, we're standing up to the fight. We're going to stand our ground and defend our country, defend our cities. So there's no question about that. But of course, it's not easy. It's a serious, challenge. It's a crisis of our life, of our lifetime. It's a full-scale war. So of course, it's not easy.
Yeah, I understand that you do have to be careful. And of course, the president does have his security team around him. But we do hear about him being targeted several times already. How secure is he?
So we believe, and we have grounds to be confident that he's very secure. I mean, there have been attempts, as everyone knows by now, on his life. We have been able to defeat those attempts if you want to basically disarm all these groups and liquidate them. So I don't think there is a serious chance of them having any success. But the situation speaks for itself. I mean, there are these things happening. There is a war, and there's obviously constantly an attempt on his life.
Mr. Rodnyansky, we've just heard from your president on social media. I just want to read viewers what he had to say within the last few moments. He's tweeted this. It's about that bombing we were talking about in Mariupol targeting a hospital. He said there's been a direct strike of Russian troops at the maternity hospital. People, children are under the wreckage. An atrocity. How much longer will the world be an accomplice ignoring terror? Close the sky right now. These are the words of the Ukrainian president. He goes on to say, stop the killings. You have power, but you seem to be losing humanity. That gives us an idea, doesn't it, of just how desperate the situation is. And for all the Western leaders applauding Volodymyr Zelensky's bravery and his strong words about his country, again, it doesn't sound like he feels like he's getting enough.
That's right, and that's what I've been saying just now in this conversation. All of Ukraine believes that we're not getting enough. I mean, what else needs to happen for the West to realize that this is a conflict that they will be engaged in more directly anyway? You will have to, confront this regime one way or another. And the sooner the West realizes this, the better, the less costly it's going to be, the less lives will be lost. And of course, we're looking at on the destruction in our country, at the lives being lost in our country. And we're wondering, why is everybody just sitting back?
Yeah, sitting back is a good way of putting it, in terms of people are saying the West are helping in terms of humanitarian aid, military support where it can, in terms of being defensive. But do you feel that NATO and the West has been a step behind here, and now is the time to look further ahead? Because if Ukraine falls, what next? Is it the Baltics, NATO member states?
That's exactly right. So concretely, we need full-scale, most advanced air defense systems. So we need high to medium air defense systems. We need some way to shoot down their cruise missiles. Their medium-range ballistic are giving us a hard time, as you can see. I mean, they're...
If we put aside your original question at the beginning of this program about security, the immediate, I think there are three issues that affect the current situation these days, these weeks. One is the humanitarian help with the flux of refugees. Many of them just go through these countries, but a lot of them stay. In Poland, there are 2 million Ukrainians, so they have friends and families. Prague is a city running on Ukrainians. Budapest, my friends there, in spite of the pro-Russian policy of the Orban government, is full of Ukrainians. So there is immediate relief and material help, more than demands for redistribution of these refugees, because many of them will go to their families on the other side of Europe. Second is the direct impact of sanctions on Russia, especially if it will go to oil and gas, will be felt in these countries of Central and Eastern Europe. They are much more vulnerable because of their energy mix, because of higher percentage, up to 100% in Hungary, of Russian gas. And the third is Russian disinformation, which is fed by various alternative media, very active Russian embassies there. And you simply have a match of part of the political spectrum, which is far-right or extremist and full of resentment, and they click with part of the population, and now fed with some narratives that are very anti-Western and somehow not against Ukraine. 90% of Slovaks is really thinking that Russia did an unprovoked aggression on Ukraine, so it's difficult to go against the wind. But you have poking into the whole democratic structure of these countries and societies from various ways, and this is long term. This is not only happening now. So the vulnerabilities that are there are not only about this week, but longer term. And I would end up by saying that also this country, Germany, is sending its soldiers. I think 700 to Slovakia as part of forward present at the eastern flank of NATO members at the borders of Ukraine, Russia and Belarus.
So on the Polish side, we have seen this week that Poland offered to send fighter jets in a bit of a strange move via Germany, via a US base in Germany, and to be transferred to Ukraine. But the US has said it doesn't want it. Does Poland still feel supported by the US?
So there are two things that we have to mention. First is pacts. And of course, NATO is a pact in which every member should feel safe because of the Article 5. And it's extremely important that we remember that. But on the other hand, this war is a war on emotions and disintegration and disinformation. So you have the pact and you have on one side, and the other side is the history of being always in a region that is ever again attacked by the Imperial Russia. There is this old saying in Eastern and Central Europe, they are going to abandon us again. So you have this, and of course you have the Russian disinformation. I think there is a lot, by the way, to learn from 2015. Indeed, because we see now tremendous empathy in our lands. You mentioned 2 million of Ukrainians in Poland. Already 3.5, because already 1.5 million arrived within the last 2 weeks. So we have a tremendous help and empathy. But the disinformation of Russia will be not dormant. They will work. And I think they will work on divisions in society, on radicalizing the far right in order to make this whole picture not as pretty as it is now.
You just mentioned something very interesting. They will abandon us again. And I believe we have a soundbite prepared from the US Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, with regard to that. Let's listen into that if we can.
We will defend every inch of NATO territory against aggression coming from anywhere at any time. Our commitment to Article 5, an attack on one is an attack on all, is ironclad. The President has called it sacrosanct, and no one should have any doubt about that.
So a big promise there from Antony Blinken. Do you feel much safer now after this?
Yes, I do, and not only after this. I understand Polish sentiment from history because they were abandoned several times. Poland didn't exist on a map for 200 years. It was partitioned among Austria, Russia, Prussia. In Slovakia, in my country, the feeling is different. We are not so much, we didn't feel before the war to be so much exposed as a neighbor of Ukraine. It still is not, war is not over. It's something else to have Russian military sitting at the border with my country, Hungary, and so on, and threatening, and something else if it's bogged down in Ukraine. And I think Ukraine is now fighting a fight for all Central Eastern Europe, for EU as well, for the EU, because as members of NATO and the EU, if Poland or Slovakia is attacked, everybody is attacked. Germany is in war. So the whole thing about fighter jets that you mentioned is very sensitive, extremely sensitive also from Polish side. It's a very complicated issue also in terms of how you can deploy it, effectiveness, communication system of these jets, but also from where they will go, because Moscow is threatening any country, any neighboring country, including
Romania. Most lately. 2 days ago, the Russian Ministry of Defense said that they have reliable information that Ukrainian fighter jets are landing on Ukrainian airports, Romanian air bases, and this can potentially be viewed as Romania joining the war. And this is a very open threat from Russia. They are already seeing it as a threat, but they're hinting at it very heavily.
So you have a very fine line, very timid, very delicate line to navigate here at the same time when rockets are fired to Ukrainian airfields, even from Transnistria, so from another country which is not part of the war, the occupied Transnistria in Moldova that I mentioned. So it's all paradox. It's happening. It's full of paradox. It's happening very fast. It's history in the making. But I want to underline that I think there is a big division between countries in Central Eastern Europe that are members of NATO and EU and those who are not. And I feel I really, if I were Moldovan or Georgian, I would be extremely worried now, and I would very much hope that the whole battleground, that the fighting is only concentrated in Ukraine.
I think it's very important what you're saying, because it's about where this is heading next, right? So we have seen the logic of Putin's behavior is clear. It started with Chechnya, he went to Georgia, he went to Donbass, and now he's in Ukraine. So he has to go further. It's logical.
Would you agree?
But let me just mention the Baltic states, because the Prime Minister of Estonia, Kaja Kallas, she was reminding it very many times that the Estonians already feel threatened, even though they are a NATO member country.
Would you agree? Explain Putin to us. You're the Russian at the table. I know it's a bit of an ask, but could he be willing to confront NATO?
That is a good question, because I don't think there is a person in the world left who could explain what Putin thinks, because his brain is not only a black box, it's a black box with an intransparent tube, because not only do we not know how he thinks and what he thinks, we also don't know what kind of information he's getting. So since we cannot see the input, we cannot possibly predict the output of his thinking. However, I do think that he's thinking in this very expansionist logic, this very post-imperial. He seems to have mentally being in about 1856 right now. And I do think Moldova might potentially, or Georgia. Armenia, by the way, let's not forget Armenia and Azerbaijan, where there is already the Russian forces controlling the Karabakh, the disputed territory between Armenia and Azerbaijan. There is a big Russian military presence in Caucasus anyway. And Putin has already attacked Georgia in 2008. So it's kind of a well-trodden path for him already by now.
If I may, however, in the North Karabakh, you have Turkey directly involved. So Russia played against this deal with Turkey. But coming back to what Vladimir Putin actually said or wrote, there is an essay authored by him on Ukraine back in July last year. We should come back to reread it. On Ukraine is almost like Mein Kampf from the Kremlin.
Exactly. Yeah.
And it's about Ukraine. And by mistake, I think some Russian media published also after the war, one day after the war, this statement that was maybe prepared after a fast defeat of Ukraine, which stated that Russia, Belarus and Ukraine are together again to form a sort of a post-Soviet Slavic core. And I think it's important for people to go back to maps and history and see where the Soviet Union, ended. So the Baltic countries that you mentioned, they're small, they're part of NATO and the EU, but they were part of the Soviet Union. I think by now Kremlin draw the line. They understand that it's a different game there, but everything from post-Soviet, from former Soviet Union that is not in NATO and EU is to be. I think they want to be consulted about their future, not only military sort of and security arrangements, but also trade arrangements. It all started in Ukraine with the EU association agreement back before 2014, not with the future of NATO. I think that's just a pretext.
So let me make this point that this is also about values. I said previously that this is about pacts, and this is already very important. Pacta sunt servanda, right? But values are very important here, because if you look at those Central and Eastern European countries that are either NATO members or not, they share a kind of a nervous sense of themselves. This is because they have been losing sovereignty many, many times in their history and regaining. And so those fears are about two logics of international order. Either we think in the categories of spheres of influence, and then we can agree with Mr. Putin. We can say, of course, the big countries can decide what the small countries are doing. But if we believe in values like democracy and the rule of law, then we also believe in self-determination of a given nation. This is what the Ukrainians are fighting for, right? Okay. They are fighting for the fact that they have been westernizing this society for 30 years, and now they would like to have the fruit. So I do understand that there is this pact, and I completely believe Mr. Blinken. But on the other side, there are also emotions and motivations in politics and international order. So many nations, when they observe what is happening today in Ukraine, they say, well, this society would like to have democracy and see what happens. And the West is what? Sending some arms, perhaps. Isn't it too little? This is the biggest question of today.
I think it goes down to whether you can be independent in the sphere of influence of one country that is trying to claim it's more than sphere of influence. It's sphere where it decides or co-decides with these small countries. And Moscow, the current leadership of Russia, has not accepted the existence of small nations, small countries, that they have a right to go where they want.
Yeah, I would like to, before we continue on this, I would like to sort of take one step further and go to the point where what happens after this? Let's assume this crisis is resolved in one way or another. Carolina, you wrote in this war that this war could reinforce the region's turn towards nationalism. Just talk a bit more about that.
Fear is not a good advisor. And even though I do believe that the Poland's way of democratic transformation after 1989 was the best possible that we can choose, in those situations when there are fears about the future, even populist governments can gain popularity, regain popularity, because war usually brings more popularity to a given government, even if it's populist.
One question, though, that I find very important as well, and I might direct that to Daria. What can Russia do if this crisis is resolved one way or another? How long will it take for Russia to return from international pariah, which it is right now, to become a partner in the international order?
Well, I think there are many factors influencing this, and not the least of them is the energy prices. Obviously, if the world is in a very dire need of oil and gas, this is good for Russia. The question is how much, because we can see Europe and US and UK trying to get off this needle, but we don't know how long it will take. We honestly cannot, especially Eastern European countries, we just didn't have the time yet to adapt to the new reality of the 21st century. In terms of an international pariah, I think it depends on how long Putin will remain in power, and I don't think anybody can really predict that. I have experienced horrible disappointment because until very lately I have been hoping that there is a possibility of some kind of peaceful transition, that Putin might want to strike some kind of balance with the civil society and say, hey guys, you could have your little independent media, your Echo Moskvy, New TV Rain, the TV channel and the radio station that were closed, by the way, on one day, on the same day, about a week ago, if I am not mistaken. 10 days later, in the first days of war, for exactly that, for covering the war as it is. But we see that he's turning into the good old-fashioned 20th century dictator who is probably going to quote Mr. Lukashenko, cling on to power until his fingers turn blue. We don't know how long this will take, and I cannot see the Western countries signing some kind of trade agreements with Putin again. Now he's so absolutely and completely discredited, and we all know by now that signing anything with the Russian government is signing it with Putin, essentially. He's the sole ruler of it.
One last question, very briefly, please. Can the West, can NATO return to business as usual if this crisis is resolved? Briefly, if you
It will be different NATO. And on Russia and Ukraine, I think the biggest question here is what will be their relations in the future, the country of 150 million and country of 40 million, the two largest countries in the East. Think about, in a good way, Serbia and Croatia after their war, but on a much larger scale.
I'm afraid we have to leave it here. Many, many open questions. I'd love to go on, but we have to leave it right here. I'd like to thank my guests and thank you all for watching To The Point.
amount of plastic is increasing every year.
For many in Ghana, working on landfills is the only work there is.
Holiday destinations are drowning in plastic waste. We rewind and take a look at the causes.
Every year, Europe exports over 1 million tons of plastic waste. Is there another way? After all, the environment isn't recyclable. Make up your own mind. DW, made for minds. Sometimes a seed is all you need to allow big ideas to grow. We're bringing environmental conservation to life with learning packs by Global Ideas. We will show you how climate change and environmental conservation is taking shape around the world and how we can all make a difference. Knowledge grows through sharing. Download it now for free.
This is DW News live from Berlin. A nation under fire. Ukraine's civilians caught in the crosshairs of the war. Efforts continue to evacuate civilians after Russia and Ukraine agree a new ceasefire covering several cities. But Kyiv accuses Russia's forces of attacking previous escape routes. Plus, the U.S. and Poland feud over how to send fighter jets to Ukraine. The Pentagon rejects Warsaw's plan to send Polish warplanes from a U.S. base, saying the proposal raised, quote, serious concerns for the NATO alliance. And the leaders of Germany and Canada meet to discuss the war in Ukraine here in the German capital. They pledge more support for Kyiv and renew calls for an immediate ceasefire. Hello, everyone. I'm Leila Harak. Thank you very much for joining us. Renewed efforts are underway right now to get civilians out of besieged cities in Ukraine. For a second day, Russia and Ukraine say they will observe a ceasefire to provide 6 evacuation routes. It's unclear, though, whether safety can be guaranteed. Conditions are worsening for those stuck in zones targeted by Russian shelling. As the invasion meets resistance, there are fears now the Russian military could step up attacks on civilian areas.
It's the first successful humanitarian corridor, allowing desperate civilians to flee during a pause in the fighting. These convoys carried people from the northeastern city of Sumy, which has experienced heavy shelling in recent days. President Volodymyr Zelensky said it was just the start.
Hundreds of people are saved. Humanitarian aid has been delivered. But this is just a small percentage of what we have to do and what is expected of us. We are ready. Humanitarian aid is ready and our transports are ready.
Further west, people fleeing the Kiev suburb of Irpin, crossing a damaged bridge that Russian troops have repeatedly fired on as civilians tried to get across. Heartbreaking goodbyes, as many of the men left their families to go back and fight. Others, helping those unable to make the journey by themselves.
We are fleeing. She is barely walking, but we are doing our best, thank you. It is good that we could cross the bridge. Bombs are exploding over there, quite intense. Irpin is totally damaged.
Military analysts say the onslaught will likely get worse in the coming days. Russian forces are increasingly turning to shelling civilian areas and infrastructure. These air raid sirens in Kiev warning people to stay indoors as the invasion entered its 14th day. But as the dawn broke, the national anthem echoed through the streets, a message of solidarity. The show of resistance continues in Kherson, the first major city to fall under Russian control. The capital's symphony orchestra played a concert to those who stayed behind. A brief moment of beauty to counter the scenes of destruction that are becoming commonplace in Ukraine.
Let's take you to Kyiv, a city under pressure. Correspondent Matthias Billinger is in the Ukrainian capital for you. Matthias, where do things stand 2 weeks into the invasion?
Yeah, we've heard the news. Many places are really in dire conditions. Places that have been under siege, where food are shortages of food, where there are problems with water, electricity. Mariupol is one of them. We do not know whether the humanitarian corridor has worked there. It seems that there have been no positive news from there. We can still hope, but it's not completely clear what has been happening there. But it doesn't look too good. In other places, it's a little bit better. Some people have been evacuated from, we've seen it, the northwestern suburbs of Kiev, and also from Sumy in the north, but we have other places where the humanitarian situation is getting worse and worse. The Russian troops are advancing very slowly. The Ukrainian army is still doing heavy, is resisting fiercely the advance, and are quite successful in destroying a lot of Russian technology. Just a few hours ago, we heard loud explosions here in the sky over Kiev. These were again planes that were shut down by the air defense systems, the Ukrainian air defense systems. It's quite a bloody and wasteful war where Russia is losing a lot of its materials and many soldiers die. So that's where we stand. We don't have a clear way where it's heading. It seems stuck.
Matthias, how is the effort to get civilians out from war-torn cities going?
It's different in different places. There was the idea today that a ceasefire would allow to evacuate civilians from all the places that are under pressure. That would mean Mariupol, which I mentioned, Sumy, Chernihiv, and the northwestern suburbs of Kiev, as well as some other places near Kharkiv in the northeast. Some of them have worked, but many of them seem not to have worked. And even there, where people have been evacuated, there are still many staying behind in these very dire conditions. So the humanitarian situation is really grave.
Very grave, and of course there are now worries that Russia might double down. What are you hearing about Russia intensifying its attacks across the country?
That's again hard to say. There have been attacks throughout the time, and Russia is advancing slowly. But we see that Russia is not able to turn the page completely. The gains that it has made in the south are there, but in the north it's more they are stalling. We are hearing that Russia is regrouping, is bringing in new technology, and is preparing for a major assault on Kiev and other places in the north. But we do not know whether they will succeed or not. Until now, their successes have been limited, let's say. They are, of course, here and they're advancing and they have occupied territory, but they did not achieve the goals that they had set themselves, and they're not not anywhere near the American experts, and the American government seems to be thinking that surrounding Kiev, which would be one goal, one step towards taking this city, is still at least a few days away.
DW correspondent Matthias Böllinger reporting from the Ukrainian capital. Matthias, thank you very much for your continued coverage. And as Matthias has been reporting, central Kyiv has still largely been spared from heavy fighting. Matthias also went to the outskirts of the city and met with people preparing to repel the Russian advance.
Setting up roadblocks on the outskirts of Kiev. We are southwest of the city in what is usually a quiet suburban area.
This is one of the roads that lead directly into the territories that the Russian army is already occupying, and the people here are preparing for an attack from that side.
The Russian troops are less than 10 kilometers away. Ihor, not his real name, is a volunteer for the Territorial Defense Forces, a citizen battalion that supports the army on the ground. Their job is to prepare the area to make a Russian advance as difficult as possible.
A tank can easily push away these concrete blocks, but these iron hedgehogs, as we call them, cannot be pushed away. We'll have to get out of their tank to clear the road. This will allow us to gain some time. That's what these things do.
The volunteers serve close to their home, hoping to provide the armed forces with knowledge of the area. Dwarfed in terms of technology, Ukraine relies on its home field advantage.
We are ready to fight. We are ready to take back our villages and cities. We will not let the enemy into our homes. And we are doing better every day. We are the only country that is challenging one of the biggest armies.
Since the beginning of the war, the number of volunteers has surged. The Territorial Defense Forces are officially part of the armed forces, but their members often have no military training. They're not supposed to fight on the front, but after the start of the war, they took up some military and policing tasks. Checkpoints all over the country are operated by these groups.
Our job is to filter out hostile agents. There are many people fleeing from over there as their houses are shelled. And we will not let spies pass as refugees.
How he uncovers them remains a secret. Closer to the contact line, Ihor inspects another barricade.
I grew up here. I used to take the kids out here for outdoor trainings. I'm a trainer for outdoor sports. We used to kayak on these waters. We do orientation training. I could never imagine seeing combat here.
This is where his territory ends now. A bridge that leads over to the other side has already been blown up.
Well, fighting between Russian and Ukrainian forces remains intense and deadly. And the need to get civilians out of the line of fire all the more urgent. For more, we turn now to DW's William Glucroft.
We've been hearing for days both that Russian forces have largely stalled and that they're preparing to press their invasion along the lines of attack they've made so far. At the same time, many cities remain under relentless shelling and aerial attack. And we can have a look at where things appear to stand based on the latest information we've been able to gather from military analysts. First, of course, around the capital of Kyiv, Russian forces are massing from multiple sides around the north and around the east, but apparently they still don't have the strength to launch a full-on assault of this city of nearly 3 million people. Ukrainian forces are reportedly challenging Russian forces all along this line of advance, especially in the northeastern part of the country. You can see Russian efforts to try to consolidate their gains here along the north, just as they've done in the south by connecting their eastern forces with their southern forces. If they can do that, they'll be able to push on into Kyiv and continue to encircle a lot of the cities in the eastern part of the country. That's what it appears they've done around the south. Now, we can have a look at where things are in terms of these so-called humanitarian corridors that we've been hearing so much about since Saturday. There's been multiple ones of them. Most of them have failed due to reported Russian shelling, including directly at some of these civilians that we see here behind me. Now we can see what the latest humanitarian corridors have been today. If we can put that up on the wall. These are now Ukrainian ones. These are not the Russian ones that were reported earlier in the week. Ukrainian government officials are trying to get people out of Enerhodar and Mariupol, these besieged cities in the south, trying to get them slightly further north into more of the cities that are slightly in the interior of the country and further away from the fighting, and in the northern part from Sumy to Poltava. Now, this is what Ukrainian officials are trying to get their people out. We've also been hearing that they're trying to get people out of the area northwest of Kyiv, the capital, where those Russian forces are coming in and have engaged in heavy battles outside of the city, as well as, of course, from the city of Uitzicht. These are places where it's not quite clear yet where they're trying to get civilians to go. They just know they need to get them out. This is a very, very intense and tense situation, obviously. It does seem today there's been slightly more success in getting people out of these cities. We've been hearing from Ukrainian officials at least several thousand, if not more people, getting out of these Syrians to slightly safer places. The problem is, what does safe even mean in Ukraine, where Russian, at least from the air, Russian forces can attack anywhere in the country, and what today might be a somewhat safer city could tomorrow be under siege, like many of the cities we're seeing already today.
Thank you so much, William. The Pentagon has rejected a plan by the Polish government to transfer fighter jets to the United States Ramstein Air Base to then be sent to Ukraine. Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby called the plan untenable. The disagreement is over where the jets would be sent from. The U.S. had floated the idea earlier this month of gifting Poland a number of F-16s if Poland sent its Soviet-era MiG-29s to the Ukrainian Air Force. But Poland reportedly did not want the jets to leave for Ukraine from within its own borders, for fear of Russian retaliation, and suggested delivering them from a U.S. airbase instead. Vice President Kamala Harris will have a chance to smooth things over when she meets the Polish president in Warsaw on Thursday. Okay, let's see now if we can get some clarification. Marcin Buzansky is joining us. He is a senior advisor at the Warsaw Security Forum, and he joins us from the Polish capital. Sir, thank you very much for your time. Why do you think the U.S. rejected the Polish offer to send its fighter jets to Ukraine via the U.S. base Ramstein?
Thank you very much for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. Let me shed a little bit light on this process, because this exchange hasn't started with a Polish offer. This exchange has really started publicly with the announcement of the EU that it's approving a 500 billion unprecedented in its history package for military support, first one ever, and commenting on it, the High Representative for Foreign Policy, Josep Borrell, has underlined that it could be used for provision of military jets. Now, when everybody started putting one and one together, it came out that the only jets which could be given without previous need for training and systems applications for the military, for the Ukrainian military, would be the now infamous MiGs. And of course, Poland has 28 of supported them. So this is where really the exchange has started. And already over the weekend, there have been intensive exchanges between Polish officials, NATO officials, and the US about how to tackle this, how to deal with this, because there is actually quite a lot of will to get this equipment to the Ukrainians. But what has happened at the same time, we've had a bit of a diplomatic, I think, a frenzy which blew out a little bit out of proportions when following all the consultations in Poland and with other partners, Blinken mentioned that he might provide F-16s instead, and Poland is free to do it. Well, this was when the Polish response came from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs about the...
Well, the impression that we're getting is that the U.S. feels that this idea was sprung on them, and so they are resisting this proposal. Do you consider this idea now dead in the water?
I think this idea needs a little bit of calm around it, and not to take it out of proportion. I think it's a very difficult issue because it is clearly an escalation in delivery of military aid, if you can use those terms. There is a number of considerations. If an aircraft is starting a military aircraft from foreign territory into a war zone, it could be considered as active engagement. This is what the governments of NATO are trying to figure out how potentially to do it. I would say let them do it. And I would add to it that this is not the only way to start protecting Ukrainian air more intensively. We've got the surface-to-air missiles that can be delivered. We have much more Stinger missiles that can be delivered. We have UAVs that can be delivered on large scale. And we have also potential ideas if the Ukrainians could buy this equipment, could buy the used MiGs that could be implemented here. So I think we need to let the governments work around this a little bit out of the spotlight. But of course, there needs to be continued pressure on protecting Ukrainian air because it is absolutely critical to support the Ukrainian army in this area.
And your country is on the forefront of this. Weapons to support Ukraine go through Poland. Poland has taken in more than 1 million refugees from Ukraine. Talk to us about Poland's role in this conflict.
Well, of course, it's a frontline country, if we can say this. There is a nearly 1.5 million refugees probably by the end of today, which would have entered Poland, which have been brought into Poles' homes, which have been taken care of in an incredible way. But of course, this influx will most likely increase. So more and more support will be needed here to help them. On the military support front and in terms of the diplomatic front, of course, Poland is one of the strongest voices for Ukraine, for supporting Ukraine, for Ukraine immediate opening of the accession process to the European Union, and for the strongest possible response to Russia, including with major sanctions, because this is the only thing that Vladimir Putin will understand. It is the effect of power and might on the other side, and this is what we've been advocating this side of Europe for a long time. I think it is time to realize this is the reality and act upon it.
Mr. Brzezinski, in just a few words, Poland long sounded the alarm about the risk of Russian aggression. Have Poland's partners reacted too late?
I think definitely it is definitely too late, but it's also not really a time maybe to blame and shame, but rather to stand up to the circumstances, to the situation, and this goes for many countries, and of course Germany being in the lead with the strongest political and economical power to stand up to Putin's aggression, and I think this is a time for Germany to stand on the right side of history, and I think we're seeing this move, but it needs to really accelerate. And I think this is the expectation. Capitals in Warsaw, from capitals in Bucharest and the Baltic states, that really we see more German leadership, but also French leadership and other countries in the EU really standing with its full might, applicating sanctions on all oligarchs, blocking import of gas, of oil, truly making the pain felt by Russia.
Marcin Buzanski, Senior Advisor at the Warsaw Security Forum. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and German Chancellor Olaf Scholz have held talks in Berlin. The pair discussed the transatlantic response to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Mr. Scholz said hopes of a military solution to the conflict were senseless, saying he hoped diplomacy would prevail. Mr. Trudeau, meanwhile, announced millions of dollars more in weapons support for Ukraine. Well, following their meeting, the two leaders addressed the media where the German Chancellor ruled out categorically sending fighter jets to Ukraine. Take a listen.
We've provided humanitarian assistance. We've also provided all kinds of equipment, which includes some weapons, as you know. Apart from that, however, we have to think very carefully about what we actually do. And this certainly does not include combat aircraft.
And the Canadian Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, had this to say.
Canada and Germany stand together against Putin's invasion. He represents a threat to democracy, to security, and to peace in Europe and around the world. This morning I spoke with President Zelensky and highlighted once again the strength and determination of the Ukrainian people and told him that Canada will soon be sending highly specialized equipment to them, and invited him to address Parliament in Canada, and he accepted. Le Canada et l'Allemagne.
Well, DW political correspondent Nina Haase was at the press conference, and she said both leaders are walking a difficult line between aiding Ukraine and preventing an escalation between Russia and NATO.
The German Chancellor Olaf Scholz and the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau stressed again that they stood in solidarity with Ukraine. But when asked about whether Germany would allow Polish fighter jets to leave an American airbase here in Germany, Olaf Scholz was very clear and said we have to be extremely careful in how we show this solidarity with Ukraine. That does not include fighter planes, were Olaf Scholz's words. So, of course, this is an extremely difficult line for the West to tread, an extremely tricky thing because they don't want to create a situation where Vladimir Putin could interpret NATO countries to have become parties in this war. And Justin Trudeau also stressed the fact that Germany and Canada and NATO countries don't want to escalate the situation, thereby essentially supporting Olaf Scholz's words.
DW political correspondent Nina Haase reporting for you there. British tennis player Andy Murray says he will donate the prize money he wins this year to help children affected by the war in Ukraine. Murray is an ambassador for UNICEF, the United Nations Children's Agency. He said on social media that he's working with the organization to provide medical supplies and development kits for children. Murray, a former world #1, is taking part in the tournament at Indian Wells this month, often referred to as the sport's 5th Grand Slam. And the English Premier League has suspended its broadcasting deal with Russian partner Oko Sport in response to the country's invasion of Ukraine. The league's decision was unanimous. Every club agreed, despite the more than £6 million a year that Oko Sport pays for the rights to show matches in Russia. Well, the Premier League also said it would donate £1 million in humanitarian aid for the people of Ukraine. You're watching DW News. Here's a recap of the main story from the crisis. Efforts have resumed to evacuate Ukrainian civilians after both Russia and Ukraine agreed to a ceasefire covering several Ukrainian cities. But Kyiv has said the agreed humanitarian corridors have been ineffective. Ukraine has accused the Russian military of shelling escape routes for days. You're watching DW News, our special coverage of the war in Ukraine. Coming up next in DW News Asia, we'll follow hundreds of Indian students on their harrowing escape from Ukraine's battlegrounds. And India's key regional election that promises to be a bellwether for Prime Minister Narendra Modi's popularity. Those stories and a whole lot more coming up in just a moment with my colleague Melissa Chan. I'm Leila Harak in Berlin. I'll catch you in a bit.
Economy. Where are the sanctions biting? How is the war impacting growth? Energy prices, supply problems, resource shortages. Is the next economic crisis looming?
Made in Germany. In 60 minutes on DW. We're all set to go beyond the obvious. We're all in as we take on the world. We're all about the stories that matter to you. Whatever it takes.
5 policemen following. I am being detained.
DW.
Where we are here is actually on fire.
Made for minds. Not just another day. So much is happening all at once. We take time to understand. This is The Day. An in-depth look at current news events, analyzed by experts and critical thinkers. Not just another news show.
This is The Day.
Weekdays on DW.
You're watching DW News Asia. Coming up today, an all-India focus. We'll take a closer look at how Delhi is responding to this Russo-Ukrainian conflict and the impact this war will have for the country. Thousands of Indian students have had to flee Ukraine. They describe their terrifying experience. And turning to domestic news, votes are being counted in the key Indian state of Uttar Pradesh's elections. How will Prime Minister Narendra Modi's party fare? I'm Melissa Chan. Thanks for joining us. We start with Ukraine, where some 20,000 students from India had been studying, many of them for their medical degrees. They, too, were swept up in the mayhem of war. Most fled to bordering countries, including Poland and Romania, where they've been sent home by the Indian government. For the last few days, however, the concern has been over 600 students still stuck in the eastern city of Sumy. We understand the students have been successfully evacuated. Here's their story by DW's Munira Chaudhry.
Finally, an end to a nail-biting wait. Anxious relatives have been thronging outside Delhi's international airport over the past week, waiting for their loved ones to return from war-stricken Ukraine. They will finally breathe a sigh of relief. Reports indicate the last group of remaining Indian students in the eastern Ukrainian city of Sumy has now been evacuated. Last week, students stuck at a hostel in Sumy, which had come under heavy Russian fire, uploaded this video to social media. They appealed to the Indian government to rescue them. We spoke to Mohammad Mehtab Raza soon after he shared the video. His voice was panic-stricken. He said hundreds of Indian students were with him in the university, and they were terrified.
We're not safe here. Fighter jets pass by over the university. We keep hearing sounds of gunshots and blasts. We're not able to think clearly. We're just waiting for the Indian government to get us out of here.
Apart from the government, some volunteer groups in the country also pitched in. Ajendra Tripathi is with Team SOS India. It's an informal group which has been in touch with Indian students in Ukraine through messaging platforms like Telegram.
We started connecting with vendors in Ukraine, those who provide buses and those who could provide food. We managed to find a lot of people. We also connected with journalists who helped us to share important information with officials.
Some students returned home on their own. But most boarded flights the Indian government organized from countries neighboring Ukraine. Parents are grateful for any help they had to get their children back safely. Emotional scenes at the airport became a common sight. Like this brother and sister who had been separated at the Ukrainian border. But sadly, the wait for an end to the fighting they've managed to leave behind will surely continue.
The story of these students' escape has been the first time for many people in India to ever think about Ukraine. But their government has responded to this faraway conflict in ways that have gotten scrutiny and criticism. India was one of just 3 countries and the only democracy on the UN Security Council to abstain from a US-sponsored vote condemning Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And later at the UN General Assembly, Delhi abstained again. At the UN Human Rights Council, it abstained once again. To explain this, we have Bani Grewal, a researcher at the Australian Strategic Policy Institute with a focus on South Asia. Bani, why is India choosing to stay out of this? The country had thousands of students in Ukraine. The Ukrainian government has, while being invaded, taken time out to help them escape. Surely they can call an invasion an invasion.
Look, I think, Melissa, the answer is in your question. India was securing its first priority interest, that's evacuation of its citizens from Ukraine. But besides that, it's a delicate balance for India between its historical and deep military relationship with Russia and its new partnerships and its focus on stability in the Indo-Pacific region. I do think looking at India's statements at the UN, it has signaled, and also Modi's statements and calls with Putin and Zelensky, India has subtly signaled displeasure at Russia. It's announced humanitarian aid to Ukraine. Modi has directly encouraged Putin, according to a statement, to talk with Zelensky. It's called for territorial integrity and respect for sovereignty. And it's also denied Moscow's statement that Ukraine was taking Indian students as hostage. So there are patterns and there are signals. Of course, India will look at its interests, especially its safety of its citizens and defense partnership with Moscow first.
Yeah, can you tell us a little bit more about this relationship with Russia? What is Russia offering India?
Well, historically, India has relied on Russian arms. India's defense supply chain is heavily reliant on Moscow. And given the recent India-China border tensions, this supply chain has become even more important. So India does rely on Russia. It has recently purchased a Russian air defense system, Russian ammunition, Russian military technology. So if you look at it in the bigger context, India's reliance on Russia, it is a weakness for India as well, but it's something India has to manage given the new crisis.
Now, in the Indo-Pacific, India is part of a group of nations called the Quad, and that includes the United States, Australia, Japan, and India. And supposedly, what binds them in part is that they are democracies. And so with this conflict, it's very much a war where an autocracy is invading a democracy. And so I wonder whether India's position on this is having an impact in terms of its standing within the Quad.
I think India's relationship with Russia and other states was well known between the Quad members before the current crisis. So, in fact, India's purchase of a Russian system before has brought up discussions of Washington's potential sanctions on India. So these differences were there. Of course, the invasion of Ukraine has brought out these differences in the open quite starkly. But that doesn't mean that the Quad's long-term focus, that is on the Indo-Pacific, and managing China's rise and influence in the Indo-Pacific, which is a common concern between all four members. I don't think Russia's invasion of Ukraine and also India's response will have an impact on that long-term view because, I mean, you have to understand Washington, Canberra, and Tokyo's relationship with Delhi is quite central to managing the China question.
Right, and so you don't think this is going to impact the U.S.'s view of India?
I think, well, we haven't heard or we haven't seen any direct statements by the U.S. government or the Australian government. There have been, of course, the Quad Leaders Summit was an attempt to sort of get India to criticize Russia in the open. But till now, we haven't seen any statements. I don't think we'll see statements in the near future because, again, the long-term question is managing China's rise in the Indo-Pacific, and India is an answer to that question.
Bonnie Greville, thank you so much for joining us. The world's attention may be on Ukraine, but there's been a bigger story for those in India. The state of Uttar Pradesh, facing massive unemployment and where people have expressed deep unhappiness with the ruling party, held elections. The state is often a harbinger of national trends, so all eyes have been on the outcome. Here's DW's Namisha Jaiswal.
If the ruling BJP returns to power here in Uttar Pradesh, it will be seen as a vote of confidence for Narendra Modi's national government. But opinions about the BJP's track record are mixed.
Everyone is going to be astounded by the BJP's landslide victory. The BJP only divides people on religious lines. They won't win.
M.N. Maurya is sure there will be a change. A graduate student, he's had no luck finding a job for the last 7 years. He's taken to selling vegetables to support his family of 6. He studies in the afternoons.
I have to earn. There are no government jobs available, so I might as well do this. The government just keeps busy with divisive politics. What is to become of us then?
Maurya isn't alone. Flags of opposition parties dominate the student neighborhood in the city of Prayagraj. They say they won't let the BJP return to power. Their anger against the government boiled over in January when students blocked railway tracks protesting against bad hiring practices by the government. The police retaliated by storming student hostels. There's been no let-up in student anger. Many here have spent years studying for exams which they hope will secure them a coveted government job. They say a dry spell in hiring like this one is unprecedented.
Do they plan to win votes by just building temples? So many of us are highly qualified, but we are fighting for basic jobs.
I've been looking for a job for 4 years now. I'm under immense pressure from my family. They just want me to give up the job hunt and come home. We only want what is our right. Nobody is employed in my family. All I want is a job. That's all.
All of them say working for the government is their best chance to climb out of poverty.
For most Indians, a government job means financial stability, security, and respect. This is why thousands of students spend years living in cramped quarters here, chasing that elusive job.
Jagdish feels the burden of his entire village's expectations. He studies all day, only taking quick breaks for meals. Failing for Jagdish is not an option.
The biggest problem here is unemployment amongst the educated. There is plenty of unskilled work to do, but why should we do it? We refuse to do it. Why should I farm when I've worked so hard on my education?
Many of the students took a break from their studies and voted for change. They are determined to make their voices heard through the ballot box.
That's it for Wednesday. We'll continue looking at how this war in Ukraine is playing out in Asia. The world is interconnected. And as always, for more, you can head over to our Twitter and Facebook feeds. Thanks for watching, and goodbye.
They've had no peace for 4 decades. The people of Iraq. Their country is devastated, and there's no end to the violence. How did it come to this? Key eyewitnesses reveal an unprecedented story.
He behaved exactly like Saddam Hussein, and the poison spread from there onwards.
Misery, misery, no more life. The great documentary series, Iraq, Destruction of a Nation. This week on DW.
Turning off the taps for Russian oil and gas. The US is ending its imports of fossil fuels from Russia, saying it's sick of helping to fund the Kremlin. Meanwhile, the EU says it'll end its over-dependence on Russian oil and gas by the end of the decade. We'll look into how. And war in Ukraine is being watched closely in Taiwan, where people fear China might want to mimic Russia's aggressive land grab. This is DW Business. I'm Rob Watts in Berlin. Welcome to the programme. Targeting the main artery of Russia's economy. That's how President Joe Biden described the US decision to ban imports of Russian oil. Crude prices surged again after the announcement, which comes at a time when Americans were already battling rising fuel prices. The US imports only a small percentage of its oil from Russia, but the ban will likely push petrol prices even higher. Biden called it the cost of defending freedom. Meanwhile, in Europe, the EU has set out plans to end its dependence on Russian energy by 2030. It wants to end most of its imports of natural gas from Russia by the end of this year, but doing it will not be easy.
Russia is now openly threatening to cut off gas supplies to Europe completely. This would lead to enormous bottlenecks for the entire EU. Gas is primarily used to heat homes, in ovens in production processes, in power plants to produce electricity. A sudden supply stop would push up energy prices dramatically. Prices for oil and gas have already risen steeply. Consumers are feeling the pressure at the petrol pumps and on their gas bills. Before the Russian attack, a megawatt hour of gas cost 69 euros, already more expensive than consumers were used to. Since then, in just 2 weeks, the price of the EEX energy exchange has rocked to a record high of 335 euros. And the outlook is uncertain. No one knows whether Russia will make good on its threat and turn off the tap completely. The EU now wants to completely become independent of Russia. Repower EU is the name of its new strategy. At its core, diversifying energy suppliers and drawing more from renewable sources like solar and biogas.
Renewables give us the freedom to choose an energy source that is clean, cheap, reliable, and ours. And instead of continuing to fund fossil fuel imports and fund Russian oligarchs, renewables create new jobs here in Europe.
The EU wants to replace 2/3 of Russian gas imports by the end of the year, an ambitious target.
This will end our over-dependency and give us much-needed room to maneuver. 2/3 by the end of this year. It's hard, bloody hard, but it's possible if we're willing to go further and faster than we've done before.
The EU already has plans for its energy transition, but the war in Ukraine has officials startled, forcing them to make the switch far faster than previously thought possible.
Well, let's discuss Europe's energy plans further with Mike Waterson. He's an expert in energy and industrial economics at the University of Warwick in the UK. Thanks a lot for being with us. We just heard it described as bloody hard by the EU, the task that's ahead of it. How ambitious are these plans?
Well, they are very ambitious, and it is quite difficult to see how things will change so quickly. If I might, I would make maybe a diversion to talk about what happened in Germany when there was the decision following the Fukushima earthquake to close down 6 nuclear plants really quite quickly.
Yeah, they'll be done by the end of this year.
That will be that was managed quite well, partly through the fact that the system was integrated, but of course partly through Germany burning more coal and more lignite in particular in order to satisfy demand. So I think in the short term, that again is likely to be a strategy. In the longer term, what I didn't see in the plans is much mention of storage. Now, producing energy from renewables is a well-known technique, and Germany and the UK and various others, Denmark, have been increasing this a great deal, particularly wind, and in the south of Europe, solar. But none of these produce in the same way that gas does. They don't produce very flexibly, and they don't necessarily produce when you want it. And that's key for electricity.
Well, that is what begs the question, isn't it? So if they can't be getting this natural gas from Russia, where is it coming from?
Yeah, so I think one of the things that's missing is plans for storage of energy, not necessarily storage of gas, but storage of energy once produced, electrical energy once produced. And that is that can be managed. There are various technologies, compressed air, storage in dams and so on, but none of that is very quick.
Right. And so a quicker solution is needed, right? Yeah, because they're saying they want to cut 2/3 of gas imports from Russia by the end of the year.
Yes, I think in that very short period, it will have to be more gas imports from hopefully the Far East, the Middle East, I mean, and also presumably burning more coal, I'm afraid. Those are short-term solutions which go against particularly the coal climate policy, but
yeah, because a lot of what the EU is talking about is essentially an acceleration of the decarbonisation of the EU, isn't it? It's moving towards renewables, getting people to use less energy. I actually just wanted to pivot to something else that's been coming up over the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, and it's all of the companies we're all of a sudden seeing stopping operations in the country. We've heard from Starbucks now, McDonald's, Coca-Cola. I wanted to ask you, as an industrial expert, why we're suddenly getting all of them making this decision at the same time?
Right. Yes. Well, I think there are a number of potential factors. I mean, one is public opinion. These companies, we could instance cases, these companies have experienced partial consumer boycotts in various countries at various times. McDonald's, for example, has. It could be public opinion. It could be political pressure. I imagine that President Biden is putting pressure on American companies, such as Coca-Cola. It could be supply chain issues that they're worried. I mean, again, taking the example of Coca-Cola, presumably the syrup comes from the United States, or a limited number of alternatives, and
yeah, so we've got a whole confluence of issues coming at once. I'm sorry, Mike Waterson, but we're actually out of time. But thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us on DW Business.
That's fine. Okay.
Now let's have a look at some of the other business stories making news around the world. Credit rating agency Fitch has downgraded Russian debt by 6 notches to C, saying that a default is imminent. Fitch says sanctions and trade restrictions could undermine Russia's willingness to service its debt. The Western measures have thrown the country's financial markets into turmoil following its invasion of Ukraine. And Britain has imposed new aviation sanctions that make it a criminal offence for Russian planes to fly or land in the UK. One plane's already been impounded. The measure also bans aviation and space-related exports to Russia. Now, one place watching this situation in Ukraine very closely is Taiwan. China views the self-governing island as a renegade province and has vowed to bring it under its control. Russian President Vladimir Putin and China's Xi Jinping have been working together closely. China has not condemned the invasion. That's led some to believe it could have similar plans for Taiwan. The island is one of the world's key economies and is an important source of semiconductor chips. Well, let's cross to our correspondent in Taipei, Sung Han. Is there concern in Taiwan because of what we've been seeing happen between Russia and Ukraine and the obvious possibilities between China and Taiwan?
Yes, there is concern, but not about sudden threat or immediate emergency. It's rather a kind of crisis awareness. For example, the focus on the military service system improvements, the duration and quality of military training, if both men and women should serve, etc. So Taiwanese people can really protect their land when needed. There are also discussions on places to hide when being evacuated. Some people made air raid evacuation maps to show the location of basements around their homes. A growing sense of crisis lately make more people here wonder what decisions they have to make should China really attack Taiwan.
A growing sense of crisis in Taiwan, but have we seen anything from China that actually suggests that it is preparing to take control of Taiwan?
Not practically. China's 2 sessions are still going on. We see most of the meetings are focused on economic, social, agricultural, and livelihood issues. Other foreign-related or Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan issues are less important. However, Beijing is talking more and more about post-unification arrangements. Experts predict that Chinese President Xi Jinping may propose a complete system or a brand new concept beyond one country, 2 systems. For Beijing, solving the Taiwan issue is a historical mission, and that it will continue to block Taiwan independence through the preparation of force to increase the military and economic pressure on Taiwan and to prevent any foreign intervention.
Let's get back to what's happening in Ukraine and Russia. And China has been in a tricky position in that it's not wanted to necessarily show overt support for what Russia's doing, but at the same time doesn't want to alienate an ally. How has China been backing or not Russia's actions in Ukraine?
At the summit with Scholz and Macron, Xi Jinping said the situation in Ukraine is worrying and China deeply deplores the reignition of war on the European continent. It was seen as the first time a Chinese leader had broken his silence since the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and the strongest wording from China on the situation. But some analysts say Beijing is using the conflict to gain a geopolitical advantage, providing Russia with an economic lifeline while blaming the U.S. for the root causes of the war. war. Remember, Beijing repeatedly said that China and Russia jointly oppose a return to the Cold War mentality. And now, by playing the role of a mediator, the Chinese government is to participate in any solution that is proved by the Kremlin.
I remember hearing from the Chinese Foreign Ministry the other day that Russia was actually its most important ally. Well, So Tsung Han in Taipei for us. Thank you very much. And that's all from me and the business team here in Berlin. Until next time, take care.
Economy. Where are the sanctions biting? How is the war impacting growth? Energy prices, supply problems, resource shortages. Is the next economic crisis looming?
Made in Germany. In 30 minutes on DW. Stories that move people the world over. DW on Facebook and Twitter. Up to date and in touch. Follow us.
People in trucks injured while trying to flee the city center.
More and more refugees are being turned away at the border.
Families fleeing bomb attacks in Syria.
Police crackdown in Venezuela against demonstrators.
People fleeing extreme drought.
A raft carrying 200 people has sunk in the Aegean Sea.
Around the world, more than 300 million people are seeking refuge. We ask why? Because no one should have to flee. Make up your own mind. DW. Made for minds.
What's making the headlines and what's behind them?
DW News Africa.
The show that tackles the issues shaping the continent.
Life is slowly getting back to normal here. We're on the streets to give you in-depth reports and insights.
Our correspondents on the ground reporting from across the continent.
All the trends that matter to you.
DW News Africa, every Friday on DW.
This is DW News, live from Berlin. A nation under fire. Ukraine civilians caught in the crosshairs of the war. Efforts continue to evacuate civilians after Russia and Ukraine agree a new ceasefire covering several cities. But Kiev accuses Russia's forces of attacking previous escape routes. Plus, the risk of radiation, growing concerns after a power outage at the Chernobyl nuclear plant. Fears are that the Russian-controlled facility may potentially lose the ability to cool radioactive fuel. The world's top nuclear watchdog says there's no immediate threat. And the leaders of Germany and Canada meet to discuss the war in Ukraine here in the German capital. They've pledged more support for Kyiv and renew calls for an immediate ceasefire. Hello, everyone. I'm Leila Harak. Thank you so much for joining us. Renewed efforts are underway to get civilians out of besieged cities in Ukraine. For a second day, Russia and Ukraine say they will observe a ceasefire to provide 6 evacuation routes. It's unclear, though, whether safety can be guaranteed. Conditions are worsening for people stuck in zones targeted by Russian shelling. As the invasion meets resistance, there are now fears the Russian military could step up attacks on civilian areas.
It's the first successful humanitarian corridor, allowing desperate civilians to flee during a pause in the fighting. These convoys carried people from the northeastern city of Sumy, which has experienced heavy shelling in recent days. President Volodymyr Zelensky said it was just the start.
Hundreds of people are saved. Humanitarian aid has been delivered. But this is just a small percentage of what we have to do and what is expected of us. We are ready. Humanitarian aid is ready and our transports are ready.
Further west, people fleeing the Kiev suburb of Irpin, crossing a damaged bridge that Russian troops have repeatedly fired on as civilians tried to get across. Heartbreaking goodbyes, as many of the men left their families to go back and fight. Others helping those unable to make the journey by themselves.
We are fleeing. She is barely walking, but we are doing our best, thank you. It is good that we could cross the bridge. Bombs are exploding over there, quite intense. Irpin is totally damaged.
Military analysts say the onslaught will likely get worse in the coming days. Russian forces are increasingly turning to shelling civilian areas and infrastructure. These air raid sirens in Kiev warning people to stay indoors as the invasion entered its 14th day. But as the dawn broke, the national anthem echoed through the streets, a message of solidarity. The show of resistance continues in Kherson, the first major city to fall under Russian control. The capital's symphony orchestra played a concert to those who stayed behind. A brief moment of beauty to counter the scenes of destruction that are becoming commonplace in Ukraine.
While hundreds of thousands of people escaping the fighting have streamed into the western Ukrainian city of Lviv, it's become a massive bottleneck, the only direction to flee being west. DW correspondent Alexander von Amen met up with some of them.
We are here at the railway station in Lviv, and you can see how busy it is here with long lines of people trying to get on a train to the Polish border. Mothers with their small kids, women with their pets, with hastily packed suitcases and plastic bags. Many of them seem to be traumatized. Many of them are worried sick about the loved ones that they left behind.
We're from Kharkiv. This city is gone.
I just have one question. What was it all for? Who benefits from destroying such a beautiful city? We once had a wonderful mayor. He's now turning over in his grave. You can't look at that's left of the city without crying. I was born there. I grew up there. I spent my whole life there.
У меня вся жизнь, мне 50 лет, у меня вся жизнь там прошла, понимаете?
People there now have been left for dead. They're hiding in basements. I can't even think about it.
They're sitting there without any electricity, water, or heating. My mother's hiding in a cellar. Her mother is in Mariupol. She can't get hold of her.
I haven't heard anything from her since March 2nd.
Never would I have expected something like this to happen, especially from Russia and Belarus. I have so many relatives in Moscow.
According to the city authorities, it is becoming increasingly difficult to provide all the refugees with food and clothes, and first and foremost with a place to stay. That is why many people here are desperate to get out, even though they don't know whether they will be able to come back.
I don't know. I never thought I'd have to flee.
I don't know where we will go. Whatever God's plan is certainly to Poland.
We are not leaving forever. We'll be back for sure.
Many of the people we met are originally from the Russian-speaking part of the country. They told us they would never expect Russia to attack Ukraine. They are angry and sad, and some of them have a clear message to Vladimir Putin.
I don't understand why you are against our membership in the EU and are now literally pushing us towards Europe. Thank you very much. But please, it cannot come at the cost of our lives and those of Russians, only in a peaceful way.
Honestly, I think Putin knows he is sick and will die soon, and he wants to take as many people with him as possible. We live in the 21st century. We don't live in the 20th century anymore. During the Second World War, we're civilized people. But how civilized is it for the whole of Ukraine to leave Ukraine? Well done. You have liberated us. Thank you.
Well, from the focal point in Ukraine, Lviv, we take you now to DW reporter Birgitta Schulke. She is in Poland, right across from Lviv, the first stop for those who managed to secure a place on those trains to safety. Birgitta, what have these people been telling you that have made it to Poland?
I mean, many were even too exhausted to talk at all, because we have to imagine they escaped a war zone, and some told us they were even shot at while escaping, and they feared for their life. Now they are here, they are relieved that they are in safety, but they are still like disorientated. They don't know where to go from here. And one mother told us that her house in Kyiv was bombed by a Russian airstrike, and the full house was destroyed, and she only could get her documents out and her two children. The youngest is 4 years old, and she just fled, and was 3 days, and one night she had to sleep in the bitter cold on the street. And I mean, nearly everybody we were talking to today, they told us, please, we don't understand. Why is NATO not imposing a non-fly zone? This would help us so much, and also our husbands who had to stay back to fight. And one woman even yelled at us and said, yeah, don't you see Putin is like bombarding civilians, and why don't you do anything against it?
Birgitta, Poland is going through great lengths to help Ukrainian refugees, doing whatever they can. How are they coping?
To be honest, I was really astonished how well organized things are here. It's a little bit chaotic once a train arrives, but then soon there are a lot of volunteers providing the refugees with food, with free SIM cards, with advice where to get shelter, and also, which is very, very important, where to go from here. So they get them on trains to other cities, because this little city here only has 60,000 inhabitants, so they're absolutely overwhelmed. But right now it's really working well. We just talked to the mayor. He said he's a little proud of our city, but he said he's also a little worried because he doesn't know how long these volunteers, right now there are 1,200 volunteers here in the town helping, but he said he doesn't know how long they can stay, but because at some point they have to get back to their lives, to their work, and that's why he right now is talking to international organizations in the hope that they would take over.
DW's Birgitta Schulke reporting from the Polish-Ukrainian border. Thank you very much. The International Atomic Energy Agency says there is no cause for immediate alarm after a loss of electricity at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant. The agency said it saw, quote, no critical impact on safety, even as the power loss means the plant may no longer be able to cool nuclear fuel. Ukrainian officials have warned the power cut could lead to the release of radioactivity. The plant has been occupied by Russian forces since the early days of the invasion. Well, nonetheless, lots of concerns about this development. I'd like to bring in Professor Geraldine Thomas, director of the Chernobyl Tissue Bank, a research project that looks into radiation-induced tumors. Professor, thank you so much for your time. Let me first get your insights in terms of what happened in Chernobyl earlier today.
Earlier today, from what I understand, is there's been a power outage. It's nothing that we should really be that concerned about. There will be diesel generators on site as well. But also, you have to remember that Chernobyl has been shut since 2000. The last time the reactor was active was around about 2000. So the fuel has been sitting in fuel ponds for a very long while, cooling down. And actually, after about 5 years, even if the water drains away, there's sufficient air to keep that fuel cool. So there shouldn't be any problems at all.
Professor, help us understand, why is it problematic that a nuclear site is cut off from power?
Well, it depends on what the situation is. At this particular point in time with Chernobyl, with it being inactive and being the fuel rods having cooled down for over a period of about 20 years, there's probably not an awful lot of concern. If it was an active plant, like as we saw in Fukushima and all cooling was lost, unless the reactors are completely cooled down, they need to be kept cool. But that's not the situation at Chernobyl. There are no active reactors there.
Now, you've outlined that diesel generators likely jumped in to provide electricity for, we understand, 2 days? What happens after that?
Well, my understanding is actually that the mechanisms that are involved in the safety of the site are not affected by the power cut. But even if the diesel generation stops after 2 days, the fuel itself is now in a state where it can be just left to dry in the air. So even if all the water evaporates from the ponds, it will be perfectly safe to leave it in the air. It'll be cooled enough like that.
Now, of course, the world has come to know Chernobyl as one of the most notorious nuclear accidents. Is it likely that there might still be radiation leaks, and who would be affected?
Highly unlikely. And if there were, it would only be the local area. The reason that there was the radioactive cloud that everybody is so worried about at the actual accident in 1986 was that there was a large explosion which ejected the volatile elements into the atmosphere, into the upper atmosphere, and then they were carried around on the normal wind patterns that we have across Europe. That is not going to happen now. This is not an active plant. If there was any radiation leakage at all, and that, I stress, is very unlikely, it would only be to the local area.
Professor Geraldine Thomas, director of the Chernobyl Tissue Bank, thank you very much for sharing your expertise with us. We greatly appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
The U.S. has rejected a plan by the Polish government to transfer fighter jets to the United States Ramstein Air Base to then be sent to Ukraine. Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby called the idea untenable. U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris is headed to Poland to show support for the country as it takes in the bulk of Ukrainian refugees. But the diplomatic row over the warplanes could overshadow her visit. The main disagreement is over where the jets would be sent from. The U.S. floated the idea originally earlier this month of gifting Poland a number of F-16s if Poland were to send its Soviet-era MiG-29s to the Ukrainian Air Force. But Poland reportedly did not want to send the jets to Ukraine, rather, from within its own borders because it fears Russian retaliation. We'd like to turn now to Lieutenant General Ben Hodges. He's a retired U.S. Army officer and the former commander of U.S. forces in Europe, and he joins us from Frankfurt, Germany. A very good day, sir. So good of you to make some time out to speak to us. Why is sending weapons into Ukraine acceptable, but sending fighter jets untenable, according to the Pentagon?
Yeah, I completely disagree with this decision by the Pentagon, or the announcement, if that's the case. I'm not sure that the book is closed on this. I love the initiative by Poland to give capability that Ukrainians need so they can defend themselves. I'm sure it's more complicated underneath than it seems, and that I'm willing to bet that we're going to eventually get there. But to the point of your question, I would not make the difference that, providing aircraft is bad, but providing Javelin is good or acceptable. So I hope that we get this fixed very quickly.
Would you be in favor of NATO intervening or enforcing a no-fly zone over Ukraine, as the Ukrainians have been pleading NATO to do?
Well, for sure, we cannot repeat what we did at Srebrenica in 1995, where European soldiers under a UN mandate stood outside the city while 8,000 Bosnian men and boys were murdered by Republika Srpska forces. So we can't do that. We're watching deliberate murder of Ukrainian citizens every single day because they're being targeted by Russian forces. Still, this is not inconsequential. If NATO gets inside Ukrainian airspace and on the ground in Ukraine, that potentially changes the nature of what's going on here. For sure, NATO air forces would destroy Russian air forces, but the bigger point is, what are the implications? And we want to preserve the unity of the alliance. So this is not a decision to be taken alone by the United States. I do think it's worth considering, though. Most of the damage that's being done in the cities is not by the Russian Air Force. It's being done by systems on the ground, missiles, rockets, artillery, fired from Russian units inside Ukraine and also inside Russia, and by the Black Sea Fleet. What can we do to help Ukraine destroy those? Anti-ship capability, more intelligence, longer range systems where Ukrainians could destroy the source of this damage.
So how long do you think that Ukraine's army could withstand this Russian onslaught? Do you think that the longer this war goes on, the harder it will be for Russia to win it, or the more difficult it will be for Ukraine to stand its ground?
No, absolutely. Ukraine is going to win this. Russia is not going to get into Kiev. Russia has made the decision to transition to attrition warfare. And to do that, you have to have time, you have to have unlimited ammunition, and you have to have unlimited manpower. And Russia has none of those three. The sanctions are going to begin to take real effect in the next few weeks, and that's going to affect their time as well as their population. They do not have unlimited ammunition. We're already hearing reports of shortages of some key munitions. Again, sanctions help here. And they have a manpower problem. They've already stopped the departure of some troops who are due to end their conscription, and they're trying to recruit mercenaries from Syria. So this manpower problem is big for them, whereas the logistical effort from the West for Ukraine is only just now picking up speed. So I think actually time is on the side of Ukraine.
But the Ukrainians are outgunned and outnumbered. I mean, how can they possibly win this?
Actually, they're not outnumbered. There's more than 200,000 troops in Ukraine's land forces, and then you've got a very large territorial force. And then we've seen very clearly that the Ukrainian population is willing to fight, to do things. Russia does not have that many soldiers inside Ukraine. So they're not outnumbered. Clearly, the Russians have the advantage from sea power and, at this point, air power, but they have not demonstrated the overwhelming air power superiority that, frankly, I would have expected. So I think that in this case, because the logistics is going to is improving for the Ukrainians, and it only gets more difficult for the Russians, I think that Ukraine, as long as the West sticks together and continues to support, I think Ukraine has a chance to come out of this on the right side.
And in conclusion, sir, I just want to ask you, should the U.S. engage with Russia? Should the U.S. engage directly with the Kremlin to stop this bloodshed?
Well, here's what we should be doing. On April the 1st, 1 April, 130,000 young Russian men, 19 and 20 years old, have to report for duty at conscription centers. It's the scheduled next wave of conscription. That means 130,000 families are about to send their son and brother off to become cannon fodder as privates in the Russian army to fight in a war of Slavs against Slavs. I think if we could somehow reach even a third of those families and that they refuse to send their son to conscription, that would be like an earthquake inside Russia. And this is what we need, is pressure, organic pressure from inside Russia. This is how this comes to a conclusion.
Retired Lieutenant General Ben Hodges, the former commander of U.S. forces in Europe. Sir, thank you for your time.
Thank you for the privilege.
Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and German Chancellor Olaf Scholz have held talks in Berlin. The pair discussed the transatlantic response to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Mr. Scholz said hopes of a military solution to the conflict were senseless, and he hoped diplomacy would prevail. Mr. Trudeau, meanwhile, announced millions of dollars more in weapons support for Ukraine.
We've provided humanitarian assistance. We've also provided all kinds of equipment, which includes some weapons, as you know. Apart from that, however, we have to think very carefully about what we actually do, and this certainly does not include combat aircraft.
And the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau said this.
Canada and Germany stand together against Putin's invasion. He represents a threat to democracy, to security, and to peace in Europe and around the world. This morning I spoke with President Zelensky and highlighted once again the strength and determination of the Ukrainian people and told him that Canada will soon be sending highly specialized equipment to them, and invited him to address Parliament in Canada, and he accepted. Le Canada et l'Allemagne.
All right, let me guide you through some of the other developments in the conflict. The Kremlin is reporting that President Vladimir Putin and German Chancellor Olaf Scholz spoke about the war in Ukraine. They reportedly discussed humanitarian corridors, and Mr. Putin briefed Mr. Scholz on the last round of talks between Russia and Ukraine. Germany has not confirmed the Kremlin's statement. The European Union says it will add more Russian oligarchs and government officials to its sanctions list. Brussels also wants to monitor whether cryptocurrencies are being used to circumvent its sanctions. 3 banks from Belarus, a Russian ally, will be cut off from the SWIFT banking system. McDonald's is temporarily closing its 850 restaurants across Russia. The chain says it can no longer ignore the human suffering unfolding in Ukraine. Its staff will continue to get paid. Over 250 companies have now suspended operations in Russia. Well, with war raging at home, many Ukrainian artists have found shelter abroad. The Kyiv City Ballet was touring in France when Russia launched its invasion of Ukraine. Its dancers delivered an emotional performance in Paris while struggling to keep in touch with family and friends trapped in Ukraine.
The dancers of the Kiev City Ballet left home thinking they were going on a European tour. Now they have no idea when they'll get back home to Ukraine. The Théâtre du Châtelet in Paris has offered them a stage and a temporary residency. Creating is an act of resistance. It's an act that says to those who want to occupy Ukraine, to Vladimir Putin, here we continue to look forward, to look far, to use culture also as a peaceful weapon. That's what we're doing here tonight at the Châtelet Theatre. Only part of the company was traveling when the war broke out, meaning many of their artists are still stuck in Ukraine. The uncertainty of what's to come has left the dancers physically and emotionally exhausted.
It's a terrible feeling. We're shocked, and we try to connect to our family all the time, during the day, during the night, check news, and I can't explain what I am feeling, because you're in worries all the time, all 13 days. We are praying for our families, for Ukraine.
Amid the anxiety, the chance to keep dancing in France is a lifeline.
Being able to focus on work is kind of a bright point in our day, when we get to focus on the ballet steps and focus on music and something other than the conflict in Ukraine.
The young dancers performed to a full house and to much applause on Tuesday night. Dancing in safety in France, but their hearts and minds are with their families in Ukraine.
You're watching DW News. Here's a recap of the main story from the crisis. Efforts have resumed to evacuate Ukrainian civilians after both Russia and Ukraine agreed to a ceasefire covering several Ukrainian cities. But Kyiv has said the agreed humanitarian corridors have been ineffective. Ukraine has accused the Russian military of shelling escape routes for days. Thank you for spending this part of your day with us. Stick around. Up next is To the Point, and I'll see you in a bit.
The world economy. Where are the sanctions biting? How is the war impacting growth? Energy prices, supply problems, resource shortages. Is the next economic crisis looming?
Made in Germany. Next on DW. Stay up to date. Don't miss our highlights. The DW program online. DW.com highlights.
Despite warnings for weeks, Russia's attack on Ukraine triggered shock and alarm. On the 25th of February 2022, Russian President Vladimir Putin launched a massive military assault on a European country. Horrifying images have filled our feeds of bombed out cities, Ukrainians dead and injured, of families on the run. Responding to Russia's invasion of Ukraine represents a crucial test for Europe and its allies, and their ability to cooperate to punish the Kremlin and end the war. That response has so far focused on economic pressure to force Russia to change course, so far with only limited effect. The war in Ukraine and its impact. That's our topic today on Made. What price should Russia pay for invading Ukraine? The fate of Ukraine and of Europe depends on the answer. Sanctions, swift and aggressive, are meant to deal a crushing blow to Russia's economy and its industrial base. That's the policy tool of choice for the United States, European Union, and other countries condemning Russian aggression. Seizing assets like luxury yachts belonging to oligarchs is but the smallest part of those measures.
Can sanctions end a war? For that, the economy of the aggressor nation has to suffer.
It does inflict a lot of damage to the Russian financial system and the Russian economy.
But is it realistic to expect Russia to cave under economic pressure? What's actually behind the sanctions against Russia, and why does China have a key role in them? The sanctions are unprecedented. Russian aircraft are not permitted to land in the EU. Certain goods, including oil refining technology, may no longer be exported to Russia. Numerous Russian banks have been barred from the SWIFT banking network. And the Central Bank of Russia can no longer access its foreign reserves in the EU, the value of which is estimated at $210 billion.
When you have a number of countries coming together, and in this case we have not just the EU, the US, but also Canada, the UK, Japan, Korea, Singapore, Switzerland, and more, actually that can work.
But two major Russian banks, Sberbank and Gazprombank, are exempted from the ban. The EU wants to use them as channels to pay for Russian oil and gas.
This is a weak point in the sanctions package. We depend on gas supplies, which is why Sberbank and especially Gazprombank are still part of the system. It's not possible to identify other transactions that don't relate to energy supplies and just ban them. That isn't feasible.
Die eindeutig zu identifizieren und diese dann auszuschließen. Das ist also nicht machbar.
Pressure is also being put on Russian billionaires with ties to Vladimir Putin. Their assets in the EU were frozen and some yachts were seized, and they're no longer allowed to travel to the EU. Farewell to the beloved French Riviera.
Ich gehe davon aus, dass der Druck auf
I do assume that the pressure on this financial elite will have an effect, in the sense that the pressure on the Russian leadership circle will increase. These are mainly people who are associated with Putin, who have benefited from this association immensely over the past few years and decades. So this will certainly lead to some real unrest.
profitiert haben, und das wird mit Sicherheit für große Unruhe sorgen.
But one major economic power is not joining in.
It's of course critically important how China reacts to this change in the environment in the next few days and weeks, and the Chinese won't communicate about it. So you have to watch what they do, not what they say. So far, it's one thing is clear, which is that they're not siding unambiguously with Russia. This much is clear. How far it will go, we have to watch.
So, will China try to fill the gap and supply Russia with the goods it would normally get from the EU, and thus subvert the sanctions?
It's a difficult situation for China. I think, in a way, you could say they want to be neutral, but this is difficult because that's not the way the sanctions are engineered. And I don't think China will want to lose its connection with the rest of the world. Economically, it's not a big problem for them to lose their connection with Russia. So it's a big political issue. It's not really an economic issue for China.
Chinese companies face a dilemma in the sanctions game. If they supply Russia the goods which the EU has banned, they could face difficulties in the EU.
I believe that China has a great interest in not jeopardizing trade relations with the West. We are a much more important market in the EU and in North America than Russia is in every sector.
In the end, are the sanctions tough enough to achieve their goal?
They have massive consequences for the ordinary lives of ordinary people in Russia. So they have political consequences. How far that goes, none of us knows.
I don't believe that sanctions will be enough. In my opinion, a complete exclusion of all Russian banks from the SWIFT system will be necessary, even with all the negative impact that the West would then be left to contend with.
Aller Konsequenzen negativer Art, die uns dann auch im Westen drohen.
But even if the sanctions are tightened, Volker Brühl believes the West would be able to weather any economic fallout.
An additional aim of the sanctions is to make it difficult for Russia to finance its war. That's the logic behind cutting off the country's access to global finance. Major Russian banks have been removed from the international system of payments known as SWIFT. But what does that mean exactly?
What is SWIFT? The acronym stands for the Society for Worldwide Interbank Financial Telecommunication, a global network founded to process international financial transactions. It's been around since 1973. The system is used by banks and commodities and securities traders in more than 200 countries. Last year, some 42 million transactions were handled by SWIFT every day. The Bank Identifier Code, or BIC, ensures that money transfers are paid into the correct account. A BIC is familiar to anyone with a bank card. It allows Bank A in Germany to transfer a payment to a bank in the US or to purchase shares or precious metals. If a BIC code is blocked, like that of many Russian banks, the member bank is shut out of SWIFT, severing it from international monetary flow. Many Russian companies can no longer pay for or receive foreign goods. Russia's trade with the rest of the world is restricted. But it means the trade in urgently needed goods from Russia is also interrupted. The result? Rising energy prices worldwide. And Russia is not only a major exporter of oil and gas, but of iron and steel too. Still, being shut out of SWIFT harms Russia most of all. In the catalogue of sanctions, it's the instrument that cuts the deepest.
But there are other instruments still that could cut deep too, like limiting the sale of Russian energy. As the world's third largest producer of oil and second largest producer of natural gas, energy exports are a major source of revenue for the Kremlin. But before any official moves were made to target the sector, some Western oil giants are pulling out of the country. We spoke to an energy analyst from Moscow about the future of Russia's prized industry.
Cities are being devastated in Ukraine. How can Russia's war be stopped? Ukrainian civilians blocked streets in some areas. The Ukrainian army is fighting on multiple fronts. NATO countries are supplying weapons. And the West has imposed punishing economic sanctions on Russia. So will they work? We ask a Russian oil industry insider.
Do you expect a big effect of these sanctions now?
Yes, very definitely so. I'm watching very closely the developments in Russia, and I see that a lot of foreign companies are departing. Even the giants such as BP and Shell and ExxonMobil are going out from Russia. Even though, for example, it's a very good example, BP. BP is generating about 30% of its profits in Russia. Nevertheless, the company has decided to leave. And Shell is the operator of Russia's first LNG project on the Sakhalin Island. And ExxonMobil is a partner and operator of another Sakhalin project, which is very successful and, well, with pioneering technologies and so on and so forth. But nevertheless, they have decided to leave Russia.
So do you think it's fast enough that the sanctions are unfolding their effect?
Yes, absolutely. I'm convinced that the economy and the oil and gas industry, which is the backbone of the Russian economy, is going to suffer because those companies were bringing advanced technologies, a lot of cash, know-how, to Russia, and without their commitment to Russian projects, I don't think that the Russian production of oil and gas can go ahead and continue. And because of the sanctions, we already see that the appetite of consumers to Russian crude oil is shrinking. Russian companies and traders in Russian oil cannot sell some consignments of oil, and the discount is very huge. For each barrel of Russian oil, they are offering over almost $90 of discount, and then still there are no buyers for such oil, because one of the traders told me that, people believe that the oil is tainted with blood.
The oil rejected by other countries, can't Russia sell this to China now?
With China, it's a big problem, because when the Russian oil reaches China by pipeline, yes, and a lot of that goes to China, it is Russia does not get any money. China has already provided Rosneft with billions of dollars of credits and loans, and now Rosneft has to supply oil free of charge because the money has been spent already. And China is already rejecting Russian oil when it is delivered by ships. The Chinese are very pragmatic. They are not going to interfere. They are watching the developments. And the Chinese bank refused to provide Russian companies with credits and loans. And so they cannot help the Russian economy at all. They are a watcher, an outside watcher, nothing more.
So there are lots of economic problems in Russia. Is Putin amenable to economic arguments at the moment?
My impression is that it's impossible to explain his actions by any logic at all. Absolutely. What the Russian leader is doing is detrimental to the benefit, to the normal life in our own country, in Russia. Not only, even if we do not consider the tragedy, the painful events in Ukraine, Russia is also going to suffer enormously. It cannot be explained by any logic.
Mr. Krutikin, you recently left Moscow. May I ask, how are you?
Well, fine, thank you. It's not like Moscow, but it's some sort of a relief, because when I was in Moscow, I was attacked by my friends and acquaintances with a lot of questions and their own opinions about what was going on. It's painful to listen to what they are saying. They still believe that NATO and Ukraine are attacking Russia, and Ukraine is a land where there is genocide against Russians, and so on and so forth. A lot of those fairy tales. And most of that was based on some fake news from the federal TV channels and federal media, which, in my opinion, are very, very far from truth.
Despite all the misinformation and propaganda on state television, protesters opposing the war continue to take to the streets of Russia, like here in Moscow. Thousands have been arrested. Demonstrations, sanctions and a spirited defense of Ukraine have so far not halted the Russian offensive. And every day, Ukrainian residential areas are still being bombarded.
That Russia produces so much oil and gas is one side of it. That Europe has bought so much of it is the other. The prospect of disrupted supply has sent energy prices soaring. But the Kremlin has been using its natural gas exports as a way to exert pressure on Western Europe for some time now. Russia has turned off the tap on one pipeline that runs from Poland into Germany, affecting many businesses in the region.
The path of the Yamal pipeline is clearly visible in Poland's forests. But for months now, the 5,400-kilometre-long conduit has been empty.
I'd call it the policy of empty pipelines, something Gazprom has been working on for years.
A policy with drastic repercussions.
The price of gas is now 3 or 4 times higher than it was last year.
This is where the Yamal pipeline ends, in Malno, at the German-Polish border. But it's unclear how long the pipeline will remain in operation. Germany, Poland and the 3 Baltic countries are looking to lose their dependence on Russian gas. Importing liquefied natural gas from elsewhere, transported by ship, is one option, but it's expensive. Take this Polish glass factory in the town of Piętsk, for example, where staff are hard at work. The ovens here run on natural gas. They have to be heated to 1100 degrees Celsius to produce glass. As a result, the glass factory consumes huge amounts of gas. But the company's director thinks Russian gas policy and the war in Ukraine aren't the only factors driving up prices.
I think the European Union and its environmental policies are to blame for the price rise, because CO2 emissions are becoming more expensive. That creates a complex and unclear situation. And you can see that Russia and other gas suppliers are taking advantage of that situation to push up prices.
The path of the Yamal pipeline also runs close to this bakery north of the city of Łódź. High gas prices are having a huge impact here as well. The cost of operating the gas ovens here to bake bread has soared. So far, master baker Yaroslav Zelensky hasn't increased his bread prices. That means he's barely turning a profit. But how long can he continue? His plan is to switch to electric power.
Switching to electric ovens makes sense. That way we can draw green energy from hot springs, wind and solar power. And those are all sources of energy that we can get ourselves. And they're not coming from far away. They're right on our doorstep.
Another alternative to Russian gas is a new Baltic pipeline, dubbed Baltic Pipe. It would transport natural gas from Norway instead.
Poland was the initiator of Baltic Pipe, and they have, let's say, a wish to diversify their supply.
North of the Polish city of Poznan, the Baltic Pipe from Norway meets the Yamal pipeline from Russia. Norwegian gas is due to start flowing to Poland by this summer. Warsaw will then no longer be dependent on Russian deliveries and could even supply Western gas to Ukraine. And in addition to the Baltic pipeline, Poland still has the option of liquefied natural gas, or LNG, adding further flexibility and, above all, independence from Russia.
But you should also see that Baltic Pipe is also, let's say, a parallel project to the expansion of the LNG import terminals. So in the future, main supplies to Poland could come from LNG or from the Baltic Pipe.
Germany and the Netherlands already purchase natural gas from Norway. Now Poland and other Eastern European countries are joining in.
When the Polish pipeline is added, there will be more competition for Norwegian gas. Norway itself isn't planning to raise production significantly in the next few years, but this must be reassessed in view of the current supply situation in Europe and the issue with Russian supplies.
The cards in Europe's energy market are being reshuffled, and it looks as if the continent's heavy dependence on Russian pipelines is set to change.
It's not just Russian and international energy markets that are intertwined. Especially in Germany's east, more than a few manufacturing companies have focused on trade with Russia. The fast-moving developments are seeing them having to change in a matter of weeks what had taken them years to build. Some are starting to draw up contingency plans in a worst-case scenario.
The final test run. This machine produces high-spec metal wire. The equipment costs up to €1 million and is purpose-built to suit the customer's specifications. Until now, business has been good. This mid-sized company, based in the eastern German city of Chemnitz, is a global market leader. But CEO Jens Kieselstein doesn't know whether he can keep all his 45 employees. Some of his top customers are in Russia. The sanctions resulting from Russia's invasion of Ukraine are now complicating business.
We're currently preparing a contract worth several million euros over the next 2 years. If the contract can't be fulfilled in its current form, we will of course need to look for alternative customers. That will take time. It could lead to a cut in working hours, and in the worst case scenario, to layoffs.
In the eastern German city of Chemnitz, formerly Karl-Marx-Stadt, many companies have long-standing business ties with Russia, dating back to the days of communist East Germany. At the region's Chamber of Industry and Commerce, we speak to foreign trade expert Christoph Neuberg. He believes the sanctions imposed after Russia's annexation of Crimea in 2014 cost this region hundreds of millions of euros in sales. Now, he says, this new war could also stop trade with many former Soviet republics like Georgia.
Russia has a central distributor function, if you like. Many companies establish a subsidiary in Moscow or in other Russian regions. This applies especially to the metals processing sector. And from there, they branch out to countries in the surrounding region.
That's evident at the nearby Leipzig-Halle airport. It's Germany's second largest freight hub. Logistics giant DHL operates a base here. It's an ideal location for deliveries to Eastern Europe. But now DHL has suspended all freight traffic to and from Russia and Ukraine. Leipzig-Halle is also home base for the world's largest cargo planes. Until the Russian annexation of Crimea in 2014, the Antonov fleet was a joint Russian-Ukrainian venture. Now these 3 Russian Antonovs are grounded thanks to the flight embargo. And on the other side of the airport are the Antonov AN-124s in Ukrainian livery. Just when they will take to the skies again is anyone's guess. Back to Chemnitz. As news from the war zone gets progressively worse, company CEO Jens Kieselstein is feeling increasingly torn. He has good business contacts in both Russia and Ukraine. And he has friends in both countries.
To be honest, at the moment I'm trying to avoid the topic entirely, because otherwise I could end up encountering an extreme opinion that I don't share that could result in some sort of discussion that would jeopardize the friendship or business relationship. That's something I'm hoping to avoid.
Kieselstein doesn't believe the new sanctions will really hurt Russia. At least not as far as trade is concerned.
In my experience, sanctions have little effect apart from inflicting pain on both sides, if you like. And the problem is, if the European Union or the Americans unilaterally slap sanctions on Russia, it just opens up an opportunity for others to jump in and try to get around the sanctions.
He says rivals in Asia are ready to fill the gap if European companies are no longer able or willing to deliver. But Kieselstein does believe that the decision to exclude many of Russia's major banks from the international payment system SWIFT could really put pressure on Vladimir Putin. But to be fully effective, he says, the sanctions need to hit Russia's biggest sources of income, gas and oil.
And that's it for this edition of Made. We spoke about the calculations involved in the effort to defend Ukraine, but more than the economic considerations, the fight to stand up to Moscow is a battle for European values: democracy, freedom, and respect for human dignity. Thank you for watching. Join us again next week.
Enter the conflict zone with Tim Sebastian.
Has NATO accepted that Ukraine will fall, or could it still see a moral imperative to intervene directly in combat? My guest this week from Washington is Constance Stelzenmüller, a foreign and security expert at the Brookings Institution and a specialist on Germany and transatlantic relations.
Conflict Zone. In 90 minutes on DW.
Hrubá silnice se v kraji drolí do příkopu.
Hebben wij hier wel een toekomst? Boog voorover, met zijn handen voor zijn gezicht.
The valley that the last dragons in this world had called their home for 2 years now.
DW Books on YouTube.
A man with the memories of a woman. Ali from Syria is born in a female body. Forced into marriage, raped. His escape will be the journey of his life. Far from home, Ali can finally become the person he's always wanted to be.
I want this very badly. I will not regret it and will go through with it.
I Was Born in Berlin. Starts March 30th on DW.
This is DW News live from Berlin. A nation under fire. Ukraine civilians caught in the crosshairs of the war. Officials in the city of Mariupol say a children's hospital has been destroyed by a Russian airstrike as efforts continue nationwide to evacuate trapped civilians to safety. Also coming up, a risk of radiation. Growing concerns after a power outage at the Chernobyl nuclear plant. Fears are that the Russian-controlled facility may potentially lose the ability to cool radioactive fuel. The world's top nuclear watchdog says there is no immediate threat. And the leaders of Germany and Canada meet to discuss the war in Ukraine here in the German capital. They pledge more support for Kyiv and renew calls for an immediate ceasefire. Hello, everyone. I'm Layla Harak. Thank you very much for joining us. Renewed efforts are underway to get civilians out of besieged cities in Ukraine. For a second day, Russia and Ukraine say they will observe a ceasefire to provide 6 evacuation routes. It's unclear, though, whether safety can be guaranteed. Conditions are worsening for people stuck in zones targeted by Russian shelling. And moments ago, Ukrainian officials announced that a children's hospital in the southeastern city of Mariupol has been destroyed in a Russian airstrike. And there are now mounting fears that Russian forces will ramp up attacks on civilian areas.
It's the first successful humanitarian corridor, allowing desperate civilians to flee during a pause in the fighting. These convoys carried people from the northeastern city of Sumy, which has experienced heavy shelling in recent days. President Volodymyr Zelensky said it was just the start.
Hundreds of people are saved. Humanitarian aid has been delivered. But this is just a small percentage of what we have to do and what is expected of us. We are ready. Humanitarian aid is ready and our transports are ready.
Further west, people fleeing the Kiev suburb of Irpin, crossing a damaged bridge that Russian troops have repeatedly fired on as civilians tried to get across. Heartbreaking goodbyes, as many of the men left their families to go back and fight. Others helping those unable to make the journey by themselves.
We are fleeing. She is barely walking, but we are doing our best, thank you. It is good that we could cross the bridge. Bombs are exploding over there, quite intense. Irpin is totally damaged.
Military analysts say the onslaught will likely get worse in the coming days. Russian forces are increasingly turning to shelling civilian areas and infrastructure. These air raid sirens in Kiev warning people to stay indoors as the invasion entered its 14th day. But as the dawn broke, the national anthem echoed through the streets, a message of solidarity. The show of resistance continues in Kherson, the first major city to fall under Russian control. The capital's symphony orchestra played a concert to those who stayed behind. A brief moment of beauty to counter the scenes of destruction that are becoming commonplace in Ukraine.
Well, hundreds of thousands of people escaping the fighting have streamed into the western Ukrainian city of Lviv. It's become a massive bottleneck, the only direction to flee being west. DW correspondent Alexander von Namen shares some of their experiences.
We are here at the railway station in Lviv, and you can see how busy it is here with long lines of people trying to get on a train to the Polish border. Mothers with their small kids, women with their pets, with hastily packed suitcases and plastic bags. Many of them seem to be traumatized. Many of them are worried sick about the loved ones that they left behind.
We're from Kharkiv. This city is gone.
I just have one question. What was it all for? Who benefits from destroying such a beautiful city? We once had a wonderful mayor. He's now turning over in his grave. You can't look at that's left of the city without crying. I was born there. I grew up there. I spent my whole life there.
У меня вся жизнь, мне 50 лет, у меня вся жизнь там прошла, понимаете? People there now have been left for dead. They're hiding in basements. I can't even think about it.
They're sitting there without any electricity, water, or heating. My mother's hiding in a cellar. Her mother is in Mariupol. She can't get hold of her.
I haven't heard anything from her since March 2nd.
Never would I have expected something like this to happen, especially from Russia and Belarus. I have so many relatives in Moscow.
According to the city authorities, it is becoming increasingly difficult to provide all the refugees with food and clothes, and first and foremost with a place to stay. That is why many people here are desperate to get out, even though they don't know whether they will be able to come back.
I don't know. I never thought I'd have to flee.
I don't know where we will go. Whatever God's plan is certainly to Poland.
We are not leaving forever. We'll be back for sure.
Many of the people we met are originally from the Russian-speaking part of the country. They told us they would never expect Russia to attack Ukraine. They are angry and sad, and some of them have a clear message to Vladimir Putin.
I don't understand why you are against our membership in the EU and are now literally pushing us towards Europe. Thank you very much. But please, it cannot come at the cost of our lives and those of Russians, only in a peaceful way.
Honestly, I think Putin knows he is sick and will die soon, and he wants to take as many people with him as possible. We live in the 21st century. We don't live in the 20th century anymore. During the Second World War, we are civilized people. But how civilized is it for the whole of Ukraine to leave Ukraine? Well done. You have liberated us. Thank you.
Well, from the focal point in Ukraine, Lviv, we take you now to DW reporter Birgitta Schulke. She is in Poland, right across from Lviv, the first stop for those who managed to secure a place on those trains to safety. Birgitta, what have these people been telling you that have made it to Poland?
I mean, many were even too exhausted to talk at all, because we have to imagine they escaped a war zone, and some told us they were even shot at while escaping, and they feared for their life. Now they are here, they are relieved that they are in safety, but they are still like disorientated. They don't know where to go from here. And one mother told us that her house in Kyiv was bombed by, and the youngest is 4 years old, and she just fled, and was 3 days, and one night she had to sleep in the bitter cold on the street. 3 days, and one night she had to sleep in the bitter cold on the street. And I mean, nearly everybody we were talking to today, they told us, please, we don't understand. Why is NATO not imposing a non-fly zone? This would help us so much, and also our husbands who had to stay back to fight. And one woman even yelled at us and said, yeah, don't you see Putin is like bombarding civilians, and why don't you do anything against it?
Birgitta, Poland is going through great lengths to help Ukrainian refugees, doing whatever they can. How are they coping?
To be honest, I was really astonished how well organized things are here. It's a little bit chaotic once a train arrives, but then soon there are a lot of volunteers providing the refugees with food, with free SIM cards, with advice where to get shelter, and also, which is very, very important, where to go from here. So they get them on trains to other cities, because this little city here only has 60,000 inhabitants, so they're absolutely overwhelmed. But right now it's really working well. We just talked to the mayor. He said he's a little proud of our city, but he said he's also a little worried because he doesn't know how long these volunteers, right now there are 1,200 volunteers here in the town helping, but he said he doesn't know how long they can stay, but because at some point they have to get back to their lives, to their work. And that's why he right now is talking to international organizations in the hope that they would take over.
DW's Birgitta Schulke reporting from the Polish-Ukrainian border. Thank you very much. The International Atomic Energy Agency says there is no cause for immediate alarm after a loss of electricity at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant. The agency said it saw, quote, no critical impact on safety, even as the power loss means the plant may no longer be able to cool nuclear fuel. Ukrainian officials have warned the power cut could lead to the release of radioactivity. The plant has been occupied by Russian forces since the early days of the invasion. Well, nonetheless, lots of concerns about this development. I'd like to bring in Professor Geraldine Thomas, director of the Chernobyl Tissue Bank, a research project that looks into radiation-induced tumors. Professor, thank you so much for your time. Let me first get your insights in terms of what happened in Chernobyl earlier today.
Earlier today, from what I understand, is there's been a power outage. It's nothing that we should really be that concerned about. There will be diesel generators on site as well. But also, you have to remember that Chernobyl has been shut since 2000. The last time the reactor was active was around about 2000. So the fuel has been sitting in fuel ponds for a very long while, cooling down. And actually, after about 5 years, even if the water drains away, there's sufficient air to keep that fuel cool. So there shouldn't be any problems at all.
Professor, help us understand, why is it problematic that a nuclear site is cut off from power?
Well, it depends on what the situation is. At this particular point in time with Chernobyl, with it being inactive and being the fuel rods having cooled down for over a period of about 20 years, there's probably not an awful lot of concern. If it was an active plant, like as we saw in Fukushima and all cooling was lost, unless the reactors are completely cooled down, they need to be kept cool. But that's not the situation at Chernobyl. There are no active reactors there.
Now, you've outlined that diesel generators likely jumped in to provide electricity for, we understand, 2 days? What happens after that?
Well, my understanding is actually that the mechanisms that are involved in the safety of the site are not affected by the power cut. But even if the diesel generation stops after 2 days, the fuel itself is now in a state where it can be just left to dry in the air. So even if all the water evaporates from the ponds, it will be perfectly safe to leave it in the air. It'll be cooled enough like that.
Now, of course, the world has come to know Chernobyl as it's one of the most notorious nuclear accidents. Is it likely that there might still be radiation leaks, and who would be affected?
Highly unlikely. And if there were, it would only be the local area. The reason that there was the radioactive cloud that everybody is so worried about at the actual accident in 1986 was that there was a large explosion which ejected the volatile elements into the atmosphere, into the upper atmosphere, and then they were carried around on the normal wind patterns that we have across Europe. That is not going to happen now. This is not an active plant. If there was any radiation leakage at all, and that, I stress, is very unlikely, it would only be to the local area.
Professor Geraldine Thomas, Director of the Chernobyl Tissue Bank, thank you very much for sharing your expertise with us. We greatly appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
The U.S. has rejected a plan by the Polish government to transfer fighter jets to the United States Ramstein Air Base to then be sent to Ukraine. Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby called the idea untenable. U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris is headed to Poland to show support for the country as it takes in the bulk of Ukrainian refugees. But the diplomatic row over the warplanes could overshadow her visit. The main disagreement is over where the jets would be sent from. The U.S. initially floated the idea earlier this month of gifting Poland a number of F-16s if Poland were to send its Soviet-era MiG-29s to the Ukrainian Air Force. But Poland reportedly did not want the jets to leave from Ukraine. Rather, it wanted it to, from within its borders, for fear of Russian retaliation. But we'd like to turn now to Lieutenant General Ben Hodges. He's a retired U.S. Army officer and the former commander of U.S. forces in Europe, and he joins us from Frankfurt, Germany. A very good day, sir. So good of you to make some time out to speak to us. Why is sending weapons into Ukraine acceptable, but sending fighter jets untenable, according to the Pentagon?
Yeah, I completely disagree with this decision by the Pentagon, or the announcement, if that's the case. I'm not sure that the book is closed on this. I love the initiative by Poland to give capability that Ukrainians need so they can defend themselves. I'm sure it's more complicated underneath than it seems, and that I'm willing to bet that we're going to eventually get there. But to the point of your question, I would not make the difference that, providing aircraft is bad, but providing Javelin is good or acceptable. So I hope that we get this fixed very quickly.
Would you be in favor of NATO intervening or enforcing a no-fly zone over Ukraine, as the Ukrainians have been pleading NATO to do?
Well, For sure, we cannot repeat what we did at Srebrenica in 1995, where European soldiers under a UN mandate stood outside the city while 8,000 Bosnian men and boys were murdered by Republika Srpska forces. So we can't do that. We're watching deliberate murder of Ukrainian citizens every single day because they're being targeted by Russian forces. Still, this is not inconsequential. If NATO gets inside Ukrainian airspace and on the ground in Ukraine, that potentially changes the nature of what's going on here. For sure, NATO air forces would destroy Russian air forces, but the bigger point is, what are the implications? And we want to preserve the unity of the alliance. So this is not a decision to be taken alone by the United States. I do think it's worth considering, though. Most of the damage that's being done in the cities is not by the Russian Air Force. It's being done by systems on the ground, missiles, rockets, artillery, fired from Russian units inside Ukraine and also inside Russia, and by the Black Sea Fleet. What can we do to help Ukraine destroy those? Anti-ship capability, more intelligence, longer range systems where Ukrainians could destroy the source of this damage.
And that was Lieutenant General Ben Hodges, a retired U.S. Army officer and the former commander of U.S. forces in Europe. Well, meanwhile, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and German Chancellor Olaf Scholz have held talks in Berlin. The pair discussed the transatlantic response to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Mr. Scholz said hopes of a military solution to the conflict were senseless, and he hoped diplomacy would prevail. Mr. Trudeau, meanwhile, announced millions of dollars more in weapons support for Ukraine. And following their meeting, the two leaders addressed the media where the German chancellor ruled out categorically sending fighter jets to Ukraine.
We've provided humanitarian assistance. We've also provided all kinds of equipment, which includes some weapons, as you know. Apart from that, however, we have to think very carefully about what we actually do, and this certainly does not include combat aircraft.
And the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau had this to say.
Canada and Germany stand together against Putin's invasion. He represents a threat to democracy, to security, and to peace in Europe and around the world. This morning I spoke with President Zelensky and highlighted once again the strength and determination of the Ukrainian people and told him that Canada will soon be sending highly specialized equipment to them, and invited him to address Parliament in Canada, and he accepted.
And DW political correspondent Nina Haase was at that very press conference, and she said both leaders are walking a difficult line between aiding Ukraine and preventing an escalation between Russia and NATO.
The German Chancellor Olaf Scholz and the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau stressed again that they stood in solidarity with Ukraine. But when asked about whether Germany would allow Polish fighter jets to leave an American airbase here in Germany, Olaf Scholz was very clear and said we have to be extremely careful in how we show this solidarity with Ukraine. That does not include fighter planes, were Olaf Scholz's words. So, of course, this is an extremely difficult line for the West to tread, an extremely tricky thing because they don't want to create a situation where Vladimir Putin could interpret NATO countries to have become parties in this war. And Justin Trudeau also stressed the fact that Germany and Canada and NATO countries don't want to escalate the situation, thereby essentially supporting Olaf Scholz's words.
And that was DW political correspondent Nina Haase reporting earlier. Let me tell you about the other developments in the conflict. The Kremlin is reporting that President Vladimir Putin and German Chancellor Olaf Scholz have spoken about the war in Ukraine. They reportedly discussed humanitarian corridors, and Mr. Putin briefed Mr. Scholz on the last round of talks between Russia and Ukraine. Germany has not confirmed the Kremlin statement. The European Union says it will add more Russian oligarchs and government officials to its sanctions list. Brussels also wants to monitor whether cryptocurrencies are being used to circumvent its sanctions. 3 banks from Belarus, Russia's ally, will be cut off from the SWIFT banking system. The refugee exodus is seeing thousands of Ukrainians arrive here in Berlin every day. It's caught the capital off guard and is pushing resources to the limit. Berlin has appealed for help from other parts of the country.
Safe at last, far from the war. The Ukrainian refugees at this shelter arrived in Berlin a few days ago. Traumatized and exhausted, very few were willing to talk to us. One woman from the besieged city of Kharkiv told us she finally managed to get some sleep after arriving here. She can't hold back her tears. My sister is still there. She lives in an apartment block on the 8th floor. She told me she'll never leave. She'd rather die there. Bombs and missiles are raining down on the city. About 140 people have found temporary shelter here. They're being cared for, in part by an NGO that operates shelters like these. Its manager tells us time is of the essence in this crisis. I got a call at 3 a.m. on Sunday morning to say that people would be moving in that day. My colleagues worked like crazy in constant shifts to get everything ready. 2 buses arrived carrying refugees in the course of the day, and we thought that was it. But by evening, another bus pulled up to our door with no advance notice. After arriving at Berlin's central train station, people are taken to their accommodation. More than 10,000 refugees from Ukraine are arriving every day. The city has sounded the alarm, saying it can't cope. Germany's interior minister has promised to help. We are evaluating how to provide refugees from the war zones with a place to stay in Germany. Naturally, they can't all stay in Berlin. The city can't cope on its own. The government is working on a plan to coordinate the distribution of refugees, but all of Germany's states have pledged to take people in. I just want to say thank you to Germany for helping us in this situation. And I will try to help the country in any way I can. It will take time to settle refugees across Germany. Until then, Berlin will have to continue rolling out the help for new arrivals.
Well, with war raging at home, many Ukrainian artists have found shelter abroad. The Kiev City Ballet was touring in France when Russia invaded Ukraine. Its dancers delivered an emotional performance in Paris while struggling to keep in touch with family and friends trapped at home.
The dancers of the Kiev City Ballet left home thinking they were going on a European tour. Now they have no idea when they'll get back home to Ukraine. The Théâtre du Châtelet in Paris has offered them a stage and a temporary residency. Creating is an act of resistance. It's an act that says to those who want to occupy Ukraine, to Vladimir Putin, here we continue to look forward, to look far, to use culture also as a peaceful weapon. That's what we're doing here tonight at the Châtelet Theatre. Only part of the company was traveling when the war broke out, meaning many of their artists are still stuck in Ukraine. The uncertainty of what's to come has left the dancers physically and emotionally exhausted.
It's a terrible feeling. We're shocked and we try to connect to our family all the time, during the day, during the night, check news, and I can't explain what I am feeling because you're in worries all the time, all 13 days. We are praying for our families, for Ukraine.
Amid the anxiety, the chance to keep dancing in France is a lifeline.
Being able to focus on work is kind of a bright point in our day when we get to focus on the ballet steps and focus on music and something other than the conflict in Ukraine.
The young dancers performed to a full house and to much applause on Tuesday night. Dancing in safety in France, but their hearts and minds are with their families in Ukraine.
You're watching DW News live from Berlin. I'm Leila Harak. Thank you very much for spending time with us. I'll see you tomorrow.
Every day counts. For us and for our planet. Global Ideas is on its way to bring you more conservation. How do we make cities greener? How can we protect animals and their habitats? What to do with all our waste? We can make a difference by choosing reforestation over deforestation, recycling over disposable, smart new solutions over staying set in our ways.
The Earth is truly unique, and we know that that uniqueness is what allows us to live and survive.
Global Ideas, the environmental series in Global 3000, on DW and online.
You're watching DW News Asia. Coming up today, in All India Focus, we'll take a closer look at how Delhi is responding to this Russo-Ukrainian conflict and the impact this war will have for the country. Thousands of Indian students have had to flee Ukraine. They describe their terrifying experience. And turning to domestic news, votes are being counted in the key Indian state of Uttar Pradesh's elections. How will Prime Minister Narendra Modi's party fare? I'm Melissa Chan. Thanks for joining us.
Of My India Access, who set the cat among the pigeons by doing our exit poll predicting massive victories for the BJP in UP, for the Aam Aadmi Party in Punjab. Next to him, Dr. Sandeep Shastri is back with us in the studio, Vice Chancellor, Jagran Lake City University, National Coordinator, Lok Niti Network. To my other side is Dr. Sanjay Kumar of CSDS. He's just brought out his numbers of the Lok Niti poll, post-poll. Psephologists, appreciate your joining us. And Rahul Verma, fellow at the Center for Policy Research, who's also been tracking these polls closely. So we'll get a deep dive into that. But first, we're going to go state by state to give you a real sense of what are the X factors that will influence what happens tomorrow. We begin with the key state, India's most populous and politically potent state of Uttar Pradesh, where a day ahead of the results, a controversy over the EVM transportation has shadowed the run-up. A Varanasi official was suspended today for not following a protocol while transporting the training electronic voting machines. Let's first take a look at why Uttar Pradesh is heating up till the very end.
A truck is found moving EVMs in Varanasi, sparking a fresh firestorm over voting machines. While district officials said the movement on Monday was a routine one for training purposes, they admitted lapses in
Looking for something, Clara? Oh, Sandra, great. Do you know the password to Dad's computer? He asked me to set up a direct debit for his TV license. Have you tried Roger is Cool?
Paying your TV license needn't be a drama.
Yeah, that's worked.
Choose the way that's easiest for you at tvlicensing.co.uk.
Click that thingy.
Hello, welcome back. This is BBC News. I'm Sean Lane. Now, Russian forces have bombed a maternity and children's hospital in the southern port city of Mariupol, according to Ukrainian officials. These were the first pictures verified by the BBC. Officials say 17 people, including women in labour, have been injured. The attack came while a ceasefire was supposed to be in place. Elsewhere in the country, ceasefires did hold, allowing more civilians to flee other besieged cities. This map shows the areas in solid red which are currently under Russian military control. The striped areas show Russian advances. Humanitarian routes have been set up around Sumy, near Kiev, Chernihiv, Kharkiv and Mariupol. The UN says more than 2 million people have now fled the country. Now, streets in the southern port city are said to be lined with bodies. People have run out of food there. The International Committee of the Red Cross said the situation is apocalyptic.
This is a city where people are going without the very basics of survival. No food, no water, no heat. The temperatures are freezing, no electricity. And they desperately need humanitarian assistance, and they also need safe passage out of this city if they want to leave. It's just incredibly dire.
At a news conference in Washington late this afternoon, the British Foreign Secretary Liz Truss condemned the bombing of the hospital.
Of course, the attack on the hospital is absolutely abhorrent, reckless and appalling, and the UK is at the forefront of supplying humanitarian aid into Ukraine. We've already pledged 220 million of humanitarian aid. Our DEC appeal has now reached 130 million, which is the largest amount it's ever achieved since 2004. So the British people are full square behind the people of Ukraine, and we're doing all we can to support.
Now, the US Secretary of State Antony Blinken has called for an expansion of humanitarian corridors for people trying to flee the conflict in Ukraine.
Russia invaded Ukraine without justification. Russian forces now encircle multiple Ukrainian cities after having destroyed much of their critical infrastructure, leaving people without water, without electricity, without access to food and medicine. And Russia's relentless bombardment, including of civilians trying to flee, prevents people from safely escaping the hellish conditions that they've created. The Kremlin's proposals to create humanitarian corridors leading into Russia and Belarus are absurd. It's offensive to suggest the Ukrainian people should seek refuge from the very government that has demonstrated such disregard for their lives. The civilians who were able to escape yesterday through one of those corridors from Sumy to Poltava, another city in Ukraine, shows that this is possible, but it must be allowed to happen on a much broader scale.
Well, the West has imposed a wide range of sanctions on Russia, and countries have done so knowing that there will be repercussions for their own economies. After the announcement yesterday of an oil embargo, petrol prices have been sent to record highs in the US and the UK, and experts warn they could go even higher. Well, let's go more on this now from our reporter, Noor Nanji, who's with me in the studio. Noor, what's the background to all of this?
Well, the focus so far in this crisis has rightly been on the people of Ukraine and the devastation that we're seeing over there. But increasingly there is evidence now of the wider economic impact that all of this is having on a whole range of other countries as well. Of course, as you mentioned, yesterday we had that momentous decision by the US and also the UK to stop imports of Russian oil, and also the announcement from the EU that it's going to be seeking to reduce its reliance on Russian gas. And some of those moves will be phased in over time. But even so, you can't simply cut out a major player such as Russia in oil and gas production without there being some sort of tangible consequences. And analysts are warning that those consequences could be higher energy prices. Now, of course, the price of oil and gas has already soared in recent weeks, but the warning now is that those prices could go even higher. So for more on all of this, I'm joined now by Samuel Cheshuk. He is an energy analyst at ELS Analysis, and that's an energy firm, and he's based in Stockholm. So thanks very much for joining us there, Samuel. And of course, these are massive movements that we're seeing in the prices of energy and commodities. I know you don't have a crystal ball, but where might prices go from here?
Well, it's impossible to say, frankly. I mean, because it's not really a market issue. You can't calculate it. It's about what's happening in the battlefield. It's about political decisions, sanctions, etc. So it is really, a fog of war that markets have to pass through. And I mean, clearly we're on our way upwards because there are big dislocations coming in the market. As you said, you can't just sort of cut out Russian oil and go somewhere else. There's not enough sort of oil that nobody has been buying so far, or refined products that nobody has been buying just lying around. There will be basically a changing market, and people will be priced out of the market too. And I think that's really the main reaction we are seeing right now, starting to see, is demand destruction, because prices are on their way further up, and a lot of people are starting, and businesses are starting to struggle to pay this.
And of course, a big question is what Russia does next, because of course we could see talk of retaliation, perhaps even something of a sanctions war. Is that something that is being discussed, and what might that do to prices?
Well, I think, this is why we are seeing high prices and why they're obviously not coming down, because after all, we actually haven't seen a disruption yet. And I think this is a very important point to make. And in a sense, maybe that was why the US felt it had to take a step into energy after all, because the irony, the dark irony in this case is, of course, that prices are going up in anticipation of a disruption. The disruption isn't really happening. And the actors selling the crude or the refined products are in the meantime making quite a lot of money on it. That includes, of course, Russia, even though it has to sell under its Ural crude, for instance, under quite a hefty discount. It still receives around $100 per barrel right now for that, when all the volumes that it manages to shift. So something had to be done. Europe couldn't really do it, but America felt it had to sort of cut into those kind of earnings very soon to make a point.
And then, of course, the question is then what the West does next, in the sense that they're also searching for alternative supplies, whether that's from Iran or from Venezuela or somewhere else. How are those talks going, if at all?
Well, I mean, the US is pursuing both those tracks, and what they really need to get rather quickly is Venezuelan oil in order to make sure that they don't need to import Russian fuel oil and sort of vacuum gas oil, which has been helping them to sort of add some heavy products to be able to process all the light crude from the shale in their southern refineries. Previously, that used to be as they used to sort of use Venezuelan oil there. So they need to get that back. Of course, the Venezuelans understand that probably that the US wants quick results and are probably going to negotiate quite hard, even though they might have a weak position in overall. Iran is more important maybe for the rest of the market, because that's quite big volumes that could be added, although it would take a while to get them back onto the market. That they would make a big difference. And that obviously needs to be done because Europe will need to look much more to, particularly Northwestern Europe, will need to look much more to the Middle East to get crude supplies which are somewhat similar to the Russian supplies that they're trying to back out of.
Thanks very much, Samuel. Really appreciate your time. Thank you. And so, Sean, of course, all of this is also having an economic impact on all of us at home because, of course, rising energy prices could feed into rising prices for other items, everyday goods, everything from food to fuel. And in fact, today, the RAC, which is a motoring body, said that the price for filling up an average family car with diesel has now topped £90 for the first time ever. And of course, we have had these warnings from the likes of Ofgem, the energy regulator as well, about household energy bills and gas bills. So, of course, President Biden yesterday was talking about a price for freedom. And, of course, we can see this is a price that is going to be paid increasingly by everyone.
Yeah, indeed. Noor, thank you very much. Just as well, perhaps, that this war started as spring was approaching, not at the beginning of winter, but even so, long-term consequences for the rest of the world, not just us in Europe. Noor Nagy, thank you very much. That's all from us for now. I'll be back with the paper review at 10:30 and 11:30. Do join me for that now, though, on BBC News. It's time to join the team for Sports Day.
Hello and welcome to Sports Day. I'm Jane Diggle. It looks as though we have an intrigue.
Artillery rains down.
It feels very close to the centre of... There's one.
They found this devastation to their apartment.
Lots of people live here. Quite a few of the windows of the houses have been blown out by the blast.
And it feels that it's changing each day.
love my job because I get to do something that is contributing to a better future.
Welcome back to Lviv in Ukraine. In a press conference in Washington a little while ago, Antony Blinken said that getting fighter jets to the Ukraine needs to be done in the right way. It comes after the US rejected an offer of MiG-29 fighter jets from Poland to be delivered to support Ukraine's defence of the country. Joining me now is Paweł Jablonski. He is Poland's Deputy Foreign Minister. Thank you very much for being with us. And
good evening. Hello.
Good evening to you. And first of all, I just want to ask you for your comments on what appears to be an awful attack today on a hospital in Mariupol.
Well, I have seen some footage, and this is just gruesome. I can't even find words to describe this. This horrible crimes that Russia is doing every day, murdering innocent civilians, women and children. This is something that needs to be stopped. We have a duty to do everything in our power to stop this. It's difficult to even look at this. And these things are happening every day on a larger and larger scale. We must stop Putin as quickly as possible.
I suppose the question is how? How is Putin going to be stopped?
Well, we need to do two things. First, continue to support Ukraine. Polish offer of support still stands. We are obviously taking note of the reaction of the US, of other allies. We continue to believe that as we are allies in NATO, we need to discuss every decision, and this needs to be taken together by all allies, because this affects security of all members of NATO, but obviously Poland, being very close to the conflict zone, potential target of Russia, is bearing the highest risk. So we believe that this risk should be shared and should be compensated by other members of NATO by providing adequate equipment, by providing adequate means to protect the territory of NATO. But this is one thing. Another thing, and this is very important, increase sanctions. What the US did yesterday is a huge step, and EU and all the countries should follow. Ban Russian oil, ban Russian gas, ban Russian coal, Russian energy. This is the only way to cut Putin off money and quit the means and cut him off the means that he uses to finance this bloody war, these crimes.
Now, what is Poland, I should say, trying to achieve with this whole idea of fighter jets to Ukraine? How far are you determined to push that?
We strongly believe that it is our duty to support Ukraine in this effort of defense, of defending their freedom, their territorial integrity, their lives. This is our duty because actually the West has given these guarantees back in 1994 in the Budapest Memorandum, and NATO is also upholding these values. So together we should take every decision. We fully agree with Secretary Blinken that this has to be done in the right way. Tomorrow in Warsaw, we have a meeting with Vice President Kamala Harris. We will be discussing whether she meets President, she meets Prime Minister. We'll be discussing what is the right way. How do we continue to support Ukraine, because this needs to be done, this needs to be continued, and we need to be decisive. We cannot stop halfway. We cannot let Putin continue his crimes. We cannot let Putin win this war.
But at the moment, it would seem that the Americans clearly think that putting NATO fighter jets into Ukraine is a pretty major problem for them, for the Americans.
Look, I don't want to get into every detail speaking live on TV, because I believe this discussion should, in the first place, take place between allies, and it shouldn't be held in public, because effectiveness here is the key. And we never wished to have this discussion in public. This was quite unfortunate that some politicians also in the European Union have started this. But we continue to believe that we are able to reach a conclusion that would be agreed upon by all members of NATO. Tomorrow we'll have these talks also with Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau that comes to Poland. And we are also going to discuss that tomorrow in Brussels with our allies in the European Union, not just about the military support, but most of all, we're in the Union about the sanctions.
Right, I understand what you're saying about not discussing it on television, but you suffice to say you think there is a way that this could still happen.
I think there is a way if there is willingness to find it, and I see that there is genuine willingness among all NATO members to do everything in our power to support Ukraine. Obviously, there are various approaches, there are differences of opinion, but this is natural in multilateral alliances like NATO. We will continue, we will do everything to find the most effective way. This is assurance on Poland's behalf, and I am absolutely convinced that other allies will support us in this too.
And what about the war itself, where it is this evening? Do you think that Ukraine can keep resisting this Russian invasion?
Well, absolutely, they can keep resisting, but obviously nothing is unlimited. The will, the conviction of the Ukrainian nation, the braveness of people that took up arms in defense of the homeland, of their nation, of their lives. This is something that needs to be admired and needs to be supported. So what we should do is obviously support them with every means possible, speaking of defense effort, but most of all, cut Putin's army of money. And this needs to be done. This is a huge, huge issue now. We know perfectly well that some countries in the EU, Germany, for instance, are still blocking these sanctions. We will be doing our best to convince them to stop blocking it, because this has to be done. German Chancellor Scholz last week changed his approach vis-a-vis, for example, SWIFT system. This was a big move, very brave one, actually changing the many years policy of his predecessors. Now it is necessary to bring this change further forward. We should never stop halfway. We should go as far as possible, because we need to be decisive. We need to be consistent. We have to stop Putin with the means that we have, because we are stronger. We only need the political will to use the tools that we have.
And do you fear a broader war emerging from this?
We can observe what Russia is doing, and we have heard the stories how invincible and grand Russian army is. For the last 2 weeks, this myth has fallen apart. We see that Russia is obviously having some advances, but tactically speaking, they were not able to reach any major goals, which means that Russia right now seems not to be capable of escalating this conflict to attack other countries, other member states of NATO or other countries. They are not capable of doing this now. But if we allow Putin to win this war, if we allow Putin to defeat Ukraine, they will calm down, they will gather the resources, and very soon they will be attacking next countries, because that is Putin's plan. We have been warning about this for years. Unfortunately, we were right about this. And we are right now. We are right when we are saying the sanctions need to be as strong as possible. Ban Russian oil, ban Russian gas. Now.
And just a minute left, Deputy Foreign Minister, but does your country, Poland, do you feel adequately protected?
We feel that there is a lot of improvement in this regard. Right now, there is much stronger presence of NATO, but obviously this is still something that requires improvement, and we will be talking about this with the US, with Canada tomorrow. We are constantly talking with other our allies. We need to increase our defense capabilities, not just in Poland, in other eastern flank NATO countries as well, because Russia is willing to attack where they see the weak spot.
Okay, Pavel Jablonski, thank you very much indeed for being with us this evening.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
Not at all. That was the NewsHour at 6 live from Ukraine this evening. Thanks very much for watching. Coming up, a special programme on the war here as the President warns children remain under the rubble after Russian forces destroyed a hospital in Mariupol.
ba ma dalee commencé liggéey bi yokkute bu bari am nañ ko ci.
It's 7 o'clock. I'm Mark Austin, live in Lviv in Ukraine. Coming up, a maternity hospital is hit by a Russian airstrike in Mariupol during what was supposed to be a ceasefire. The Ukrainian president says children are buried underneath the rubble and calls on NATO to close the skies. More than 1,200 people are said to have died in the city, with the Red Cross describing conditions as apocalyptic. Also coming up. Here in Lviv, funerals for Ukrainian soldiers as the UK pledges more military support. And we hear from the people of Moscow as the Kremlin says the US has declared economic war on Russia. Good evening from Lviv in the west of Ukraine. President Volodymyr Zelensky has again urged NATO to establish a no-fly zone after tweeting that children have been buried under the rubble of a maternity hospital destroyed by a Russian airstrike in the southern city of Mariupol. The attack came during what was supposed to be a 12-hour ceasefire to allow civilians to leave that city, where more than 1,200 civilians are reported to have been killed so far in this conflict. That pause in fighting, which was intended to establish a number of humanitarian corridors across the country, has officially come to an end in the past few minutes. Ceasefires were supposed to hold in 6 locations across Ukraine today to allow civilians to escape the fighting. But as we've heard, attacks have continued on Mariupol, and Ukrainian authorities say the airstrike on the hospital happened during the agreed ceasefire period. Local officials said some civilians have managed to leave Sumy and Enerhoda, but in Izium, the regional governor says Russian shelling stopped the rescue effort there. No other evacuations happened except for on the outskirts of the capital, where some civilians managed to escape these towns via a small bridge in Irpin into the relative safety of the capital. Our first report tonight comes from our security and defence editor Deborah Haynes here in Lviv, and a warning: it contains images of those injured in the attack at the hospital, including children.
Horror and devastation. This was a maternity hospital. Terror for babies even before they've been born. They rushed to take her away. No safety here. Ukraine's president said a Russian airstrike caused this carnage and children are under the wreckage. Just look at the size of the crater. Britain's Prime Minister called the attack depraved and said Russia's Vladimir Putin will be held to account for his crimes. For Mariupol in southern Ukraine, it's already a city in ruins after days of bombardments. Perhaps trying to soften its image, Russia released what it said was aid being delivered to another bombarded city, Kyiv, in eastern Ukraine. The Kremlin also claimed, without evidence, its military operation had uncovered a Ukrainian biological weapons program.
They were carried out by Kiev and financed by the United States of America.
But information or disinformation is as much of a weapon in this war as tanks and troops, and Ukraine strongly denied the allegation. Far away from the front line, the other unmistakable sound of war. 3 Ukrainian soldiers killed on different days, remembered together. Comrades broken by a war they're still fighting.
And Deborah joins me now. Deborah, is Russia saying anything at all about this attack on the hospital?
We've not heard anything yet officially from Russia, but it maintains this line that it's not targeting civilians, and yet the evidence of on the ground is painfully the reverse of that. And this attack on this hospital, the fact that it's been hit, whether deliberately or not, is just a whole new level of horror. The images that are emerging from there are really hard to look at, even to think about. The idea of heavily pregnant women about to give birth and instead being injured or worse in the explosion. And just looking at those pictures, the size of the crater that was caused by whatever hit the hospital is again underlining the kind of weapons that Russia is suspected of using, large-scale bombs, missiles launched into these cities. The UK's Ministry of Defence has actually this evening also tweeted about the kind of weapons that Russia is using, saying that Russia itself has said it's using a certain weapon system that can launch thermobaric rockets. Now, you and I have talked about them before. They're the kind of incredibly indiscriminate weapon that sucks oxygen out of the atmosphere, uses the oxygen to generate a higher temperature explosion that lasts for longer, causing even more damage. The fact that the weapon system that Russia is using here on the ground includes that, again, really counters this argument that Russia is making that this operation it's conducting is only going after military targets, because using indiscriminate weapons like that means you cannot be sure of what is going to be at the receiving end of what you're firing.
Yeah, OK, Deborah, thank you very much indeed. Well, taking over the city of Odessa, also in the south of this country, is seen as one of Russia's next strategic goals. Along with Mariupol, it's key to Russia's plan to create a land bridge in southern Ukraine between Crimea and the Donbass region, both controlled by Russia or its proxies since 2014. Odessa is home to Ukraine's main Black Sea port and is crucial to the nation's economy. Sky's Mark Stone is there tonight and told us what it's like in the city now.
Odessa is Ukraine's third city. It is a key prize for Vladimir Putin. It is a vital seaport, the gateway to the Black Sea. It is quite clear strategically why Vladimir Putin would want to get his hands on this place, and they are well aware of that here. There is a very tense security situation here. I've just been watching from the balcony where we are. The police stopping cars because a curfew is an hour old now, checking cars, people coming out. They're being frisked outside of their vehicles. They are tense, there's no question about that. Many people have decided already to leave Odessa. As we approached from neighbouring Moldova, we saw a growing number of refugees who have already passed into Moldova and many along the roads leading west out of Ukraine. Many, though, have decided that they will stay. Some will stay to fight. Some are too old, too frail to be able to move, and so they will hunker down here. A very, very difficult situation for the people here. The Russian military are about 100 or so miles to the east of here, in another city where they have been making gains over the course of today. And of course, the Russian Navy is out in the Black Sea as well, so there are concerns of a pincer attack, effectively, from the east, from the ground that the Russians already hold, and an amphibious assault from the Black Sea as well. Although it must be said that at the moment, the Americans who are monitoring movements of Russian troops say that there is no sense right now, immediately, that an amphibious assault is being prepared. But as we have seen, that could change, and it could change quite fast.
Mark Stone there. Well, more and more multinational companies are pulling out of Russia, with Coca-Cola, Pepsi and McDonald's all joining them since yesterday. Meanwhile, the ruble has collapsed as the economic sanctions imposed in protest at Putin's war begin to bite. 5 days since a new law clamped down on reporting from inside Russia. Sky's Diana Magne reports on the effect that the war is having on Muscovites.
Last orders for a Big Mac and fries in Moscow. When the Golden Arches opened on this spot in 1990, there were queues around the block. It was a symbol of glasnost, or opening up, as the Soviet Union came to an end.
My father and my mother was here at the open this first McDonald's.
Wow. What did they tell you about it?
They tell that it was very crowded, but the food was very amazing because it's something new for them.
Now, as sanctions close in on the Russian economy, it's shutting its doors. McDonald's says it wants to just pause operations and that it'll keep paying its 62,000 staff here. But as most foreign companies pack up and go, one member of the ruling party has warned that the state should nationalise foreign assets, a retaliatory measure, he calls it, in accordance with the laws of war, which, by the way, is a word that has been banned in relation to what Russia is doing in Ukraine. Because if on state media what Russia is doing in Ukraine is known only as a special military operation, what the West is doing to Russia, Putin calls an economic war. Fast food, fast clothes, Apple iPhones, you name it, they'll be gone. The ruble down almost 40% this year, knocked further by the US and British ban on Russian oil imports. Moscow's streets now packed with police. State-run radio Sputnik today took over the frequency of Russia's last independent radio station, Echo Moscow. Set up in 1990, just like McDonald's, Echo Moscow was also an icon of the post-Soviet era. We visited last week, its final day in existence. Shut down for refusing to comply with new legislation about what you can and cannot say on air. Sergei Buntman was its founding editor.
We are professional journalists, and we don't want to make propaganda or anti-propaganda, something like this, but we want to learn facts and to transmit facts, opinions.
He tells me his family came from Kherson, the first Ukrainian city to fall to Russian forces.
And when I recognize all the streets of Kherson now occupied by the Russian troops, I can remember by my parents and grandparents that Kherson, it's a 5th or 7th occupation of that poor city of Kherson, for example.
But the narrative told in Russia is one of liberation, not occupation, a military operation to bring peace. The last vestiges of independent Russian media have now left the airwaves, broadcasting as they did another symbol from Soviet times, Swan Lake, always aired on Soviet TV to buy time when a seismic event was happening. And that's certainly the case now. Diana Magnay, Sky News, Moscow.
Well, the US Secretary of State has once again ruled out a no-fly zone above this country. In a news conference with the UK Foreign Secretary Liz Truss, Antony Blinken said an escalation caused by direct combat with Russia could make conflict even deadlier.
Introducing, in our case, American service members in Ukraine, on Ukrainian territory or soil, or American pilots into Ukrainian airspace, whether on a full or on a limited basis, would almost certainly lead to direct conflict between the United States, between NATO, and Russia. And that would expand the conflict. I'm absolutely convinced that Putin will fail and Russia will suffer a strategic defeat, no matter what short-term tactical gains it may make in Ukraine.
Let's go live then to Washington and Sky's Sally Lockwood. And Sally, did anything significant come out of the meeting between these two?
Not really, Mark. They presented a united front and vowed to extend more tough sanctions against Vladimir Putin and the Kremlin. But the uncomfortable truth is that everything that has been done by the West so far has not deterred Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine, and it's not stopped the bloodshed of innocent Ukrainians. That press conference came shortly after the news broke that that maternity hospital in Mariupol had been bombed, and both the Foreign Secretary and the Secretary of State were asked about it. Liz Truss describing it as abhorrent, reckless and appalling, and Antony Blinken saying that the goal is to end this aggression and save lives. But we also have to see that this war does not expand, and by introducing US service members on Ukrainian soil or American pilots into Ukrainian airspace, that would certainly lead to direct conflict between the US, NATO and Russia, which of course is at the heart of this. This is the biggest problem the US, the UK and NATO allies face, is how to help Ukraine without becoming direct participants in this war. And of course, we saw that play out, and it's continuing to play out with that offer of Polish MiG-29 fast jets to help Ukraine. Poland offering those yesterday, announcing it without any warning to Washington that they would give jets to a US NATO airbase in Germany for them to then pass on to Ukraine. Well, that was rejected by the Pentagon. John Kirby, the Pentagon spokesman, saying it wasn't tenable and that it's not clear the rationale for this move. Well, the rationale is the same for NATO and the US, which is that they don't want to be seen to be giving these jets directly to Ukraine because, of course, they're nervous that that would be viewed by Vladimir Putin as direct involvement. They would become participants in the war and could potentially face severe consequences. Now, Antony Blinken also touched on that, saying there are complexities when it comes to providing this additional security assistance. We understand the Pentagon continues to talk to Poland about this potential deal when it comes to offering air support, but it's certainly something that is proving problematic. And in the meantime, President Zelensky, of course, is calling for this air support, which still hasn't arrived, and they are still facing these nightly bombardments from Russian missiles. Just one last thing to mention is that Antony Blinken did say on President Putin that every time there's been an opportunity for an off-ramp, He's pressed the accelerator. I'm convinced that Putin will fail. That said, they don't know how long this is going to take for Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine to fail. And in the meantime, of course, the bloodshed continues and this war potentially could escalate yet further.
Yeah, OK, Sally, thank you very much indeed. And just to let you know that we're running a special programme this evening looking at President Putin's invasion strategy. That's Putin's war, the battle for Ukraine, tonight at 9:30 here on Sky News. And sorry about that. As the fighting continues in Ukraine, the refugee crisis deepens here. The UN Refugee Agency says that nearly 2.2 million people have now fled Ukraine. Of those, nearly 1.3 million have crossed into Poland. More than 200,000 have gone to Hungary, which has changed its earlier hardline policy on accepting refugees. More than 150,000 have crossed into Slovakia. More than 85,000 Ukrainian residents are now in Romania, and there is a similar number in Moldova. It's also important to note that huge numbers have already passed through after arriving in these countries. More than 230,000 people are now in other European countries. Well, Boris Johnson says he expects the number of visas issued to Ukrainians fleeing the violence to rise to the hundreds of thousands. The government has set up 2 special visa schemes open to Ukrainians looking to seek refuge in the UK. The Ukraine Family Scheme allows family members of British nationals to come and stay in the UK, and the Local Sponsorship Scheme allows communities, private sponsors and organisations to bring those forced to leave Ukraine to the UK. It's been revealed that 957 UK visas have been granted so far, whilst over 22,000 applications have been made. But how the visas are processed and the time it takes for them to be approved looks to be just one of the issues facing Ukrainian refugees looking to come to the UK. Sky's Laura Bundock reports from Lille in northern France.
Anatoly and Natalia left everything behind, except their most precious possession.
Your baby. My baby.
Natalia is 14 weeks pregnant. The day after this scan, Putin invaded and she fled. They've applied for British visas, but won't hear for 5 days.
We have a hope that will be good. Will I get visa? Yes, but I don't know.
I don't know.
Are you worried? Yes. I'm worried.
Tetiana is also worried and waiting.
We did application. Application is really hard because you need to do it for each of us separately. So if you have in family 8 kids or 8 people, you need to do application for everyone, and it takes hours.
While we were speaking, a Ukrainian man comes over.
Nothing here. Nothing.
He's deaf, confused, and needs help. The whole situation is utterly overwhelming.
It's too hard. Wait. Because I've been there. Wait, I can't. I traveled all those places and they are gone. I'm sorry.
The government says hundreds of thousands of visas will be issued.
The Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, the Home Secretary are directly descended, Mr. Speaker, from refugees. And we understand how much refugees have to give to this country, and we understand how much this country has to gain from welcoming refugees. And we will be generous, and we are being generous.
But it doesn't feel generous to Mohammed. Countless train journeys through Europe seem easy when facing British visa bureaucracy.
If they want to give us like easy visa, we can do it. Yes, I respect them rules, I respect all things, but at least they give us this visa as fast as they can.
The Home Office is starting a pop-up visa centre here in Lille, but it won't offer appointments or walk-ins. It's for Ukrainians who are the most vulnerable. But how that's determined isn't clear. Coaches are taking Ukrainians to Lille. Long journeys continue, final destinations still unknown. Laura Bundock, Sky News, Lille.
Let's go live to Westminster and our chief political correspondent, John Craig. And John, so the government's still under quite considerable pressure over this.
That pressure's been going on all week, Mark, starting on Monday when the Home Secretary was bitterly criticised at the start of a debate on economic sanctions against Russian oligarchs, the economic crime bill. Then yesterday a junior minister was dragged to the House because of more concerns, and Tory MPs really vented their fury. It was noticeable that it was Tory MPs who were the most angry at the failings of the Home Office. And today, at Prime Minister's questions, you heard there, that was Boris Johnson responding to questions from the SNP's Westminster leader, Ian Blackford. It was also raised by Sir Ed Davey, the Lib Dem leader. But there was a Conservative MP, Julian Smith, who used to be Chief Whip and Northern Ireland Secretary, who criticised the tone of the government's statements on refugees. And there is still real concern. Those numbers of just under 1,000 getting their visas is still, critics claim, far below what other countries are getting, are processing, despite the Prime Minister saying that the UK's record is much better. Today, as well as fierce criticism from MPs in the Commons, there was a bitter attack on the government's record from the Ombudsman, and that's the Whitehall watchdog that investigates maladministration, as it calls it, in Whitehall. And the Ombudsman, Rob Berens, has talked about how in this horrendous situation, swift actions needed to make sure the process of getting a visa is simple, accessible and quick. And he says lives depend on it. Well, that is backed by many, many Conservative MPs as well as opposition MPs.
All right, John, thank you very much indeed. And by the way, the war in Ukraine will, of course, dominate tomorrow's newspapers. We'll have our extended press preview and news review from 10:30 this evening with tonight's news and tomorrow's headlines. Joining us will be the consultant editor of the Daily Mail, Andrew Pearce, and the associate editor of the Daily Mirror, that is Kevin Maguire. Right, you're watching Sky News. Coming up, 2 weeks since Vladimir Putin launched his so-called special military operation in this country, we'll bring you the latest on the situation here on the ground.
Just made their first move and they've gone in firing tear gas.
We aim to be the best and most trusted place for news. There are hundreds of these turbines. There are thousands more across Gansu. That's what's left of the North Tunnel, where the North Koreans exploded 5 nuclear warheads. This is a show of strength
at a time when China is more fragile than it has been at any time in recent years. Shrapnel from that explosion, so you can see it littered along all the way. We take you to the heart of the stories that shape our world. The train station and the airport, they're both closed. We're not sure about the roads. We've seen reports that they are being blocked by police, so we're going to try and find a way out of Wuhan. After 5 days stranded here, this is deliverance. We help you understand the world with us. Tom Cheshire, Sky News, Beijing.
ba ma dalee commencé liggéey bi yokkute bu bari am nañ ko ci.
Well, up to now, the UK has only sent defensive weapons to Ukraine, such as anti-tank missiles, and refused, of course, to impose a no-fly zone. Well, today, the Defence Secretary, Ben Wallace, said he was exploring the possibility of sending Starstreak anti-air missiles. They would help Ukraine defend its skies more effectively. Mr. Wallace says he's confident it wouldn't be classed as an offensive move against Russia.
To date, the international community has donated over 900 man-portable air defence missiles and thousands of anti-tank guided weapons of varying types, as well as various small arms. But the capability needs strengthening. So in response to Ukrainian requests, the government has taken the decision to explore the donation of Starstreak high-velocity man-portable anti-air missiles. We believe that this system will remain within the definition of defensive weapons, but will allow the Ukrainian force to better defend their skies.
Well, the Defence Secretary also said Russia has changed its tactics and now Ukraine has too. Let's get more on the situation on the ground. Thomas Moore is at Sky News Centre.
It is now 2 weeks since Russia invaded Ukraine, and to give his assessment of the situation, I'm joined by Air Marshal Edward Stringer, former Director of Operations at the Ministry of Defence. Now, Ed, that is not the map that President Putin would be hoping to look at 2 weeks into the operation.
No, and as you can see, the map really doesn't appear to have changed that much in the last week. If we look into the south, what we can see here is that long-standing Russian ambition of a land bridge from Crimea, which it grabbed in 2014 through the Donbass back into Mother Russia. But also what it's trying to do is project forward further into the Black Sea and to seize Odessa, which is the major port. Before I go further, what I do want to say is you don't win wars by seizing all the territory. You won't see this whole map go red. There won't be one soldier in every square yard. You do it by seizing that critical national infrastructure, vital ground, and the centres of national government. So, if we look in the north, what we can see there is obviously the reveal plan was a 2 to 3 day operation, a lightning operation to seize the capital, to put in a puppet regime, to turn Ukraine into a client state and hope that 44 million Ukrainians would just accept that. A heroic assumption.
Well, let's take a closer look at what is happening in the north then. First of all, of course, we have got the attempts to open up those humanitarian corridors, and they did work in Sumy and in the towns to the west of Kiev. They didn't work so well elsewhere, unfortunately, in Ukraine. But you want to talk a little bit more about what's happening around the capital here?
Yes, one of the bits that has changed is this thrust we see here from east to west aimed at Kiev, which we must assume is directly related to that convoy that we've been talking about over the last week, the 40-mile convoy that's come north to south aimed at Kiev, but now looks very much like a self-inflicted wound. That looks like a 40-mile roadblock that the Russians have put in on that vital line of communication. So this now looks like the line of communication they're opening up on this thrust into Kiev but it looks about 2 or 3 times as long as that one, and it's yet another logistic challenge for them to solve. Clearly what they're looking to do here is put pressure on that centre of government, that seat of government of Ukraine in Kiev, and position themselves to seize some form of ground to give them a better bargaining position to try and find a political solution.
And if we take a closer look then at what's happening in the air, we know from what's happened overnight with the Americans, the offer to the MiGs from Poland into NATO and then to Ukraine. The Americans didn't want any part of that, but the UK Defence Secretary has said that the UK will supply missiles. So it's a subtle difference, perhaps.
Well, if you look at what Ben Wallace, the Defence Secretary, said, the missiles he talked about both had an anti in front of them, anti-tank missiles and anti-air missiles. Those are not a problem to you unless you are yourself offensive and you're driving tanks towards the Ukrainian defenders or you're flying your aircraft in. So they're purely defensive missiles. If there was no attack happening against Ukrainian forces, then those defensive weapons have no offensive purpose.
Air Marshal Edward Stringer, thank you very much indeed. It is a significant difference for NATO.
Thomas, thank you very much. You're watching Sky News. Coming up, Poland's plan to provide fighter jets is dismissed by the US. We speak to a former NATO official on the fine line for NATO in supporting the Ukrainian forces. Welcome back to Ukraine. Let's get more now on NATO's response to the war here and the balance that it needs to strike between supporting the Kiev government and avoiding becoming a participant in the war. The Polish plan to provide Ukraine with fighter aircraft has been rejected for now by the United States, dealing a blow to President Zelensky. Last night, the Pentagon said such a move was untenable and raised concerns for the NATO alliance. Well, joining me now is Robert Pashtel, a former NATO official and senior fellow at the Kazimierz Pulaski Foundation in Poland. Thank you very much for being with us, and good evening to you. I just wonder whether I can ask you first of all for your comments about this attack on a hospital in Mariupol.
Well, it's for the whole world to see. It's barbaric, but unfortunately, it's part of the pattern. You know, if you look, it does remind one of the scenes we have seen during the so-called First Chechen War. Okay, it was within Russia, but still leveling the Grozny and so on. And we've seen it in Syria. This is the way that the Russian army, it's Russia's army trademark. They're not that good conducting what one would call proper, normal, state of military art operations. But unfortunately, they are, very quick to go and engage in indiscriminate bombing. I mean, this crater, I think it's been shown now, it came from a 1-ton bomb, and that's, between the maternity ward and a hospital. So it's barbaric. That's, and there's growing evidence of essentially war crimes, which are on the Russian government's conscience.
What is your sense of where all this ends, how this ends?
Well, I mean, various predictions have been proven wrong, apart from the intelligence predictions by US, UK, prior to this invasion and Russian denials. What we have seen is that Russians have not won this yet. And that's due to a large extent to, of course, Ukrainian incredible heroism and extremely good organization and mobilization. The other reason is, frankly, ineptitude combined with brutality of the Russian military. But, the calculus is, of course, not exactly in Ukraine's favor, because Russia is a much bigger country with huge amount of, arms to bear. So the assistance from the outside world, including from NATO countries, which, of course, Ukraine has every right under international law, it's defending itself, it's a victim, is supremely important. And that assistance, apart from sanctions, political support, humanitarian support, is happening. And Poland is actually one of the, if not the key hub for actually providing this assistance. And we've heard announcements from the UK's Defence Secretary just now.
So what do you make then of the Americans being, a little bit lukewarm at the moment on this whole idea of putting fighter jets into Ukraine?
Well, I mean, I would not really describe it exactly like that. I understand why you're using those terms, but I mean, there's been clearly some kind of perhaps miscommunication. But the facts of the matter are, it's a very generous offer. It's over 20 fighter planes offered for free. But Poland, is already, if you like, at the forefront, and it's a good ally. And NATO's unity in this is very important. There's some countries who are not in favor of this, not in favor of that, or others are. So we need to have one position. And on an issue like this, if there are questions raised about missiles, the tank and the aircraft, surely there are questions concerning the fighter planes. So the offer stands. And I've heard earlier today, for instance, the White House spokesperson saying that, the logistics are tricky. Of course they are. I'm sure tomorrow Vice President Harris is coming to Warsaw. I'm sure she will be discussing. Of course, there are ongoing talks between Poland and US, but also within NATO. And this is the Polish position. The offer has been made, but Poland doesn't want to be essentially, out on the limb. He wants this to be properly coordinated and done on behalf of a much wider grouping, and also US, who has been actually pressing, if you like, because Ukraine is pressing, and we understand understand that, for a number of days. So, I hope that, the most important thing is that Ukraine gets as much help as it can. And those fighter planes could be helpful because Ukrainian pilots know them. They are in pretty good condition, I understand. So this is not a spat. This is not a quarrel. It's a debate because these are tricky issues. And again, the UK's, Ben Wallace was saying himself that one needs to strike a careful balance and was very careful to say these are not offensive weapons. So, of course, this applies to the fighter plane. So I think, Poland is, in my view, not just because I'm Polish, is doing the right thing, but it wants this to be properly kind of, coordinated and done as part of a wider setting, because, again, we need to be united on this and we need to do things right. Again, these are the words I think used by even US officials today.
Right, just a minute left, but I mean, from what you're saying, you think there is still a way that this could happen and that the American objections at the moment could be removed?
Well, we hope so. I mean, again, this is about the logistics, the question where should they go first and so on. The defense assistance, it's literally, pouring into Ukraine as we speak, been drones, there's, UK actually has led the way. So everybody has helped. The fighter planes are a bit more complex, and that's understandable. So that is, again, the reason why this issue perhaps, has given rise to some perhaps unnecessary, miscommunication, that's how I would call it. But it's the end effect which matters. And I hope very much this is possible. I think Ukrainians are asking for it for very, very good reasons.
Okay, Robert Pushtel, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much.
You're watching Sky News live from Ukraine this evening. Coming up, how the war here and the subsequent sanctions has impacted on global oil prices and what people are paying at the pumps.
Government is confirming that they are now engaged with Russian soldiers. Air raid sirens fill the airways.
In the distance, artillery rains down.
It feels very close to the centre of... There's one.
They found this devastation to their apartment.
Lots of people live here. Quite a few of the windows of the houses have been blown out by the blast.
And it feels that it's changing each day.
Welcome back. It's not only the sanctions that have been imposed on Russia that are driving up global commodity prices. Most of the goods that are traded from Ukraine pass through the coastal port of Odessa, where we heard from Mark Stone a little earlier. And with the city under threat, the prices of products like wheat, sunflower oil and many vital metals are already on the rise and leading to increased inflationary pressures across the world. Our business correspondent Paul Kelso reports.
Wrights have been milling flour in Essex for 150 years, but they've rarely seen anything like the impact of the invasion of Ukraine, which has brought Russian tanks to the wheat fields of one of the world's largest producers.
In the last 2 weeks, we've seen wheat prices increase by more than 30%. So now getting into the regions of £340 a tonne, which is unheard of. We've never seen wheat prices at that level. We will need very soon to get flour prices increased through into the market. Otherwise, at these sort of levels, mills will go out of business.
In the last month, wheat prices have soared, reaching almost $13 a bushel. That's enough for 90 white loaves. Wheat is a crucial commodity, the source of 20% of the world's protein. This is a global problem that will be felt at kitchen tables.
Any serious disruption of production and exports from this region, from Ukraine, from Russia, will erode food security for millions of people around the world. You will feel the impact in the UK, you will feel the impact in many places in Europe, and especially in the most vulnerable countries like the Middle East, Africa, some countries of Asia.
Wheat is not the only commodity under strain. The London Metals Exchange has suspended trading in nickel, a key element in stainless steel and electric car batteries, after the price quadrupled. Commodities are the golden thread that run through the global economy, or in this case, copper. This Doncaster firm makes 1 million metres of cable a week, and prices are rising. Even the wooden drums are made of Russian timber.
There's a lot of uncertainty with copper. We don't actually know the price of copper when we're ordering it, so we order in the morning and make a commitment, and if the price is volatile, we can end up paying a lot more than what we thought we were going to pay. In a week, 70 tonnes. 10 days ago, that cost us about £500,000 to buy 70 tonnes, and now it's over £550,000.
Rising prices on the factory floor are tomorrow's household inflation.
With inflation already at a 30-year high, the Bank of England was telling us that this was going to be the sharpest fall in living standards on record. What's happened is the situation in the Ukraine has made that more intense. We'll see a big squeeze on incomes across the board. Everyone will feel that through higher prices, and it'll erode everyone's wages.
The Bank of England had baked in inflation at 7% next month before the invasion. The economic war it's triggered means that may just be the start. Paul Kelso, Sky News.
Well, as the war in Ukraine continues, the price of oil continues to rise dramatically, bringing with it impacts around the world, not least in the UK, where the RAC said yesterday saw the largest ever rise in the average daily price of diesel. Well, joining us now is Amy Myers-Jaffe, research professor and managing director of the Climate Policy Lab at Tufts University. Thank you very much for being with us. First of all, just put into context for us how important Russia is as a global oil producer.
Well, you know, Russia is one of the largest producers of crude oil in the world, 11 million barrels a day. Of course, half of that they use for their own domestic production, but we're talking about exports of 5 or 6 million barrels a day. And there's a concern that either through the conflict or because of sanctions, some portion of that might come off the market. Some analysts are saying that we already have a disruption of about 1.5 million barrels a day of Russian crude oil, just from the fact that refiners are not buying it or afraid to buy it, both for moral reasons and also because they don't want to get caught up in the legal complications of sanctions.
So how badly do you think this will hit Russia?
Well, you know, the crude oil, especially even more than natural gas, you're talking about $110 billion a year of revenues in like based on last year. And so it's a vital stream of finance for the ongoing budget of the Russian government. This banning purchases of Russian crude oil is sort of like the last or one of the bigger arrows in the quill of financial sanctions. So one has to believe, no matter what governments say, it remains a tool that's on the table. And therefore, the question is, how do markets get prepared? How do governments get prepared? What countries are still out there that might be willing to raise their production? What is the appropriate level of strategic release of oil stocks in the EU and the United States and Japan that would be appropriate? We've already seen some releases like that by the United States. And also China has released some of its strategic stocks. So thinking about how to manage, if we get to the point where sanctions are necessary, how do you manage global supply, and what are the options to either get people to use a little less or to squeeze a little bit more supply out of the places that still can do that?
Yeah, and when it comes to the ban, for the US, it's much easier, isn't it, to do than for some European countries?
Well, you know what? In the United States, effectively, companies had already stopped buying Russian crude, around the first of the year. We were already taking a very small volume as it was. So it's really not difficult or painful in the United States. We have a lot of our own production. We have a field in the Gulf of Mexico, several fields that produce the same quality of oil as Russia. So again, no problem there. We have a lot of refining capacity in the United States, so we're not experiencing the same diesel shortages that Europe has, because Europe was very dependent on diesel exports from Russia. So for Europe, it's a much more complicated factor. How are you going to narrow the gap? How are you going to cope with a cutoff of the use of Russian oil if it becomes necessary?
So how does a country like Germany, for instance, deal with this, do you think?
It's going to take a vast variety of different kinds of interventions. I've seen some statistics about how much less heating energy demand there needs to be if everybody just turns down their thermostat 1 degree. But, we have a lot of tools. Telecommuting means people are not having to use their car to the extent that people are using their cars to go to work. We have strategic stocks. You can look at, in Germany, you have a lot of homes that have rooftop solar, not the most productive solar in the world in the middle of the winter, but we're starting to approach the spring. So maybe some of those homes could be attached to batteries, and that would stretch out the availability of the energy to different parts of the day. So I think there's still, a lot of different options. Of course, Germany has announced a very proactive plan for their long-term energy strategy. It's a very good plan. But, we have to get through the next couple of months is really going to be the biggest part of the challenge.
Okay, and in 20 seconds, literally 20 seconds, how long will global prices be very high?
Well, I think we're in for a long haul. Sadly, what history has shown us is that when we have an oil price shock like we're having today, the solution is the country or the government or the regions or even the global economy goes into recession, and that reduces the need for oil, and the price of oil then collapses. So if we're going to follow history, a year from now we'd be in a recession and oil wouldn't be needed.
Got to leave it there. I'm sorry, we've got to interrupt you there. This is Sky News. Coming up in the next hour, we have an exclusive interview with President Zelensky of Ukraine.
It's 8 o'clock. This is Sky News Tonight. The top story, a hospital attacked by Russian forces. Pregnant women and children are among the casualties as the Russian airstrike hits the hospital in Mariupol during what was supposed to be a ceasefire. The Ukrainian president says some people are buried underneath the rubble and calls for NATO to close the skies. More than 1,200 people are said to have died in the city, with the Red Cross describing conditions as apocalyptic. Also coming up, President Zelensky tells Sky News his people are being treated like animals and the world must act to stop the Russian onslaught.
If it's prolonged this way, yes, you will see they will close the sky, but we'll lose millions of people.
Funerals for Ukrainian soldiers as the UK pledges more military support. And we hear from the people of Moscow as the Kremlin says the US has declared economic war on Russia. Good evening. President Volodymyr Zelensky has again urged NATO to establish a no-fly zone after tweeting that children have been buried under the rubble of a maternity hospital destroyed by a Russian airstrike in the southern city of Mariupol. The attack came during what was supposed to be a 12-hour ceasefire to allow civilians to leave the city, where more than 1,200 civilians are reported to have been killed so far in this conflict. That pause in fighting, which was intended to establish a number of humanitarian corridors across the country, has officially come to an end this evening. Well, ceasefires were supposed to hold in 6 locations altogether across Ukraine, allowing civilians to escape from the fighting. But as I've just been telling you, attacks have continued on Mariupol, and Ukrainian authorities say the airstrike on the hospital happened during the agreed ceasefire period. Our first report tonight comes from our security and defence editor, Deborah Haynes, who's in Lviv, and her report contains images of those injured in the attack at the hospital, including children.
Horror and devastation. This was a maternity hospital. Terror for babies even before they've been born. They rushed to take her away. No safety here. Ukraine's president said a Russian airstrike caused this carnage and children are under the wreckage. Just look at the size of the crater. Britain's Prime Minister called the attack depraved and said Russia's Vladimir Putin will be held to account for his crimes. For Mariupol in southern Ukraine, it's already a city in ruins after days of bombardments. Perhaps trying to soften its image, Russia released what it said was aid being delivered to another bombarded city, Kyiv, in eastern Ukraine. The Kremlin also claimed, without evidence, its military operation had uncovered a Ukrainian biological weapons program.
They were carried out by Kiev and financed by the United States of America.
But information or disinformation is as much of a weapon in this war as tanks and troops, and Ukraine strongly denied the allegation. Far away from the front line, the other unmistakable sound of war. 3 Ukrainian soldiers killed on different days, remembered together. Comrades broken by a war they're still fighting. Deborah Haynes, Sky News, Lviv in western Ukraine.
Well, President Zelensky has condemned the Russian military's tactics targeting civilians, saying they're treating them like animals. He's also predicted that millions of people will die unless the world unites to stop the Russians. In an exclusive for British television, he's been speaking to our special correspondent, Alex Crawford, in Kiev.
They want us to feel like animals because they blocked our cities, the biggest cities in Ukraine, and they blocked, and because they don't want our people to get some food, water. Yesterday, for example, children. I don't know if you know, the children in Mariupol was the child was dead. Yes, you know that is the idea of this operation, or I don't know how Putin is telling about it. So that is the idea to do with Ukrainians animals, but we are not.
So how do you stop it? Are you prepared to do a deal? You've said you're happy to talk.
We can't stop alone all this. No,
How do you think it is stopped? How is it going to
only if the world will unite around Ukraine.
They are uniting around Ukraine.
They are not. They are still. It's still very slowly. It's still very slowly. But you can feel it only when you are here, because the people from Europe or USA, it's far from Ukraine. It's far from the heart of this tragedy, and you can't see, you can't understand the details because you are not fighting here. And I understand why. And I don't want them to fight, but these countries can help, can unite. Because we can't speak about the close, I'm sorry that I'm speaking again and again about this problem, but we spoke about children hospitals, etc. And you know the number of these child deaths, and so we are speaking about closing the sky. You can't decide to close or not to close. You can't decide. If you are united against the Nazism and this terror, you have to close. Not me. Don't wait me asking you several times, a million times, close the sky. No, you have to phone us, to our people who lost their children, and say, sorry, we didn't do it yesterday, 1 week ago. We didn't push Putin. We didn't speak with him a lot. We didn't find the dialogue with him. We did nothing. And it's true. Yesterday, the world did nothing. I'm sorry, but it's true.
Boris Johnson, the British Prime Minister, as a number of other world leaders, say if they do that, if they close the sky, that could exacerbate and make the situation even worse. If they allow Poland to provide you jets and station it on NATO land, that will make it worse. What would you say to them?
What does it mean worse? For whom? So the first question is rhetoric. And we don't need rhetoric questions and answers. We have to have contradictory things. So it would be worse for whom? For our families? No. For whom? For them? No. Who knows? Nobody knows. But we know exactly that now is very bad. And in future, it will be too late. And believe me, if it's prolonged this way, yes, you will see they will close the sky, but we'll lose millions of people.
President Zelensky talking to Sky's Alex Crawford there. We'll be discussing more about that interview in a moment or two, but just want to bring you a bit of news concerning one of Ukraine's nuclear plants, the Zaporizhzhia power plant, which, as you know, was captured by the Russians in a battle last week. Well, the International Atomic Energy Agency says it's lost remote data transmission from its safeguards system at the plant, and you're probably aware that a similar issue has been reported earlier today at the decommissioned nuclear plant, still very dangerous though, of course, at Chernobyl. The IAEA says the reason for the disruption in the Zaporizhzhia transmission system is not immediately clear. We'll keep an eye on that for you and bring any updates if they emerge from the IAEA. Well, I want to go back now to our security and defence editor, Deborah Haynes in Lviv. And Deborah, let's talk about Alex's interview with President Zelensky. And we could see and hear the emotion there as he desperately calls for the world to do more.
Yes, and you can see from his perspective, things can't get much worse in terms of the attacks that his country is already being subjected to from Russia. I mean, obviously, it can get worse in the sense that, like he said, many more will die. And he used that word, didn't he? Millions of people could die unless there is more done to intervene in terms of closing the Ukrainian skies, so imposing this no-fly zone, which is this persistent call from the Ukrainians to their Western allies. But the problem is, whether he likes it or not, for the West, they are looking at this in a broader sense, wondering how far they can go in supporting Ukraine, in helping to protect Ukraine's people. These images today from this maternity hospital incredibly hard to see and bear, but they will be wondering how far they can go to protect, to help Ukraine defend itself, but not going so far that they then tip themselves into direct confrontation with Russia. They keep on making this distinction that Ukraine is not a member of NATO. The NATO alliance, it's 30 member states. They are all combined by this principle of an attack on one being an attack on all. So if a NATO member was attacked by Russia in the way that Ukraine has been, then all NATO members would rally to that country's defence. But for Ukraine, outside of that club, there is this different distinction, and it's difficult really to comprehend if you're talking about defending values like democracy, the rule of law, the freedoms that Ukraine is seeking by wanting to turn to look to the EU, to look to NATO, for NATO to then say there is this distinction, unfortunately. And I think it's going to be interesting as this crisis evolves and as the deaths and the suffering in Ukraine increases, which it invariably will do unless there can be a diplomatic solution, there is going to become increasing pressure on NATO to maybe reconsider this policy. And I don't know if they will do that. I very much doubt it. It would have to be a unanimous decision. Or maybe if one country, if one member state decides to try, or a number of member states individually decide to try to impose a no-fly zone, you kind of get this escalation by accident. But it's a very difficult problem, and the situation on the ground is only getting worse.
Deborah Haynes in Lviv, thank you very much. Well, to the south, taking over the city of Odessa in the south of Ukraine is seen as one of Russia's next strategic goals. Along with Mariupol, it's key to Russia's plans to create a land bridge in southern Ukraine between Crimea and the Donbass region, both controlled by Russia or its proxies since 2014. Odessa is Ukraine's main Black Sea port and is crucial to the nation's economy. And Sky's Mark Stone is there tonight and told us what it's like in the city right now.
Odessa is Ukraine's third city. It is a key prize for Vladimir Putin. It is a vital seaport, the gateway to the Black Sea. It is quite clear strategically why Vladimir Putin would want to get his hands on this place, and they are well aware of that here. There is a very tense security situation here. I've just been watching from the balcony where we are, the police stopping cars because a curfew is an hour old now, checking cars, people coming out, they're being frisked outside of their vehicles. They are tense, there's no question about that. Many people have decided already to leave Odessa. As we approached from neighbouring Moldova, we saw a growing number of refugees who have already passed into Moldova, and many along the roads leading west out of Ukraine. Many, though, have decided that they will stay. Some will stay to fight. Some are too old, too frail to be able to move, and so they will hunker down here. A very, very difficult situation for the people here. The Russian military are about 100 or so miles to the east of here, in another city where they have been making gains over the course of today. And of course, the Russian Navy is out in the Black Sea as well, so there are concerns of a pincer attack, effectively, from the east, from the ground that the Russians already hold, and an amphibious assault from the Black Sea as well. Although it must be said that at the moment, the Americans, who are monitoring movements of Russian troops, say that there is no sense right now, immediately, that an amphibious assault is being prepared. But as we have seen, that could change, and it could change quite fast.
Mark Stone in Odessa. Well, the US Secretary of State has once again ruled out a no-fly zone above Ukraine. In a news conference with the UK Foreign Secretary Liz Truss, Antony Blinken said an escalation caused by direct combat with Russia could make conflict even worse.
Introducing, in our case, American service members in Ukraine, on Ukrainian territory or soil, or American pilots into Ukrainian airspace, whether on a full or on a limited basis, would almost certainly lead to direct conflict between the United States, between NATO, and Russia. And that would expand the conflict. I'm absolutely convinced that Putin will fail and Russia will suffer a strategic defeat, no matter what short-term tactical gains it may make in Ukraine.
Let's go live to Washington and Sky's Sally Lockwood. So, Sally, in spite of those impassioned pleas from President Zelensky, it's still a consistent line from the UK, from the US and others about a no-fly zone.
Yeah, that's right. The Foreign Secretary and the US Secretary of State wanting to appear united and strong in their position in terms of dealing with Vladimir Putin at that press conference earlier. But it's all the more uncomfortable now seeing that interview with President Zelensky done by Sky's Alex Crawford, his desperate pleas for more support and more help from the West. And it's just something that they're not able to provide, or it's certainly they're not willing to provide. And that certainly came out of that press conference, absolutely not considering imposing a no-fly zone over Ukraine. And even those aircraft that President Zelensky has pleaded for days now, even speaking to the US Senate at the weekend, underlining the need for more jets. Well, that is also proving problematic. And Secretary of State Antony Blinken did talk about that earlier in the press conference as well, underlining the fact that their goal, of course, is to try and protect the people of Ukraine, but they also have to see that this war does not expand, he said. Introducing US service members on Ukrainian soil or American pilots into Ukrainian airspace would also certainly lead to direct conflict between the US, NATO and Russia. But you're looking at those pictures there of that horrendous attack on a maternity hospital in Mariupol earlier today. Well, that news broke around an hour or so prior to the press conference with Antony Blinken and Liz Truss. They were asked about it, of course, condemned it, Liz Truss calling it abhorrent, reckless and appalling. But the problem is any actions that they've taken so far against Moscow have done nothing to deter Vladimir Putin. And the West is looking increasingly helpless in terms of protecting Ukraine from more bloodshed. One more thing I should mention, this issue of providing aircraft to Ukraine. We've had an update from a senior US defense official who said that the Pentagon continues to talk to Poland about trying to reach some sort of deal. But of course, they rejected that offer from Poland yesterday to send MiG-29s to a US NATO base in Germany for them to hand on to Ukraine. Why? Well, the problem is that no one wants to be seen to be carrying out this direct gesture of giving these aircraft to Ukraine, because they could be viewed as a direct participant in this war and it could escalate the situation. Of course, consequences could follow. But when asked by Alex Crawford there, President Zelensky said, well, who could this get worse for? Worse for whom? Of course, for him, seeing a maternity hospital in Mariupol bombed earlier, well, things can't get much worse than that. But certainly the Foreign Secretary there and the US Secretary of State adamant that Putin will fail. The question is how long that will take and how much more bloodshed will there be before that point.
Sally Lockwood in Washington, thank you. And just to let you know that we're running a special programme this evening looking at President Putin's invasion tactics. That's Putin's war, the battle for Ukraine, tonight at 9:30 on Sky News. And the war in Ukraine will, of course, dominate tomorrow's papers. We'll have our extended press preview and news review from 10:30 this evening with tonight's news and tomorrow's headlines. Joining us will be the consultant editor of the Daily Mail, Andrew Pearce, and the associate editor of the Daily Mirror, Kevin Maguire. And you're watching Sky News tonight. Coming up, we'll have the latest from Moscow, where economic sanctions are beginning to bite.
I am there to speak truth to power. One question for you to ask the questions that people want answered. Yeah, good to see you. When I'm interviewing a politician, it's a more rapid fire, but this is not. This is a conversation. The format of the show. So we're going to have an hour-long interview show once a week on a Thursday night. It's at 9 p.m. It's a moment to press pause on this frenetic pace of news and just reflect on things. And when we do have a politician on the show, you might see them interviewed by me in a different way than you perhaps normally see it. What they do, why they do it. If I can find some of that and bring it onto Sky News, I'd be really happy.
Many of our friends left Russia, they went to Georgia, they went to Dubai.
Airspace closures have created bottlenecks for Russians with the means to leave. Hundreds have queued at the border with Latvia. A seat on the Helsinki train can mean an onward flight to anywhere in the world, but tickets are hard to come by. These trains were running at 20% of capacity before the start of the war. Now they're fully booked, with around 500 Russians arriving in Finland every day. Some are returning to Russia too, but the numbers coming into Finland are set to rise.
So now we are just, want to add one more train per day, starting from the next week. So we are just negotiating about that. We want to keep the train traffic open, that people can travel from Russia and of course also back to Russia if they have some reason to travel.
On the platform, few of those we spoke to were actively emigrating. Some work in Finland, others are seeing family while they can, or getting back to homes abroad.
That's the only link left, for people to go to relatives, and it's a terrible situation. It's like somebody is dead in your house. I'm 50% Ukrainian, 50% Russian, so for us it's a huge tragedy.
While that tragedy continues, it's Ukrainians who need a safe haven here and elsewhere in Europe, as the number of refugees passes 2 million. Paul Rees, Al Jazeera, Helsinki.
Ukrainian ballet dancers stranded in Paris have been offered accommodation by city authorities and fellow artists. The Kyiv City Ballet Company began its French tour one day before the war broke out. Gillian Wolfe has the story.
A standing ovation in Paris for the final performance by dancers of the Kiev City Ballet alongside France's Opera de Paris. The Ukrainian company started its tour of France a day before Russia's invasion. For the troup's 30 or so members, the opportunity to dance throughout the devastation has been a lifeline.
We are exhausted. We're both physically and emotionally exhausted. Everyone in ballet is worried about their families, about loved ones, friends, colleagues at home. It's been very difficult. Being able to focus on work is kind of a bright point in our day, when we get to focus on the ballet steps and focus on music and something other than the conflict in Ukraine.
Taking the stage at the Theatre de Chalet, the dancers performed a medley of ballet classics, including excerpts from Swan Lake and The Nutcracker by Russia's prize composer Tchaikovsky. But they were few in number.
The most of our artists are stuck in Ukraine. They expect to come to join us after the first performance, but they couldn't, unfortunately.
The dancers have been given accommodation by authorities in Paris and fellow artists. Ticket sales from this performance going to various NGOs, including the Red Cross, in support of Ukrainian civilians. And despite the war raging back home, these dancers are determined their show will go on. Gillian Wolfe, Al Jazeera.
Leaders from different religions have come together in New York to hold a service calling for peace in Ukraine. Gabriel Elizondo is there.
Here at the Ukrainian Orthodox Cathedral in New York City, it was a time for prayer and reflection and calling for peace. This was an interfaith mass, and there were religious leaders from the Jewish faith, Catholic faith, Greek Orthodox Church as well, just to name a few. And everyone had words of support and really words of prayer. The pews were filled as people listened to the words. There were times that people were hugging each other, at times even clapping in a sign of support as people were making comments calling for peace. They accepted donations where the money would be sent back to help Ukrainian refugees, help with the humanitarian situation as well. And there were even some religious leaders that said they would be going back to the region, either to Poland or to Ukraine, to try to help in the coming days or weeks. The bottom line, though, is that this was ultimately a message of prayer and a message of peace, trying to end this war and stop the suffering.
South Korea's main opposition candidate, Yoon Suk-yeol, has won the country's presidential election. The Conservative politician successfully defeated the ruling party candidate, Lee Jae-myung. Lee has conceded his loss and congratulated his opponent. Exit polls from Wednesday's vote had the pair neck and neck. Niger's army is under mounting pressure to secure its borders with Mali and Burkina Faso after a surge in attacks by al-Qaeda and ISIL affiliates in the Sahel region. Al Jazeera's Hashim Al-Bara gained exclusive access to their military base and sent this report.
Captain Abdulrazak Bashar is briefing his soldiers on their mission. They will escort civilians to Banibango, a town near Niger's border with Mali. A delicate mission. Armed groups have attacked the town many times in the last few years. At the command center, Lieutenant Colonel Samino Mani and his team analyze the latest intelligence from the region. Samino shows me the 330-kilometer-long border area where the Islamic State in the Greater Sahara is active. The ISIL-linked armed group is seen as the biggest security threat in the region. Its leader, Abu al-Walid al-Sahrawi, was killed in a drone strike in August last year. General Muhammad Tumba and the 2,000 soldiers under his command have been in the battlefield for years, but the fight is far from over.
The biggest challenge we're facing is that there is no Malian or Burkinabe army on the other side of the border so we can talk and plan attacks. For the last 5 years, the Malian army retreated from the area and we're acting on our own.
Outgunned, the army relies heavily on intelligence from foreign troops. This has become a forward base for Niger's army fighting against ISIL and al-Qaeda affiliates in the Sahel region. They're backed by American and European special forces. But a few kilometers north towards the border with Mali, armed groups are expanding. They continue to control a vast territory. Now they are threatening to take the fight south towards Guinea, Ivory Coast and Senegal. For years, Niger, Mali and Burkina Faso have been trying to stop a rise in attacks by armed groups. Here in this camp, the displaced have been waiting for security to improve in the border area, but many, traumatized by the conflict, are afraid to return.
I was looking after my sheep when fighters on motorbikes stopped me. They saw a pen in my pocket and thought I was an informant. They blindfolded me and beat me. I lost my sheep, and ever since I've been here in this camp.
For the time being, the army remains on alert. After suffering major setbacks in the last few years, armed groups are now forging new alliances, finding new recruits and hoping to establish a state of their own across West Africa and the Sahel. Hashim Al-Bara, Al Jazeera, the town of Walam in southwest Niger.
Now, Antarctic explorer Ernest Shackleton's lost ship has been found more than 100 years after it sank. The wreck of the Endurance has been discovered 3 kilometres below the surface of the Weddell Sea off Antarctica. It was found by a team led by the Falklands Maritime Heritage Trust using underwater search drones. The wooden ship was crushed in pack ice in 1915, with Shackleton and his crew later escaping to South Georgia Island. Reminder of the top stories on Al Jazeera. A maternity hospital in the besieged town of Mariupol has been destroyed by a Russian airstrike. The Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says children are buried in the rubble. Zelensky shared video from inside the building, labelling the act an atrocity and urging the West to enforce a no-fly zone over his country. Russia has previously denied targeting civilians.
My heart is bleeding. The most unbearable casualties are the children. Children are dying by the dozens now, at home, in their houses, or on the roads to exile. Look at these images. They're the concrete and real result of Putin's special operation, so to speak. When he does not take the lives of these angels, he kills their parents, grandparents, and destroys their homes and schools. To attack children is to attack life, civilization itself. If you don't want to see these images anymore, you must not look away. You must stop Putin's war now.
Streams of buses and cars have been taking families out of Mariupol, Kyiv and several other Ukrainian cities. Despite the declaration of humanitarian corridors, several explosions have been heard around the capital. Recent satellite pictures show movements of a Russian military convoy trying to encircle Kyiv. It's been slowly advancing from Belarus towards the Ukrainian capital since the invasion began 2 weeks ago. Ukrainian officials say the defunct Chernobyl nuclear plant has been knocked off the power grid, raising concerns about the facility's ability to cool nuclear material there. Ukraine has called for a ceasefire to repair the damage. And in the last few minutes, the IAEA has said it's concerned about a sudden interruption of data from the Chernobyl and Zaporizhzhia nuclear plants in Ukraine. Those are the top stories. Do stay with us here on Al Jazeera. My Nigeria is coming up next. I'll be back with the news hour straight after that. Join me then if you can.
What happens in New York has implications all around the world. To make these stories resonate requires talking to everyday people.
The mayor of the city announced that he was doing away with the curfew that was supposed to get everybody off the streets.
It's international perspective with a human touch, zooming way in and then...
उत्तराखंड, पंजाब, गोवा, मणिपुर और 5वें प्रदेश उत्तर प्रदेश में बदलाव निश्चित है। उस बदलाव में निर्णायक भूमिका कांग्रेस पार्टी की रहेगी।
हमको पूरा बहुमत मिलने जा रहा है। मैं बिल्कुल आश्वस्त हूँ। हमारा कोई बी प्लान सी प्लान नहीं है। हाँ, ये ज़रूर है कुछ लोकतांत्रिक शक्तियाँ हैं, कुछ हमारी ही पार्टी के बहुत अच्छे लोगों
Whether you reach Lviv by night or by day, whether you're young or old, if you're sick, they'll be ready. The woman collapsed as she was about to board a train. Dehydrated, exhausted. Days travelling on crowded trains create hellish conditions for the vulnerable. We followed the medics from one call to another, to 82-year-old Valentina Malishkina, travelling alone with high blood pressure. Her family has stayed behind in the east.
I don't know anything. I am going, and that's it. I hope there are good people. That's all. I believe I won't be left behind.
This used to be a station lounge. Now it's a makeshift clinic. This, the lead doctor's evening conference. Around the clock, the patients come. Like 5-year-old Nazar, who's been sick with a chest infection for 10 days.
This is a disaster. It's pain. It's grief. We have a lot of people who on the outside are holding it together, but inside are so worried. We don't sleep.
At times here it can seem like watching a nation being emptied of its women, children, its old people. This 70-year-old once fought for the Soviet Union in Afghanistan and is fleeing with his grandchildren. A senior officer in the medical corps, he won multiple decorations and is still proud of his service in that lost war.
This is the medal for my service in Afghanistan. We did our duty.
His daughter-in-law explains that her husband and autistic son have had to stay behind. When you hear Putin calling Ukrainians Nazis and fascists, what do you feel?
That's the question? Here? Nazis? Fascists? These people? These? Guys, what are you talking about? These are not fascists or Nazis. Look at them. These are Ukrainians.
Let's get your chair here. Valentina, aged 82, left for Poland today, trusting there, as she must, in the kindness of strangers. Fergal Keane, BBC News, Lviv.
Well, because of this invasion of Ukraine, Russia now faces a raft of international sanctions, as you'll know. A leading ratings agency, that's a company which rates a country's ability to pay back debt, has now warned that Russia could soon default on some of its debt repayments. The agency in question, it's one of the biggest, it's called Fitch, it's downgraded Russia's bonds into what's called junk territory. It says the further ratcheting up of sanctions and proposals that could limit trade in energy increase the probability of a policy response by Russia that includes at least selective non-payment of its sovereign debt obligations. That follows yesterday's decision by the US and the UK to stop importing Russian oil. Bear in mind the European Union also announced yesterday plans to slash imports of Russian gas by 2/3. And international corporations are also suspending operations in Russia. That includes Heineken, Coca-Cola, Pepsi, Unilever and McDonald's. Let me show you these pictures from Moscow. Some people there have been going to McDonald's for a last chance before those 850 outlets closed their doors. Here's the reaction of some people on the streets.
Can't say I really regret it. There will be different coffee. It's sad to look at what's happening in the country, but we'll get over it. I believe we have an alternative.
No one deliberately wants it for companies to leave. But if they shut down, let them shut down. There will be more Russian entrepreneurs here.
I will perhaps miss that moment when you can come here tired after your classes to sit down, have a coffee and a snack on something tasty, even if it's not healthy, and have some rest.
Well, the European Union says it's now extending sanctions against Russia. New measures include personal sanctions against 160 Russian MPs and against oligarchs. Here's the EU's foreign policy chief.
The first thing we have to do is to cut the umbilical cord that links our economy to Russia and cut the flow that allows it to accumulate reserves to finance the war.
Well, Bill Browder was for a time a leading investor in Russia. Here's his assessment on the impact of these sanctions.
I don't think that anything is going to change his course other than the moment when he runs out of resources to do this. And so, as we all know, Russia is effectively an oil and gas country. I think 50% of their exports come from oil and gas. So yes, as this starts to bite, it will start to reduce his ability to wage this war as the money starts to dry up. But I don't think we should ever think to ourselves, by doing this, he's going to say, oh, I've changed my mind. I'm going to turn my tanks around and go back to Russia. That's just not going to happen. That's not his psychology, no matter what we do. It's about depleting his resources that we need to be focused on.
So if Bill Browder thinks that's not going to happen, how does he think the Kremlin could respond?
The things to look for would be expropriation of foreign businesses and assets, other types of hacking, cyber attacks. I mean, there's lots of things in their arsenal Putin is not a man who shows restraint. We should expect that he will retaliate, and we should be gripping ourselves and preparing ourselves for that, because this is what we have to do in order to stop him from escalating further and eventually confronting us on a NATO border.
Now, you'll be aware in the last couple of weeks, energy prices have been pushing up. They've eased today. Here was the price of Brent crude a short while ago. Last week, it hit its highest level for 13 years. That was with fears about disruption to Russian oil supplies. Today, those fears were eased in part by the head of the International Energy Agency saying after its release of 60 million barrels of oil last week, it could actually go further.
This was an initial response. It is only 4% of our stocks. If there is a need, if our governments decide so, we can bring more oil to the markets as one part of the response. We are discussing with the producing countries in Middle East, in Latin America, in Asia, to encourage them to bring more oil to the markets to compensate the loss of Russian oil on a daily basis.
Well, for more on the impact of sanctions on the Russian economy, I've been speaking to Dr. Alina Polyakova, President and CEO of the Centre for European Policy Analysis. Here she is explaining what this junk status decision means for Russia.
It will make it very difficult for the Russian government to borrow internationally, but it doesn't necessarily cut it off completely from international finance. Of course, China has made it relatively clear that it will still be likely willing to give out credit and loans to Russia, likely despite this junk rating, and there may be other countries as well. But certainly it's just a marker for investors, other governments, that investing in Russia right now is a no-go.
And the Russians have said they don't plan to default on their debt. But if they did default on it, what would happen then?
You know, that's a huge question, because of course we haven't seen this level of sanctions applied to a country with an economy as large as Russia's. So this is really a global experiment, and we've never had a country as large as Russia in recent history, anyways, default. Even the Soviet Union didn't actually default on its debt. Russia simply inherited that Soviet debt and actually has paid most of it off with its oil revenues over the years. So I think it would likely affect other global markets. We would likely see those kinds of fallout effects in our own Western markets, of course, and likely it would just shake up the entire very, very interconnected global lending and credit system. The consequences could be quite profound, including for Europe, the United States, and the entire world.
Thank you to Dr. Polyakova. I've also been speaking to the Russia editor at BBC Monitoring, Vitaly Shevchenko, about how these sanctions are affecting day-to-day life.
Well, it's going to be some time before Russia and Russians feel the full impact of sanctions. As things stand at the moment, and I've been speaking to my friends and colleagues in Moscow, life goes on, but it's not what it used to be. The Russian currency, the ruble, has lost more than a third of its value, which means prices have gone up. And even if you are willing to pay a new higher price, there's no guarantee that all the things and your favorite snacks and foods that you're used to, there's no guarantee that they're still there. And I've been told that there are queues forming in various shops, not huge queues, but they're still there. People are in a rush to withdraw their cash from ATMs. And there are other things as well. Russians can't really travel as much anymore because there's an embargo on Russian flights over Europe, for example, and Russia's the flag carrier Aeroflot is not flying abroad anymore in most places. So to a lot of people, this will be reminiscent. There's going to be a sense of déjà vu. This is how it used to be in the Soviet Union. No Coke, no McDonald's, no eBay, no Amazon, and that's a big concern.
Now, Ukraine says power supplies to the former nuclear plant at Chernobyl have been lost after it was taken over by Russian troops last month. The state-run nuclear company says a high-voltage power line had been damaged during fighting between Ukrainian and Russian forces, which are now occupying the defunct plant, and that line had been cut off from the national power grid. Here's a tweet by the Ukrainian foreign minister. He says the only electrical grid supplying the Chernobyl plant and its nuclear facilities occupied by Russian army is damaged. It's lost all electric supply. I call on the international community to urgently demand Russia to cease fire and allow repair units to restore power supply. Well, first of all, here's the nuclear plant's acting director general.
Today morning we lost electricity supply on our side completely.
Begs the question, what precisely does that mean? Here's the plant's director again explaining further.
Worst scenario is we have the release radioactivity to environment. If we completely lost electricity supply on our side, we lost all system, radiation monitoring, ventilation, hydrogen control and management of hydrogen, and so on and so on, which we wouldn't have possibility to manage the safe storage of spent nuclear fuel too.
Now, the UN's nuclear watchdog is the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency. And earlier on this week, it was warning that it had stopped receiving monitoring data from this plant after the Russians took control. It was asked if any radiation had leaked, and we got this response from Ukraine's energy minister.
We have no access to the monitoring system at this stage, and of course we cannot also physically come to Chernobyl to see what happened. But we do not have now at this stage the information that the radiation goes somewhere.
And of course we're all watching this and asking, well, is this nuclear plant about to leak radiation? Well, experts say that is unlikely. The plant is still radioactive. It lies around 100 kilometers from Kiev. Its fourth reactor exploded in 1986 during a botched safety test. The lack of electricity supplies is a problem because electricity is needed to cool a pond into which the fuel rods are stored before they're transferred to more secure dry storage at a later stage. You can see the process in this video, which has been produced by the Chernobyl power plant. Now, the fuel still produces heat as it decays. That's why it needs cooling in the water. Let's get more from the energy minister.
All nuclear objects have a special system of security in order, in case if electricity cuts, and it has the possibility to maintain for several days using the diesel generators.
Now, here's a picture of a similar facility in the UK. You can see those rods stored underwater. The fuel rods in question in Chernobyl are over 20 years old. That makes them less radioactive. And the IAEA has been tweeting about this, saying Ukraine has informed us of power loss at Chernobyl. And although it violates a key safety pillar on ensuring uninterrupted power supply, in this case, the IAEA sees no critical impact on safety. And it adds, heat load of spent fuel storage pool and volume of cooling water at the plant is sufficient for effective heat removal without the need for electrical supply. What they are worried about, though, is the well-being of staff at the plant. Earlier on this week, they said they're concerned that over 200 workers have been on duty constantly since the Russians took control. Here's Ukraine's energy minister once more.
You could imagine that they are there from the first day of our war, so it's almost 14 days there in Chernobyl, and of course they are very exhausted. I might say even physically, mentally exhausted, but they are still doing their work. They are still doing their work. They're really very brave staff.
Well, let's hear from Laura Rockwood, who's director of the Open Nuclear Network, a former legal counsel for the IAEA. Here she is assessing the risk.
The good news is, if there is good news possible in all of this, that there is no imminent danger from the release of radioactivity from the spent fuel pond at Chernobyl. And that is because the spent fuel is 20 years and older, and it has sufficiently cooled down that as long as the operator, the staff at the plant, are able to keep the spent fuel underwater, then they can prevent the inadvertent release of radioactivity. They are currently doing that using electricity. They do have a minimal amount of backup electricity, and eventually it could be problematic unless they are able in some other fashion to keep topping up the water on the spent fuel pond. The water evaporates. If it's not possible to keep it cool, as it evaporates, the water level goes down. If they are physically able to top up the water, they can prevent a serious accident happening here. Now, that is more problematic at the other nuclear plants because the spent fuel in those spent fuel ponds are considerably younger and less cooled off than the Chernobyl fuel.
Now, as hostilities increase inside Ukraine, the wider economic fallout of this war is continuing. As we've been reporting, energy and other commodity prices have been rising steeply, and the war is also having a major impact on global food price inflation. Here's more on that. Russia's invasion of Ukraine will have consequences far beyond Eastern Europe, not least on food. Both countries are among the world's largest agricultural producers. Together, they supply nearly 30% of wheat exports, almost 20% of corn exports, and 80% of sunflower oil exports. For this reason, Ukraine is frequently called the breadbasket of Europe. Forbes describes its fertile soil and bountiful harvests. All of that is now in jeopardy for a range of reasons. One of them is Russia's troops, which are advancing in the south of Ukraine. That means key ports on the Black Sea are now closed. Crops cannot be exported from them. Russia's exports, well, they're impacted for a different reason: Western sanctions. And this is the collective effect. Wheat prices are up 40% this month, and some of the world's poorest countries may bear the brunt of this. For example, Yemen. There's been a war there since 2014, and it imports almost all of its wheat, and more than a third of those imports come from Russia and Ukraine. These imports are lifelines. Bread is thought to make up over half of the calorie intake for the average household. Here's the head of the World Food Programme.
Already the World Food Program, before the Ukrainian crisis, we were buying 50% of our wheat, our commodities, right here in Ukraine. It helps, this breadbasket helps us feed the world. Yemen, Ethiopia, Syria, and I can go on and on.
That's wheat, and it's far from the only export affected by this war. Take sunflowers. They're one of the national symbols of Ukraine. It's the largest exporter of sunflower oil in the world, and this is a product that's very widely used for crisps, for many fast foods, and of course many of us use it at home. Pressure on exports, well, that's already led to scenes like this in Turkey, where shortages sparked panic buying. One other example I could give you is fertilizer. Russia supplies 25% of the key nutrients that are used to make fertilizers. But now the Kremlin wants producers to halt exports. Here's the head of one of the world's biggest fertilizer firms.
Half of the world's population gets food as a result of fertilizer. If that's removed from the field, for some crops, they will drop by 50% in the first season. So it's a vital part of the food security for the whole world.
All of these examples undermine what we've just heard called food security, or in other words, they undermine that communities or even countries have reliable, stable sources of food. And if food security goes, political instability can follow. The Financial Times reported recently a jump in grain prices in 2009-10 is regarded as one of the triggers of the Arab Spring uprisings in the Middle East. Or much more recently, this week there have been protests in southern Iraq over food prices. The government has directly blamed the conflict in Ukraine. And because of Russian and Ukrainian exports being affected by this war, in turn, some countries are reducing or even banning their own food exports in order to protect their own supplies. Serbia, for example, on Wednesday it blocked exports of wheat, corn, flour and cooking oil. Here's its president.
In one day, we had a request for a quarter of our total reserves. In just one day. There is such a demand for cereals. Prices have gone to heaven. Everyone must provide bread for the population. That is why we have taken such measures.
Now, food prices were already rising before this war began. COVID, supply chain disruption and energy prices have all contributed to a rising cost of living. In January, the UN reported that global food prices jumped 28% in 2021 to their highest level in a decade. That was before the invasion. And now that war has come, neither Ukraine or Russia can supply the world as they once did. And further price rises and further supply chain disruption appear inevitable. Now, we've been talking about Ukraine through the hour. I want to go back to Kiev one last time because members of the city's orchestra held an open-air concert in Independence Square. They said it was to promote the Ukrainian government's call for a no-fly zone and also calls for an end to the war. The concert was broadcast live on Ukrainian TV and they played their country's national anthem. Just before we finish the hour, one story away from Ukraine, which you may have been seen earlier. It's been very widely shared. The wreckage of Sir Ernest Shackleton's ship, Endurance. Well, they've been found in the Weddell Sea off the coast of Antarctica. There you can see the word Endurance on the stern. The ship was crushed by sea ice and sank on the 21st of November 1915, forcing Shackleton and his men to escape on foot and in small boats. It was found at a depth of over 3,000 metres. According to an official, the mission was the most complex undersea project ever undertaken and one that has broken several world records. Another said the ship is in a brilliant state of preservation. You can see Endurance across the stern, he said. Well, indeed, we just have, directly above the taffrail. You can see that footage on the BBC News website too, as well as, of course, ongoing coverage of the war in Ukraine. From those of us on Outside Source, thanks for watching. See you soon.
Hello and welcome to a look at weather for the week ahead. On Wednesday, we had an east-west split with the weather. We had some early sunshine developing and that held on across the eastern half of the UK, but the early sunshine for parts of Wales faded with the arrival of a fairly active weather front, which actually has been moving east and starting to weaken. So the next few days will bring in further weather fronts and strong winds, but it should be relatively mild. The winds are coming up from the south. And the reason that the weather fronts peter out in the east is because they're bumping into this area of high pressure. They look pretty active as they start off across the Atlantic. So for Thursday, the weather front is still with us. There'll be some patchy frost and fog in northwestern areas. Misty low cloud over the hills where we have our weather front, still giving some slight drizzly rain around. But in eastern areas, if the sun comes out in that breeze, the cloud gets broken up. 15, possibly 16 is on the cards. Much brighter and drier for Northern Ireland and Western Scotland. But we will see some rain pushing up across that front at times through the day, and that may well carry on into Thursday evening. In fact, pepping up a little bit through Thursday evening overnight, ahead of what looks like a more active weather front that then comes in for Friday. So again, it will, with all the cloud and the wind through Thursday night into Friday, be relatively mild. Temperatures not too far away from average by day this time of year. So in swings our next weather front on Friday. Ahead of it, the southerly winds, as I mentioned, it's mild and it should stay that way. But we've just got more cloud on Friday and bands of rain will push their way eastwards up across much of England and Wales, Northern Ireland, southern Scotland. Behind it, there'll be some quite heavy showers with possible thunder, lightning and hail as well, and some gusty winds. A windier day for all through Thursday night and into Friday. That clears away Saturday morning. We get some respite, at least for a time on Saturday, as you can see here. There's that band of rain clearing northwards, some brighter skies, dry weather following into Northern Ireland, England and Wales, but we'll potentially keep that rain across Scotland, who may well escape the northeast on Friday. But then we've got the next low pressure developing and quite strong winds again with that. Well, you can see the tightly packed acid bars here, just winding itself up through Saturday night into Sunday and sweeping its way northwards and eastwards. So again, it looks a fairly unsettled or changeable weekend, but not a washout. We see showers or longer spells of rain, but some interludes of drier and brighter weather as well. Temperatures are just coming down a degree or two, slightly cooler air coming in off the Atlantic, more of west southwesterly rather than the southerly. And then through the night into Monday, those bands of rain and cloud start to fizzle out. But notice we do have developments down towards the south, so that may be something we'll be looking at into next week. But with it coming up from the south, some slightly milder air for Monday, as you can see. So here's the setup. We've got low pressure across Iberia, where we've got the active jet stream, which could just brush some rain, showery rain to southern areas at times, and then the other part of the jet stream is to the north of us, which will at times push some weather fronts in, perhaps into the midweek. But that high pressure's there next week, which means that we should see a good deal of dry weather Slightly less windy weather, but some frost and fog by night. But there's that question mark about that weather front moving through, and it may well give some substantial rain midweek, particularly to northern and western areas. But you can see it's looking a little bit milder at times, though, for many southern areas in particular, with the influence of that low pressure towards the south. As ever, there's some uncertainty, but we will keep you posted.
Hello, I'm Christian Fraser. You're watching Context on BBC News. The Russian Air Force has bombed a maternity hospital in the besieged city of Mariupol. The president says there are women and children buried under the rubble. The attack happened while a ceasefire was supposed to be in place. Ukraine's president calls it an atrocity. There has been universal condemnation.
The attack on the hospital is absolutely abhorrent, reckless and appalling.
The US Congress is about to vote on a massive $14 billion aid package of security and humanitarian support for Ukraine. We'll hear from a Democratic congressman. Tonight, with the context, the former Deputy Secretary General of NATO, Rose Gottemuller. From Tel Aviv, the political analyst Dalia Scheinlin. And in Kyiv, the Ukrainian MP, Inna Sotsin. A very warm welcome. There is no sanctuary, no shelter in the city of Mariupol beyond the reach of the Russian artillery. The airstrike on the city's maternity hospital today, at the time of an agreed ceasefire, was felt over a mile away. A series of blasts that blew out windows and ripped away the front of one side of the building. Police and soldiers rushed to the scene to evacuate the victims, carrying out a heavily pregnant and bleeding woman on a stretcher. There were at least 17 injured. Many more are buried beneath the rubble. The bomb left an enormous crater in the hospital grounds.
В Мариуполе украинские нацбаты, выгнав персонал и пациентов из роддома.
In Moscow, the spokeswoman for the Russian Foreign Ministry confirmed they targeted the hospital. She claimed nationalist forces had set up sniper positions in the buildings, having cleared it of patients earlier in the day. According to the WHO, it is the 18th hospital or medical facility targeted by the Russians since the start of the war. The Ukrainian foreign minister believes there are still over 400,000 people trapped in Mariupol, despite this being the fourth day of ceasefires. The Russians, he said, are blocking humanitarian aid and the evacuation. Almost 3,000 newborn babies, he said, are without medicine and food. The world has to act. It begs the question, what does victory look like for Vladimir Putin? The Russian soldiers in towns they've captured are hated by the Ukrainians who stayed. These pictures are from Kherson, the first major city seized by Russian forces last week, and still they come onto the streets carrying the Ukrainian flag. Shame, shame, they chanted at the troops. We didn't ask you to come. Glory to our Ukrainian heroes. Inna, it's been a terrible day in Mariupol. I know information is very difficult to come by at the moment because of the siege of the city, but what do you understand has happened and how many people do you think have been hurt?
We don't know the detailed information about the casualties in that specific attack, but it was actually extremely tragic because that attack came basically 2 hours after we have learned from the city mayor and the city office that during the first 2 weeks of the war, over 1,000 people in Mariupol died because of the blockade, because they don't have access to electricity, because they don't have access to water, to heating, to food. And then just 2 hours after that, we learned this terrible number of over 1,000 people already confirmed dead by the city authorities. Came the news about this blast, and it's just so terrifying. We are still in the process of learning about the number of victims, but the very idea that they targeted hospital where children were, where pregnant women were, this just shows that the level of evil, of another level of incomprehensible evil that needs to be, the world needs to know and to react against that.
It's very likely that there were people in the basement of this building, because we've heard from people escaping Mariupol that they're sheltering in bunkers and in cellars.
Yeah, exactly. And people have been living in bunkers and in basements for 2 weeks now. So I believe there were people who were in the bunkers, in the hiding from bombs, because the city has been bombarded for the whole period of the war. So I'm really afraid to learn the exact number of casualties. We're in the process of learning. We don't have any more data as of now, but I'm afraid the numbers will be terrifying.
What do you understand about the other 5 ceasefires today in the country? Because there were other ceasefires in place. I know some have escaped from other towns closer to Kyiv. Are the ceasefires holding?
Well, not all of them. The plan was to evacuate during today 100,000 people, which in itself is a terrible number because those are people who have to flee from their own homes. But we only managed to evacuate about 40,000, according to the Ukrainian officials. And many ceasefire and many green corridors that were supposed to be taking place in the cities near Kiev, they were actually stalled by the Russians. They opened fire. They were keeping about 50 buses with people trying to be evacuated from area around Kiev. They were keeping them stalled just on the road, and we're still learning about whether those people managed to be evacuated. But this is just the situation as it has been for the past week. Every time they promise green corridor, chances are that they will keep them at around 20%. 80% they are not keeping their promises. In the city of Mariupol, which is probably now the worst catastrophe of all over Ukraine, they have actually set landmines in the place where people were supposed to gather in order to be evacuated. It was just a sheer luck that we learned about that and people didn't go to that specific place.
Yeah, it's a terrible situation. Rose, let me bring you in on this, because obviously with your experience at NATO, you'll know about terms of engagement in conflict. What are the international rules when it comes to hospitals and clinics?
Well, let me just begin by reflecting on what Foreign Minister Kuleba had to say. He said these are barbaric acts. And when they are barbaric acts, they are not in accordance with international law. I believe the International Red Cross has already been clearly on record saying that this treatment is much in violation of the norms and standards, as well as international law framework that is already in place. I'm no international lawyer, so I can't give you the details, but nevertheless, I have seen that the ICRC has been on the record on this, and I think that that word barbarism and barbaric is entirely applicable here.
The one thing you'd have to say, Rose, about this particular attack is that there were a number of shells that hit the building, but it's the crater, it's an extraordinary crater in the grounds of the hospital, which that man is standing in, which suggests that this was dropped from the sky. Clearly that particular attack was from the Russian Air Force. And so the fact that they repeatedly hit it suggests that they had targeted that specific building. It wasn't a mistake.
No, it wasn't a mistake. And Marina Zakharova, the MFA spokeswoman in Moscow, actually admitted that they had done it, and done it because they saw sniper activity from there, which is truly sensational and ridiculous. They are going after a few snipers with a bomb the size of enough to create a crater of that size, and in that way ending up killing innocent women and children. So it's interesting to me that the Russians have openly said they did this, but it was as if they took a giant sledgehammer to a threat they name of snipers, and in the course of that killed many, many innocent people. So just not at all justified.
Dalia, I was reading today that the Ukrainians are getting advice from the White Helmets, these very brave people who were in Syria evacuating people from bombed buildings. And the advice that the White Helmets gave to them was not to give GPS locations of medical facilities to the UN, who they said might tell you that they need the information to keep people safe, but in fact the Russians are using those GPS coordinates to target hospitals. And so, given that this happened in the middle of a ceasefire, Dalia, there can't be any trust whatsoever that the Russians are trying to limit civilian casualties.
I can't see why there should be any such trust. It seems to me that Mr. Putin has decided that he wants to cause the maximum amount of destruction possible. I don't think he has any concern for anything regarding rules of law. I think he started this war with a complete rejection of the international system, and he is continuing to prove that at every step of the way. It is interesting that you brought up Syria because, of course, it is Russia that has backed the Assad regime during the time when it's carried out some of those worst atrocities. So we should, on some horrible level, not be entirely surprised. This is pretty much what Mr. Putin has been backing in Syria for years now, since the intervention began in 2015.
Do you think it strengthens the case, Dalia, or does it perhaps put more pressure on Western politicians to get more involved? There are some comments tonight on social media that this is a tactic from Vladimir Putin to poke the West, to try and set up this no-fly zone over Ukraine so that he can engage NATO.
I mean, we've been attributing all sorts of strategic thinking to Mr. Putin. I don't really know if that's what he wants, but, you know, the West has done an awful lot, especially the U.S., to try not to escalate this, and has been so cautious not to give any sort of provocations that could draw in NATO and bring about a full-scale war. But I often have the feeling, watching Mr. Putin's reactions, that he is not really waiting. He has reiterated all sorts of provocations, indicating that he intends to spark that broader war himself. He has threatened nuclear weapons. He has said that the sanctions represent a form of economic war. So I'm not really sure if he's, you know, playing strategically or simply trying to provoke that war himself.
The pictures that we've seen today from Kherson are extraordinary, and it's not the first time we've seen these pictures. Apparently the Russians have put the riot police into the city, and every day the Ukrainians in that city come out with their Ukrainian flags and unarmed accost the Russian soldiers who are there standing guard. That sort of speaks, doesn't it, of the unity across Ukraine at the moment in the face of the bombardment they're coming under.
Yes, and that is indeed magnificent, frankly speaking. And I think that is the biggest miscalculation by Putin, because I think Putin actually fell victim to his own propaganda machine. He actually believed what he was lying on the Russian television and what he was feeding to the Russian people, claiming that Ukrainians are divided, that Russian-speaking Ukrainians want Russians to come and liberate them. And now they have come and captured several towns on the south of Ukraine. They have captured some people in the east of Ukraine, and all of those people are going out on the streets to protest in great numbers, and they are going there under and there are tanks on the squares, and people are still going in there. And actually today in Kherson we have learned that about 400 people have been arrested by Russians, which is just unacceptable. They have no authority to arrest anyone here at all, but they arrested 400 people, and people still went to protest after that. That is just amazing. This just shows the level of spirit that is, you know, I myself, being a Ukrainian, didn't really expect that this is what we shall see here in Ukraine. But people are just so desperate. They know that we are fighting for our lives. There is nowhere else to surrender. That is why people go to the streets, people protest, and you can actually see those scenes not just in Kherson, but in many other cities in the south, in actually a small town in the north, which has about several thousand people just living in that. I've seen a protest action, a rally of at least 1,000, which is just amazing. And we just want the world to know that this is happening and Ukrainians are really fighting back. We just really want the support from the West. And just hearing the explanations that we can't get engaged, I just fully agree with what just Dalia said, that Putin doesn't need a real reason if he wants to engage. If he wants to engage, he will just say that, I don't know, Swedes have the flag the same color as Ukrainian, so that is the reason to attack. You know, he doesn't really need a real reason. So I think that those arguments that we are trying not to provoke with a guy who already used vacuum bombs against Ukrainians, well, what is there not to provoke?
It's a very good point, that, Rose, isn't it? That, and people have made this point today, that NATO is falling over itself not to provoke Vladimir Putin, but the reality is he doesn't need a pretext. If he wanted an excuse to invade Poland, he'd create one. So what are we worrying about? Doesn't NATO need to find some confidence to ensure the safety of civilians in Ukraine?
I have to tell you that NATO's strategic objective at this time has to be to avoid World War III. And that is, in fact, what NATO is going about in a very responsible way, really preventing this terrible, egregious invasion of Ukraine from turning into a general war in Europe and perhaps escalating beyond that. And that has to be NATO's strategic objective at this moment. At the same time, they are doing everything that they can to ensure that Ukraine has the military supplies they need. The number of military supply convoys entering Ukraine on a daily basis is just extraordinary, and also upping the humanitarian levels, assistance to levels I never expected. 2 million refugees have now left Ukraine, and they are sheltering in NATO countries, Poland, Hungary, and also in Moldova, of course, which is a NATO partner, not a NATO member state. So I think NATO is doing an extraordinary job, really preventing the outbreak of World War III, but at the same time, doing everything it can to help the Ukrainian people.
All right, well, let's talk a little bit more about the support that is coming in from the West. The British Foreign Secretary Liz Truss is in Washington for talks with her US counterpart Antony Blinken. After the meeting, the Secretary of State admitted the White House had been blindsided by the proposal from Poland to transfer more than 20 of its MiG fighters to Ukraine via the US Air Force base in Ramstein. Mr Blinken said each country must take its own decisions on how it lends support, but using a US air base for the transfer of fighter jets was, he said, a non-starter.
Departing from a U.S. NATO base in Germany to fly into airspace contested with Russia over Ukraine raises some serious concerns for the entire NATO alliance. So we have to work through the specifics of these things going forward. And it's not simply clear to us that there is a substantive rationale for doing it in the way that was put forward yesterday.
In London, the British Defence Secretary Ben Wallace said in place of the MiG-29s, the British government is exploring the possibility of donating short-range, man-portable air defence systems.
We need to protect anti-air capability of Ukraine. I think that's the first thing. The second thing is, what is the most appropriate tools? Obviously, the Ukrainians know, they have said what they wish. I think, we have acted on when they've asked us, and that's why the new missiles we're talking about today are coming forward. Look, it is a matter for Poland. I said I will support whatever their choice is. In the meantime, we will continue to try and meet the outcomes that Ukraine wants with whatever methods we can.
And it's likely the United States will be stepping up its support. Tonight, the House of Representatives will vote on a budget bill worth $1.5 trillion, and that includes nearly $14 billion of security and humanitarian support for Ukraine. I've been speaking to the Democratic Congressman Brendan Boyle, who sits on the House Budget Committee.
So there are essentially three buckets. First is the humanitarian assistance, second, the economic assistance, and third, the defensive assistance. The hope is that we will be having this vote in the House of Representatives literally momentarily. We are stalled for procedural reasons, but I'm quite confident that by the time we leave tonight, the House of Representatives will have passed this pretty large aid package, and that soon the Senate will follow.
Democrats and Republicans have struggled to coalesce around pretty much anything of late, but on sending money and weapons to Ukraine, they appear united.
Which I have to say, as an American who is deeply concerned about the state of the partisanship that we have here in my country, it was refreshing to see at the State of the Union last week, the first 15 minutes of the president's speech were all dedicated to the crisis in Europe, the invasion of Ukraine. The first 15 minutes you saw standing applause from all members on both sides of the aisle. I hope that would help lead into some more bipartisanship here on other issues. That remains to be seen, but at least on this incredibly important issue, we do have full unity.
I see that $6.5 billion is going to the Pentagon to cover the costs of deploying American troops to NATO's eastern flank, the intelligence sharing and the weapons they've already sent to Ukraine. Do you sense that the higher level of spending is reflective of the threat level which Congress perceives is now going up?
Yes, that is accurate. Look, this was almost unimaginable just 2 weeks ago, despite the fact the White House and our intelligence community kept saying this was going to happen. I was in Brussels 2 weeks ago. I'm a member of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, was there with colleagues from the UK, Germany, indeed, all of the NATO nations. As late as Sunday evening, when I was gathering with fellow parliamentarians, the vast majority of my colleagues did not believe a full-scale invasion was going to happen. And then just 24 hours later, Putin gave that long, emotional, rambling speech in which he made clear his full intentions, and indeed the invasion follows shortly after that on Wednesday. So the fact that we haven't seen this in at least 77 years did lead to many to just, despite all of the growing evidence, believe that it wouldn't happen again. Well, it has happened again, and we know the stakes. And the stakes are obviously dire for Ukraine, but they're, frankly, dire for all of us if we fail to act and Putin is able to gobble Ukraine. It will not stop in just Ukraine.
The United Nations said today that some 2 million refugees have now left Ukraine. We're having a very active debate, if I put it diplomatically, in this country about how many we should be taking. What about the United States? Is there a conversation in Congress now about taking refugees and putting a support package behind that?
The issue of refugees, let's face it, can sometimes be controversial in Western democracies. I remember going through this and voting on a bill with respect to Syrian refugees. I'm really struck by the little controversy there is here in the United States over this issue. My office is getting calls, overwhelming support for accepting Ukrainian refugees. I do represent a pretty sizable Ukrainian American population in Philadelphia as it is, but the calls aren't just coming from my Ukrainian American constituents. There is overwhelming support. And just in talking to some of my colleagues on the Republican side of the aisle, they are largely getting the same message as well. So I hope that we will see all of the Western countries band together and do everything we can to accept these refugees.
Just some quick lines coming in from the Pentagon. John Kirby, the spokesman at the Pentagon, has been speaking in the last few minutes. He said they'd taken a view that supplying combat aircraft to Ukraine through the Ramstein air base would be a high-risk move that could be mistaken by Russia as an escalatory step. And Kamala Harris, who is on her way to Poland, in fact, these are the pictures of her leaving, the Vice President, she's about to land in Warsaw to communicate that to the Poles. Rose, do you think there is... I mean, from what I understand, talking to people in Washington, that there is a view in Washington that they didn't ever really want to do this. Politically, it's finding a way to say no when the Ukrainians are obviously making it very clear they want them. But I don't think there's any appetite in the White House to send these fighters to the Ukrainians.
Well, what I was hearing from the White House in the last 24 hours is not that they weren't willing to do it, but they were just figuring out how it could be done in a way that would accomplish what the Ukrainians need and want in terms of protection of their airspace, but also at the same time ensuring that, for example, it was possible to continue to maintain the planes, those kinds of questions, or if F-16 fighters were to be sent to to Poland. Let me stress to Poland, to replace those MiG-29s, how would that transfer be affected? So there were a lot of hard issues that they were going over and analyzing yesterday. They were in no way throwing cold water on the notion of such a transfer should Poland decide to go through with it. So I know
how would you do it? Because
the development with Ramstein is a new development.
Yeah, okay. Maybe it's that part of it that they don't like the sound of, and that's what was being communicated to us. How would you transfer them, though, Rose? I mean, can you box fighter jets up? I mean, I know you can, and you can rebuild them, but that takes time, and the Ukrainians don't have time.
Yes, and so I don't want to tread where military angels will be figuring out, or rather military planners will be figuring out how to go about such a thing. But I will say that there are various ways that could be taken, various steps that could be taken. And I think the most important thing is what Ben Wallace said about gaining the effect that the Ukrainians are looking for, which is protection of their skies. So I think the notion of handheld, even air defense capability is an extremely good one. And I'm glad to see that the UK is looking at that very seriously.
Dalia, just come in on the point that Rose made a little earlier about trying to avoid World War III. I totally accept that, and I understand there are real concerns surrounding that. But there is a view within NATO that its security stops at the NATO border. And I'm not sure it does. I think Europe's security goes well beyond NATO's border. I mean, if a missile hits a nuclear plant in Ukraine, that has a direct effect on the rest of Europe. Is there a threshold, do you think, where Western politicians are going to have to think again?
I do think there is a threshold. I'm not a military strategist, and I certainly do not diminish the Armageddon that would result from having what we were calling World War III here. But I do think there is a threshold because we've seen that threshold in the past. There was a time when NATO went to war in 1999 when a certain threshold was reached. And I don't think it was only because of what happened in Kosovo. I think it was what happened over the course of that decade in the region that accumulated and crossed the threshold. And I can see that threshold. I can imagine some of the kinds of things that might set it off. I have no idea if they will. Such as, even greater, God forbid, humanitarian disaster. I mean, strikes on civilians of the kinds of things we're seeing now in an even greater scale. And I'm afraid to even say it. What I do think, it seems to me, if I had to read the White House's perspective, it seems like they are hoping to buy time for Ukraine, which must be very hard for everybody in Ukraine to hear. But there is a sense that the Russian performance is so bad militarily, and the morale is poor, and that Russia is not doing as well as it thought it would, as fast as it should, and that it's only a matter of time until Russia somehow scales back, given how much it's stalled already. But I think that's a very, very frightening risk to have to take for Ukraine as well.
And I know you've got to leave us at the break, but let me just ask you very finally, these planes, why do you think the Ukrainians need them? If they're getting the sophisticated weapon systems that Ben Wallace was setting out today, if there are man-held anti-aircraft missiles that the Ukrainian forces can get on the ground, don't the MiGs become surplus to requirement?
Well, I do agree with the statement made that anything that would achieve the consequences that we desire would work, but we just need something. And I do agree that it can be some other system. I'm, again, not a military strategist. I have not served in the military, but from what I'm hearing from our military men and women is that they just need something to be able to cover our sky. Because I agree with what Dalia said, is that there is a chance that in case we just manage to hold longer, the Russians will surrender because they're not doing very well on the ground. But the most scary thing is that they just bombarding the cities randomly anywhere from the sky, and that is the most scary prospect. So basically anything will do as long as we can cover the sky from those horrible bombardments where we wake up and we don't know which city or town will be bombarded next. Yeah. So anything that works is acceptable, but not doing nothing is definitely not what we expect.
Ines Sofson, we're very grateful for your time this evening from Kiev. You stay safe out there. Thank you very much for that. Do stay with us. We've got plenty more to come on the programme. We're going to talk to a Russian who's just escaped from Moscow about her journey and what she has encountered. Stay with us.
It's been a rather wet day for some western parts of the UK, sitting under an active weather front, but that will push eastwards through the night and start to peter out. But there will be further rain at times over the coming few days, breezy weather, but with the winds coming up from the south, it should be for most relatively mild. This is the cloud band associated with today's rain. It will, as I say, continue to peter out as it pushes eastwards, but still some snow over the hills here and some heavier bursts of rain for a time. Not that much rain getting its way further eastwards, just a band of cloudier weather, damp weather, and actually where it clears away from Northern Ireland and northwest Scotland, some dense fog will form and some frosty night here. But for most, with the cloud and the breeze and some rain, it will be relatively mild. but quite grey and misty, particularly over the hills first thing. The dense fog patches further north and west taking a few hours to clear, but it looks much brighter for Northern Ireland and drier for Western Scotland too, Western Wales, Western England. To the east of our weather front as well, if it brightens up in East Anglia, it'll be a very mild day despite the fresh breeze, 15 or 16 degrees. But elsewhere underneath that band of cloud, there will be pulses of rain from time to time, light and patchy for the most part, but we could pick up more across the Channel Islands and pushing into central southern England through the evening. And that's ahead of this next slightly more active weather front once again, which will give more rain across the southwest of England through Friday, across Wales, a stronger wind as well. That will freshen through Thursday night into Friday, pushing across Northern Ireland into southern and western Scotland, perhaps the far northeast of Scotland escaping, but the brightness further east will diminish through the afternoon. Temperatures are still a bit above average though, because we're pulling in a south to southeasterly wind on Friday, albeit a fairly brisk one. Pushes that through then into the start of Saturday before Saturday night brings in the next developing area of low pressure, wet and windy weather. So it'll stay changeable this weekend, certainly not a washout, but there will be some rain around. Some brighter skies follow this main rain band then into Saturday afternoon and evening. The next rain band arriving in the southwest, we think, towards tea time. In between, some brighter weather, relatively mild weather, 12 or 13, but the wind will be escalating all the time to push in more rain overnight Saturday and into Sunday, and showers will then follow. So not a washout, as I say, but there will be some rain around into the weekend and some strong winds too.
To ask for anything.
Let me be crystal clear. Forget everything else.
It's time. The thing you should be asking is for help.
Have a seat. Relax.
I've waited so long for this.
I love you.
I love you too.
Escape to the magic of the movies with Oscar-winning films every Thursday.
Well, that will have them rolling in the R's.
I'm really happy.
That's good. It's perfect, Tom.
Oscar-winning films, Thursdays on BBC4 and iPlayer.
Download the BBC News app now and get the latest headlines as they happen. Personalise your app to learn more about the stories you care about and watch BBC News live wherever you are. Stay up to date, whatever you're up to. Download the BBC News app.
Most people aren't sleeping. They can't sleep. They're sleeping with their phones, or they're doing what we call doom scrolling, seeing what the bad news is.
They're filling the bottles and filling the crates. There is a real sense of feeling that these weapons could soon be needed here.
An air of desperation. There are thousands of people along this platform. Can any train possibly take the number of people who are here?
The Russian invasion of Ukraine on BBC News.
Hello, I'm Christian Fraser. You're watching Context on BBC News. The Russian Air Force has bombed a maternity hospital in the besieged city of Mariupol. President Zelensky calls it an atrocity. Reports say the injured include women who were in labour. Turkey will host top-level talks with Ukraine and Russia tomorrow to try and find a path to peace. Australian Prime Minister announces a national emergency after weeks of flooding that leaves 20 people dead and thousands homeless. Tonight, with the context, former Deputy Secretary-General of NATO, Rose Gottemoller, and political analyst, Dalia Scheindling. Welcome back. The UN estimates that more than 2 million people have now fled Ukraine since the start of the conflict 2 weeks ago, many of them finding refuge in neighbouring European countries. But where we've not placed as much focus is on those who have fled Russia in recent days to escape Putin's war and his propaganda. Many of them fearful of arrest for speaking out against the regime. Others concerned the Kremlin might soon impose martial law. Those leaving are limited in where they can go. Russian airlines have been banned from Western airspace and European carriers are no longer operating from Moscow. And so there are only a handful of exit corridors that remain. Some are crossing by land to Finland and the Baltic states. Those without European visas are heading to Georgia, Armenia and Turkey, where the Russian dissident community is growing. The Georgian authorities say more than 20,000 have arrived in the country since the conflict began. One of them is Lisa Miller. She's a musician from Moscow and she arrived in Tbilisi with her family just a few days ago. She told me why she decided to leave.
We've been, of course, feeling some discomfort for ages, a lot of discomfort, a growing discomfort. And we've been talking theoretically about leaving, but actually on Thursday, like on the 24th, we woke up into a different world. And after the shock, the first shock passed when I personally was unable to think. Once the shock passed, it was obvious we had to leave. So basically the decision was taken by the weekend and we left on the 1st of March.
What did you leave behind?
Pretty much everything. Well, we took the kids, obviously, and we took a suitcase each with, well, family photographs and some valuables, books, and a bit of clothes. That's it. Well, the computers, obviously. Well, we left the flat, the car, you know, pets, a cat. We couldn't take it that fast.
You obviously can't use your Visa or MasterCards outside Russia, so what are you traveling on?
That was obvious from the first day, so we didn't count on that, and well, we didn't have many savings anyway, but we took all the dollars we had in cash, which will last us for some time, and that's what we're traveling with.
We read the polls here that maybe 50% of the Russians are in favour of the war. I mean, anecdotally, do you think, is it possible to say whether there is widespread support for the war?
Well, I have two small stories I can tell you to show what reality, according to, well, to me is. No, we belong to a very small, I would say, milieu of, you know, cultured and Western-oriented people who have lived in the West and who, you know, who read news in other languages than Russian, who don't watch TV for years, but I haven't had a TV since 2000, or, you know. But on the first day of this war, I went to buy some milk to the local shop where I send my kids alone normally. And people there were like partying and congratulating one another. So finally, we're going to show them, we're going to win, and we're going to take, you know, what belongs to us. And it's been a long time they had to do this, you know. So they were really so happy this was happening. And so after this first morning, I couldn't leave my home. I was just so terrified. And another example is I had a friend who emigrated to the United States, well, 10 or 12 years ago. And she's been calling me every day this last week. We've been traveling. So today I answered the phone and she was crying. And she said, Lisa, tell me what's happening, because I read your Facebook and I know you left with all your family. But whoever I'm calling in Russia, my family, my friends, everyone tells me that I don't understand anything, that I'm brainwashed by the propaganda in the West, and that in reality it's a very good war against the Ukrainian fascism to liberate the how do you call it, the fellow people, you know, from this very bad Ukrainian government. So a lot of people are really brainwashed. At the same time, I know personally examples of people who were sort of apolitical before, and once this war started, they were so shocked. They just came to their senses. I don't think it really could change anything at this point, because, well, if people watch TV, that's what they believe in, obviously. And it's been a process that has been going on for some time. It's, you know, they've been building this up for, you know, 2 decades. So it's really something they've been sort of good at, unfortunately.
Lisa Miller, who's now living, at least for the moment, in Tbilisi in Georgia. Not that they're very welcome in Georgia, as she told me. The other thing she told me, Dalia, is that her husband is a deacon and he had been told what to say in church. He's also a school teacher, and the same is true for schools. And that, just listening to her story there about how the propaganda has got hold of a lot of people in Russia, I wonder what you think about the decision to cancel Apple, Google, Microsoft, the routes out for Russians, and a way of finding out what the truth is about the war in Ukraine.
Maybe, but I have a feeling that there's only so long you can hide the truth in general. And I think that what's striking is simply that the country went to war and you only have the level of support you cited. I should say that I've seen the most credible poll that I've seen, which was published by the Washington Post, said 58%. But that, to my mind, was stunning, because usually when a country goes to war, you have a rally round the flag effect, and support should be like over 80%. There are a great number of people in that poll who just say they don't know. And that is often a proxy for, not wanting to say their opposition. I think that the kind of discord that we're seeing, never mind the demonstrations, thousands of people who've been arrested every day. In my mind, when you have, for every one person demonstrating, there may be 100 who don't support the war. Some of them wouldn't go out to demonstrate. Some of them wouldn't even say it. But I think that those people who are being arrested represent other people, a bigger portion of the population. So, I mean, yes, it's troubling, the question of where they will get their information now, but apparently enough people are already, kind of experiencing unmediated what's going on. They know, they have relatives in Ukraine. The body bags are going to start to come back, or the missing, the people who cannot identify what's happened to their soldiers who are sons and husbands. I mean, it's extraordinary to think that the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense had to put out a call in Russian to Russians saying, come find, we will help you get access to find out what happened to your soldiers. Those are unmediated experiences that people are having. And I think there's only so long a propaganda machine, as sophisticated as it is, and I know it's that this has been going on for years.
All pervasive. It's a good point, Rose, isn't it? That if husbands and sons don't come back, it doesn't matter how much propaganda you pump out there. In fact, Vladimir Putin said yesterday there were no Russian conscripts serving in Ukraine, and his defence minister had to admit today that was not true, which does raise questions about how much Putin actually knows about the war in Ukraine, how badly it's going. Does he know about Russia's military losses and the casualties?
Well, that's a very good question, because Mr. Putin has been in a tight bubble. And that is one of the reasons why I think we've seen this dire decision-making that he's undertaken, where he has made decisions with a very small group of his immediate cohort. We call them yes men in some settings around him. He's not getting alternative sources of information. And I do think that is a part of the problem now. Nobody probably dares to tell him how badly things are going. And certainly he would not admit any kind of independent information to impinge on his current state of mind. So I think that is a real problem, this bubble around Putin. If I may just comment on the issue to do with the soldiers, I read yesterday that in St. Petersburg, the Soldiers' Mothers Group, and they were very powerful and important in ending Russia's involvement in Afghanistan in the 80s and also in Chechnya in the 1990s. But these mothers groups are now being told, basically, if they help to provide any independent information, not from the Ministry of Defense of Russia, they are liable for criminal charges. So they are really, the Russian government and Putin himself, really cracking down on any kind of independent activity that could help with these issues related to identifying those casualties and also those killed.
Yeah, trying to keep a lid on it. We'll see how long they manage to do that. Let's talk about the oil, because the conflict in Ukraine is forcing the West to look towards new partners for supplies, and those that it has relied on before, Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, that together could go quite a long way to easing the recent spike in prices. But according to the Wall Street Journal today, both countries refused a call from President Biden a few weeks ago. Since then, the UAE has signalled it would support an increase in supply, but no word yet from the Saudis, who are apparently setting conditions. The Crown Prince wants US support for their ongoing war with the Houthis in Yemen. They want help with their own civilian nuclear programme as Iran moves ahead with theirs. And Prince Mohammed wants legal immunity in the United States after the murder of journalist Jamal Khashoggi. Meanwhile, President Erdogan tomorrow hosts the first high-level talks between Ukraine and Russia. Turkey is another of these countries that straddles the divide between Russia and the United States. It is the only NATO member not to ban Russia from its airspace or impose sanctions. And as the gatekeeper to the Black Sea, it has very real security concerns about what is unfolding in Ukraine. I'm really interested, Dalia, I have to say, in these countries that have relations with both countries, and you're sitting in one of them, and that is Israel. And Naftali Bennett is the only one during the war that's been out to Moscow. And I understand, you'll have to talk me through this, but I understand there is talk tonight that President Zelensky wanted to address the Knesset. What happened?
Well, this is a very new scoop that was published with on one of our top diplomatic reporters, Barak Ravid, who published an item, very, very brief item, that Zelensky's staff had apparently asked the Israeli parliament, the Knesset, to do a speech before the plenary by Zoom. Yes, you had this tweet right up there. And that because the parliament is not in session, this was the response. Supposedly, they said, no, we can't convene the parliament just for this. We can do a special separate Zoom session with the members of Knesset separately. Somehow the President Zelensky's staff did not accept it and said, no, you have the tweet there. I do not accept this explanation. I think that it has to do with Israel's very, very ambiguous approach towards the entire war. I mean, the Prime Minister has been trying to convey that the ambiguity was important in order to play a mediating role. But I think that we all know what the government has been saying very openly, that Israel wants to maintain its sort of convenient cooperative relationship with Putin that was established under the previous Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, largely in order to coordinate Israel's strikes on Iranian positions in Syria with Russia, which controls the region, of course. That has been considered the main reason. I also have criticism of that reason because, from a lot of kind of conversations with people in the security establishment, it's not necessarily that Israel's entire security position in its existential security does not depend just on Russia. Israel has long had a position that it must be self-reliant for security and that Israel can cope with the reaction of Russia should it be a little more critical of Russia's position and a little more supportive of Ukraine. Instead, Israel has been investing heavily in humanitarian aid. And I give lots of credit to the government, to the health ministry, to all the Israeli volunteers who have gone over to establish field hospitals, very high-tech hospitals. It's fine. But Israel has been trying to walk this fine line, partly claiming that the negotiating efforts are the result of having this in-between position. But those negotiating efforts, as we've seen, have involved a lot of shuttle diplomacy and no successes so far. And as far as I can tell, very little change in Russia's demands.
It's really interesting, isn't it, Rose, because Joe Biden is finding this out as well. He set new terms for the Saudis when he went into the White House, and apparently the relations have chilled a little. He's had some fairly choice things to say about President Erdogan and treatment of dissidents in Turkey. And he's had things to say about Venezuela. And now he's having to talk to all these countries. And this is the new reality. We're into that Cold War situation where countries are being asked to pick a side.
Yes, and if I may just follow up on Daria's comment about the situation with Israel, what the Ukrainians actually need are Iron Dome missile defense systems, which the Israelis built and deploy quite effectively against the rain of missiles that from time to time, unfortunately, come down on Israel. So if Israel really wanted to help, what Ukrainians need is not MiG-29s, but Iron Domes. But leaving that aside, and that's my personal opinion.
Personally, I have made this position public. I could not agree more.
Well, in any event, the situation has been very interesting, isn't it? Suddenly the bad boys of NATO, Turkey, Poland, Hungary, all of a sudden they are playing these roles that are so important in terms of facilitating high-level diplomacy tomorrow. I wish the best for those talks tomorrow between Lavrov and Kuleba, the Ukrainian foreign minister, but also seeing Hungary and Poland step forward and really embrace this humanitarian job.
You would know as the former Deputy Secretary General just how important Turkey is to NATO. Is there always nervousness in Brussels about President Erdogan and the way he leans when it comes to these critical issues?
No, it's interesting. I think that from the NATO leadership perspective, from headquarters perspective, Turkey's always been an excellent operational ally. They are still, and to the very end, have been participating in ensuring that the Hamid Karzai airport, for example, in Afghanistan remained open. So they are seen as a great operational ally. Of course, the politics in Ankara frequently caused difficulties. The S-400 purchase caused difficulties. They were cut out of the F-35 fighter program during my time at NATO. But always, Secretary General Stoltenberg and me as the Deputy Secretary General saw them as good operational allies, and really we looked for ways to facilitate in terms of problems that were caused when Turkey and Greece, for example, started quarreling over petroleum fields in the Eastern Mediterranean. So NATO saw itself as trying to, keep the facilitation going forward, but deal with all allies, including Turkey, on an even-handed basis.
Very interesting. To close tonight, we are going to turn away from Ukraine, sort of, to cover a story that would have been getting plenty of global coverage this week, and that is the extraordinary flooding in Australia. Prime Minister Scott Morrison has just declared a national emergency after weeks of heavy rains and floods in Queensland and New South Wales that have left 20 people dead and thousands of homes destroyed. These are the pictures from a suburb in Western Sydney. Entire towns completely submerged. Experts say the flooding has been worsened by climate change and the La Niña weather phenomenon, which is also a reminder that since the conflict began in Ukraine, we've had a series of alarming reports on where our global climate is heading. Last week, the International Energy Agency said carbon dioxide emissions from the energy sector rose by their highest level last year to a record 36 billion tonnes. And before that, a dire warning from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change that the impacts of global warming are now simply irreversible, with over 40
and the rule of law, and we also believe in self-determination of a given nation. This is what the Ukrainians are fighting for, right? Okay. They are fighting for the fact that they have been westernizing this society for 30 years, and now they would like to have the fruit. So I do understand that there is this pact, and I completely believe Mr. Blinken. But on the other side, there are also emotions and motivations in politics and international order. So many nations, when they observe what is happening today in Ukraine, they say, well, this society would like to have democracy and see what happens. And the West is what? Sending some arms, perhaps. Isn't it too little? This is the biggest question of today.
I think it goes down to whether you can be independent in the sphere of influence of one country that is trying to claim it's more than sphere of influence. It's sphere where it decides or co-decides with these small countries. And Moscow, the current leadership of Russia, has not accepted the existence of small nations, small countries, that they have a right to go where they want.
Yeah, I would like to, before we continue on this, I would like to sort of take one step further and go to the point where what happens after this? Let's assume this crisis is resolved in one way or another. Carolina, you wrote in this war that this war could reinforce the region's turn towards nationalism. Just talk a bit more about that.
Fear is not a good advisor. And even though I do believe that the Poland's way of democratic transformation after 1989 was the best possible that we can choose, in those situations when there are fears about the future, even populist governments can gain popularity, regain popularity, because war usually brings more popularity to a given government, even if it's populist.
One question, though, that I find very important as well, and I might direct that to Daria. What can Russia do if this crisis is resolved one way or another? How long will it take for Russia to return from international pariah, which it is right now, to become a partner in the international order?
Well, I think there are many factors influencing this, and not the least of them is the energy prices. Obviously, if the world is in a very dire need of oil and gas, this is good for Russia. The question is how much, because we can see Europe and US and UK trying to get off this needle but we don't know how long it will take. We honestly cannot, especially Eastern European countries, we just didn't have the time yet to adapt to the new reality of the 21st century. In terms of an international pariah, I think it depends on how long Putin will remain in power, and I don't think anybody can really predict that. I have experienced horrible disappointment because until very lately, I have been hoping that there is a possibility of some kind of peaceful transition, that Putin might want to strike some kind of balance with the civil society and say, hey guys, you could have your little independent media, your Echo Moskvy and UTV Rain, the TV channel and the radio station that were closed, by the way, on one day, on the same day, about a week ago, if I am not mistaken. 10 days later, in the first days of war, for exactly that, for covering the war as it is. But we see that he's turning into the good old-fashioned 20th century dictator who is probably going to quote Mr. Lukashenko, cling on to power until his fingers turn blue. We don't know how long this will take, and I cannot see the Western countries signing some kind of trade agreements with Putin again. Now he's so absolutely and completely discredited, and we all know by now that signing anything with the Russian government is signing it with Putin, essentially. He's the sole ruler of it.
One last question, very briefly, please. Can the West, can NATO return to business as usual if this crisis is resolved? Briefly, if you
It will be different NATO. And on Russia and Ukraine, I think the biggest question here is what will be their relations in the future, the country of 150 million and country of 40 million, the two largest countries in the East. Think about, in a good way, Serbia and Croatia after their war, but on a much larger scale.
I'm afraid we have to leave it here. Many, many open questions. I'd love to go on, but we have to leave it right here. I'd like to thank my guests and thank you all for watching To The Point.
Enter the conflict zone with Tim Sebastian.
Has NATO accepted that Ukraine will fall, or could it still see a moral imperative to intervene directly in combat? My guest this week from Washington is Constance Stelzenmüller, a foreign and security expert at the Brookings Institution and a specialist on Germany and transatlantic relations.
Conflict Zone. In 30 minutes on DW.
The youngest victims of Putin's war. Around half of Ukrainian refugees are children, escaping the constant danger. They've had to say goodbye. And the trauma of war will stay with them.
Focus on Europe. In 90 minutes on DW. Not just another day. so much is happening all at once. We take time to understand. This is The Day, an in-depth look at current news events, analyzed by experts and critical thinkers. Not just another news show.
This is The Day.
Weekdays on DW. They've had no peace for 4 decades. The people of Iraq. Their country is devastated, and there's no end to the violence. How did it come to this? Key eyewitnesses reveal an unprecedented story.
They were friends. The U.S., they knew what the consequences of these sanctions are, and they've lied to the world about it. That
someone could kill his friends and associates so easily was appalling.
He behaved exactly like Saddam Hussein, and the poison spread from there onwards.
Misery, misery, no more life.
The great documentary series, Iraq, Destruction of a Nation, this week on DW.
This is DW News, and these are our top stories. Ukrainian officials say a Russian airstrike has hit a children's hospital in the besieged city of Mariupol. At least 17 people were wounded in the attack. A blast crater 2 stories deep could be seen outside the hospital, and the ground shook more than a mile away. President Zelensky has called it an atrocity. The Pentagon has rejected a proposal from Poland to transfer fighter jets to a United States airbase before they are delivered to Ukraine. The US had floated the idea of having Poland send its Soviet-era MiG-29s to Ukraine in exchange for American-made F-16s. Kyiv has been calling for the Soviet-era jets, which its pilots already know how to fly. And Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov and his Ukrainian counterpart Dmitry Kuleba are due to meet in Turkey for their first face-to-face talks since the invasion of Ukraine. Both sides have warned of low expectations, but Ukraine's president has signaled a willingness to compromise. This is DW News from Berlin. You can find much more on our website, dw.com.
Ukrainian resistance has proved tougher than many thought. In support, Western countries are sending arms and aid and slapping more sanctions on Russia. But as Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky pleads for fighter jets to counter Russian air power, the West is largely refusing. Now, Poland offered to make jets available via a U.S. base in Germany, but both Washington and Berlin rejected the idea. They and many others fear sending planes would fail to turn the tide in Ukraine's favor and would risk the war spilling over Ukraine's borders. I'm Claire Richardson in Berlin. We're going to dive into all this and more on The Day.
We have to carefully consider what assistance we provide, and that certainly won't include fighter jets.
NATO has a responsibility to ensure that this conflict does not escalate beyond Ukraine.
Economically, the measures that we've taken have erased 30 years of progress integrating Russia into the world.
Today, nothing indicates a quick end to this tragic war. The Russian bombardments and military maneuvers could even intensify in the days and weeks ahead.
This as civilians are paying the highest price for Putin's war on Ukraine. A hospital in Mariupol has been destroyed by Russian airstrikes, while efforts are underway to evacuate thousands still trapped in besieged towns and cities.
They're sitting there without any electricity, water, or heating. My mother's hiding in a cellar.
Her mother is in Mariupol. She can't get hold of her.
I haven't heard anything from her since March 2nd.
A warm welcome to everyone around the world watching us. Now, Ukraine's President Zelensky has called Wednesday's Russian airstrike on a children's hospital and maternity ward in Mariupol an atrocity. Now, this attack and the chilling scenes from its aftermath can only increase pressure on Western allies to help Ukraine. On Wednesday, the EU added 160 more Russian oligarchs to its blacklist as it tightened sanctions. But despite Zelensky's pleas, German Chancellor Olaf Scholz has said that fighter jets will not be part of the assistance Germany is providing. Now, he maintained that diplomacy is needed to resolve the conflict.
It doesn't make sense to resolve this conflict militarily. What we need now is a diplomatic solution, and that's what we're striving for in coordination with our international partners. We hope the discussions between Ukraine and Russia will yield solutions, and that we can find a way to help us get out of this situation.
In Washington, that commitment to keeping up diplomatic and economic pressure was echoed by U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken.
I'm convinced that we will see a strategic defeat of President Putin and the propositions he's put forward. We'll accomplish this by backing Ukrainians in their fight, by remaining united in holding Russia accountable through the devastating sanctions, the diplomatic isolation, and other measures. And we've already seen that Russia's failed in its chief objectives. It's not been able to hold Ukraine. It's not going to be able to hold Ukraine in the long term, again, no matter what the tactical victories it may achieve are.
A discussion among Western allies over how to indirectly provide Ukraine with fighter jets has been overshadowed by concerns that any overt military support could raise the risk of a wider conflict. NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg cautioning against anything that could escalate the war.
NATO has a responsibility to ensure that this conflict does not escalate beyond Ukraine, because this would be even more dangerous, destructive, and deadly for Ukraine and for all of us.
And I'm pleased to be joined now by Wesley Clark. He is a retired four-star general of the U.S. Army and former NATO Supreme Allied Commander in Europe. A very warm welcome to the day, sir. 23 years ago, in March 1999, NATO, under your command, intervened in Kosovo. When you look at the refugees fleeing Ukraine, when you look at these long lines arriving in Germany, in Poland, does that bring back memories from those times?
Yes, it does.
Back then in Kosovo, NATO intervened. Now in Ukraine, as we've heard, NATO saying that it's best to stay out. How do you explain that to a Ukrainian family that is hiding in a bomb shelter?
It's inexplicable to the Ukrainian family in a bomb shelter. I understand what the NATO Secretary General is saying. He's a superb leader, and he's done an excellent job with NATO. But the truth is that NATO has to come to terms, and the United States has to come to terms with the implications of what this aggression means by Russia directed against Ukraine. Any negotiations will be determined by the outcome on the ground. The outcome on the ground is determined by the resistance of the Ukrainians. The Russians have proven themselves a relatively inept force. And I would remind all of our European listeners that escalation by Mr. Putin is not solely under the control of NATO. No matter what NATO does or doesn't do, Mr. Putin may decide to escalate. So it's imperative that we sustain the Ukrainian forces in the fight. The Russian forces are defeatable on the battlefield, and even if they aren't, as Secretary Blinken has said, Russia can face a strategic defeat over the midterm from this.
And what does that actually look like in practical terms, sustaining Ukrainian forces?
That means providing them javelins, stingers, and as much anti-air and air support as is feasible to do.
So do you support a no-fly zone in Ukraine?
No, you can't do a no-fly zone because legally, all the aficionados who think they know everything about air power say you can't do it legally. It could have been done before Russia attacked. But at that point, the nations of the world were not ready to believe that Russia would attack. Now it's not possible to do a legalistic no-fly zone. However, air support can be provided by nations who are willing to go in. This airspace does not belong to Russia. I want to remind your listeners that this is Ukrainian airspace, and it's the president of Ukraine appealing for international support. So nations should think about this. If their nation is under assault, they want international support. It's their nation. So I give a lot of credence and a lot of credit to President Zelensky. He's proved to be a very courageous leader, and I think the nations of the West have to find ways to support Ukraine.
But by NATO sending in air power, that would mean U.S. aircraft would need to be ready to shoot down Russian planes.
I'm not going to get into the dispute about whether U.S. aircraft shoot down Russian planes, wave at Russian planes, or avoid Russian planes. This is for the President of the United States and the official leaders to decide upon and determine how to proceed. What I will say is that the future of the West is determined in large part by what happens in this conflict in Ukraine. It is in the interest of every country in the West to support Ukraine on the ground. How we're doing that, that's up to the leadership. And there's no point in someone like me who doesn't have access to the real-time intelligence trying to prescribe a military plan to military leaders who are under national political authorities. They have to know how to do that. When I was in uniform, I did.
But surely sending in air power, I just want to come back to this point, that would mean conflict. I mean, it would mean that the United States and NATO allies would have to be ready to go head-to-head with Russian planes, and surely that would be an escalation that could lead to Putin, who has put his nuclear forces on high alert to come back in a way that it's no exaggeration, could lead to World War III.
Well, let me ask you this question. If after Putin has digested Ukraine, he decides that he wants to finish his political objective by rolling NATO back out of the other countries of Eastern Europe who are now hosting NATO troops, do we at that point say, oh my goodness, since you might have nuclear weapons against us, we'll surrender? What do we do then?
How likely do you think that would be, that he would invade NATO allied countries?
You and our national leaders have to realize this. Putin's objectives are not limited to Ukraine. This is about rolling back the westernization, the rule of law, the international order in Europe and the rest of the world. This is simply the first battle. It is the easiest of the battles to fight if our nations are unified and can face reality in this. If we fall back and are intimidated by Mr. Putin's threat of nuclear weapons, if there's nothing we can do to help Ukraine, then we'll be dealing with the next crisis on NATO's territory itself.
So what do you think Mr. Putin has in his sights? Are we talking about NATO allied states that you think he would intervene in?
Certainly. If you talk to the nations in Eastern Europe, they'll tell you precisely what their fears are. Mm-hmm. From as long as I've dealt with the Russians in the post-Cold War period, they've always believed that the Baltic states belong to them.
And so does that then think that... Do you think that Russia is currently winning on the ground in Ukraine?
Russia's not winning on the ground. It's right now checkmated on the ground, or at least checked on the ground by poor logistics, communications, and the stiff resistance of the Ukrainians.
Do you expect that to change?
Yet, but it could change. The Russians have no regard for civilian casualties. They do have a lot of heavy firepower, and they do have an air force that could be more deeply engaged. Today, they're bombing civilian targets in Mariupol. I'm convinced Mr. Putin's got an eye on the International Criminal Court. He's trying to steal Ukraine as quietly and quickly as he can using the threat of nuclear weapons, but he will use massive firepower if necessary. So
it's clearly not going quietly. I want to ask you how surprised you were by the determination of Ukraine's army and its citizens in pushing back against this invasion.
I wasn't surprised by the Ukraine's determination or their army's effectiveness. Been over there many years. However, I will tell you this. I was surprised by the ineffectiveness of the Russian military.
All right. That was retired U.S. General Wesley Clark. I want to thank you so much, sir, for joining me here on The Day.
Thank you very much. Good interview. Thank you.
Now, thousands of Ukrainians have been taking their chances to leave besieged towns and cities after another attempt by Ukraine and Russia to implement ceasefires along several humanitarian corridors. The Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said as many as 18,000 people had hoped to head to the capital from the surrounding region to be evacuated further west. Speaking in a video message, he issued an appeal to Russian soldiers to just go home. And meanwhile, hundreds of thousands of people who have escaped the fighting are arriving in the western Ukrainian city of Lviv. It has become a massive bottleneck, the only direction to flee being west. DW correspondent Alexandra von Naumann met up with some of the refugees.
We are here at the railway station in Lviv, and you can see how busy it is here with long lines of people trying to get on a train to the Polish border. Mothers with their small kids, women with their pets, with hastily packed suitcases and plastic bags. Many of them seem to be traumatized. Many of them are worried sick about the loved ones that they left behind.
We're from Kharkiv. This city is gone.
I just have one question. What was it all for? Who benefits from destroying such a beautiful city? We once had a wonderful mayor. He's now turning over in his grave. You can't look at that's left of the city without crying. I was born there. I grew up there. I spent my whole life there.
У меня вся жизнь, мне 50 лет, у меня вся жизнь там прошла, понимаете?
People there now have been left for dead. They're hiding in basements. I can't even think about it.
They're sitting there without any electricity, water, or heating. My mother's hiding in a cellar. Her mother is in Mariupol. She can't get hold of her.
I haven't heard anything from her since March 2nd.
Never would I have expected something like this to happen, especially from Russia and Belarus. I have so many relatives in Moscow.
According to the city authorities, it is becoming increasingly difficult to provide all the refugees with food and clothes, and first and foremost with a place to stay. That is why many people here are desperate to get out, even though they don't know whether they will be able to come back.
I don't know. I never thought I'd have to flee.
I don't know where we will go. Whatever God's plan is certainly to Poland.
We are not leaving forever. We'll be back for sure.
Many of the people we met are originally from the Russian-speaking part of the country. They told us they would never expect Russia to attack Ukraine. They are angry and sad, and some of them have a clear message to Vladimir Putin.
I don't understand why you are against our membership in the EU and are now literally pushing us towards Europe. Thank you very much. But please, it cannot come at the cost of our lives and those of Russians, only in a peaceful way.
Honestly, I think Putin knows he is sick and will die soon, and he wants to take as many people with him as possible. We live in the 21st century. We don't live in the 20th century anymore. During the Second World War, we're civilized people. But how civilized is it for the whole of Ukraine to leave Ukraine? Well done. You have liberated us. Thank you.
Some very bitter sentiments toward Russia there. Let's go now to Kharkiv. Maria Avdiva lives there and works at the European Expert Association, focusing on Ukrainian relations with the EU and NATO. A very warm welcome back to the show. Your city has been under siege by Russian shelling for days now. Can you describe the destruction for us that you're seeing in the city?
Yes, I try to go out every day to focus and to make footages of the destroyed city, because Russia, as you know, uses all kinds of disinformation to deny the war crimes committed here in Kharkiv. So today I have been to the city center. We have here the square called after the heroes of Heavenly 100 that died in 2014 in Maidan. And it is a square where all historical buildings are situated, built in the beginning of the 20th century, and now they are all destroyed. I have seen a huge hole just in the center of the square, and that means that the huge bomb was dropped there, and all the nearby buildings are completely destroyed. And also the other buildings, historical buildings in the city center are destroyed. It is very heartbreaking to see Kharkiv like that. And while we are talking, I hear constant bombardments and explosions all over Kharkiv. And I see reports now coming from the social media groups here, local social media groups, saying that the Russia continues destroying and bombarding residential areas in Kharkiv, meaning they do not stop and constantly terrorize the citizens. And I know that many of them are now without heating, without electricity, without water supply, and of course there are shortages of food supplies for a while, for a long period already.
I mean, you are describing a dire humanitarian situation there. It also appears that Kharkiv is encircled by Russian forces. Do you have a sense of how long remaining supplies will last?
Well, Kharkiv is not, luckily, at the moment encircled, and Ukrainian military does great job. We have had report today from the head of the Kharkiv regional administration saying that Russian troops were pushed back by the Ukrainian military from the town of Dergachi. It means that Ukrainian forces are even counter-attacking because Russia has no facilities to attack anymore. And that means that they stay on their position. Mainly it's on the north and northeast of Kharkiv, and they now control little towns outside of Kharkiv and try to attack Kharkiv from the air. They do not have now any capabilities to go for the on-ground operation. And that means that we have a good chances to fight back effectively, as we have done for almost 2 weeks already, because Russian plan didn't work out. And when we see the captured Russian soldiers telling on camera that they were told they are going here to liberate the city from Nazis, and now they understand completely that this is all lies, this spread for them by Russian propaganda, and there's no one here who wants to be liberated.
Now, I want to ask you about those who are trying to leave the city. I mean, we've been hearing a lot about humanitarian corridors. Have people who want to leave been able to actually get out of Kharkiv?
This is hard to make, so the only way now, for now, is the railway station. And I have been there and seen that a couple of days ago there were huge crowds of people trying to leave the city when the bombardments get really hard, and people were left without anything and were not able to leave anymore. But for now, there are not so many people. So the reports say that around 600,000 left Kharkiv already. It means like the city is half empty at the moment, and it is very dangerous to go by car. I see people putting the signs, children, just writing children on the paper and putting that on their cars so that they probably will not be hit by Russian missiles.
That is a terrible situation to imagine. I want to thank you so much for your work documenting what is going on there and for sharing this update with us. We're going to leave the interview there. It's Maria Avdiva in Kharkiv. Please stay safe.
Thank you.
Ukraine says the Chernobyl nuclear plant has lost its electricity supply after Russian attacks. The International Atomic Energy Agency says there's no cause for immediate alarm after Ukrainian officials warned the power cut could lead to the release of radioactivity. Now, the Chernobyl plant was the site of the world's worst nuclear disaster in 1986, and it was later decommissioned. But radioactive material is still stored at the site. Russian forces took control of Chernobyl early into its invasion of Ukraine. And for more, I'm pleased to now be joined by Professor Geraldine Thomas, the director of the Chernobyl Tissue Bank, a research project looking into radiation-induced tumors. Thanks so much for taking the time. First of all, the big question, how concerned should we be about these developments at Chernobyl?
The answer is we shouldn't be that concerned about them. The situation at the plant is that the last reactor was turned off in 2000 and the fuel assemblies were removed, put into cooling ponds, and they've been there now for 22 years. After about 5 years, they're perfectly safe. And even if all the water disappeared, they would not be generating enough heat to cause any problems. So not having the electricity supply from the outside is not of great concern. There are also a number of backups there. They have diesel generators if they need to put the electricity on for any reason.
All right, that is very reassuring news indeed. Ukraine does, though, have several other nuclear power plants that are in operation. Do you see a risk of accidents, for example, at the Zaporizhzhia plant? It is held by Russian soldiers, and we know staff there have been working round the clock. They're physically and emotionally exhausted to keep it up and running.
Yeah, I mean, the staff working there are clearly under very, very difficult circumstances. They are very experienced, they are very well trained, and they know exactly what they're doing. And I'm sure that they are looking after the plant very well. I don't think there is a need to be overly concerned about radiation leaks and disasters and things like that. But for the staff, it must be an incredibly unpleasant experience to be working under those conditions.
And we do just have some news coming in that the IAEA says actually that at Zaporizhzhia, its operator has informed them that 2 of the site's 4 high-voltage off-site power lines have been damaged. Can you give us a sense of how risky that might be?
Well, again, you build these sites in now with an awful lot of redundancies. An awful lot of learning has gone on since Chernobyl. So there will be other ways of generating power there. The fact that they've lost 2 of their supplies does not necessarily need to be of major concern, because there will be a number of different backup ways of generating electricity. And as long as they are able to keep the fuel cool in these reactors, there should not be a problem.
And can you tell us a bit more about those safeguards that have come into place in recent years?
Well, to give you an example, the type of reactor that you have in Zaporizhzhia is very different from the one in Chernobyl. There was no containment around the reactor in Chernobyl. There is around the ones in Zaporizhzhia. We have loads more redundancy safety systems, so if one goes wrong, something else compensates for it. So they're extremely well designed. They're very well looked after, which I don't think you could have really said about Chernobyl. And the guys are very, very experienced who work there. So there is an awful lot of work that goes into making these things as safe as they possibly can be to operate.
Okay. Thank you very much. That is welcome news. Professor Geraldine Thomas, thank you so much for taking the time to join me on the day.
Thank you very much.
Now, that was the day. As ever, the conversation continues online. You will find us on Twitter at DW News. For now, I'm going to leave you with the Kyiv Class Symphony Orchestra, whose performance on Maidan Square today included Beethoven's Ode to Joy, the anthem of the European Union. Thanks so much for joining. I'm Claire Richardson in Berlin. Really appreciate you taking the time.
The Conflict Zone with Tim Sebastian.
Has NATO accepted that Ukraine will fall, or could it still see a moral imperative to intervene directly in combat? My guest this week from Washington is Constance Stelzenmüller, a foreign and security expert at the Brookings Institution and a specialist on Germany and transatlantic relations.
Conflict Zone. Next on DW.
The youngest victims of Putin's war. Around half of Ukrainian refugees are children, escaping the constant danger. They've had to say goodbye. And the trauma of war will stay with them.
Focus on Europe. In 60 minutes on DW. A man with the memories of a woman. Ali from